In a world of ninjas, born in the hidden stone village, a reincarnated soul dons the identity of a descendant from the dwindling Weshiro clan. As elite ninjas from the Leaf Village begin to vanish without a trace, their bodies devoid of any toxins, a veil of unfathomable dread envelopes the Leaf encampment on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Jiraiya, a renowned Leaf Jonin and a disciple of the third Hokage, stand at the helm of the Leaf Ninja forces, tasked with countering the incursions of the Stone Village. His formidable prowess places him among the upper echelons of the ninja world, rivaling the leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages. As he surveys the lifeless forms strewn upon the ground, his brow furrows in concern. The atmosphere within the command tent is heavy with unease, especially for a man in sunglasses whose clenched fists betray his simmering fury. Among the fallen lies a member of his clan, a grim reminder of the stakes at play. The ongoing war between the Leaf and Stone has resulted in numerous middle-ranking ninjas disappearing, their fates unknown. The Leaf has confirmed their deaths, but must uncover the cause. To this end, they dispatch skilled reconnaissance ninjas to the front lines, ultimately resulting in a small team of elite jonin returning with vital information, albeit at the cost of 2 of their own lives. A young medical ninja, under the scrutinizing gaze of the gathered jonin, examines the bodies with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, acutely aware of the pressure weighing down upon him. The tension is palpable, especially with the presence of the formidable oil woman jonin and the grim fate that befell the 2 elite jonin. After a painstaking examination, the medical ninja reports, indeed, the characteristics align with B-venom. The red blood cells of both elite jonin were severely destroyed, leading to hemolytic death. He glances at another jonin, equally troubled, and adds, this corresponds with the poison bee attacks described by Lord Moonlight. However, when asked about an antidote, the medical ninja's expression turned somber. There are no toxin remnants within the bodies. Extracting a sample is impossible. If it weren't for the prior warning from Lord Moonlight, I would have been unable to ascertain the nature of the toxin at all. Even now, I can only speculate it might be venom, but we cannot rule out the possibility of other toxins being masqueraded. The gathered jonin exchange glances of disbelief. No toxin remnants. Such circumstances are perplexing, especially for seasoned ninjas familiar with the intricacies of poisons from prior conflicts. They recall the legendary battles of the past, where antidotes were crafted from samples. With no samples available, determining an antidote becomes an arduous task. The medical elite jonin who arrived later offers no solutions, suggesting they consult Tsunade for guidance. Realizing that the source of this venomous threat lies with the insect-using clan of the Stone Village, Jiraiya recalls the assailants. It must be the Weshiro clan, proficient in bee manipulation, he states, his memory serving as a guide. Yes, according to Lord Moonlight's descriptions, that is correct. The oil woman jonin concurs, but my intelligence is outdated, merely a reference. The Weshiro clan has been significantly weakened since their last clashes with the oil clan. With the Weshiro clan having suffered devastating losses in previous wars, their current capability is questionable. The once formidable clan is now reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, and yet they unexpectedly emerge as the culprits behind the recent disappearances. Nonetheless, we can draw parallels, Jiraiya asserts. As long as they continue to employ bee manipulation, there will be commonalities in their tactics. We must gather all available intelligence for further analysis. Rinshin, you are the only one who is engaged with the current Weshiro clan. Your insights are invaluable. Looney, you shall lead the analysis. Within 3 days, I expect you to extract all pertinent information from the minds of the captured stone ninjas. Nika, your Hyuga clan will have their work cut out for them in tracking down the true form of the Weshiro insect manipulators. Jiraiya arranged the tasks, and the entire Konoha camp swiftly sprang into action. Meanwhile, a towering figure soared through the air. The once formidable user of the water flow insect, now prostrate on the ground, trembled in fear, too frightened to lift his gaze. The recent fate of his comrade served as a grim reminder. Regardless of how cute or petite the figure before him appeared, adorned with a sweet visage, it was merely a facade. Beneath that charming exterior lay an unyielding tyrant, the very cornerstone of the revival of the Waterflow clan, the great leader who would guide them to glory once more. The 8-year-old current clan leader, Suzum. Chapter 2. The Demon King of the Waterflow clan. Suzum gazed coldly at the young man, lying on the ground. Frankly, she harbored a strong desire to deliver a fatal kick to this fool. His foolishness was infuriating. Not only was he dull-witted, but he also disregarded her warnings. How many times had she advised him to exercise caution, conceal himself, avoid exposure, and target the weak? Yet, in just half a day of her absence, these two imbeciles had managed to create chaos. Upon encountering the Oil Girl clan, the two overconfident fools had acted recklessly. Their trio of ninjas had eliminated two opponents, yet left one alive, who was subsequently whisked away by a vanishing ninja. Alas, apart from the recently kicked Black Bee and the prostrate Ground Bee, the Waterflow clan was left with only the two remaining members in Iwagakure, Mountain Bee and Cloud Bee, whose skills were inferior to even those of Black Bee and Ground Bee. At least those two relied on the venomous bees they dispatched, which could unexpectedly take down two elite jonin, and were competent enough at the Chunin level for standard combat. With only these four subordinates at her disposal, no matter their ineptitude, she had no choice but to endure. Once Black Bee regains consciousness, you two worthless fools will return to the camp with the spoils. Huh? Ground Bee exclaimed, alarmed at Suzume's command to retreat. But he stammered, realizing that this was the perfect moment to capitalize on their victories and elevate the Waterflow name. The glint of cold fury in Suzume's eyes made Ground Bee shudder, and he bit back the words that almost escaped his lips. What? Do you still wish to spar with the Konoha ninjas? Now that Konoha is aware of the existence of our venomous bees, what can your pathetic bee manipulation techniques accomplish against their prepared defenses? You've already killed an Oil Girl ninja, and you're so eager to rush to the Pure Land to boast to our ancestors. Ground Bee lowered his head once more. If he spoke any further, Suzume might very well send him to his demise. He was not ready to die. He had yet to witness the Waterflow name resonate throughout the ninja world. Should he perish now, he would not even be able to close his eyes in the Pure Land. Suzume withdrew a small scroll from her sleeve and tossed it on a Ground Bee's head. The technique for catalyzing the rapid reproduction of venomous bees, along with methods for using their venom and safely crafting poison ninja tools. Return to the camp and use this to create poison tools for the village ninjas. Our achievements are sufficient to demonstrate the potency of bee venom. Elder Zai has confirmed that upon your return, a poisoning task will be assigned. If you fail at this trivial task, you may as well take your own lives. I will personally ensure your demise. Ground Bee trembled at her words. Yes, the chilling aura of death emanating from Suzume made it clear she was serious. The thought of being compelled to commit seppuku alongside Black Bee was unbearable. The Waterflow clan were ninjas, not samurai. Ground Bee silently screamed within, pressing his face against the ground, wishing he could dig a hole to hide his expression. And what about you? His voice, muffled against the ground, emerged hesitantly. Me? Suzume glanced over. I will continue with my mission, to confront the Konoha ninjas and gauge the caliber of the elite of the first ninja village. Wait. Ignoring the instinct to bury his head in the sand, Ground Bee hastily looked up, only to find that Suzume had already vanished from sight. His already distorted face twisted further in despair. What if something were to happen to the hope of the Waterflow clan? Yet he lacked the courage to defy Suzume's orders, even if it meant bringing Black Bee along. As the last remaining ninjas of the Waterflow clan, Ground Bee and Black Bee had inherited the responsibility from the previous clan leader's wife, Suzume's mother, guiding her onto the path of a ninja. They had been among the first to experience the might of Suzume's venomous bees. They adhered to the teachings of their ancestors, yearning to revive the lost forbidden techniques of the Waterflow clan, striving to lead the rightful heir, Suzume, down the correct path, rather than clinging to the venomous bees. Thus, the two who had resolved to correct the future clan leader through force became the very first victims of the venomous bees. At the tender age of 6, Suzume effortlessly commanded the venomous bees, defeating the two insect manipulators in their teens with overwhelming superiority. From that moment on, the good days for Black Bee and Ground Bee came to an abrupt end. Fueled by their own hubris, Suzume assumed the meaningless title of clan leader through force, revealing their lack of true skill in the process. For the sake of their pride, Black Bee and Ground Bee were bestowed the honorary title of clan leaders' mentors, enduring a life of torment under the reign of the Demon King, a suffering that left onlookers like Mountain Bee and Cloud Bee trembling in fear. Should they continue to disregard Suzume's commands, she would indeed force them into seppuku. The so-called heroic figures of Iwagakure were merely pitiful creatures trembling under the might of the Demon King. In just 3 remarks, the Demon King reduced me to my true form. Surveying the unconscious Black Bee, Ground Bee felt a surge of indignation. Why should he be the one to lose consciousness? Here he was, forced to endure the clan leader's scolding, all the while fearing for his own safety. Choosing to forget the cunning he had employed to evade a beating, Groundbee decisively slapped Blackbee awake. With a deft motion, he awakened his comrade. Blackbee's slumber was interrupted. Groundbee then mimicked a parrot's call. Blackbee acquired the status of downcast. The two lagging fools eventually returned to the Iwagakure camp, while a relieved Suzume stealthily approached the Konoha encampment. The clashes among ninjas differ greatly from those of armies. The early stages of war resemble reconnaissance battles, with skirmishes centered around both camps as ninjas from. The two villages engage in relentless combat in small teams. Prior to a full-scale battle, the commanders of both ninja forces continually issue orders, gathering intelligence, dismantling watchtowers, targeting supply lines, and accumulating advantages, all while awaiting the moment to launch a comprehensive assault. Suzume's mission was a reconnaissance task. The remaining 5 ninjas of the Waterflow clan selected 3 to form a small team and advance to the front lines. The combination of 2 teenage boys and an 8-year-old girl received no special treatment. Once one becomes a ninja, one must be prepared to both inflict and endure injury, regardless of age. Wearing a forehead protector signifies one's status as a ninja, with no exceptions. 8 years old, in neighboring Konoha, a prodigy became a ninja at 5, started fighting at 6, and by 8, had already attained Chunin status for 2 years. 50 years prior, 8-year-old children among the ninja clans might have already been reborn several times. Thus, the camp naturally regarded the Waterflow trio as a standard ninja team. The freshly minted Genin Suzume, the veteran Genin Groundbee, and the newly promoted Chunin Blackbee composed a quintessentially expendable squad. Reconnaissance tasks offer considerable freedom, perfectly aligning with Suzume's intentions. After enduring alongside 2 deadweight companions for so long, she finally managed to send them back. She possessed certain techniques she had not yet planned to reveal to them. After all, having served as her amusing playthings for a few years, she felt a semblance of attachment. There was no need to discard them unless absolutely necessary. However, ninjas of Konoha are adversaries, and the most fitting name for an enemy is the deceased, for the deceased do not speak. Now, let me behold the legacy of the 2-time victors of the shinobi world, the unparalleled powerhouse within the formidable hierarchy of the ninja realm, the illustrious first, hidden village renowned for its profound heritage. Chapter 3. Approaching the Hyuga clan cautiously making his way towards the Konoha camp, traces of Konoha ninjas began to appear gradually. The bee hummed softly. As anticipated, the Konoha ninjas exhibited a distinct wariness towards the surrounding bees. Upon spotting one, they would either retreat or attempt to eradicate it, with some even trying to capture them. Lowering his body, the skin of the bee revealed scaly patterns. According to local parlance, this should be articulated as ninja technique, concealment technique. Muttering this thought, the bee vanished amidst the shifting shadows. The concealment technique, developed from the fundamental transformation technique of ninjas, mimics the chameleon's innate ability to adapt its colors using chakra. Upon execution, the ninja's skin, clothing, and hair are enveloped in a layer of chakra, altering their appearance and seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment, thereby achieving invisibility. Though it does not compare to the perfected phasing techniques of generations past in Konoha, it certainly surpasses the common rock concealment technique. Despite having undergone several lessons from 2 incompetent subordinates, the execution remained clumsy, failing to meet the chakra control standards required for the concealment technique, rendering it less effective than the rock concealment method. Estimating the chakra consumption, the bee swiftly began to move deeper into Konoha's territory. This physique, could it belong to the Akimichi clan? Then the other 2 must be from the Yamanaka and Nara clans. The Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans are collectively known as the boar, deer, butterfly, a notable trio of ninja clans within Konoha. Their sincere alliance and the shared inheritance of secret techniques create a synergistic effect greater than the sum of their parts, forming an inseparable entity forged through generations of camaraderie in life and death. The Akimichi's multiplication technique, the Yamanaka's mind techniques, and the Nara's shadow techniques. These are distinct from the conventional 5 elemental ninjutsu and possess significant value as yin-yang attribute techniques. The bee's eyes darkened slightly as it parted its lips. In the realm of reality, no sound escaped the bee's mouth, yet on a spiritual level, A terrifying roar resonated within the hearts of the trio from the boar, deer, butterfly. The secret technique, soul howl, an attack directly targeting the soul. This technique bypassed physical defenses. The unique fatty composition of the Akimichi clan proved ineffective, with the hefty figure collapsing into the earth, unconscious. The Nara clan member bled from the nose and mouth, eyes dazed, while only the Yamanaka appeared to retain a semblance of awareness. Trembling as he reached for his ninja tool pouch. Is it due to their specialization in Een release that they possess some resistance to soul-based attacks? A tiny venomous bee brought an end to the desperate struggle of the unknown Yamanaka clan member, who fought for his and his companions' lives. Unfurling a sealing scroll, the bee swiftly completed the sealing process and retreated, executing the task with remarkable proficiency. The corpses of ninjas hold substantial value, and those of ninja clans even more so. Though not comparable to bloodline clans, the techniques of secret technique clans have been deeply ingrained within their bloodlines through generations of training. The bloodline of secret technique clans naturally aligns with their techniques, making their training significantly more efficient. For ordinary ninjas, even if they acquire the secret techniques of a secret technique clan, mastering them is a daunting endeavor, requiring far greater effort than for the clan's own members. The foundational techniques that clan members master by the age of 10 may take outsiders several times the effort to learn. This adaptability to familial techniques holds considerable research value. However, amidst the battlefield, the most coveted remains the Hyuga clan. Although memories of a mundane life, belonging to an ordinary person, have been rendered vague through reincarnation and transmigration. With most of the soul and memories lost among the ethereal dreams above the firmament, the bee has managed to recover a fragment of recollection. For instance, this world seems reminiscent of an animated series once viewed. This series, humorously dubbed the Five Villages Conflict, also bears the legendary moniker of the Eye Saga. It appears that many of the remnants of memory are merely cliches, which is somewhat embarrassing, yet these memories are not devoid of value. Coupled with records from the Mizukichi clan, the bee has pieced together enough knowledge to surmise that the ocular bloodline limits in the ninja world possess a unique value distinct from that of physical bloodline limits. The two great noble ninja clans of Konoha, the Uchiha, wielding the ocular bloodline limit of the Sharingan, hint at records of power surpassing the three-tomo Sharingan. It is conceivable that multiple Uchiha may rise to prominence, stirring the ninja world. The Sharingan bloodline limit is precisely what the bee yearns to acquire. However, on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, there is no sign of this most formidable clan in the current ninja world. As a secondary option, the bee must now set its sights on the second noble clan of Konoha, the Hyuga clan, known for their Byakugan bloodline limit. The Hyuga clan operates under a system of main and branch families. With over 99% of Hyuga ninjas dispatched on missions or engaged in warfare belonging to the branch family, marked with a curse seal that ensures the destruction of their Byakugan upon death. This curse seal confines the branch family within a cage, with their lives and deaths controlled by the main family. Simultaneously, this cage also prevents outsiders from coveting the branch family members, effectively thwarting the greed of the four major ninja villages towards the Byakugan. In one-on-one encounters, the Sharingan can severely humiliate the Byakugan. Yet, in large-scale battles, the Byakugan's comprehensive 360-degree vision, alongside its penetrating insight and acute observational prowess, renders it truly divine, with a detection radius of 1 kilometer. Having a Byakugan ally is akin to possessing a naturally occurring chakra-powered radar, allowing one to evade many traps and ambushes on the battlefield. Had a Hyuga ninja been present in the prior ambush against the Konoha Special Jonin team, even a mere chunin from the Hyuga clan could have ensured their survival. Real-time commands from a kilometer away would be far beyond the capabilities of the bumbling duo in the bee's eyes. When confronting a Hyuga ninja, they would either have to order the bee to charge in blindly, relying solely on its instinct, or issue commands at close range, risking exposure and turning the ambush into a direct confrontation. However, had the bee not issued a strict order to avoid the Hyuga, the duo would likely have chosen to retreat upon encountering one. The unparalleled advantage of the Hyuga Byakugan on the battlefield has led most of the main family members to remain within the safety of Konoha, rarely venturing far from their village's stronghold. In contrast, the Byakugan of the branch family exists only in the living eyes of the branch members, and any attempt to extract a Byakugan would trigger the curse seal, resulting in its destruction. considering the main family's capacity to eliminate branch family members using the cursed seal. Even capturing a branch member to use as a breeding vessel proves unfeasible. The 4 major ninja villages are practically driven mad by their desire for the Byakugan, with exorbitant bounties placed in the black market for it. Yet no reports of successful acquisitions have emerged. The bee harbors its own thoughts on this matter, contemplating alternative methods to circumvent the cursed seal. The prerequisite, however, is to have a Hyuga in hand, regardless of their fate. Chapter 4. The scheme of the underworld. The Hyuga clan is among the oldest ninja clans in the ninja world, boasting a long lineage and formidable power. The cursed seal of the caged bird, as a vital component of the Hyuga's inheritance, contains extraordinarily advanced chakra manipulation techniques, delivering a devastating blow to the chakra-based ninjutsu system, leaving even the 5 major ninja villages powerless against it. If ninjutsu proves ineffective, then perhaps it is time to forsake ninjutsu altogether. The solution to the sparrow bee dilemma is that once a person dies and their eyes are lost, the caged bird becomes utterly useless. Without the caged bird, the sparrow bee can act with impunity. The death of a mere human and the loss of a pair of eyes seem trivial. Reviving the deceased poses significant challenges. Yet the mere resurrection of the physical form is deceptively simple. Once the body is revived, a pair of eyes can be regenerated as many times as desired. And beyond personal use, they can even be sold. Given that she currently resides in Iwagakure, she may choose to sell exclusively to them, eschewing the other 3 ninja villages. No matter how brilliant the talents of the Hyuga clan in developing caged birds, or how ruthless the branch family in their use of them, their strategies remain fixated on living targets, aiming to seize the Byakugan from the living Hyuga ninjas. Their methods for dealing with the living and the dead have always been ruthless, ensuring the preservation of the Hyuga legacy across generations. Who would have thought of extracting Byakugan from the lifeless? Such a method is barbaric beyond words, deserving of the moniker Netherworld Search. This is not mere contemplation or a figurative search. It is a literal excavation from the underworld, or, in this context, a pure land where the gates were carelessly left ajar, allowing unspeakable horrors to escape. The living members of the Hyuga clan are understandably oblivious to this. Historically, the last technique so merciless and unprincipled was developed by the second Hokage of Konoha, who, faced with a shortage of personnel, combined his extraordinary talent with a complete lack of ethical boundaries to create the reanimation jutsu, which resurrects the dead to serve. Were it not for the inadequacy of the reanimated shinobi, who failed to exhibit their former prowess, the graveyards of the ninja villages would be guarded as if they were impenetrable fortresses. Perhaps, out of desperation to avoid being pulled from their eternal rest by the inherently malevolent second Hokage, the major ninja villages would have instituted cremation, hastening their entry into the Age of Fire. Of course, this remains untested. The sparrow bee merely senses the potential for such a technique. The practical implementation has yet to be conceived. Should this ninjutsu be developed, the Iwagakure command would forcibly return her to their main camp, while the 3rd Tsuchikage, the ancient village leader Anoki, would employ his formidable techniques to ensure the safety of their precious asset. In the current ninja world, the foremost medical ninja, Tsunade, has reached the limits of organ transplantation. Even the strongest medical system in Konoha, which boasts the highest number of medical ninjas, sees countless warriors on the battlefield losing limbs. If organ regeneration were to be achieved, the 8-year-old sparrow bee would immediately surpass the 30-something Tsunade, emerging as a formidable contender for the title of the ninja world's premier medical ninja. Iwagakure's envy of Konoha's medical system is not a recent development. After 2 ninja world wars, where they faced multiple adversaries, including Sunagakure and Iwagakure, and possibly the ever-ambitious Kumogakure, Konoha has maintained its resilience through a combination of tenacity and robust medical infrastructure. While all 4 major ninja villages have established their own medical institutions, only Konoha has a fully functioning hospital, with Sunagakure's toxic practitioners being a half-hearted effort at best. Iwagakure's medical facilities are severely lacking in the necessary medical ninjutsu. Having finally produced a medical genius, it would be prudent to cultivate her talents rather than pursue the arduous path of manipulating bees. It would be far more beneficial to nurture several competent medical ninjas to establish a solid training framework for Iwagakure's hospital. Unfortunately, due to a lack of relevant knowledge and insufficient chakra, the sparrow bee can only sense the potential for organ regeneration through her acute intuition regarding life. Her plan is to tentatively explore this possibility, and if direct attempts fail, to discreetly transport the corpses of Hyuga ninjas away. As a reincarnated individual, the Sparrow Bee is still far from mastering the powers of any world. She can only draw upon her previous life as a reference. The reincarnated ninja utilizes chakra, and while the effects of her techniques may seem similar, they lack the extraordinary abilities or sage techniques of her former life. Only in the celestial realm of the purple poison sky can the Sparrow Bee reclaim her past glory, surveying the ninja world from above. In the purple poison sky, the Sparrow Bee is invincible. That which eludes the ninja bee is easily accomplished by her celestial incarnation. By leveraging the connection between her past and present, she establishes a summoning contract, making it possible to convey items through summoning techniques. The poison bees in her possession are cultivated from the resources of the purple poison sky. A slight exertion from the purple poison sky is sufficient to instill terror within the ninja world. Currently, the poison bees are merely the extent of her control. Within the purple poison sky, such trivial entities would not even be deemed worthy of existence. During the cultivation of the poison bees, her greatest concern was not the myriad toxic creatures nurtured in her previous life, but rather the fact that the ninja bees from the ninja world cannot withstand the venom of the purple poison sky. The air is thick with toxins, saturating every inch of land and drop of water. The skies are laden with poisonous clouds, and the winds carry deadly miasma. No flower or blade of grass escapes untainted. The ninja bees, raised by the Mizukage, willingly risk their lives upon entering the purple poison sky, often succumbing in an instant. For the first time, the Sparrow Bee endeavors to reduce the toxicity, painstakingly clearing a small patch of land with diminished poison levels, allowing the ninja bees to survive. This effort transforms the dire situation from losing one for every arrival to 100 thriving. A swarm of barely surviving ninja bees, under the relentless pressure of their merciless master, eventually adapt to thrive in the purple poison sky, resulting in the poison bees she now commands. To implement her regeneration plan, the Sparrow Bee meticulously purifies the area once more, crafting a starkly incongruent zone devoid of toxins. All is in place, awaiting a fortunate Hyuga. Chapter 5. The swarm prepared for an emergency reversal summoning. Her life is paramount, and self-preservation takes precedence. A summoning technique that can be activated at any moment serves as a life-saving measure. Once initiated, the reversal summoning will transport her directly from the land of grass back to the purple poison sky. The advantages of space-time ninjutsu during an escape are unparalleled. Overcoming all obstacles, even the most meticulously crafted containment becomes futile. Regrettably, its efficacy diminishes after the first use. As soon as the poison bees are revealed, Konoha becomes wary. And after the first activation of the reversal summoning, it is only natural for them to devise countermeasures. Ultimately, Konoha is the village most adept at summoning techniques. With its legendary Sannin, who rose to prominence during the Second Ninja World War, all masters of this art. The third Hokage's renown includes his summoning beast, the King of Monkey, alongside his mastery of the 5 elemental jutsu, while the second Hokage's reanimation jutsu and the first Hokage's 5 heavy gates are also summoning techniques. Is it truly difficult for Konoha, skilled in summoning arts, to counter the reversal summoning? At least, the Sparrow Bee believes it is not. With a smirk, she pulls her collar to reveal her left shoulder, where a striking purple-black bee totem contrasts sharply against her fair skin. Upon closer examination with a magnifying glass, one would discern that each intricate line of the bee totem is composed of a myriad of venomous bee patterns. This palm-sized totem conceals countless venomous bees, sufficient to induce a state of panic in individuals afflicted with a fear of clusters, and it evokes profound discomfort in the general observer. Bee pattern technique, release. With a commanding shout, the totem upon the shoulder of the young bee master begins to writhe, and one by one, the venomous bees emerge from the totem, soaring into the sky. As the last bee that constituted the totem flaps its wings and ascends, the totem on the young master's shoulder vanishes entirely. The so-called bee pattern technique is a secret method for storing swarms of bees, allowing for convenient transport. Upon execution, the swarm transforms into a design inscribed upon the skin, enabling the user to release them with mere thought, without the need for the elaborate rituals of blood and seals, thus reconstituting the swarm for offensive maneuvers against foes, an exceptionally practical ninjutsu. Crucially, The chakra expenditure for the bee pattern technique occurs solely during the embedding of the venomous bees to form the totem. Releasing the bees incurs no chakra cost. A vital aspect for the young bee master, merely 8 years of age, whose body remains underdeveloped and whose chakra reserves are tragically meager. Come forth. It is time to create a commotion. Within a 100-mile radius, 10 unremarkable patches of grass suddenly collapse, revealing beehives larger than houses beneath. From the hexagonal openings, a multitude of ninja bees emerge, unfurling their wings as they ascend toward the heavens. Hundreds, thousands, millions, an unfathomable number of bees take flight, coalescing into a massive swarm that blots out the sky like a dark cloud. Not good. Several individuals wearing sunglasses gaze upward, noticing tiny black specks swirling around them. Ninjas with pure white eyes exhibit visible tension, their temples bulging. A robust ninja dog emits a low howl, reacting to its equally twitching master. At the Konoha encampment, the reconnaissance ninjas exchange glances. Urgent report to Lord Jiraiya. The moment the swarm ascends, the commotion is impossible to conceal, nor is there any need to hide it. The Oil Woman clan's ninjas are the first to detect the swarm, followed closely by the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, with a barrage of alarms swiftly echoing throughout the Konoha camp. Simultaneously, at the Rock Hidden camp, a middle-aged man with red hair and a matching beard, his visage marked by gray streaks from ear to nose, shields his eyes with a hand and peers into the distance. This is no trivial disturbance. The young lady from the Aburame clan possesses abilities far superior to her father, no, even surpassing her grandfather. Where's the dirt? Bring it to me. Moments later, a seemingly simple-minded, hefty man approaches. I leave the camp in your hands. I shall go see Jiraiya. The young lady from the Aburame clan intends to strike hard against Konoha, but one cannot allow an 8-year-old girl to confront the Konoha ninja army alone. As the words linger in the air, the middle-aged man's figure vanishes without a trace. The swarm obscures the sun, raining down upon all Konoha ninjas within its reach. In a mere month and a half, an overwhelming number of bees have been spawned, albeit at the cost of their short lifespan. After 1 week, the swarm will begin to age, and in 3 days, they will perish. However, this is inconsequential, for a single beehive can contain between 300,000 to 1,000,000 bees. This time, only 10 have been unleashed upon arrival in the land of grass. She has constructed over 50 hives, ensuring that the young bee master can unleash at least 4 more swarms. The only aspect requiring caution is the existence of venomous bees within the bee pattern technique. The venomous bees released this time are among the most lethal in the ninja world, their potency exceeding that of ordinary venomous bees. Crafted by the esteemed Purple Venom, they are indeed exquisite. The venomous bees previously entrusted to the Black Bee were merely a degenerated version adapted to the ninja world. Both the Aburame and Oil Woman clans are rather petty. When it comes to swarms, one ought to start with millions if they wish to call themselves a bug master. These are not colossal ninja insects birthed from chakra influence. Palm-sized ninja bees that do not number in the tens of millions are hardly worthy of practice. A singular individual cannot command an army merely by summoning a spirit beast. The vast army of ninja bees, comprising elite, smaller ninja bee units, launches a calculated assault, targeting and annihilating sturdy foes. This is the righteous path of a bug master. All techniques should revolve around the ninja bees, with the bug master's foremost duty being to command while concealing their true self. The young bee master vanishes amidst the swarm, leaving a multitude of bees in her wake. Damn it! Where on earth is the Aburame ninja? A Konoha ninja clad in a green vest expels a fireball, desperately repelling the encroaching ninja bees. Beside him, a fellow ninja, clutching a kunai, feels his arm go rigid and hangs limply at his side, struggling to breathe deeply. The taijutsu ninja finds himself at a disadvantage against the small, yet numerous bees. One misstep allows a yellow ninja bee to breach his kunai-form defense, stinging his left arm. Instantly, his left arm loses sensation, becoming as stiff as stone. Gritting his teeth, he swings the kunai downward, severing his entire left arm at the shoulder. Down the mountain, the ninja who expelled the fireball exclaims, quickly forming hand seals to unleash another fireball. The searing flames drive back the swarm of ninja bees, granting his comrade a chance to bandage his wound. Losing an arm renders the ninja effectively incapacitated. Aside from a few hand seal-less techniques, most ninjutsu requires both hands for execution. The advanced skill of one-handed hand seals is beyond the reach of their rank, even if their teammate primarily relies on taijutsu. Losing his left arm results in at least a 30% decrease in capability. Be cautious. These ninja bees are venomous. I was stung, and my left arm has gone numb, rendering chakra manipulation impossible. I must sever it. If I hesitate, I may lose the chance entirely. Gritting his teeth, the ninja who severed his arm wraps it in bandages, enduring the pain as he relays vital information. Let us retreat. If we become trapped here, we will all perish. Chapter 6. Bee clones. The swarms are inherently venomous. After all, without the previous Ushiromiya clan's trump card, a colossal super ninja bee towering 3 to 4 meters tall and measuring over 10 meters in length, ordinary ninja bees are merely palm-sized. Their most lethal stinger might not even rival the weakest of the standard ninja tools, the kunai. How can one engage without poison? Among ninjas wielding kunai, 9 out of 10 possess the capacity to apply poison. The first generation of the young bee master excels in the use of poison, while the second generation specializes in it. To have a ninja bee that lacks poison under her guidance would be quite the anomaly. Adaptive ninja bees thrive on the resources of the land of grass, evolving into rock bees and golden needle bees based on their diet of vegetation and trace mineral content. The new batch of ninja bees carries a fraction of the purple venom gene, inheriting the traits of venomous bees. The potency of venomous bees is derived from the chakra of ninja bees, which undergoes a transformation under the influence of the purple venom environment, resulting in a unique quality change. The venom of ninja bees stems from chakra that has undergone a transformation to possess poisonous attributes. Highly toxic chakra affects only those ninjas who have refined their chakra, allowing it to infect their own chakra and unleash maximum lethality. Konoha's medical ninjas are unable to detect any residual toxins, for the toxins do not exist in the first place. Fallen ninjas can no longer refine chakra. The venomous bees given to the black bee were specifically designed with this in mind. They induce death, halting chakra flow, and the poisonous chakra dissipates naturally, thereby prolonging the time before Konoha can uncover the truth. The rock bees and golden needle bees, inheriting the venomous bee genes, exhibit distinct characteristics influenced by chakra. The chakra attribute of the stone bee is earth, with its toxin manifesting as petrification. Once affected, a ninja's chakra can irreversibly transform into the earth element, solidifying within their meridians. Conversely, the chakra of the golden needle bee is of the metal attribute, its toxin resembling rust-like metallic poison. In contrast to the earth bee's petrifying toxin, which leans towards control and weakening, the golden needle bee's toxin possesses a significantly greater lethality. Notably, the metal chakra of the golden needle bee does not fall within the conventional 5 elemental ninjutsu: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, but is instead a unique chakra born from the fusion of fire and earth, often referred to as a bloodline limit. This metal chakra holds a substantial qualitative advantage over the standard 5 elemental chakras. The petrifying toxin of the earth bee assimilates the chakra of formidable ninjas, causing its effects to manifest slowly, while the golden needle bee's metallic toxin acts with remarkable swiftness. The ordinary ninja bees serve as cannon fodder. The earth bee represents the common soldiers, while the golden needle bee stands as the elite, and the poison bee is the ace in decisive battles. In combat, ordinary ninja bees initiate suicide attacks to buy time for the earth bees, which, relying on their superior physique and high defense from earth chakra, unleash a full burst of chakra to impact the taijutsu of average-level ninjas, creating openings. Ideally, they aim to inject toxins into these openings, but even without successfully stinging, they can still create vulnerabilities for the golden needle bee and poison bee to strike decisively. A series of fluid combos, coupled with the sheer numbers of the bees, overwhelm opponents who possess limited ninjutsu, relying solely on their superhuman physical prowess enhanced by chakra to wield kunai and shuriken. The ultimate weapon consists of well-saved explosive tags wielded by Chunin and Jinin, proving insurmountable. Fire release, Fireball. As the commander-in-chief of the Konoha ninja army and its strongest warrior, Jiraiya has arrived at the front lines. A renowned figure since the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya demonstrates formidable mastery of fire release. A single fireball he unleashes clears a swath through the swarm, with the scent of burnt protein and charred flesh mingling in the air, reminiscent of a chef who has mismanaged the cooking. A multitude of ninja bees lose their lives, reduced to charred remains or further disintegrated ash. Yet the sheer scale of the swarm remains undiminished. Jiraiya's expression darkens as he grits his teeth. Wasn't the Kamizuru clan a second-rate ninja clan beaten down by the Oil Woman clan? Was it not said they were on the verge of being erased, poised to vanish from the ninja world? What is the meaning of this vast army of bees? The Oil Woman clan stands shoulder to shoulder. Can they muster an army of equally formidable parasitic insects? Have they yet to locate the insect user? Jiraiya's voice echoes across the battlefield as behind him, a reconnaissance team operates at full capacity. Oil Woman's insects, Hyuga's Byakugan, and Inuzuka's keen noses are all diligently searching for information, attempting to uncover the hidden insect user among the sea of bees. There, Hyuga Hayashi's eyes bulge with intensity. He has spotted a humanoid figure. A mere rock-hidden technique cannot elude the Byakugan's ability to perceive chakra directly. He raises his hand, palm outstretched. 8 trigrams mountain-breaking strike. As the head of the Hyuga branch family, Hyuga Hayashi wields formidable strength, embodying the prowess of the Hyuga clan, renowned for their gentle fist techniques. Every Hyuga ninja excels in taijutsu. However, survival in the brutal Warring States era requires more than mere close combat skills to carve out a formidable reputation. With a single mountain-breaking strike, a powerful concentration of chakra coalesces in his palm, unleashing a devastating chakra beam that pierces the battlefield, engulfing all ninja bees in its path and striking true at its target. True to its name, this is a blow capable of shattering even small mountains. Even seasoned taijutsu practitioners may falter against such a force, and the frail insect user would likely be obliterated. Hyuga Hayashi fixates on the diminutive figure, devoid of pity. That seemingly youthful girl participating in the command of the swarm must undoubtedly be a prodigious ninja of the Kamizuru clan. For a girl no older than 10 to partake in such a high-stakes battle speaks volumes of her unparalleled talent. Yet, she is a prodigy of the Kamizuru clan, an enemy of Konoha. The hero of one is the foe of another. The enemy's genius is best suited to meet its demise. Thus, has she perished? As the mountain-breaking strike stirs a cloud of dust, it does not obscure the Byakugan's sight, revealing everything beneath its scrutiny. The girl's face contorts with disbelief, clearly unprepared for her discovery and the swift, precise strike. She is but a rookie untested on the battlefield. Had she survived the Third Shinobi World War, perhaps the Kamizuru clan would have produced a renowned insect user. However, that possibility may have been snuffed out by him, Konoha's Jonin, Hyuga Hayashi. Within the Byakugan's gaze, the girl's expression shifts from shock to playful mockery as she casts a knowing glance towards the source of the attack, Hyuga Hayashi's position. Ignoring her shattered form, her right hand clenches into a fist, and her thumb glides across her throat in a menacing gesture. In an instant, her body explodes, unleashing thousands of ninja bees that swarm forth, merging with the main army of bees. Is this a technique of the Shadow Clone? Chapter 7, Special Clone? The Shadow Clone technique is a category of ninjutsu, most famously pioneered by the second Hokage. Recently, intelligence from the Oil Woman clan and the village revealed that the Kamizuru clan typically employs the wax clone technique, a clone technique characterized by the properties of beeswax. Given its relatively soft hardness and lackluster resilience, the Kamizuru clan's wax clone technique inherits the characteristics of the beeswax material. Deemed a technique crafted solely to embody the secret style of their clan, its practicality is low, especially since to amplify the power of the wax clone technique, Kamizuru ninjas lavishly utilize genuine beeswax to construct their clones. Isn't this a sheer waste? Beeswax is not mere earth or river water. It has monetary value and is not inexpensive. Utilizing multiple clones can render a mission nearly futile. It seems the Kamizuru clan has indeed undergone a transformation. This clone technique parallels the Oil Woman clan's insect clone technique, considering the recently emerged venomous ninja bees. The Kamizuru clan's bee clone technique is tenfold more vicious than the Oil Woman clan's parasitic insect clones. For the Hyuga, who rely on close-quarters taijutsu, this technique is akin to a nightmare. A single gentle fist strike could transform the enemy into a swarm of venomous bees, placing one's hand within the attack range of the poisoned foes. This is tantamount to a death sentence. Beware, the enemy may be a venomous bee clone. Do not approach. Engage in ranged attacks. Hyuga Hayashi's voice turns the Inuzuka ninja preparing to strike pale. The Inuzuka clan's signature series of ninjutsu relies on close-quarters combat. While their beast-like ninjutsu grants them thick skin and robust bodies, their resistance to poison pales in comparison to that of the Oil Woman clan. If the Oil Women cannot withstand the toxin, the Inuzuka are even less capable. Thus, their only recourse is to resort to shuriken and explosive tags. The sounds of explosions reverberate in succession. In the distance, a swarm of ninja bees congregates, revealing the figure of a young girl through the mist. Lady Aozi. The middle-aged Aozi glances, marveling at the spectacle. Isn't the clone technique supposed to branch from the main body? How can it still be executed from a distance? Aozi holds no objections to the absence of the main body among the bee swarm. To survive on the battlefield, or rather, to endure as a ninja in this ruthless shinobi world, one must learn the art of caution. Every ninja knows transformation techniques. Appearances are the least trustworthy aspect. The caution of the bee queen signifies her greater potential for survival and growth. Upon gazing at the swarm, Aozi realizes that her previous assessment was somewhat biased. The bee queen has indeed matured. In the grasp of the diminutive shinobi commanding a swarm of bees, the value on the battlefield surpasses that of 99% of jonin. Drawing ever closer to the formidable presence of the likes of Aji, a titan standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. One individual can rival an entire regiment of ninja, stripped of her fragile corporeal form. Her combat prowess against the most numerous ranks of mid-tier and low-tier ninjas is not significantly inferior to that of the esteemed leaders known as the Five Kage. Absent any formidable adversaries to impede her, a Kage-level ninja can unleash their full potential, effortlessly annihilating a battalion composed of hundreds of ninjas in a matter of moments. Take Aji, for instance. He is the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, one of the two Jinchuriki of his village, bearing within him the seal of the Four Tails. A beast once regarded as a calamity in the shinobi world. He wields the unique bloodline limit of lava release, a fusion of the chakra natures of fire and earth. This duality of attack and defense allows him to disregard the majority of ninjutsu assaults, his surface temperature serving as an unparalleled weapon. On the battlefield, Aji resembles a blazing war chariot. Merely brushing against him can lead to demise. The tailed beast within him provides a terrifying endurance, and the Jinchuriki, wielding the chakra of the beast, becomes the ultimate instrument of slaughter. When they fully liberate the seal of the monstrous entity, transforming it into a colossal form, no one short of a Kage-level ninja possesses the right to stand in their path. Jiraiya's primary role, aside from commanding his forces, is to impede Aji, preventing him from launching unrestrained assaults on the ninjas of Konoha. Without Jiraiya's intervention, Aji alone could obliterate all of Konoha's ninjas. This is no jest. While tailed beasts may lack the versatility of human techniques, all 9 tailed beasts possess the signature technique known as the tailed beast bomb. This technique epitomizes their destructive capabilities, leveraging their vast chakra reserves to unleash unparalleled devastation across the shinobi world, even without fully transforming. Should Aji partially harness the form of the tailed beast, a single tailed beast bomb could effortlessly devastate a mountain. In Jiraiya's absence, Aji could scatter the formation of Konoha's ninja army with a single strike, leading to a chaotic aftermath of destruction. Currently, Konoha's forces face a similar fate against the swarm led by the Bee Queen. The proficient jonin, wielding ninjutsu, exert themselves to extract chakra and sweep through the swarm. Once they are stripped of their protective ranks, the chunin still retain a capacity to resist, while the genin, having exhausted their explosive tags, find themselves helplessly flailing with little hope of survival. In comparison to Aji, the only shortcoming of the Bee Queen lies in her vulnerability against high-tier combatants. Thus, she adeptly conceals her fragile form, directing her bees into the fray. This frail body is her only Achilles heel. If it remains undiscovered, her achievements will rival those of even Kage-level ninjas. She may not be capable of slaying the strongest, but she can certainly leave only the strong standing. The 5 great shinobi villages have designated a special rank of special jonin for those ninjas who reach jonin-level abilities yet still exhibit deficiencies. Perhaps the Bee Queen could be considered for such a title? Of course, this is but a jest. The title of Kage is reserved for those who stand at the zenith of the shinobi world, and neither Kage nor Kage-level ninjas would accept a ninja of lesser caliber alongside them. Should anyone dare to bestow the title of Special Kage upon the Bee Queen, it would undoubtedly be a mockery from her enemies. It seems there is no longer a need for my intervention. After this battle, the name of the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly resonate throughout the shinobi world. Aji smiles, for the Uchiha clan lacks prominent surnames within Iwagakure, having once thrived in the Land of Fire. During the era of the Warring States, when the two mightiest clans, Senju and Uchiha, formed the first shinobi village, the Uchiha clan did not seize the opportunity, allowing the oil-wielding Nara clan, also known for their insect manipulation, to enter Iwagakure. The foreign clan's integration into Iwagakure was fraught with difficulties, and the loss of their bountiful lands in the Land of Fire, combined with the harsh terrain of the Land of Earth, led to the gradual decline of the Uchiha clan. Two shinobi world wars decimated the clan. The first obliterated the remnants of their ancient lineage, while the second exhausted the newly trained insect manipulators they had painstakingly cultivated, demonstrating their unsuitability for the Land of Earth. Consequently, recognizing that the remaining youth of the Uchiha clan were unwilling to adapt and clung stubbornly to their insect manipulation, the upper echelons of Iwagakure abandoned them. Would it not be more prudent to allocate resources to nurture a few ninjas rather than maintain the Uchiha clan? Perhaps a prodigious talent would emerge. Little did they know that, under such circumstances, the Uchiha clan still produced a genius insect manipulator. With her unparalleled mastery of insect manipulation and bee clones, as long as the bee queen endures, the Uchiha clan will maintain a foothold in Iwagakure. Imagine if the fertile Land of Fire were to nurture a swarm of ninja bees for over a month. How much more formidable would they be? If each time the ninja army advances, a contingent of ninja bees were to pave the way, the ninjas of Iwagakure would surely have a greater chance of survival. It is imperative to convey this message to the obstinate Oenoki. The Uchiha clan must remain in Iwagakure. Chapter 8. Exhausting the enemy resounding throughout the shinobi world? The bee queen remains unfazed. She harbors no interest in the Uchiha clan's aspirations to revive their family name. Would it not be more beneficial to devote that time to training and studying ninjutsu? In comparison to strength, notoriety holds little value. Were there a technique that could leverage her reputation, she might reluctantly consider seeking fame. Were it not for the comprehensive understanding she possesses of the Uchiha clan's stored ninjutsu, requiring new research materials, she could merely accompany the battlefield as a seasoned veteran, blending in with the ranks. The ninjas of Konoha possess abundant ninjutsu data. If their minds fail to comprehend it, they can delve into their very souls. The secret techniques of the ninja clan serve as research material, allowing them to gather resources while simultaneously accruing military merit, a dual benefit. Military achievements are invaluable. Oenoki, the head of Iwagakure, is a stubborn old man, as unyielding as the mountains of the Land of Earth, yet his dedication to the village is unwavering, as he is the grandson of the first Tsuchikage and a disciple of the second Tsuchikage. It is remarkable that a 60-year-old man continues to toil on the front lines instead of enjoying a well-deserved retirement. The first shinobi village, Konoha, was established 48 years ago. A 12-year-old Oenoki aided his grandfather in founding Iwagakure, and having lived through the entire era of shinobi villages, he fashioned Iwagakure into a tightly knit community. Apart from Oenoki's own prestige, the clear rewards and penalties, as well as the smooth channels for advancement, are also vital factors. Iwagakure lacks numerous ninja clans. The Oenoki family is small, comprising no more than a handful of members. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Iwagakure and Kumogakure boast the most accessible paths for advancement. And these 2 villages are the most united among them. The decline of the Uchiha clan stemmed from their defeat in the shinobi world wars, deeming them devoid of developmental value, leading to their abandonment by the higher-ups. While it may seem like abandonment, it was not an act of oppression. The Uchiha clan simply returned to a status befitting their capabilities. The essence of a shinobi village is that of a large mercenary group, valuing strength above all else. As long as one can accumulate enough military merit on the battlefield, Iwagakure will open its doors to all ninjutsu, barring a few closely guarded secrets. Should one demonstrate a steadfast will akin to stone, proving their loyalty to Iwagakure and showcasing exceptional potential, even the secret techniques may become accessible. It is not impossible for the Tsuchikage to personally mentor you, though one must undergo rigorous scrutiny. After all, transforming a secret technique into a publicly shared one implies that the path to leadership within Iwagakure will be open to you, making you a potential successor to the stubborn old man Oenoki. The wasps exhibit no interest in the position of the Earth Shadow. Yet they possess a profound fascination with the resources it harbors. They regard chakra as a form of energy. With the 5 great shinobi villages representing the foremost authorities in the world on this energy study, Iwagakure has gained renown for its earth-style techniques, establishing itself through its mastery of earth release, and possesses an unparalleled understanding of the variations in earth-nature properties within the shinobi realm. Additionally, the unique bloodline limits of lava release and explosion release, along with the singularity of dust release, are techniques of immense research value. The treasure trove of ninjutsu accumulated over nearly 50 years by a major shinobi village is something that the wasp, keenly desirous, wishes to acquire entirely. The most effective means to achieve this ambition is to ascend as the leader of the village. However, that is a long-term goal. In the short term, the wasp aims to exchange military achievements for ninjutsu. While dust release may be unattainable, explosion release should be within grasp. The village's explosion ninjas have formed a demolition squad, specializing in explosive techniques. Therefore, it is imperative to demonstrate value that warrants alliance. A confident smile graces the face of the wasp clone. For now, there is no need for the intervention of Lord Aji. His presence is merely required for support. Should a leaf ninja discover my true form, I would then request the Lord's assistance to extricate me from the situation. Upon concluding this thought, the clone dissipates, and the swarm disperses. After prolonged assault, the defenses of Konoha are beginning to weaken. The sounds of exploding tags have become sporadic, and the activity of ninjutsu has similarly diminished. The bodies of the fallen wasps lay thick upon the ground. How did they arrive here? The exploding tags and chakra of the leaf ninjas were exchanged for them. The quantity of explosive tags available to Genin is limited, as is the chakra for Chunin and Jounin. Only within the confines of the Konoha encampment can one directly access the stockpiled supplies. Otherwise, the explosive tags would have long been depleted. The vast number of expendable wasps consumes the chakra of the leaf ninjas in a most overt strategy. Without employing ninjutsu, even a single sting from a wasp can lead to paralysis, and when the next arrives, it will not be merely an expendable wasp. All ninjas stung by the expendable wasps will retain pheromones, attracting the rock wasps and golden needle wasps as prime targets. The ordinary wasps lack sufficient venom, compelling the wasp to forego lethality in favor of enhancing the paralysis effect. As expendables, the ordinary wasps serve the function of shielding the elite wasps and creating opportunities for their attacks. The wasps strewn across the ground are predominantly ordinary wasps. The wasp has also mingled a few honey bees into the swarm. The Weshiro clan possesses a technique more extravagant than the wax clone technique, honey binding technique, capable of ensnaring an opponent with an extremely sticky honey, rendering them immobile. Honey is a luxury, and a substantial quantity could be classified as strategic resources. This technique is akin to binding a person with silver bills. The honey capable of fully immobilizing a ninja could be traded for 10 of such caliber in the underground market. The wasp has discreetly introduced a few honeybees, specifically targeting those wielding kunai and ninja swords. Should you dare to strike with your blade, do not blame me for covering you in honey. Even the mightiest will find their movements hindered by this highly adhesive special honey, allowing the swarm to seize the opportunity. Once the swarm capitalizes on a moment, escaping without consequence is exceedingly difficult. The specialized paralysis toxin of the ordinary wasps, when accumulated, can diminish the combat effectiveness of even jounin. Especially when combined with the rock wasps and golden needle wasps, it is not impossible for a jounin to fall amidst the swarm. Except for a few audacious and skillful jounin, or those who specialize in blade techniques, most leaf ninjas have abandoned close combat, resorting to ninjutsu. Engaging in close quarters against a swarm is akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The wasp's objective is to compel them to use ninjutsu. Chakra is a fusion of mental and physical energy, and excessive depletion is detrimental to the body. Overexertion of physical energy will inevitably lead to collapse. Many prodigious ninjas who gained fame in their youth faded into obscurity as adults, their potential extinguished due to excessive strain in their formative years. The exceedingly low average lifespan during the Warring States period is closely tied to the fact that young ninjas were thrust into battle, employing every means necessary to survive. The toll of overexertion in youth often manifests as late-onset complications in middle age, causing the bodies of young adults in their 20s and 30s to fail them. Numerous leaf ninjas have begun resorting to military rations, using drugs to restore chakra. The more they consume, the less effective the results, ultimately harming their bodies. It appears they have indeed been pushed to the brink. Yet, the wasp casts a glance at the swarm. It seems there are still many of them. Are the leaf ninjas truly this inept? No, it is a facade for my benefit. With half of the expendable wasps remaining, Konoha's apparent weakness should not have manifested so swiftly. They are feigning vulnerability to lure the enemy. Unable to locate the insect user, they deduce the intention to exhaust chakra and are preparing to draw out the insect user. A commendable strategy, had it been a coordinated clan effort. They would likely be unable to contain their eagerness to reap the fruits of victory by now. Alas, I am alone. The only entities they can draw out are merely the wasp clones. Approaching the Konoha encampment, the swarm coalesces into a clone, hands clasped together. Wasp vision technique. The swarm becomes the eyes of the clone. Indeed, there are gaps in the encirclement, and in several concealed areas, leaf jounin are resting and recuperating. Those locations are fortified with specific medicinal compounds, which the wasps instinctively detest, causing them to steer clear and granting the leaf ninjas a moment to breathe. Without the insect user's control, the swarm, driven solely by instinct, behaves as mindless shells, instinctively avoiding what they abhor. The leaf ninjas have recognized and exploited this to create concealed resting points, maintaining their condition. The oil woman's insect repellent medicine, employing clever tricks. Such a highly targeted substance could only have been swiftly procured by the oil woman clan, who share the same profession as insect users. The resting places are well hidden. At least from a distance, they are nearly undetectable. Were there indeed an insect user directing operations, or if Iwagakure were to seize the opportunity to launch an attack? When the enemy ninjas reveal their true strength in response to the weakness feigned by the leaf ninjas, it is likely that those who have been beleaguered by the desperate tactics of the swarm would not hesitate to tear away their facade of weakness and unleash their true power, delivering a devastating blow to their adversaries. Even if the enemy is not drawn out, the rotation will benefit the leaf ninjas in maintaining their combat readiness against potential threats. There are indeed astute individuals within the Konoha encampment, quickly reacting to an unforeseen situation and utilizing available resources to establish such a trap. Unfortunately, the hastily arranged layout is rather crude. The insect repellent medicine is highly effective, and the wasps will actively avoid it. The mindless wasps remain oblivious to the reason. While the astute insect users can easily discern the anomaly, the wasp, having grasped the situation, fully disperses to sense, uncovering the sudden voids where the swarm ought to cover. These gaps are glaringly evident, more so than a bonfire in the night. Utilizing the wasp vision technique, the wasps see as the clone sees. The wasps completely encircle the Konoha encampment, leaving no blind spots. The condition of the Konoha encampment is laid bare before the wasp. With focused observation, several rotation points are easily discerned. Once a trap is exposed, its effectiveness diminishes significantly. Relying on rotation for recovery is commendable, but I cannot allow it to continue. Sao despair. Insect manipulation technique. Body-piercing strike. Chapter 9. Rock spike rain and toad oil fireball. With hands clasped together, the chakra points simulated by the clone's technique connect, unleashing a formidable chakra explosion. The technique of the bee clone was originally devised to address the issue of insufficient chakra in the hornet. The hornet, lacking adequate physical energy, could not afford to excessively refine its chakra without jeopardizing its future. In contrast, the ninja bee possessed sufficient physical energy and was not burdened by such concerns. Although a single ninja bee had limited physical energy, when gathered in numbers ranging from a few hundred to tens of thousands, their collective energy became astonishingly substantial, far surpassing that of the frail 8-year-old hornet. With the aid of the ninja bee's physical energy, the reincarnator's vast mental energy could be unleashed, allowing for the extraction of a tremendous amount of in attribute chakra. The main body, constrained by its chakra, struggled to perform certain jutsu. However, the bee clone was free to unleash them without restraint. After all, it was not their own life at stake. They were willing to expend it without hesitation. The will dominated the body, ruthlessly extracting the final potential from every cell. Countless dried embers scattered. The ninja bees that the clone relied upon were reduced to mere remnants, devoid of their support, causing the clone's stability to wane, its form beginning to twist and swell as if it were on the brink of explosion. Yet, thanks to the constraint of will, There was still a moment before detonation. This brief interval was sufficient. The chakra, harvested at the cost of thousands of ninja bees' lives, was entirely channeled into the technique, halting the clone's expansion. The colossal chakra consumption deflated its form like a punctured balloon. Once the chakra was exhausted, the clone vanished, leaving behind only a blanket of ash. Its mission had been fulfilled. The will of the insect user transmitted through the chakra, empowering all designated ninja bees through a mental connection. One by one, the yellow, rock-patterned ninja bees congregated, their sharp stingers aimed at the Leaf Village camp. Be cautious. Those ninja bees are acting strangely, warned a Hyuga ninja, veins bulging around his eyes. Through the activated Byakugan, the chakra-laden bees appeared to be engulfed in flame-like chakra, a clear indication of an impending explosion. How could such diminutive creatures generate such astonishing chakra? The Hyuga ninja soon received his answer. The chakra was formidable, but it came at the cost of their very lives. As the ninja bees excessively refined their chakra, their bodies began to disintegrate, yet they remained undeterred, pouring every ounce of life-earned chakra into their stingers. The so-called self-sacrificial stinger, true to its name, was a brutal technique that required sacrificing oneself to deliver the most potent strike. Naturally, it was the lives of the ninja bees that were sacrificed. With a swift motion, the tiny stingers were launched, and the bodies of the ninja bees crumbled entirely, their life essence merging with the stingers, which were propelled forward solely to vanquish their foes. The rapidly flying stingers, imbued with immense earth attribute chakra, generated solid rock layers during their flight. By the time the stingers struck the Leaf Village camp, what had originally been merely the size of a finger had transformed into three-sided rock spikes exceeding half a meter in length. A torrential downpour of rock spikes rained down upon the Leaf Village camp, crashing down upon them. Summoning technique. As white smoke billowed, obscuring the camp, the rock spikes fell into the mist, intercepted by a sturdy metallic object, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. As the smoke cleared, a massive pot lid was revealed. Bristling with rock spikes, it had successfully blocked the majority of them, safeguarding the Leaf Village camp. As the lid was lifted, it revealed a colossal toad towering over 10 meters high. Jiraiya stood atop the toad's head, gazing with trepidation at the densely packed rock spikes embedded in the shield. If even the toad's shield could be penetrated, what would happen if these spikes struck a human? Jiraiya shuddered. While he was not particularly afraid, his own technique, the needle jizo, could withstand such sharp spikes. The other leaf ninjas might not fare as well. The rock spikes did not come from a single direction. The toad's shield could only defend against one side. The spikes approaching from other angles, albeit fewer in number, were still deadly. The large hole in the nearby earthen wall bore testament to this fact. Several resting chunin, hastily mobilized under the guidance of their jonin leader, attempted to erect a defensive earth release wall, only to be pierced through by the rock spikes. The relentless projectiles pinned the unfortunate leaf ninja to the ground, rendering them irretrievable. Damn it! Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya looked down at the toad beneath him. Thank you. I owe you one this time. Toadkin, are you alright? The toad, too, bore rock spikes embedded in its body. However, given its colossal size, the wounds inflicted were relatively minor. The injuries that would be fatal to a human were mere superficial wounds for such a great beast. Earlier, in an effort to protect the leaf ninjas, Toadkin had steadfastly endured the barrage of rock spikes, the frontmost ones being blocked by the shield, while his sides and back had taken the brunt of the assault. Now, blood flowed in torrents from the wounds like a small stream. It's all right, the toad murmured. Though I feel useless, I can still hold on. Jiraiya sighed in relief. As the contract holder of Mount Myaboku, his closest ally among the toads was Fukusaku, but he shared a strong bond with Toadkin as well. Forged through countless battles fought side by side. Toadkin, prepare the oil. We can't continue like this. A large-scale fire and lightning technique will be most effective against the swarm. Luckily, I am quite adept in fire release techniques. He knew he had to eliminate these pesky ninja bees in one fell swoop. If this dragged on any longer, the Iwagakure would launch their assault, and the leaf ninjas would not be able to withstand it. The leaf was already engaged on two fronts. If he faltered here, it would trigger a chain reaction he did not wish to witness. Currently, only Iwagakure and Sunagakure had entered the fray. Humogakure and Sunagakure were entangled in conflict, attempting to seize a piece of the pie during the absence of the third Kazekage. If he were to falter here, the leaf would appear vulnerable, and the brutish yet cunning warriors of Iwagakure would likely set their sights on them. This was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. The Leaf Village could handle a 1-on-2 situation, but a 1-on-3 would be arduous. If the Leaf were to suffer consecutive defeats, even the distant land of Water's Kirigakure would likely join the fray. At that point, the 4 great ninja villages would besiege the Leaf, plunging it into peril. All fire users, gather together. The toad closed its mouth, cheeks puffing up as it prepared something. Jiraiya formed hand seals, mirroring the toad's action. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. Jiraiya's fire technique combined with the toad's expelled oil, igniting into a vast sea of flames. What a powerful jutsu. The bee clone watching from afar was deeply impressed. The combination of fire and flammable oil significantly amplified its power, a common yet effective strategy. In a previous life, he had witnessed the combination of fire dragons and oil dragons achieving a potency greater than the sum of its parts. However, this was the first time he had encountered it in this life, primarily because oil was difficult to procure. Fire release techniques were abundant. Yet the ability to transform chakra into oil seemed unique. Toad oil flame. Is this a technique exclusive to Mount Myaboku? The legendary summoning beasts of the 3 great sage lands had piqued the hornet's interest. If the 5 great ninja villages represent the pinnacle of human shinobi, then the 3 great sanctuaries epitomize the apex of all summoned beasts. Unlike the less than 50 years of history that the 5 great villages boast, the legends and histories of the 3 great sanctuaries are timeless, their origins lost to the annals of time. Such ancient entities are expected to wield profound and miraculous ninjutsu. As the chronicles of the 3 great sanctuaries unfold, a shadow clone observes the lifeless body beneath its feet. A pair of eyes fades from view, and beneath the unfastened forehead protector, the slowly vanishing dark green curse mark reveals its identity, a Hyuga branch family ninja. Chapter 10. Tidying the battlefield with practiced ease. The shinobi retrieves a scroll to seal the corpses. Securing the body of the Hyuga branch family marks the completion of half his objective. This is the last remaining member of the Hyuga branch family outside the Konoha encampment. At this moment, the scattered ninja squads outside the Konoha camp have been completely annihilated. Each shadow clone navigates the battlefield, selecting corpses of value. The Hyuga clan holds the highest worth, followed by the Aburame, Inuzuka, and Nara clans. Apart from the secret techniques of the ninja clans, the Jonin of Konoha are all deemed valuable, particularly the special Jonin, whom the shadow clone does not discriminate against, accepting them all with glee. Those who reach the special Jonin level possess at least one exceptional skill, and with Konoha's wealth of talent. Those who have made a name for themselves in the foremost ninja village are invaluable. In any smaller ninja village outside the 5 great villages, a single special Jonin from Konoha could sustain an entire, formidable minor clan. Any Konoha shinobi who roamed outside and failed to return to the Konoha camp in a timely manner, faced with the swarm's assault and the hidden shadow clones lurking in the shadows, are unlikely to escape death. Fortunately, the Konoha Jonin are not fools. Upon realizing the peril, they promptly retreat. Except for a few unfortunate souls who strayed too far and were cornered by the swarm, most of Konoha's Jonin returned to the camp. As for those unfortunate souls trapped, the shadow clone took them without hesitation. The bee manipulation technique, which allows for the sacrificial stinger strike, is not limited to the rock bees. The golden stingers produced by the golden needle bees possess superior hardness and sharpness. Moreover, there exist the venomous stingers birthed from the sacrificial venom bees, which represent the ultimate lethal weapon, a true embodiment of death. Having gathered the bodies of Konoha ninja, the current haul signifies a significant profit. Each corpse of a Konoha ninja is a treasure trove of ninjutsu. Once studied, they could be submitted to Iwagakure for resources. It is all profit, pure gain. After all, while the swarm may appear vast and fearsome, they primarily consume the resources of the land of grass. The shadow clone merely planted the seeds, making a low-cost investment, establishing a small hive, delineating a general operational range, and then leaving the swarm to consume the surrounding vegetation and earth to rapidly amass forces. Over 50 hives have developed in this manner. The shadow clone has only expended a bit over 50 specially cultivated queen bees and tens of thousands of nurturing worker bees. Such hives, prepared explicitly for warfare, can burgeon into a massive army of combat bees in a short time if resources are ample. All development potential has been sacrificed to create specialized combat bees for war. Their existence revolves around the swift generation of a bee army during conflict. Given the terrain of the land of Earth, where rocky mountains and desolate deserts prevail, the inhabitants endure a harsh existence on barren land. The arid land of Earth is incapable of sustaining traditional combat bees, and the decline of the upstream flow clan is not without relation to the environment. How did rock bees and golden needle bees come into being? They were the result of the shadow clone's desperate ingenuity, utilizing the purple venom heaven to transform a breed of ground-eating combat bees. In a past life, the shadow clone was affiliated with a faction that specialized in consumption. It was not merely about tangible materials like soil and metals, but also intangible elements such as fragrance and gentle breezes. In the realm of practitioners of that faction, everything could be consumed to satiate hunger. Conveniently, within the purple venom heaven, there exists a technique involving poison related to that faction. Adapting it to create soil-eating, metal-consuming bees was not a challenge for the shadow clone. Just as the prototype was being developed, the Third Great Ninja War erupted, and with the village poised for involvement, the shadow clone had no choice but to prioritize the immediate utility of the earth-eating and metal-consuming capability for its war bees. The War Queen bee is a specially concocted combat bee, typically immersed in a nutrient solution to maintain a dormant state. Upon activation, it produces a plethora of bee eggs. Hatching larvae. Once the larvae are born, they consume sufficient resources, shedding their skins continuously until they become pupae. In the pupal state, the combat bees remain dormant, no longer consuming resources, and only awaken upon activation by the user, transforming into combat bees. This process requires less than 3 days, and with the aid of ninjutsu, it can be further expedited. The War Queen bee adopts a strategy distinct from the soil-eating and metal-consuming approach, catering to the enemy's needs on-site. Since the land of Earth cannot support bee cultivation, the shadow clone cultivates them directly at the mission site. This is a temporary measure until a sustainable solution for soil-eating and metal-consuming combat bees can be established. Why is this merely a stopgap? It is not a matter of the rapid production bees lacking potential. The expedited products surpass the original combat bees of the upstream flow clan. In the ninja world, they are typically sufficient. However, it requires establishing a hive and waiting for the combat bees to emerge, which proves ineffective during ambushes and is time-consuming. Additionally, the mission's location is often unknown, making it impossible to guarantee sufficient resources for consumption. Iwagakure, located in the land of Earth, frequently operates within this barren terrain, where only a handful of locations can sustain the War Queen bee's production of troops. Yet, with the ability to consume soil and metal, the situation changes. The queen bee can devour soil to produce troops, and the resultant expedited combat bees inherit this capability. Ultimately, the shadow clone's decision proved correct. By incorporating the soil-eating and metal-consuming ability, the output of the War Queen bee swarm was enhanced, leading to the emergence of rock bees and golden needle bees, significantly elevating the swarm's potential. Otherwise, with an abundance of expendable combat bees and a mere handful of precious venom bees, the shadow clone would have had little choice but to rely solely on its own ninjutsu. The 8-year-old girl enhancing combat bees is remarkable. The sacrificial Stinger's prototype stems from a secret technique of the upstream flow clan, specifically the 1,000 books bee stinger technique. While the shadow clone's technique draws inspiration from predecessor studies of the Aburame clan's insect clones. However, the shadow clone's true hidden techniques, such as the soul-splitting cry and blood bee curse, utilize the combat bee soul and vitality, respectively, showcasing a level of sophistication that belies her youthful age. The upstream flow clan lacks such foundational depth. These two techniques relate to the exceedingly rare realms of yin release and yang release, respectively. And an ordinary insect-using clan from the Warring States period has no business exploring such lofty domains. Iwagakure possesses no such foundation either. Before reclaiming the scattered memories within the purple venom heaven dreamscape and addressing the final shortcoming of her true self, the shadow clone intends to remain discreet. She can utilize the purple venom heaven to disguise herself as a summoning sanctuary, explaining the source of her knowledge. However, her feelings towards Iwagakure have not yet deepened to that extent. Expecting the shadow clone to nurture Iwagakure is premature. At the very least, Iwagakure must first become hers. Once Iwagakure is firmly in her grasp, she will generously invest in its cultivation. Just like the two foolish members of the upstream flow clan, their daily beatings are justified. Meanwhile, The shadow clone has generously shared the improved secret techniques with the venom bees, and if they are unable to master them, it reflects their own shortcomings, not a lack of generosity from the shadow clone. Finally, after packaging the bodies of the Hugo branch family, the shadow clone feels a deep sense of satisfaction. She has consumed all the easily accessible treats outside, leaving only the tough challenge of the encampment. The hedgehog has shed some of its quills and expended considerable energy. However, the remaining spines remain sharp, still capable of delivering a counterattack. A wounded beast is the most ferocious, and the desperate strike of a dying predator can be a formidable challenge. Konoha is the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages, with its ninjas possessing the highest overall quality. Currently, Konoha's elite have retreated to their main camp, akin to a hedgehog donning a shell, led by the Hokage-level ninja Jiraiya. A considerable number of high-ranking jonin and an even greater number of special jonin and chunin are gathered, alongside a multitude of lower-ranking genin. As the wasp collects the spoils of battle, the Konoha camp, having revealed its true capabilities, unleashes a barrage of explosive tags, the sounds of detonation incessantly echoing. It appears they have drawn upon their reserves, and with the collaboration of Jiraiya and the powerful toad summons enhancing their fire techniques, they have transformed the area outside the camp into a sea of flames. The wasp suffers substantial losses and is compelled to withdraw. It is no easy task to breach the hedgehog shell with the dwindling number of wasps remaining. Thus, a wasp clone appears beside the intrigued Old Purple. Chapter 11. The final surge before restraint. Almost instantaneously upon the formation of the wasp clone, Old Purple's head turns. The greater the ninja's strength, the keener their senses. Instincts honed through countless battles remain vigilant to the slightest shifts in the surroundings. Particularly on the battlefield, a ninja's alertness reaches its zenith. Their bodies perpetually primed for combat, leaving no movement unnoticed. In truth, when the wasp's focus is concentrated, Old Purple senses the presence of an observer. While it may seem that Old Purple is watching the Konoha camp, he is acutely aware that someone is observing him. His gaze ostensibly fixed on the camp, while he discreetly scans his surroundings to identify the source of the scrutiny. Had it not been for the conspicuous prelude of the wasp clone gathering its swarm, Old Purple might have greeted the clone with a fervent welcome, a molten fist encased in searing magma, an undeniably ardent reception. Be cautious next time. Old Purple gestures to his recently relaxed arm, almost having delivered a punch. This was a well-intentioned warning. On the battlefield, heightened tension can lead to accidental injuries or even fatalities among allies. If one were to grow accustomed to such stealth, an inadvertent attack from a nervous, unfamiliar teammate could result in unforeseen consequences. The clone may be fine, but should the wasp's true form be compromised, it would pose a significant problem. I understand. I will be careful. The wasp nods in acceptance of Old Purple's goodwill. Is there something specific you seek from me? Old Purple responds gently, refraining from referring to himself as old man, opting instead for a more humble eye. At over 30 years of age, he could indeed claim such a title among ninjas. Yet it carries a connotation of condescension. Old Purple's use of the term old man with lust reflects a clash of perspectives between the two. A stubborn middle-aged man and an obstinate elder, navigating their differences for the greater good of Iwagakure and the ongoing Third Shinobi World War. Since they cannot afford to sever ties for the sake of the broader situation, he feels justified in exerting his age as leverage over Lus. Especially since Lus frequently emphasizes his status as Tsuchikage. Old Purple often longs to retort to Inoki with, "You shall regret this." Surely he has reviewed the intelligence. Despite the awkwardness of being a Jinchuriki, he is still a high-ranking member of Iwagakure, privy to the village's intelligence network. The frequent disputes between Konoha's third Hokage and his assistant, leading to the latter storming off with a parting shot, "You will regret this," followed by the third's indignant, "I am the Hokage," resonate with Old Purple's thoughts. While Inoki may utilize age as a tool against him, he cannot surpass the years that separate them. However, he is significantly older than Lus, thus wielding his age as a subtle advantage. After all, Old Purple has no children to fear being overshadowed by Lus's age. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Lus has truly grasped the underlying implications of Old Purple's self-reference. The wasp bears no connection to Lus, and Old Purple has always overlooked the Mizukage clan. Now that the young girl has demonstrated sufficient strength to merit equal treatment, Old Purple has no qualms about adopting a more amiable form of address. "You need not call me Lord Purple. Simply using my name is sufficient. If that feels inappropriate, Addressing me as Senior Purple will suffice. The wasp readily acquiesces. Senior Purple. Outside the Konoha camp, all Konoha ninjas have been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Old Purple is taken aback. Not all of Konoha's forces were engaged in reconnaissance. There were also sentries, serving as the village's eyes and ears, and potentially its fangs in critical moments. They are all gone. Indeed, the sounds of battle once resonated across a vast expanse, but have now converged entirely around the Konoha camp. The wasps I command are hastily produced. Once mobilized, their lifespan enters a countdown. Old Purple quickly comprehends the ramifications of the wasp's message. These wasps' lives are nearing their end, rendering recovery moot. This is far from favorable news. The wasp's prowess is formidable, surpassing any previous member of the Mizukage clan that Old Purple has regarded with respect. Nonetheless, her abilities are fundamentally rooted in the insect-controlling techniques of her clan, an immutable fact, compared to her grandfather, the previous leader of the Mizukage clan, who mastered the forbidden arts in conjunction with the wasps. The young wasp's exceptional talent is evident. Yet, due to insufficient time and lost traditions, her improvements to the bee-controlling techniques remain minimal. Her combat style closely mirrors that of her father, heavily reliant on the wasps. The wasp's combat system is inextricably linked to the wasps, with her power directly proportional to their numbers. With a myriad of wasps at her disposal, the wasp ranks as a formidable first-tier combatant under the shadow of her swarm, facing the enemy on her own, devoid of widespread attacks. A jonin with low chakra reserves would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Without the wasps, the young wasp's capabilities would likely only allow her to contend with chunin-level opponents. The physical disparity between an 8-year-old child and an adult is insurmountable. In a few years, once she reaches her teenage years, her prospects will improve markedly. There are still undiscovered hives in the land of grass that could yield 2 or 3 times the number of wasps. As Old Purple contemplates how to leverage the final value of the wasps, he is momentarily taken aback by the wasp's claim. Did I mishear? How many? 2 or 3 times. Are you certain? This is no jest. The current swarm has already forced Konoha to retreat to their camp. And yet you say more can be summoned? How did you manage that? Not jesting. Thus, I must ask, should I summon all the wasps for one final push, or utilize these wasps to launch one last assault? Old Purple hesitates. The former option is akin to going all in. The advantages are clear. A decisive strike could potentially break Konoha. Yet the drawbacks are equally apparent. The wasp's lifespans are limited, and once they are expended, the wasp's combat capability would be reduced to naught. Even the swiftest of births requires time, and this period shall serve as a window of opportunity. The potential of Konoha merely reveals the tip of the iceberg. Among the legendary Sannin, 2 have already taken action, while the last, Tsunade, has yet to engage in battle. Among the elder generation of formidable warriors, the third Hokage requires no introduction. Danzo, the master of wind, released from the village of the Hidden Leaf, alongside Mito Kamen and Konohamaru, still possess formidable combat capabilities. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan, which has not yet participated in large-scale conflict, and the Sarutobi clan, from which the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hails, should not be underestimated. The Uchiha are strong contenders for the title of the greatest ninja of the Warring States period, while the Sarutobi clan stands as a first-rate ninja clan beneath the 2 premier families, capable of assembling a formidable ninja army. Additionally, the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, resides within Konoha, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails has not yet stepped onto the battlefield, indicating that Konoha has not been pushed to its limits. Far from it. An all-out assault could decimate Konoha's encampment, and the temptation to leave Jiraiya alive is strong, yet Konoha's counterattack would not be easily dealt with. One man alone could not withstand it. Regrettably, this option was relinquished, and the flames ignited upon Old Purple. This batch of ninja bees should be put to rest. I shall hold off Jiraiya, and the remainder can eliminate as many as possible. Chapter 12. Preparations for retreat and rearguard actions. A colossal tail emerged behind Old Purple, towering over him by at least twice his height, measuring no less than 3 meters. The air crackled with ominous chakra, and the once genial middle-aged man transformed into a fearsome beast, radiating a savage ferocity. Merely standing aside, the shadow clones of the ninja bees trembled in fear. A primal instinct born from the terror of weaker lives confronted by a far superior force. In the initial phase of tailed beast transformation, chakra was borrowed without fully donning the tailed beast's form. Old Purple was still far from achieving the complete transformation that defines a Jinchuriki. At this moment, he resembled a demon risen from the depths of hell. In the next instant, a golden-red chakra, speckled with black, enveloped Old Purple's form, flowing like molten lava. The surrounding environment ignited spontaneously in response to the intense heat radiating from him. The lava release chakra mode. This was among the highest echelons of ninja body techniques within the ninja world. There was no concealment possible once the tailed beast chakra was unleashed. Its distinct and foreboding aura could be sensed from a distance. Old Purple began to run, the ninja bees instinctively parting to clear a path for this violent, lava-fueled assault. As Old Purple harnessed the chakra of the tailed beast, Jiraiya's expression twisted within Konoha's encampment. "The camp is left to you," he stated gravely, before charging out. He could not engage Old Purple within the camp. In terms of raw power, he and Old Purple were not far apart. As a disciple of the Hokage and a contracted sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya had mastered numerous jutsu and possessed diverse abilities. Old Purple, on the other hand, was backed by the Four Tails, abundant in chakra, and with remarkable endurance. Both were powerful ninjas adept in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Typically, during clashes on the battlefield, a gap would be left for them to duel, a tacit understanding akin to the mingling of Konoha and Iwagakure ninjas, effectively preventing the strong from slaughtering the weak. However, this time, Old Purple came without the Iwagakure forces, charging solo into Konoha's encampment. Were it not for those accursed ninja bees, Old Purple would have dared to confront the camp alone, and Jiraiya would have been willing to keep him there. Whether to kill or capture, either option would deliver a significant blow to Iwagakure. Should Old Purple be slain, Iwagakure would lose a pivotal pillar. While the tailed beast may be immortal, its revival requires time, as does the search for and capture of the tailed beast. Not to mention the growth of the next generation of Jinchuriki. Killing Old Purple would ensure that the Four Tails would not appear on the battlefield for at least a decade. Capturing him alive would grant Konoha and Iwagakure a crucial bargaining chip in negotiations. Possessing the Four Tails would allow Konoha to pressure Iwagakure into retreating or to negotiate reparations. A temporary ceasefire would be easily achievable. With a ceasefire in place with Iwagakure, Konoha could shift from a two-front war to a single front, significantly alleviating their pressure. A mere Sunagakure would pose little threat once Konoha unleashed its full might, easily handling the situation. With all their strength, Konoha would deliver a decisive blow, while Sunagakure would retreat to prepare for their inevitable defeat. Yet, with the relentless presence of the ninja bees, Jiraiya had no choice but to emerge from the camp, donning a face of despair, reminiscent of an orphan mourning his lost parents. After all, he too was an orphan, having lost his teacher. If a battle were to break out in the camp, even without Old Purple targeting him directly, the residual energy from their jutsu clashes alone would wreak havoc among the Konoha forces. Despite Jiraiya's best efforts to restrain himself, Old Purple's lava release would be devastating even among bloodline limit techniques. Jinchuriki are never lacking in chakra. Initiating large-scale jutsu is merely par for the course. Without the support of ninja forces, a Jinchuriki loses not only their guards, but also the bonds that tether them to their comrades. Unfettered, Old Purple's unleashed lava release could transform Konoha's encampment into a hellscape of molten rock. Thus, engaging in battle within the camp was ill-advised. The best course of action would be to relocate the fight to the fire barrier established to fend off the swarm. Old Purple, clad in lava armor, feared not the flames. It was Jiraiya who bore the dread. The battlefield within the Inferno would enhance Old Purple's abilities while diminishing Jiraiya's. He would at least need to allocate some chakra to resist the flames, whereas Old Purple faced no such issues. Already at a disadvantage compared to Old Purple, allowing him to seize the terrain would be catastrophic. With a mane of white hair rapidly growing and hardening as chakra coursed through it, Jiraiya, adorned in a coat of white hair emanating a burnt odor, dashed forward, determined to intercept Old Purple at the edge of the Inferno. He had no desire to engage in close combat with this molten beast. Old Purple was composed of lava, while Jiraiya was merely flesh and fabric. Thus, he initiated the Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Swiftly forming hand seals, solid ground morphed into flowing mud. No intention to cause harm, merely stalling Old Purple's advance would suffice. Old Purple, unhesitant, retaliated with lava release, eruption of scorching lava. 3 hand signs completed in an instant, and he unleashed a torrent of lava. A barrage of molten meteors raining down. Jiraiya, already fatigued from fending off the swarm, could hardly match the scale of Old Purple's unleashed power. Since Jiraiya sought to engage in a battle of ninjutsu, Old Purple would gladly oblige. As their fierce conflict commenced, the Konoha encampment witnessed the swarm regrouping once more. From 10 hives, over 7 million ordinary ninja bees emerged, accompanied by more than 400,000 rock bees and just over 30,000 golden needle bees. In the land of grass, metallic resources were scarce, limiting the population of golden needle bees. As they annihilated all remaining Konoha ninjas outside, the number of ordinary ninja bees dwindled to under 1 million. The rock bees numbered merely a few tens of thousands, while the golden needle bees remained around 20,000. Furthermore, the true ace in the hole, the venomous bees, suffered a loss of around 3,000, leaving fewer than 12,000 from a total of 15,000. After some contemplation, 1,000 venomous bees were recalled, while just over 1,000 remained for the final confrontation. The venomous bees were not mere cannon fodder or elite fodder birthed by the land of grass. They served as the royal guard of the sparrow bee, with their total numbers not exceeding 100,000, making losses particularly painful. With over 10,000 venomous bees dispersing, 800 were allocated for the final battle, augmenting the forces with 200,000 ordinary ninja bees, 50,000 rock bees, and 10,000 golden needle bees, approximately sufficient for the impending clash. The divided swarms of bees served the purpose of providing cover, safeguarding the elder. Otherwise, the bees would be lost, and the leaf ninjas would emerge in full force, leaving no chance for the elder. The Leaf Camp has specially prepared a sealing team for the elder, with Jiraiya himself being a master of sealing techniques. It is well known that sealing techniques are particularly effective against tailed beasts and hosts. The rear guard of ninja bees is ready, and one by one, the bee clones begin to manifest. The main body is retreating while simultaneously commanding the poisonous bees to withdraw. Once the main body is distanced from the battlefield, the final offensive will commence. This is the last wave. Let the leaf ninjas struggle with all their might to survive. Chapter 13. The fear brought by age swarming ninja bees cut through the sea of flames, rushing towards the leaf camp. The leaf ninjas, who had just gained a brief respite thanks to the inferno, steeled themselves for the impending confrontation. Something felt amiss. A small team of 3 arranged in a triangular formation. 2 members furrowed their brows simultaneously. The black-haired, despondent girl glanced at her teammate. The golden-haired youth nodded in understanding. I feel these ninja bees are completely different from before. They seem driven by some force, crossing the flames they would instinctively avoid. It appears there is a consciousness unifying them into a singular entity. The first observation was made by the black-haired girl, followed by the golden-haired youth's perception. In unison, they recognized the cause of the swarm's transformation. Be cautious. The insect user has arrived. In truth, they need not have warned others, as the clones within the swarm openly revealed themselves, commanding the hive's advance. 1, 2, 3, 4. 23, 24. Hyuga shouted a warning. Pay attention, there are a total of 24 insect users, all bearing identical appearances, yet their chakra is completely distinct. Be wary, for the quality and quantity of chakra within these insect users differ entirely. Do not let your guard down. While their appearances may be the same, their strengths vary significantly. It could be a singular individual's clone, though the possibility of multiple ninjas controlling them cannot be dismissed. Damn it, if they are indeed the clones of one person, and if the original truly possesses this appearance. Hyuga Hizashi shuddered at the thought of the insect user's visage seen through his Byakugan. She appears far too young, no? One could only say she is merely a child. The prodigious ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, who graduated at 5 and became a chunin at 6, seemed older than this insect user. Kakashi is still a chunin, with rumors circulating that the village is preparing to promote him to jonin, yet the gap between a jonin and this insect user is immense. The absence of jonin in the camp is well understood. They are likely facing dire circumstances. Damn it, is this the genius hidden within Iwagakure? Is the apparent abandonment of the Mizukage merely a facade to protect this prodigious insect user? If she indeed commands this swarm, her influence on the battlefield would rival that of any seasoned expert. The last occurrence of such a ninja type was during the Second Shinobi World War, with Hanzo of the Salamander attempting to expand his territory through force, establishing the 6th great nation. In the early stages of the war, his power was terrifying. The average strength of rain ninjas was half a tier below the 5 great shinobi villages, Yet Hanzo was not inferior to the Kage of the 5 villages. Aside from his impeccable swordsmanship and water techniques, what truly supported Hanzo was poison, renowned as Hanzo the Salamander. He possessed the poison sac of the salamander and had a summoning contract with it. This lethal amphibian's venom was among the strongest in the ninja world. When Hanzo appeared on the battlefield alongside his salamander, the Grim Reaper's scythe descended with purple toxic mist, mercilessly claiming lives. In direct confrontations, he feared no Kage, and with the assistance of toxic fog, he conducted large-scale massacres against the weak. Hanzo's prowess upheld his ambitions and aspirations. Even when the Second Shinobi World War reached its climax, and Shio of Sunagakure deciphered the salamander's poison, defeating the rain, Hanzo was forced to relinquish his dreams. Yet he remained acknowledged as a pinnacle of the ninja world. Indeed, it was Rain that was defeated, not Hanzo. Hanzo did not lose. Rather, without his poison, Rain could not withstand the pressure. The Rain's ability to contend with Konoha and Sunagakure was entirely due to Hanzo's overwhelming influence. His title as the Sannin was bestowed upon him after he annihilated the Konoha forces, only to see victory slipping away, and he spared the legendary students of the Hokage, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, when he allowed them to retreat. Without an antidote, Hanzo could have wiped out the Sunagakure forces just as he did to Konoha. With an antidote, the Wind Shadow and Shio could stall Hanzo, allowing the Sunagakure ninjas to easily vanquish the Rain. The demigod's superiority over other Kage lay in his unparalleled area of effect attacks, which could unleash toxic gas with mere breaths. The insect user from Iwagakure exhibits a similar trend. Strong individuals can escape the encirclement of bees, but the weak face certain death when surrounded. The question remains, who constitutes the weak and who the strong? Before Hanzo, all below the Kage level were but ants. And what of the bee swarm? When the swarm assaults, Chunin and Jinin need not look back. Only a few elite Jonin and the majority of Jonin managed to return. If Hanzo wiped out the Konoha forces, after the insect user annihilates the remaining Jonin, is there truly a difference? Yes, there is. How many Jonin does Konoha possess in total? Discounting the hidden talents of the clans, there are at most 3 figures within the official ranks, including clans. The number does not exceed 50. Without the support of lower-tier ninjas, how can the Jonin contend in a ninja world war? The perceptive Nara ninja, the knowledgeable head of the Hyuga branch, Hyuga Hizashi, and the calm and experienced old Konoha Jonin, all felt a surge of murderous intent in this moment. So young, so very young, to be this formidable before the age of 10. How terrifying will she become as she matures? This child must not be allowed to live. Though they spoke of the possibility of multiple ninjas controlling the situation, the Leaf Ninjas did not genuinely believe that Iwagakure would stoop to such triviality, for it would be meaningless. Aside from thrusting their prodigy into the spotlight, it serves no purpose. Such momentum is not built this way. As long as this insect user survives, she will undoubtedly become a significant threat to Konoha in the future. She may be weaker than Hanzo in personal combat, but the current insect user possesses near Hanzo levels of group-killing capability, slightly inferior to the demigod. Once she matures and compensates for her deficiencies, she could become the second demigod. Iwagakure is not the feeble Rain that relies solely on Hanzo. If Hanzo were to lead Iwagakure, would Sunagakure dare to challenge them? Iwagakure ranks among the 5 great shinobi villages, with only Konoha above them. As for whether Iwagakure would challenge Konoha, if they were not preparing to do so, why are they currently clashing in the land of grass? This insect user must perish. For the sake of Konoha, throughout the entire Leaf Camp, every ninja with a broad perspective instantaneously reached a consensus. From the beginning to the end, the insect user has operated through clones, demonstrating her own frailty. A girl of under 10 years, no matter how formidable, could only be at the level of Kakashi Hatake. That is the son of the illustrious Konoha White Fang, trained in the ancestral sword techniques. To equate the insect user with Kakashi is to greatly overestimate her. The cunning insect user is clearly aware of this, as her main body does not reveal itself. Finding the insect user is futile. Killing countless clones serves no purpose. A multitude of Leaf Ninjas racked their brains for solutions, yet none could conceive an answer. However, soon, they ceased their contemplation, for there was no luxury for thought. What arrived on the battlefield was a swarm of bees enhanced by divine artifacts. Chapter 14. The battlefield is under control completely different. In the very first moment of engagement, the swarm exhibited a combat prowess far beyond its previous capabilities. Earlier, the swarm was well-trained and possessed a certain tactical acumen, yet it was rigid and predictable, easily discernible. The instinct of the insect, the ninbi, became a flaw. The concealed insect repellent powder and the fiery defensive barrier effectively countered the insect's innate tendencies. However, as the bee clones approached, the art of bee perception revealed the issues, and with a single command from the bee clone, the concealed point was destroyed, rendering the swarm's instincts no longer a vulnerability. A solitary swarm is like a barbaric shell, relying on brute force, akin to a novice fighter who, despite causing harm, often suffers greatly in return. The strategy is one of trading life for injury, exhausting the enemy's last vestiges of strength through sheer numbers. With the guidance of bee clones, it transforms into a formidable force, where a mere brute is complemented by an astute mind. The once instinct-driven giant now possesses the techniques of a martial master, resulting in a significant surge in combat power. An uncommanded horde of ninbis stands no chance against an army led by an exceptional commander. With equivalent physical capabilities, numbers, and equipment, the latter can easily dominate the former. The uncoordinated ninbis, when struck by a fire technique, face annihilation. Even the most basic C-rank fire technique, the Great Fireball, can incinerate thousands of them in an instant. The B-rank Fire Dragon technique, mastered by a select few jonin, can obliterate entire swathes upon impact. Jiraiya summoned the mighty toad, Gamaken, and combined its oil with fire techniques, significantly amplifying their lethality. Even the specially resistant yellowish ninbis were reduced to ashes within moments. Although Jiraiya had to forego the summoning of Gamaken to confront Orochimaru, the fire technique's chaotic display before Gamaken vanished dealt considerable damage to the swarm. The colossal toad, towering nearly 20 meters, wielded a massive fork over 20 meters long, unleashing an expansive inferno with a single swing. The combined efforts of fire technique masters from the land of grass led to a swift massacre of the swarm. The ashes littering the ground outside the Konoha camp were testament to their success. An unending sea of flames consumed millions of bees. Konoha, true to its title as the foremost shinobi village, quickly devised the most effective means to combat the swarm. Extensive fire techniques proved to be the most effective against the swarm, ideal for countering their numbers. Considering the swarm's vastness, even ordinary fire ninjas would find their chakra depleted before inflicting significant damage, leading to inevitable submersion by the swarm. A coordinated effort among fire ninjas was essential. The swarm posed a grave threat to isolated ninjas, while a collective of fire ninjas possessed the capacity for total annihilation of the swarm. Thus, in facing Iwagakure, it was crucial to deploy fire ninjas and form a dedicated fire brigade to counter the swarm's incursions. With the recent victories, Iwagakure would undoubtedly intensify their training of insect users. A fire brigade was imperative. Upon reaching this conclusion, the Konoha ninjas felt a sense of relief. Having a strategy in place was sufficient. Konoha has never lacked fire ninjas. The Uchiha clan, renowned for their fire techniques, and the Sharingan, alongside the Sarutobi clan, known for their fire-based secret techniques, such as the powerful Great Fireball, ensured a formidable response. Once the news returned to Konoha, it would not be long before the fire brigade was fully formed. Should the swarm return, they would face the wrath of this newly formed fire unit. Aside from the oil users who were discontented and concerned about the rise of old rivals, the other Konoha ninjas regained their confidence. It was merely an initial encounter. Hanzo had once gained fame through the venom of the salamander, yet now he could only hide within the rain village. With countermeasures established, the Mizukage clan no longer instilled fear in Konoha. The swarm still held strategic value, compelling Konoha ninjas to unite and negotiate with the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans, though its significance had diminished from the outset. However, when the queen bee made her entrance, the confidence among Konoha ninjas waned drastically. A coalition of insect users, with the Mizukage clan expending their full strength to summon a swarm, had risen, something Konoha ninjas could reluctantly accept. After all, they were a ninja clan from the Warring States period, and even the most dilapidated ship still had nails to spare. Years had passed since the Second Shinobi World War, and now a genius from the Mizukage clan had emerged, refining the bee manipulation technique and pooling their collective resources to prove their worth in exchange for Iwagakure support. Such is the mindset common among ninja clans. The Mizukage's bee manipulation was evidently ill-suited for small teams on missions. The battlefield would better showcase its capabilities. Seizing the opportunity to make a name for themselves and prove their value, the Mizukage clan sought to re-establish their prominence. One insect user, terrifying in her mastery over millions of bees, could single-handedly confront the entire Konoha ninja army, undeniably a top-tier powerhouse within the shinobi world. The Mizukage clan had gained another powerful legacy, one that could reliably cultivate strong warriors. The significance of a Jinchuriki lies in their potential to nurture a top-tier powerhouse as long as they remain alive. After all, aside from Konoha, no other village had escaped the devastation caused by tailed beasts. No village would relinquish their Jinchuriki, for their combat prowess is invaluable. An exceptional ninja lineage ranks just below the significance of tailed beasts. Iwagakure originally possessed 4 legacies: Earth Release, Explosion Release, Lava Release, and Dust Release. And now they had added insect manipulation to their arsenal. Perhaps in the future, Iwagakure ninjas unsuited for Earth Release would embark on the path of insect manipulation, shining brightly. Konoha ninjas could only hope that the Mizukage clan adhered to their tradition of safeguarding their secret techniques. What appeared before the Konoha ninjas was a mere insect user who seemed no older than 10. The tale of terror had transformed into a horrifying narrative. If such strength could be wielded at the tender age of 10, how formidable would she become at 20? A 10-year-old ninja had yet to enter their first explosive growth phase. It was uncertain whether they had even realized 1/10 of their potential. As for why she chose to reveal herself rather than remain hidden, the Konoha ninjas understood the answer through first-hand experience. With the entrance of the insect user, the swarm's combat power multiplied exponentially, devoid of any signs of rigidity. The ninjas of Konoha learned for the first time what it meant to master the art of command. The moment the fire technique was initiated, it was detected, allowing for preemptive evasion. The swarm, striking fiercely and recklessly, showcased astonishing agility. Narrowly avoiding an onslaught from the swarm, the ninjas found themselves ambushed at their evasion points, colliding with a prepared attack. The Inuzuka clan, adept at division, and the Hyuga branch, exploiting the blind spots of their Byakugan, alongside the oil users, who delivered precise strikes to the insect nests within their bodies, all worked to segment the battlefield. With an anticipation of their moves and the high-intensity attacks from the sacrifice techniques, they harvested the lives of Konoha ninjas. The bee clones, maneuvering across the battlefield, even had the leisure to collect corpses, demonstrating an unparalleled mastery over the situation. The ordinary nin bees broke through flaws, while the elite nin bees executed lethal techniques, augmented by the sacrifice technique as a lethal enhancement, creating an immense pressure. The queen bees had an unparalleled ability to exploit weaknesses, far surpassing that of the ordinary nin bees. Where the latter relied on numerous sacrifices to exhaust and expand flaws, the queen bees could identify subtle vulnerabilities with precision, delivering fatal strikes. Each ninja attempting to clear the field with fire techniques was marked for targeted assault. The queen bees were astoundingly perceptive, possessing total control over the battlefield's dynamics. Could the fire brigade truly withstand the impending threat posed by this girl? Chapter 15. The Determination of the Leaf Ninjas. The command of these clones must be eradicated. The beleaguered ninjas of the Leaf quickly recognized the critical juncture. The mightiest among them, Jiraiya, was compelled to confront the elder Tsuchikage, leaving the Leaf's forces without their pillar. Meanwhile, the swarm, now guided by the insect user, exerted overwhelming pressure. Caught off guard, the casualties among the Leaf ninjas surged dramatically. Howling Fong. The colossal two-headed black wolf roared, transforming into a black whirlwind that surged toward a bee clone. Utilizing the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, a fusion of man and beast, the ninja melded with his loyal canine partner, resulting in a behemothic two-headed wolf, akin to a small mountain. Subsequently, they unleashed the taijutsu technique, Fong over Fong. This fusion amplified their strength exponentially, yielding destructive power that far surpassed the ordinary Fong over Fong, a formidable technique mastered only by the elite of the Inuzuka clan. With chakra-enhanced olfactory senses, they locked onto their target's scent, vowing to not relent until the enemy was vanquished. Under the manipulation of these clones, the ninja bees relentlessly hunted for the vulnerable within the encampment. The more potent their sensory perception, the easier it was to discern this. Numerous Inuzuka ninjas had arrived at this location. Typically, their unique olfactory techniques, coupled with the deep bond with their canine partners and the clan's inherited Fong techniques, rendered them exceptional in reconnaissance and pursuit, ensuring a robust survival capability. Their olfactory prowess allowed them to anticipate threats, and the bond with their canine partners facilitated seamless communication, rendering their Fang technique equally adept for escape when necessary. The Inuzuka clan's mastery of the Fang technique had seen them through the brutal warring states period. Today, however, they encountered their nemesis. With bodies spinning at high velocity, they attacked with the ferocity of a tornado. The delivery of dog meat. How considerate. Once the Fang technique was initiated, there could be no halting unless they broke free from the swarm. Otherwise, ceasing would result in an inevitable demise at the hands of the encroaching swarm. Experienced elite members of the Inuzuka clan could detect this peril in time. Unlike the fresh batch of ninjas, who lacked such battlefield acumen, as they realized their predicament, they found themselves ensnared within the swarm, forced to maintain the Fang technique, spiraling until exhaustion overwhelmed them, ultimately succumbing to the sea of bees. One after another, familiar scents faded from rapid motion to stillness, ultimately vanishing. Upon witnessing a bee clone retrieve a sealing scroll, collecting a fallen clan member's remains, the Inuzuka ninja's tenuous grasp on sanity shattered. He resolved to carve a path for his comrades, albeit at the cost of his own life. The only regret he harbored was for his faithful companion. In the guise of a two-headed wolf, his massive form became a target for the swarm's onslaught. He endured the pain, and his partner shared in the agony. Without dissent, his companion prepared for their mutual fate. The Inuzuka ninja's wolfish eyes glimmered with tears, his mouth twisted into a grimace, a blend of laughter and sorrow, a wolfish visage, not obscured by the swirling winds, might suggest a madness within. The high-ranking Inuzuka ninja's resolute, sacrificial strike could not elude the perception of the bee clones. As the massive wolf spun, the command of the bee clones prepared to evade the impending attack, yet faltered mid-motion. A shadow extended from the fallen Nara ninja beneath him. Though grievously wounded and bleeding profusely, he maintained his hand seal, sustaining his ninjutsu. The assault he endured was sufficient to claim his life. Yet in his desperate act of feigning death, he succeeded in deceiving them. Indeed, these clones relied on the bee ninjas for information. Avoiding detection by the bees seemed impossible. How could one evade a swarm? Perhaps he was nearing death, his mind clouded, risking exposure. The Nara ninja executed minimal movements to convey information, consolidating his final chakra, awaiting a potential opportunity. At last, that moment arrived. As the black whirlwind surged forth, the Nara ninja unleashed the last ninjutsu of his life, shadow mimicry technique. In his dying breath, the Nara ninja cast his final technique, a mere instant sufficient for the howling Fang to strike the bee clone. Thus, the black whirlwind collided with its target. Thousands of bee stingers erupted, the pure black vortex tinged with dark red. Upon impact, the preordained technique activated, causing the clone to dissipate, while the bee ninjas, compelled by self-sacrifice, launched indiscriminate strikes. The close-range assault bore the brunt of the most significant damage upon the two-headed black wolf. The Nara ninja's hand remained fixed in its seal, his shadow no longer extending. He had perished. The Inuzuka ninja, though grievously wounded, remained indifferent, having embraced the inevitability of his demise. The black whirlwind adjusted its course, guided by its keen sense of smell toward the next target. Earth release, hardening technique. The bee clone, grim-faced, unleashed a torrent of earthen chakra. The quality of the leaf ninjas was undeniable. In critical moments, the injured could indeed summon the resolve to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their comrades, creating opportunities for counterattacks. The oil user ninja relinquished defense, extracting the last vestiges of chakra to summon parasitic insects, compelling the clones to endure a punishing blow. The whirlwind and the hardened clone collided violently, producing a jarring sound. Lightning release, thunderclap. From afar, a bolt of lightning shattered the equilibrium. The 5 elemental ninjutsu countered one another. Lightning overpowered earth, and the hardening technique crumbled under the onslaught. Beneath the indiscriminate barrage of rock spikes, the dark red whirlwind morphed into a vivid crimson. One more to go. The crimson whirlwind charged toward its final target. Earth release, earth flow wall. 3 earthen barriers rose, encircling the bee clone. The battlefield was not solely the domain of the Inuzuka elite. Beset by desperation, the leaf ninjas fought fiercely, having already dispatched multiple clones. While these clones were not particularly formidable, evading the bee stingers made their defeat manageable for the elite. Armed with a resolve for mutual annihilation, even a heavily injured Chunin, adorned with explosive tags, could vanquish one. This was the culmination of a Chunin's desperate attempt to protect a fallen comrade's body. Regrettably, having suffered a hit, the remaining clones grew increasingly vigilant, rendering such tactics less effective. In any case, the three walls of the earth flow wall served to confine the clone effectively, providing sufficient time for the howling Fong to close in. I've hit it. Another clone fell. Yet, a sound reverberated from within the enclosure, akin to something striking metal. The crimson whirlwind did not emerge from the walls. Had an Inuzuka elite's howling Fong failed to breach a mere C-rank earth technique? The earth flow wall, wielded by adept hands, boasted considerable might. However, the one who executed it was not of elite status, merely a special jonin accompanied by two chunin. Their aim was to ensnare the enemy, not to fortify defenses, and they needed to conserve chakra for their own protection, thus refraining from expending excessive chakra. Such an earth flow wall should have crumbled like paper before the howling Fawn. Encircled within the three earthen barriers, the bee clone coldly observed the approaching crimson whirlwind, its arms gleaming with metallic luster. Chapter 16. Conclusion. A tremendous force surged relentlessly, the bee clone's feet anchored to the earth, channeling chakra deep into the ground, absorbing all impacts through this conduit. This time, lightning would prove ineffective. Similarly, the hardened body defense technique employed previously against the howling Fong ultimately succumbed to the lightning assault. Unfortunately, this time the clone employed a hardened technique, but lightning release was no longer its weakness. The earth release hardening technique, relying on the earth attribute chakra permeating its entire body, reinforced the physique, bestowing it with a form more resilient than rock, capable of withstanding physical assaults. Its vulnerability adhered to the principle of the five elemental nature's interactions, rendering it susceptible to lightning release. No matter how formidable the earth release was, facing lightning release diminished its potency significantly. An earth technique of equivalent level had no means against lightning release. Even the Tsuchikage found himself at a loss against lightning release. Why is the Hokage deemed the strongest among the five Kage? It is not merely due to Konoha's prowess, but rather the tangible results of relentless combat. The third Hokage, adept in all five elemental techniques, utilized lightning against the Tsuchikage, wind against the Reikage, earth against the Mizukage, and fire against the Futon Kage. Regardless of the adversary, the third Hokage consistently maintained the upper hand. Excluding composite ninjutsu, taijutsu, sealing techniques, and various secret arts, the third Hokage remained a powerful figure solely based on his mastery of the five elemental natures. Dissecting the comprehensive abilities of the third Hokage reveals that in taijutsu and ninjutsu, he stood among the elite, while his sealing techniques, jinjutsu, and secret arts reached the level of the Kage. Coupled with his lethal composite ninjutsu, he became an insurmountable force. The only weakness of the third Hokage was time. His combat system demanded a considerable amount of chakra, which naturally declines with age. The Sarutobi clan does not possess a bloodline limit, and the third Hokage lacks any synthesized bloodline limit, meaning his aging would inexorably strip him of strength. Even at over 50, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained formidable, yet had lost the dominion of his prime. A creature that nearly transcended humanity had returned to the realm of mortals, now challengeable. The might of the third Hokage validated the unchanging truth of the elemental nature's interactions. To transcend this truth, one must surpass the five fundamental elements. For instance, the chakra displayed by the bee clone. The chakra, a fusion of fire and earth attributes, manifests as molten lava under the control of the skilled user, while the bee clone's chakra appears metallic. This metallic chakra, operating under the principles of earth release hardening, forms a literal body of steel, offering physical defense that surpasses the earth release hardening technique. Even if Inuzuka Ninja and his canine partner found themselves at the end of their rope, even if he were to choose this clone first and attack with all his might, he might not penetrate this steel form. A head-on collision could easily lead to severe injury. The Inuzuka clan's human-animal hybrid transformation, known as the two-headed wolf, more closely resembles a two-headed dog. Regardless of being wolf or dog, they exhibit characteristics of a sturdy head and a fragile body. The Tongya technique utilizes the canine's reputed sturdy head. However, the sturdy head of the canine is merely a title. It does not imply the ability to ram its head against iron. Even with chakra protection, a collision with the bee clone's form would leave the two-headed wolf with a splitting headache, and its consciousness, already dulled by blood loss, would feel like a muddled mess. The bee clone opened its mouth, revealing dark iron spikes glimmering with a chilling light, infused with cold metallic chakra. A beam of darkness sliced through the battlefield, and one less ninja bee resided within the bee clone. The two-headed wolf halted, its eyes wide, pupils bulging, filled with rage. The indomitable spirit ultimately could not triumph over the foundation of matter. White smoke enveloped the scene, leaving the two-headed wolf and its partner, both grievously injured, devoid of life. Clones and their originals differ significantly. Just as the Hyuga branch family warned upon seeing a clone, while the appearance may be identical, the quality and quantity of chakra within are entirely different. As a special medium, the strength of the bee clone depends on the number of ninja bees composing it. The more ninja bees, the greater the energy within the body, and the more chakra extracted. How can a clone composed of 100 ninja bees compare to one made of 1,000? The disparity in chakra quantity is tenfold. The type of ninja bee also influences the capabilities of the clone. A clone of rock bees amplifies the potency of earth release, while a clone of golden needle bees extracts chakra, resembling bloodline limit chakra. Each strand of chakra from a poison bee clone is laced with venom, rendering its ninjutsu inherently toxic. Utilizing methods designed for ordinary ninja bee clones against special ninja bee clones can easily result in catastrophic failure due to insufficient intelligence. Suffering losses on the battlefield can lead to immediate demise. As the bee clone retracted the bodies of the Inuzuka ninja and its partner, it furrowed its brow. A clone composed of ninja bees can release a self-sacrificing spike from any part of its body, with each spike consuming one ninja bee. In other words, utilizing a self-sacrificing spike diminishes the clone's strength. Additionally, the potency of an individual ninja bee's self-sacrificing spike has a limit. By uniting numerous ninja bees into a singular entity, the clone's self-sacrificing spike can be infused with chakra, enhancing its power. The cost of increasing its power is the consumption of chakra. The previous self-sacrificing spike expended considerable chakra. After all, even at the end of their rope, a jonin paired with a near jonin-level ninja dog remains formidable, capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. To counter the attack of the two-headed wolf, the bee clone must expend substantial chakra to maintain its ninjutsu. Rather than engaging in a battle of attrition with a reckless opponent, it is wiser to launch a decisive strike and eliminate this dying adversary. Konoha ninjas are exceptionally strong. While commanding a swarm of bees may feel manageable, pressure only mounts once the clone enters the fray. With the swarm's protection, Konoha ninjas still obliterated all ordinary ninja bee clones and rock bee clones, leaving not a single one of the 4 golden needle bee clones untouched. The golden needle bee clone is not a fragile ordinary ninja bee clone nor a rock bee clone with obvious weaknesses. Although the bees are named golden needle bees due to the first golden attribute ninja bee evolving after consuming a small piece of gold, their true nature consists largely of consuming copper or iron, with chakra exhibiting properties akin to the ingested metal. Upon forming the bee clone, adjusting the ratios of the various metallic chakra results in a blend with alloy characteristics. Utilizing this alloy chakra in conjunction with the earth release hardening technique creates a physical defense that is truly indestructible. Most physical and ninjutsu attacks fail to breach this layer of defense. Ultimately, a Hyuga ninja, sacrificing his fingers, confronted the bee clone's steel skin directly, utilizing his bones to disrupt chakra flow through his gentle fist technique, thereby dismantling the hardening technique. Deprived of its steel protection, the bee clone became the target of concentrated fire, transforming into a storm of steel needles. The retreating Hyuga ninja underestimated the potency of the golden needle bee's self-sacrificing spike, resulting in a body punctured with numerous needles. Someone dragged him away, leaving his survival uncertain. Meanwhile, Konoha ninjas were already able to assist the injured. After all, while Konoha ninjas sustained losses, the swarm also suffered. The remaining ninja bees were insufficient to fully blanket the battlefield. Only 5 clones remained. The chakra of the 3 golden needle bee clones was dwindling, and the chakra vision of the Hyuga ninja proved useful in identifying the clone with the most abundant chakra. The 2 poison bee clones also exhibited signs of depletion, compared to the hardened, resilient golden needle bee clones. The poison bee clones needed to rely on venom to repel Konoha ninjas. Had it not been for the concern that the poison bee clones might unleash a wave of toxic spikes like the other 3 clones, they would have been eliminated long ago. Is this the end? The golden needle bee clone's gaze remained indifferent. After forming hand seals, it struck the ground with its palm. Summoning technique. Summoning a swarm of venomous bees to launch an attack, she transformed into a multitude of iron stingers. Not only she, but the other 4 clones made the same decision. Apart from the summoned venomous bees, the 4 clones, along with the remaining bee swarm, became the very materials for a self-sacrificing strike. The final wave of assault would reveal how many Leaf Village ninjas could endure. Chapter 17. Aftermath. The Leaf Village encampment, more accurately referred to as the Leaf Village's battle-damaged base, would soon lose its suffix, becoming the former Leaf Village encampment. This was because the sanctuary painstakingly constructed by the Leaf Ninjas had been utterly destroyed. The dilapidated encampment had completely lost its defensive capacity. A retreat was imperative to establish a new base. During the battle, a group of Leaf Ninjas, in their desperate attempt to combat the swarm, unleashed a plethora of ninjutsu. Employing whatever techniques could obliterate the bees en masse, inadvertently inflicting tremendous damage upon their own encampment. Indeed, the destruction of the Leaf Village was wrought by its own ninjas. The weak and helpless bees merely found themselves within the confines of the Leaf encampment. Fires raged, thunder struck, and torrents of water flooded, leaving traces of the Leaf Ninjas' techniques everywhere. The scorched remnants were most prominent, as the fire release techniques yielded the greatest results, turning a significant portion of the camp to ashes. Jiraiya sat within a partially collapsed tent, grimacing as he treated his wounds. In the current state of the Leaf encampment, this half-destroyed tent was among the better accommodations. The finest tents were busy tending to the injured, while the tent allocated to Jiraiya, despite its damage, was considered top tier. Gazing at the report delivered by the bandaged Nara ninja, Jiraiya's heart sank. The remaining Leaf ninjas were all injured. There had been losses among the Jonin and Special Jonin, while the Chunin had suffered grievously, and the Genin were few and far between. The Genin were relatively expendable. The Leaf could always draft more. However, the Chunin represented the elite, the grassroots officers of the ninja army, essential for command and not so easily replaced. The Special Jonin, the pillars of elite strength and upper echelons of the village, were each nurtured through immense effort. Crucially, the medical and sensory ninjas had been specifically targeted, with the medical ninjas wiped out entirely and the sensory ninjas suffering heavy casualties. The swarm had systematically hunted them down. The surviving sensory ninjas, primarily those from the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans, had paid a hefty price, losing one partner to severe injury and another to death. The pure sensory ninjas had all perished, just as the purely medical ninjas had. The Leaf ninjas had given their all, with many sacrificing themselves to protect their comrades. Yet the relentless swarm breached their defenses, slaying these support-oriented ninjas. Within the tents, those tending to the wounded were merely novices with a smattering of medical ninjutsu skills. Jiraiya held little hope for their proficiency. His understanding of medical ninjutsu, coupled with a teammate renowned for unparalleled healing skills, made Jiraiya acutely aware of its professional demands. The makeshift medical ninjas were only capable of emergency care. Ensuring survival was deemed a success, while disability loomed as a high probability, and lingering aftereffects were unavoidable. Without professional medical ninjas, many who could have been saved would perish, and those who could heal would be left disabled and retired. Moreover, the 2 toxic clones and the final swarm of venomous bees had discovered the encampment stockpiles, with vast amounts of medicine and food either missing or contaminated. The surviving reserves were woefully insufficient. The current Leaf encampment found itself lacking in both medical supplies and provisions, and soon, clothing and food would also be in short supply. Ninjas are indeed creatures of iron, but without sustenance, they cannot endure, especially within the ranks of the Leaf, where the Akimichi clan, with their robust physiques, required considerable nourishment. The Hyuga clan, engaged in physical training, needed ample food for their strong bodies, and the Inuzuka clan, while adaptable in diet, still leaned heavily towards meat. Where would one find enough food to satiate so many mouths? That wretched bug user, diminutive in size, possessed a viciously keen eye. Every strike landed upon the Leaf ninja forces. To maintain combat effectiveness, the food supplies in the encampment would last at most 5 days. And that was only because a significant portion of the lower-tier ninjas had perished, reducing the number of mouths to feed, and thus conserving some rations. Truly a hellish circumstance. The loss of so many personnel indicated a drastic reduction in combat capability, particularly with Jiraiya, the strongest force, severely weakened. The burns inflicted upon him could only be treated minimally due to the shortage of medicine, causing him excruciating pain with even the slightest movement. While ninjas are indeed capable of enduring all manner of suffering, as long as Jiraiya remained a flesh and blood being, the agony of his burns served as a stark reminder that slogans of resilience could not be taken literally. Retreat was the only option. They had to withdraw to the border, regroup with the stationed forces, and await reinforcements from the village. It was not a lack of desire to hold their ground. It was simply untenable. To persist would mean certain annihilation when the next wave from Iwagakure arrived, leaving the remnants of the Leaf Ninja army with a 100% probability of total destruction, with only Jiraiya having a slim chance of escaping. The survival capacity of shadow-level ninjas is formidable. Jiraiya, as a contractee of Miyaboka Mountain, possessed the reverse summoning technique regarded as a last resort by the Hornet Queen. Unfortunately, the other Leaf Ninjas did not share this knowledge. Thus, retreat was the only viable course, striving to keep Iwagakure at bay beyond the borders of the Fire Nation. Above the Leaf encampment, the atmosphere was grim, while the distant Iwagakure encampment reveled in jubilation. The bug user pressed her hand to the ground, summoning forth several large scorpions. The scorpions swayed their tails, their earthy yellow pincers spread wide, dropping a multitude of scrolls. After discarding the scrolls, the bug user dismissed the summoning, sending the scorpions back. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of Iwagakure, the bug user unfurled the scrolls, releasing the seals. Gasps of awe erupted from the onlookers as heaps of rice, flour, and dried meat piled together, creating a stunning spectacle. Another scroll revealed an array of meticulously categorized medicines. Wasting food is a vice, and squandering medicine is equally reprehensible. The final summoning of the bee clones served two purposes, one to summon the venomous bees, and the other to use them as a cover to call forth scorpions adept at burrowing underground, carrying away the sealed scrolls, and seizing the scrolls that had burst forth from the clones eliminated by the Leaf Ninjas. With time still on her side, she looted the Leaf encampment once more. The ninjas guarding the supplies had mostly perished, allowing the scorpions to collect vast amounts of essential resources without hindrance. As for the methods employed, if the bee swarm could create bee clones, the scorpions could undoubtedly manifest scorpion clones. The bug user was far more familiar with scorpions than bees. In her previous life, she had been known as the Poison Scorpion Lady, not for a heart as venomous as a serpent, but for her mastery in toxin cultivation and scorpion breeding. Food and medicine are vital supplies in warfare. The enemy's provisions taste sweeter, and their medicines provide greater relief. Additionally, the corpses of the Leaf Ninjas were renowned individuals, easily recognizable by their distinct features. During this time, the IWA ninjas had suffered greatly at their hands. The IWA ninjas excelled at large-scale assaults, unless they initiated total war. It was challenging to gain an upper hand against the Leaf Ninjas. In fact, they needed to engage in total warfare for their advantages to shine against the Leaf. The fallen Leaf Ninjas before them were not mere foot soldiers. They were elite members of the Leaf, formidable foes of Iwagakure. The lives they had taken belonged to the comrades and kin of the IWA ninjas. Blood stained the hands of the Leaf Ninjas, just as the hands of the IWA ninjas bore the blood of the Leaf. There is no mercy on the battlefield. There is no benevolence in war. Konoha does not embody justice, nor does Iwagakure. The unjust battles do not hinder Iwagakure from reveling in the demise of its foes, nor do they prevent it from exulting in the birth of heroes. Chapter 18. Konoha's arrangements. The battlefield among the 5 great ninja villages serves as the epicenter of the Ninja World War, drawing the attention of the vast majority of the ninja realm. Relying on Jiraiya's summoning beasts, the reports from the Land of Grass swiftly found their way to the Hokage's desk. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in silence, a pipe clutched between his lips, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, which enveloped the Hokage's office. Summon the Hokage's aides. The voice that emerged from the haze remained resolute and powerful. Yet the posture of Hiruzen, seated behind the desk, bore an inexplicable stoop. Konoha's situation was dire. During the First Ninja World War, Hiruzen fought alongside his mentor, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, against the 4 major ninja villages. At that time, Konoha was formidable, even in the absence of the invincible first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Konoha had an array of seasoned warriors led by the second Hokage, all veterans of the battlefield since the age of 4 or 5. Despite this, the conflict was perilous. Fortunately, The four great ninja villages were not a united front. The second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage perished together, along with a significant portion of their elite forces, leaving the outcome of the war uncertain. In the Second Ninja World War, the battlefield was divided into two factions, Konoha, Sunigakure, and Amigakure on one side, and Kumogakure and Iwagakure on the other. Konoha, not needing to engage in a 4-against-1 struggle, successfully dismantled Amigakure, reducing it from the 6th to the 4th and 5th ranks. In the Third Ninja World War, Sunigakure was less of a challenge. The third Kazekage had gone missing before the conflict, leaving Sunigakure leaderless and hastily introducing the fourth Kazekage to shift the blame. Konoha easily subdued Sunigakure. With Iwagakure's involvement, Konoha managed to maintain control of the battlefield. Facing two opponents was of little concern. As the dominant force in the ninja world, Konoha had continually endured assaults without ever engaging in a one-on-one confrontation, proving that they could withstand overwhelming odds. However, Hiruzen pulled out two reports. Jiraiya's disciple, his own student Minato Namikaze, had thwarted the AB duo from Kumogakure. Signs of activity from Kirigakure were detected in the Land of Water, likely led by the 7 ninja swordsmen. The AB duo, previously represented by the 3rd Raikage and the last Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails, now consisted of the 3rd Raikage Sun and a new generation Jinchuriki, pillars of Kumogakure's future. The 7 ninja swordsmen, the elite of Kirigakure, held a status just below that of the Mizukage. With Sunigakure and Iwagakure already engaged, and Kumogakure and Kirigakure testing the waters, Konoha was bracing for yet another 4-against-1 battle. Hiruzen had no desire to recall the horrors of the First Ninja World War. The last time Konoha faced a 4-against-1 scenario was during that conflict, with the cost of victory leaving every household in mourning and the second Hokage perishing on the battlefield. During the war, the 3 Hokage aides always remained within the Hokage building. Before long, the Hokage office had transformed into a gathering of 4 individuals. The only woman present, Tsunade, expressed her dissatisfaction with the smoke-filled room. "What are you doing?" "I intend to send the Sarutobi and Uchiha clans to the Land of Grass." Hiruzen's seemingly irrelevant response drew frowns from the 3 others. "Hiruzen, what are you thinking?" The Sarutobi clan was one matter, but the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha, required emotional stimuli to awaken. On the battlefield, an Uchiha would grow stronger with every loss of a comrade. The Uchiha harbored disdain for the Senju clan, often suppressing and restricting them. This was not solely due to political correctness, it was a matter of practicality. The stronger the Sharingan, the more obsessive the Uchiha became. Those who transcended their limits risked falling into madness. The memory of Kagami Uchiha, once a gentle and polite individual who crossed a line following the death of the second Hokage, still lingered vividly, especially for Danzo. Within Danzo's right eye frame, Kagami's eyes continued to spin, eternally narrating a tale of hatred against the 4 great villages. Each use of the Mangekyo Sharingan transported the wielder back to that moment of despair. Danzo had personally experienced the weight of that power, aware that his mental state was spiraling into obsession. Once, he had shared a good relationship with Kagami. Now, his apprehension towards the Uchiha clan ran deep. Each Uchiha who awakened the Mangekyo was a potential unstable factor, a latent madman, and those who wielded such power were even more dangerous, a sentiment that included Danzo himself. Thus, Danzo was the first to question Hiruzen. Hiruzen offered no reply but gestured towards the reports on the desk. Mido Kaze picked up the report and gave it a cursory glance, his brow furrowing further. After a brief hesitation, he sighed. "Danzo, Hiruzen is correct." "What?" Danzo snatched the report and scrutinized it word by word, his fingers tightening around the paper. Tsunade leaned in, curious about Hiruzen's change of heart regarding the Uchiha's intended adversary. Shifting from Kirigakure to Iwagakure, "I'll instruct the route to investigate." Danzo conceded, acknowledging the imminent threat posed by Iwagakure while considering the potential future madness of the Uchiha. With the forces of the Akatsuki and Jiraiya's elite entangled, the army of the dead from the east was overwhelming the defensive forces of Konoha, led by Mabuki Yamanaka. If reinforcements were not organized swiftly, the likelihood of Jiraiya and Mabuki's already disadvantaged forces holding their ground would diminish drastically. "Kagami's grandson must be over 3 years old by now. I will take him as my apprentice." Danzo quickly interjected, signaling a concession. This opened a pathway for the Uchiha to ascend to the highest echelons. Previously, Hiruzen had assigned a young Uchiha to Minato's ninja team, but Minato, being merely the Hokage's student, had little chance of becoming Hokage himself. Currently, the favored candidate for the fourth Hokage was Orochimaru, not Jiraiya. Bringing this Uchiha youth into Minato's team was initially intended to protect and limit him. The second Hokage Tobirama had studied the Uchiha during the Warring States period. This Uchiha, named Obito, embodied the traits described by Tobirama as possessing immense potential and a high likelihood of madness. Those within the Uchiha clan likely longed for his descent into madness, for it was the nature of the Uchiha to believe that madness could lead to strength. To prevent the emergence of a wildly unstable Mangekyo Sharingan wielder, the third Hokage decisively entrusted Obito to Minato, seeking to protect and restrict him while simultaneously placating the Uchiha clan. Given the potential of the Mangekyo and the association with the Hokage lineage, the Uchiha would undoubtedly make their choice. Although it was regrettable that he was not an apprentice of Orochimaru, having any affiliation was better than none. With Obito joining Minato's team, the relationship between the Hokage's lineage and the Uchiha began to thaw significantly. The current situation indicated a clear intention to further loosen the constraints on the Uchiha. If one wished for the horse to run, one must provide ample fodder. Thus, instead of offering opportunities to the troublesome Uchiha, it would be wiser to bestow this chance upon Kagami's grandson. At least Kagami's son had always stood with them. Under the influence of his parents and his teacher, there was little doubt he would align with the Hokage's lineage. Danzo's intent was unmistakable. Kagami's grandson possessed sufficient capability, and Danzo would pass on his legacy to him, entrusting him with decades of political capital. With these developments, it becomes increasingly challenging for Kage's descendants to ascend to the position of Hokage, yet securing a foothold in the upper echelons seems assured. Let us observe further. Danzo's proposal is quite commendable, as it pacifies the Uchiha clan while imposing certain limitations. The descendants of Kagami are inherently half a Hokage lineage, a fact acknowledged by all four. However, Danzo oversees the shadowy aspects of Konoha, if possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen still hopes for the offspring of his old classmates and comrades to flourish in the light. Decades of camaraderie allow Sarutobi to discern the intentions of Danzo with a mere glance. A cold chuckle escapes him as he strides away, stating that he will arrange for spies to investigate the Aoi clan. After slamming the door, a familiar declaration of "I am the Hokage" echoes forth. The three within the room are momentarily stunned, as is Danzo outside. Hiruzen. Danzo's furious roar reverberates, while Mito's laughter fills the air, and Nara Shikaku gazes at the awkward Sarutobi Hiruzen with a sense of resignation. A sheepish Hiruzen rubs his head. It has become second nature. This phrase uttered too many times, instinctively escaping Danzo's lips as he slammed the door. Chapter 19, Village and Nation. Inoki takes command. The intelligence relay from Iwagakure is not as efficient as that of Konoha, yet it is not slow. Soon, Inoki's orders reach the front lines. The forces under Old Tsuchikage are advancing towards the borders of the Land of Fire. The subsequent Iwagakure army is already prepared, with the exception of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han, who remains to guard Iwagakure against Kimogakure. Inoki personally leads the charge to support the front lines. Upon receiving the battle reports, the old man's laughter echoes within the Tsuchikage building. Subsequently, Inoki halts the original plan to ambush Kimogakure. Compared to Kimogakure, Konoha offers far greater rewards. There is no need to conquer Konoha. Merely forcing them to acknowledge a stalemate suffices. The essence of a ninja village is not that of samurai armies under the daimyo, but rather that of mercenaries. The fragmented ninja clans of the Warring States period were unified into a vast mercenary organization, leveraging their size to undertake contracted tasks. This is the fundamental nature of ninja villages. The 5 great ninja villages represent the largest mercenary factions within the ninja world, accepting commissions from the 5 most powerful nations. The daimyo rely on ninja villages to secure their authority, while ninja villages depend on the daimyo for essential resources for survival. To maintain this connection, the founding 5 Kage established ties through marriage with the daimyo. Therefore, Inoki never fears Iwagakure descending to the level of Sunigakure. The current daimyo of the Earth Country can privately be referred to as uncle, while the next generation of daimyo will call him great uncle. The Wind Country has reduced funding, leading to a lack of trust in Sunigakure's strength due to their abysmal performance in war, which is also a factor in severing this connection. The son and daughter-in-law of the first Kazekage were slain by Konoha's White Fang during the Second Ninja World War, yet there remains one son. The little boy is exceptionally talented, well suited to become the fourth Kazekage. However, with the third Kazekage gone and the favored fourth also lost, the position has been assumed by one named Rashi. Who is he? A disciple of the third Kazekage? Unfamiliar. The bloodline of the first Kage must at least command a place among the upper echelons of the ninja village. In Konoha, for instance, the Senju clan, descendants of the first and second Hokage, are in a state of retirement, yet there remains Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. As long as Tsunade endures, the relationship between the daimyo's estate and Konoha shall not falter, a safety net secured by the founders of the five Kage for future generations. The descendants of the original five Kage have proven to be rather unremarkable, even if they cannot rise to prominence. A marriage alliance between the newly appointed Kage and a daimyo would suffice. With the ascension of the second Mizukage, the eldest son of the daimyo of the water country gained a legitimate wife from the Hozuki clan. Yet, what has Rashi achieved? He has become the Kazekage. Yet instead of forging strong ties with the daimyo's estate, he recklessly initiates war. What is his intention? A solitary march of the army. Had it not been for the presence of the first Kazekage's wife and Sunagakure, merely cutting the budget would not suffice. The young ones simply lack understanding. Arranging a betrothal for his newborn daughter with the daimyo would resolve everything. There is no need for an official engagement. A hint to the daimyo would suffice to express intent. The daimyo's budget cuts indicate his impatience, urging a response from Rashi. Subsequently, Rashi retaliates with a declaration of war against the ninja world, demonstrating his complete ignorance of these intricate dynamics. While he is indeed the Kazekage of Sunagakure, he cannot merely regard himself as the village chief of Sunagakure. Such a leader, solely focused on Sunagakure's minuscule territory, signifies a dire future for the village. Competence in combat is a prerequisite for becoming a Kage. However, a Kage who can only fight is certainly inadequate, unless one possesses the prowess of the first Hokage. Rashi's actions have led to the Wind Country's daimyo weakening Sunagakure, already a mild response. At the very least, he is not yet prepared to establish a new ninja village. As a mercenary faction, to sustain its vast scale, it must rely on the nation for stable income. The funding provided by the nation serves as a minimum guarantee for the ninja village's existence. This guarantee allows for survival. However, to thrive, they must continuously accept tasks to acquire funding. The more missions undertaken, the more prosperous the ninja village becomes. To secure additional tasks, a ninja village must maintain its performance and reputation, thus attracting nobility, merchants, and commoners to commission tasks within the village. The title of Konoha as the foremost ninja village is a powerful magnet for wealth. What of Konoha's White Fang? Inoki is well aware. It was merely the suicide of Konoha's White Fang, leading to an urgent public relations effort. With White Fang gone, the future White Fang is eagerly anticipated. It is not a time of war. Graduating at 5 and becoming a chunin at 6 is far too rapid a progression. Only in Konoha, whose foundation is remarkably solid, can the loss of a single White Fang be compensated by the emergence of the legendary Sannin. There is an abundance of talent, so much so that there is even room for factional struggles. How different from Iwagakure, where one can only see mediocrity. Despite the numerous ninjas, few can shoulder the burdens of leadership. Inoki himself is one, alongside two Jinchuriki. The only one remaining with the potential to become a Tsuchikage-level ninja is his own foolish son, who possesses strength but lacks intellect. He is well suited for a secondary role, yet the primary position is best left to another. The distinction between a primary leader and a secondary leader is profound. Take Sarutobi Hiruzen, for instance. He is an exceptional second-in-command, yet as a primary leader, he can only be deemed mediocre. During the First Ninja World War, Hiruzen led the charge and ensured a retreat. Wielding the kanabo in one hand and mastering 5 elemental ninjutsu in combat against a host of warlords with remarkable ease, exuding the aura of a great commander. In the Second Ninja World War, Hiruzen's performance was acceptable, yet it paled in comparison to the first. Post-war, he was embroiled in the scandal of White Fang's suicide, further exacerbated by increasing friction with the Uchiha. A Kage who cannot unify the village into a cohesive entity deserves no better than a mediocre rating. A consideration based solely on the fact that this tactician can still manage some semblance of decorum. Were Inoki to voice his thoughts, he would assert that Hiruzen's role as Hokage is, in fact, a diminishment of his capabilities. The position of Hokage constrains him, preventing the full realization of his potential. As time progresses, Hiruzen's strength wanes, and he likely risks sliding from the second tier to the third. Initially, Inoki believed that Hiruzen constituted the threshold for a Kage. However, the ascension of the fourth Kazekage has brought him unexpected delight. With such a Kazekage, there is no need to worry about Tsunagekyu's resurgence. The third Kazekage had performed admirably, allowing Tsunagekyou to recover from the devastating blows of the Second Ninja World War. Now, with the fourth Kazekage in power, it won't be long before Tsunagekyou stabilizes at the level of the fifth. In this light, it appears that my foolish son might not be so inadequate after all. Just as I elevate my foolish offspring back into consideration as a successor, good news arrives from the front lines. What a delightful turn of events. The Rock Village has nurtured exceptional successors, presenting them with an opportunity to vie for the position of the foremost ninja village. While annihilating Konoha may be improbable, achieving a stalemate could provide a lucrative advantage, amplifying their renown. After confronting Konoha, should the price be right, assisting in battling the Cloud Village and striking at the Sand Village is not out of the question. A stalemate with 3 victories would be the optimal scenario for the Rock Village. It would validate their prowess and elevate their reputation. While Konoha remains steadfast as the leading village, dominating the Land of Fire and attracting hostility, firmly securing the second position is presently the wisest choice for the Rock Village. Contingent upon defeating the forthcoming reinforcements from Konoha, ideally penetrating the Land of Fire, as proximity to Konoha is advantageous. It is imperative to provide robust support to the front lines, such as myself. Thus, to contend with the Cloud Village, the Rock forces are divided into 2 paths. One continues to advance, fortifying defenses against the Cloud, while the other alters its course, heading straight for the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, the esteemed Inoki personally undertakes the journey, ensuring the Rock Village is well prepared before hastening to the front lines to command the Rock forces. This time, the Earth Shadow is determined to breach Konoha's defenses. Chapter 20. The expansion of the swarm. The grass in the Land of Grass thrives splendidly. Lush, thick blades grow tall and dense. An 8-year-old girl, the swarm bee, stands amidst the grass, entirely concealed from view. The towering vegetation obscures her form completely. Before her stands a colossal beehive, bustling with a multitude of ninja bees entering and exiting. The swarm bee has hidden the hive underground, wary of Konoha's ninjas discovering it. In such an expansive Land of Grass, the existence of a beehive is not unusual, nor is it strange for ninja bees to construct their nests. However, a proliferation of nests is indeed peculiar. Now, having played a significant gambit with the ninja bees, the swarm bee has inevitably revealed their presence. The ninjas of Konoha are not blind. With the bees emerging from their subterranean hideaways, the external cover is lost, rendering any further investigation futile. Recently, Konoha's Umbu has been stealthily tunneling in the Land of Grass, only to be relentlessly pursued by the ninja bees. The swarm bee has boldly decided to construct openly above ground, presenting a target for Konoha's Umbu. Let's see if they dare approach. If they do not, the ninja bees will continue to develop. If they do, the rock ninjas lie in ambush, ready to strike when the bees attack, capturing numerous Konoha ninjas. This strategy, laid bare in the open, compels Konoha's ninjas to their doom. The Konoha ninja forces have since retreated to the border of the Land of Fire. Fortunately, Old Purple received timely intelligence. Otherwise, the East Side ninjas might have been intercepted by Jiraiya. At the border of the Land of Fire, the Rock Village and Konoha have returned to a standoff, with the East Side ninjas capable of handling the Mist Village's Leaf, but finding Jiraiya a formidable challenge. However, relying on their numerical superiority, Jiraiya is unable to effectively counter the overwhelming forces of the Rock. Both sides await reinforcements. The Rock ninjas gaze at the beehive with fervent anticipation. In recent days, Old Purple has orchestrated the Rock ninjas to scour the Land of Grass for suitable locations to establish beehives, fostering the growth of their swarm. With Konoha's ninjas in retreat, these beehives remain the sole refreshment for the Land of Grass from Konoha's presence. Using the beehives as bait to lure Konoha's ninjas, or eliminating the grass ninjas who are snooping around, framing them for attempting to steal Rock Village secrets, would yield excellent military accolades. As for any potential objections from the grass ninjas, it seems unlikely, given their intentions to pilfer Rock's secrets. The swarm bee harbors no qualms about the Rock ninjas using beehives as bait. After all, there are plenty of beehives to go around. The primary concern for the swarm is during the initial phase, when the first beehive is established. This moment represents the most vulnerable point in the swarm bee's or mother system. The technique of carrying ninja bees for protection is designed precisely for such times. Tens of thousands of elite poison bees are sufficient for most situations, provided they do not encounter a shadow at an inopportune moment. Once the first batch of bees is produced, the momentum will build exponentially, with ample local resources leading to a skyrocketing population of bees. A single bee clone, a bee mother, and a single day can yield a brand new hive rising from the ground. In just a few days post-battle, the swarm bee, alongside the rock ninjas, has constructed hundreds of hives. When the time of war arrives, deploying over 100 million ninja bees will be a trivial endeavor. The swarm bee's individual control limit is 20 million ninja bees, a rigid command structure where all within the swarm's range are deemed enemies. And upon issuing an attack order, all but the bee master are treated as foes. This capability maximizes the potential of a single individual in command, but under such conditions, the swarm bee can merely adjust the swarm's direction and decide whether to launch an attack. It's a matter of either annihilating all or sparing none. There is no possibility of coordinating with allies. This is not merely a single individual commanding. It is a scenario where only a single individual can command. The limited intellect of ordinary ninja bees cannot comprehend the distinction between friend and foe. The rock and golden needle bees possess slightly better faculties, yet they are few. To distinguish friend from foe, the numbers must be halved. 10 million is about right. As for the agility and finesse required upon breaching Konoha's main camp, 1 million, or at most 2 million, will suffice. Unfortunately, the swarm bee has integrated the intricacies of the Gu technique into her bee manipulation skills, resulting in a qualitative transformation in the technique's power, albeit at the cost of introducing several characteristics of servitude. For instance, it consumes the essence of souls, which within the ninja framework equates to drawing upon the strength of in release. The potency of the Gu technique's soul essence is so formidable that the physical body cannot withstand it, necessitating bodily enhancements to increase resilience. Similarly, an excessively potent in release can disrupt the balance of yin and yang, leading to a cascade of issues, particularly for the swarm bee, whose diminutive form inherently represents yang. Maintaining control over millions of ninja bees without losing balance relies on exquisite methods. Within the bee manipulation technique, the ninja bees bear the burden, allowing the swarm bee to enjoy a tranquil existence. With 10,000 ninja bees at her disposal, the swarm bee can ensure the balance of yin and yang, as the excess in release is shouldered by the ninja bees, leaving only a fraction within her body. In her previous life, such complexities would have been unnecessary. However, should her past soul essence still be intact, engaging with bees would be far simpler than it currently is. Fortunately, the ninja system is not devoid of merits. Chakra is a fascinating substance, particularly in its connection to the mind and its manifestation of property changes. The more one studies it, the more one perceives its marvels. It is entirely unlike a contrivance of ninja origin. To draw an analogy, a ninja's application of chakra is akin to a monkey discovering a human smartphone, examining it from every angle, and concluding that it is quite sturdy, perfect for cracking nuts. The monkey then proceeds to use the smartphone to crack nuts. Is the smartphone effective for that purpose? Indeed. Is it designed for such a function? Certainly not. When ninjas wield chakra to kill, they are merely exploiting the material properties of chakra to their fullest extent. The true essence of chakra, perhaps, lies in its potential to elevate the very nature of life itself. This notion arises from the existence of bloodline limits. Bloodline limits can be synthesized postnatally, and once formed, the offspring of bloodline-wielding ninjas may inherently possess the bloodline limits painstakingly developed by their forebears. Such naturally endowed bloodline ninjas typically exhibit superior aptitude compared to ordinary ninjas. Furthermore, the progeny of ninjas often inherit far greater talent than that of commoners. The mightier the ninja, the more assured the talent of their descendants. Is this merely a matter of superior genetics, or does it encompass the influence of chakra as well? The swarm bee remains uncertain, needing to retract her insights on the realm of intelligence within the purple poison heaven for further contemplation. For now, what can be achieved is the application of chakra's properties within the realm of bee manipulation. Chakra is remarkably suited for servitude. It is not merely the connection between chakra and the spirit, but the number of hornets controlled by the wasp must be diminished. Furthermore, the hornet clone is a valuable asset. With sufficient hornet clones, reducing the numerical limit while enhancing command precision becomes a commendable strategy. By employing hornet clones, the ability to discern friend from foe within the swarm could escalate to 15 million. Without the ability to distinguish between allies and adversaries, a swarm of 40 million is not beyond reach. Beyond that, the wasp would struggle to maintain control, leading to scattering during movement. The only guarantee would be personal safety, devoid of any threat from the ninja hornets. An overwhelming number of hornets, distributed among the ninjas of Konoha, could easily allocate tens of thousands to each individual. The Mizukage once attempted to unleash a hornet swarm against Konoha, but was thwarted by the Aburame clan. The feasibility of a hornet assault on Konoha has been demonstrated, with the sole issue being the necessity for a sufficiently vast swarm, one capable of overwhelming Konoha. How many ninjas can Konoha muster? Engaged on two fronts, mobilizing 2,000 to 3,000 shinobi would stretch their resources thin, risking the very fabric of the ninja clan and the urgency of training students. The hornets under the wasp's command are sufficient to assign tens of thousands of targets to the border ninjas of Konoha, with failure resulting in dire consequences. By dividing the swarm into two factions, launching them simultaneously would bring Konoha's defenses to the brink of collapse. Iwagakure merely needs to remain poised at the rear to advance unimpeded. The only nations to suffer would be the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. The Land of Fire would be the target of the assault, while the Land of Grass would suffer resource depletion due to the voracious appetite of the hornet swarm. The swarm is indiscriminate, consuming flowers, plants, trees, metals, and stones alike. Had the warborn hornets in the Land of Grass possessed greater reproductive capabilities, it would not be far-fetched to envision the transformation of the Land of Grass into a land of hornets, with the flora entirely consumed. Chapter 21. A Side Business Amidst War. Crack. In the Iwagakure encampment, the individual seated at the head has transformed from a middle-aged man with crimson hair to a small, big-nosed elder. He is Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, the highest military authority of the Land of Earth, and a stalwart leader who has governed for decades. Known for his stubbornness, he can also be described as having unwavering resolve, proving adept both internally and externally. The first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, established Iwagakure, while the second Tsuchikage developed dust release, the most formidable technique of Iwagakure, laying its foundational strength. Inoki has inherited the legacy of both predecessors, diligently steering Iwagakure to its zenith. During the Third Shinobi World War, Iwagakure was brimming with powerful ninjas, and compared to Konoha, its only shortcoming was the insufficient number of elite Kaga-level ninjas. While Iwagakure's core ninja quality lagged behind Konoha's, their numbers were vastly superior. Otherwise, the Iwagakure army could not have pushed the border defense forces of Konoha, led by Mabuki Haruno, to their current state. Had Jiraiya not been compelled to retreat, providing reinforcements to Mabuki, it would not be long before she met her demise on the front lines. Rather than be branded a coward for the remainder of his life, it would be preferable to perish at the border. The First Shinobi World War saw the death of the Hokage, while the Second War resulted in the demise of the entire Rain Country contingent under the three legendary ninjas. Yet, the heartland of the Land of Fire remained as stable as a mountain. Despite the harrowing battles waged by smaller nations, the essence of the Land of Fire remained tranquil and harmonious. Should Iwagakure invade the Land of Fire, even Mabuki, a Jonin, would struggle to withstand the onslaught, let alone Jiraiya, a disciple of the Hokage. This would undoubtedly incite a profound distrust among the nobility towards Konoha, a matter that could genuinely undermine its foundation. As the mercenary group responsible for the defense of the Land of Fire, safeguarding the nation is the paramount duty of all Konoha ninjas. The annual budget allocated by the daimyo of the Land of Fire serves as the remuneration for this task. If they fail to fulfill their obligations, the current daimyo may begrudgingly provide funding out of past loyalties, but how will the next daimyo perceive Konoha's incompetence? The nobility will not empathize with the arduous task of Konoha fighting against four adversaries. They only acknowledge that the mission was unaccomplished, equating failure with ineptitude. Thus, including Mabuki, the entire Konoha border defense force can only resolutely maintain their post. Iwagakure, however, is unhurried, without an equivalent master to contend with. Any further assault from Iwagakure would face the formidable Jiraiya. A desperate confrontation with Jiraiya would inflict significant losses upon the Iwagakure forces. Although the higher-ups of Iwagakure have initiated the shinobi world war, the sheer number of ninjas has made sustaining them increasingly burdensome. However, this does not imply that Iwagakure ninjas can be sacrificed without consequence. The leadership hopes to compensate for the lack of experience among Iwagakure ninjas due to insufficient mission assignments. A situation where too many monks are left with too little porridge. Reality compels Iwagakure to hone its ninjas through such means, sifting through the harsh crucible of war to unearth future pillars of strength, but it does not imply a desire to send them to their deaths. The Konoha border forces serve as an excellent sharpening stone, allowing many previously unremarkable mid-level ninjas to showcase their brilliance in battle. These individuals represent the seeds of Iwagakure, deserving of careful cultivation. Facing Konoha's Chunin and Genin serves as a trial, while confronting Jiraiya is tantamount to courting death. A moderately talented Chunin, when faced with Jiraiya, would merely become a target for a single kunai strike. Expenditure of chakra? An impossibility. To truly encircle and eliminate Jiraiya, the prerequisite would be his unwillingness to retreat. With the Iwagakure forces prepared to sacrifice thousands, including at least 3 special jonin, to potentially vanquish him. In light of the knowledge that living holds greater value than dying, Jiraiya's willingness to fight to the death remains highly improbable. Hence, it is prudent to adhere to the orders from the rear, awaiting the arrival of the Tsuchikage. When that time comes, Konoha's elite will find their match in the Tsuchikage and the esteemed Inoki. Both sides at the border await reinforcements. While Inoki of Iwagakure relishes his meal, the sounds of crunching emanate from his mouth. He swallows his food after a moment of quiet reflection, feeling a warm sensation radiate from his stomach throughout his body. Quite delightful. 3 bowls adorn the table, each containing different colored honeycombs alongside a bowl of honey. 2 transparent glass bottles rest nearby, one as clear as crystal, the other shimmering like a ruby. The yellow honeycomb serves not only to satiate hunger, but also enhances earth chakra and strengthens the bones, proving beneficial for those practicing earth-style ninjutsu. The greenish-blue honeycomb also satisfies hunger and nourishes the body, facilitating rapid recovery during fatigue. The honey is sweet and replenishing, providing a substantial energy boost, akin to a swift chakra restoration. These 3 food items serve significant purposes and would make excellent supplies for the ninjas. The current rations of soldier pills do not compare favorably to the honeycomb and honey, and excessive consumption leads to adverse effects. Inoki holds a high regard for the wasps. While many ninjas excel in combat, few possess additional skills beyond the battlefield. The wasp's beekeeping technique is indeed commendable. Honey has long been a luxury favored by the nobility. With exorbitant value, the honey provided by the daimyo's estate is of superior quality, yet it pales in comparison to that offered by the wasps. Feeling that the abundance of combat hornets is excessive, the temporary adjustment of production bees is not deemed unproductive during wartime. In fact, they serve as valuable logistical support. After inspecting the operational hornet hives and confirming an ample supply of combat-ready hornets, Inoki has decided to relinquish his oversight, having completed his primary duties. Engaging in a side business that holds substantial promise is hardly considered neglectful. Rather, it reflects an initiative to harness potential. The young girl, astute and perceptive, subtly hinted at the matter of honey, suggesting the superior quality provided by the daimyo's estate, and gracefully excused herself, returning shortly with 2 bottles of honey. Behold the honey as clear as water, and then gaze upon the bright red, crystalline honey. One is named water-white honey, and the other, gem honey. Their mere appearance is extraordinary. With such visual allure, the nobility would undoubtedly be inclined to indulge. Unlike the honey used by ninjas for sustenance, water-white honey and gem honey have been meticulously crafted to ensure a delightful balance, sweet yet not cloying, refreshingly appetizing, and infused with beauty-enhancing and vitality-boosting properties. With such an exterior and flavor, how could one resist tasting them, especially a noble? With superior honey at hand, might the lesser nobles reconsider the honey they serve to esteemed guests? Would the honey consumed by the grand nobles also warrant a change? A word to the nephew of the feudal lord to provide a batch for entertaining guests would likely see the names water-white honey and gem honey spreading like wildfire throughout the ninja realm. Even Inoki found it delectable, and the nobility would surely find it even more delightful. As a ninja, Inoki's material aspirations are modest. The finest meals he enjoys are those offered by his nephew during annual visits to the feudal lord, which prompts him to consider keeping some honey in the office. This is, of course, an impossible dream for those who live to indulge in such luxuries. How splendid it would be if this child were his own daughter, capable, financially astute, and possessing an astute understanding of noble intrigues, a perfect candidate for the position of Tsuchikage. Without the need for Inoki to hint or articulate, she proposed a collaboration between their village and the feudal lord's estate to sell honey, intertwining their interests while pledging to supply the highest quality honey exclusively to the Earth Daimyo, subsequently offering a lesser grade for sale. Water white honey and gem honey, elevated by the Earth Daimyo, would carry a unique significance, serving as gifts between subordinates and the nation. If the Earth Daimyo were to propose such an idea, Inoki would no longer need to worry about his successor. Chapter 22. Inoki's Little Kitchen. Fortunately, the village adopted an indifferent stance towards the Wizumi clan, refraining from any deliberate oppression. The Wizumi clan received the same treatment as any ordinary ninja, with benefits such as pensions and attendance at ninja school, growing up akin to any other ninja family, apart from their surname. With the dwindling numbers of the clan, the identity of a ninja has become little more than a title, insufficient to uphold the framework of their lineage. The Wizumi wasps, raised in such circumstances, differ from the older ninjas of the Wizumi clan, possessing a stronger sense of belonging to the village. After all, the capable ninjas of the Wizumi clan have perished, leaving behind a few who rely on secret techniques to bully the lower ranks, their skills highly questionable. A cacophony of novices praising the Wizumi clan's past prowess is hardly convincing to a genuine prodigy. Furthermore, the father of the wasp perished early, consumed by imagined family glory, while her mother prioritized her daughter's future over the clan's legacy, having witnessed the downfall of her husband due to obsession with secret techniques. She hoped her daughter would pursue a conventional path within Iwagakure. Although the wasp practiced insect manipulation, her mother's wishes fostered good relations with her peers in the Iwagakure school. As the formidable leader before graduation, she formed bonds with the students and offered considerable protection to these fledgling ninjas during their time on the battlefield, even saving the lives of several mid-rank ninja captains. A sense of belonging suffices. Though not her daughter, she could still be a disciple, and the distinction between a direct disciple and a daughter is minimal. Fortunately, at the tender age of 8, after accepting her as a disciple, nurturing her would cultivate a bond. In the realm of insect manipulation, the wasp stands unparalleled, yet she still lags behind in earth techniques. In his prime, Hanzo, aside from his poison techniques, was an exceptionally powerful water ninja. From the late Warring States period to the First Ninja War, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was the strongest water ninja in the realm, his water techniques surpassing even those of the second Mizukage. During the Second Ninja War, Hanzo inherited this title. Water techniques, water body flicker, combined with his formidable swordsmanship, were flawless. If the wasp aims to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world, she must enhance her own strength beyond her swarms. In this regard, Inoki's mentorship would be immensely beneficial. She has no reason to decline. Whether the wasp can succeed Inoki as Tsuchikage will depend on her future performance. Being a disciple of the Tsuchikage merely qualifies her for consideration. Given her current trajectory, it seems unlikely that the wasp would exhibit the foolishness of the fourth Kazekage. The Wizumi clan still has numerous members, so concerns over potential alliances are unfounded. Selecting a couple of non-ninja members to enjoy the luxuries of the feudal lord would be advantageous. This is not a union among the nobility. As a link between the ninja village and the feudal estate, any Wizumi clan member marrying into the feudal lord's family would merely need to bask in wealth, ensuring that their descendants would become the next generation of the Earth Daimyo. More than her progeny, Inoki values Iwagakure, the place to which he has dedicated his life. His foolish son possesses strength, a guarantee of status, but is destined to be merely a future old fool. Inoki, as Tsuchikage, has no fondness for such foolishness, yet it does not hinder the old fool's position within Iwagakure's upper echelons. A competent Tsuchikage knows how to navigate these matters. If one is inadequate, they will not ascend to the position. Inoki perceives his health as robust enough to sustain for another 4 or 5 years. There is ample time for the future apprentice to bond with him. Should Inoki depart sooner, perhaps the earth would see a transitional fourth Tsuchikage, while the wasp, still in her youth, would be well suited to assume the mantle after a decade or so. If Inoki lives for 10 more years, the wasp could succeed as the fourth Tsuchikage. If he does not, the earth would have a few years under the leadership of Inoki. with the wasp assisting to accumulate experience before taking on the role of fifth Tsuchikage. With a decade at hand, any bond could be formed. The wasp's father passed early, leaving her simple-hearted brother to assume a fatherly role. Regrettably, the Earth has already wed. Otherwise, it would have been ideal for him to marry the wasp's widowed mother, establishing a legitimate and close relationship with her. Thus, Inoki opened the ninja technique repository of Iwagakure, allowing the wasp to choose from an array of techniques, excluding dust release. Numerous high-level techniques not listed on the merit exchange appeared before her. The pinnacle of earth ninjutsu, the secret techniques of Tsuchikage, including the ultra-lightweight and super-heavy stone techniques, along with the details of the bloodline limit lava release and explosion release, as well as incomplete information on boil release, were all available. The variety and sophistication were so vast that the wasp's current merits were insufficient to acquire them all, forcing her to settle for a selection of techniques. Having exchanged techniques, there remained the unique offerings of the Tsuchikage's little kitchen that could not be purchased with merits. While preparing for military readiness, Inoki also took time to guide the wasp in her earth manipulation training. As Tsuchikage for over 50 years, Inoki's mastery of earth techniques is unparalleled. The Mizukage of the Land of Water always ranks second in water ninjutsu, whereas Inoki, as the Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, is the undisputed first in earth ninjutsu. No one understands earth techniques better than Inoki. Despite his short stature, he possesses not only knowledge but an abundance of it. The nature transformation of earth chakra typically follows the path of soil and rock, mimicking natural materials, shaping earth and stone for offense and defense, mud and marshes to ensnare foes. The ordinary ninja trains in the transformation of the earth element, contemplating the use of chakra to create stones or alter soil. Through hand seals, they unleash ninjutsu, causing loose yellow earth to transform into solid rock or viscous mud under the influence of chakra imbued with earth transformation. Skilled practitioners transcend basic manipulation of soil and stone. The earth-style hardening technique frequently utilized by the wasp is a commendable example of earth ninjutsu. By harnessing the transformation of the earth element to bolster their physical form, they attain a body with the resilience of stone. However, this is merely the surface. The earth-style hardening technique is indeed impressive, ranking among the finest in the collection of techniques from the Ushiromiya clan. While the technique is commendable, the practitioner falters. It is not the wasp, but rather a prior practitioner of the hardening technique from the Ushiromiya clan. The unity of the ninja clans encourages the Ushiromiya ninjas to leave notes for future generations, allowing them to stand on the shoulders of their predecessors and ascend to greater heights. This practice is commendable, for even in the absence of guidance from their forebears, descendants can glean some direction from the notes. The crucial premise is that the experiences of these forebears must be accurate. The initial ninja who documented the hardening technique from the Ushiromiya clan strayed from the correct path, leading subsequent practitioners further astray, including the wasp, who misinterpreted the ancestral notes. In the eyes of Inoki, had this group not left notes, the wasp's hardening technique would have progressed at least another step. Disregard the descriptions of a body as hard as rock and skin like stone, had it not been for the desire to leave a favorable impression. Inoki would have referred to that group as fools. The phrase misleading the youth aptly describes these misguided Ushiromiya ninjas. They lack skill, yet still insist on documenting their findings. The transformation of the earth element fundamentally pertains to the alteration of matter. Hardness, softness, and viscosity are merely facets of the transformation of the earth element. There is no true hardness like that of rock, softness akin to clay, or viscosity reminiscent of a swamp. It is simply a superficial appearance of hardness, softness, and viscosity. Chapter 23, Ninjutsu. The flame of tradition. True teachings are encapsulated in a single phrase, while false teachings fill countless volumes. A single statement from Inoki carries more weight than decades of diligent research from the Ushiromiya clan. The wasp eagerly absorbs decades of Inoki's wisdom. Inoki possesses profound knowledge, akin to the third Hokage, who mastered all 5 elemental ninjutsu, albeit Inoki surpasses Sarutobi by a slight margin. Among the 5 basic chakra natures, Inoki excels in 3, possesses a rudimentary understanding of 1, and has slight knowledge of the 2 transformations of yin and yang, with some familiarity in yang release. Sarutobi, mastering the 7 transformations of yin, yang, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning, has 1 less in water and yin. The reason Inoki, despite his mastery of numerous transformations, predominantly employs earth techniques, is due to the lack of resources in Iwagakure. After the establishment of Konoha, the jutsu of the Senju clan were shared by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, while the Uchiha clan, unwilling to be outdone, contributed a wealth of techniques along with their foundational fire release. The ninjutsu repositories of these two clans are formidable. Aside from the rare wood release practitioners, the average Senju ninja can only boast of their robust life force and considerable chakra reserves. To leverage their strengths, the Senju clan devoted immense effort towards ninjutsu. Other clans typically focus on a singular direction. The families of Konoha specialize in various fields: insects, shadows, canines, and mental techniques, which belong to the secret arts. The Sarutobi clan's two mightiest ninjas possess mastery over all 7 elements, while the ordinary clan members diligently focus on fire release, often pairing it with supportive wind techniques. The Shimura clan has remained silent in recent years, rumored to have suffered a catastrophic blow from their clan leader, sacrificing themselves for the village, with all their elite falling in the hidden battles of Konoha. Historically, the Shimura clan concentrated on wind release, making them a formidable ninja clan. The final category of bloodline clans specializes in bloodline limits related to ninjutsu, with some non-ninjutsu bloodline limits revolving around their unique abilities. The Inuzuka clan in Konoha inherits a special Jinjutsu bloodline limit, and even non-bloodline awakeners possess commendable Jinjutsu skills. The Hyuga clan, with their Byakugan, employs a comprehensive set of taijutsu techniques known as the Gentle Fist, which have endured through the ages. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan has a low awakening rate, with ordinary Uchiha relying on basic fire techniques and shuriken, while the Sharingan excels in deadly visual prowess, allowing them to counter Jinjutsu effectively. Despite this, the standard template for ninja clans remains consistent, representing the mainstream of their respective lineages. After all, ninjutsu is a scarce resource, and during the Warring States period, a single or two C-rank techniques might be treasured heirlooms of a minor clan. Generations relied on these techniques for sustenance. Mastering these two techniques, coupled with shuriken and a few treasured explosive tags, marked the culmination of a ninja's journey in that clan. In the present era of ninja villages, paths to acquire ninjutsu have emerged. Otherwise, if we consider the Wasp, without her previous life, she would likely have followed the established path of the Ushiromiya clan, obediently treading the path of the bee. The Senju clan, however, distinguished themselves during the resource-scarce Warring States era with their diverse techniques. Beyond their inherent strength, the Senju clan flourished with an array of techniques: earth release, water release, Jinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, summoning techniques, and occasionally, a few skilled in sealing techniques. The Senju's prowess stems not only from their innate attributes, but also from their tailored instruction, ensuring that the majority of Senju clan members can cultivate in the most fitting direction for themselves. The Uchiha clan, unlike the Senju, remains focused on their lineage's pride. With their blood-red eyes, the Sharingan is unparalleled. They do not require the development of ninjutsu. Once the Sharingan reaches its typical pinnacle of 3 tomo, its insight becomes potent enough to perceive the flow of chakra within an enemy's body. Consequently, the Sharingan acquires an additional function: copying techniques. Against a 3 tomo Uchiha, unless one employs a bloodline limit requiring a synthesis of chakra, one should not expect to retain their ninjutsu. A mere glance is sufficient for replication. Even if due to factors such as talent, transformation, or chakra control, the 3 tomo Uchiha cannot utilize the copied technique, recording it remains feasible. The Uchiha do not develop ninjutsu. They merely transport it. Over time, while the Uchiha utilize few unique techniques, their ninjutsu repository surpasses that of the Senju. This is attributed to the fierce conflicts between the two clans during the Warring States period. The techniques of the Senju are exaggeratedly present in the Uchiha's ninjutsu repository, with a significant portion being accurate. It is not that the second Hokage developed techniques too swiftly. The proportion of accuracy should be raised to nearly perfection. With access to the complete Senju ninjutsu repository and a portion of the Uchiha techniques, Konoha boasts an unparalleled wealth of ninjutsu in the ninja world. Sarutobi can effortlessly adapt to any situation. Iwagakure lacks this millennia-old accumulation of resources. The second Tsuchikage worked diligently, with Ishikawa delving deeply into the transformation of the earth element, developing techniques to freely alter one's own mass, resulting in the ultra-lightweight and ultra-heavyweight rock techniques, which cost a man, originally over 2 meters tall, to be reduced to just over 1 meter 40. Ishikawa's premature demise is not unrelated to the physical toll incurred during the development of these techniques. Mukage built upon Ishikawa's research, standing on his shoulders to continue advancing ninjutsu, thoroughly refining Iwagakure's earth release system, and innovating dust release. In his early years, Inoki hastily studied his grandfather's ninjutsu for the future of Iwagakure. Shura's physical condition dictated the urgent necessity for him to pass on the art of ninjutsu. Consequently, Inoki's stature remained forever stunted at 1 meter and 3 centimeters. With the limitations imposed by his master, Inoki grasped the baton and commenced the elevation of Iwagakure's lower ranks. One by one, the perilous techniques were refined by Inoki, altered, diminished in potency, enhanced for stability, and simplified for easier mastery. Through his efforts, what once could only be mastered by gifted individuals became accessible to the ordinary. The third Tsuchikage, despite the lineage of knowledge handed down, remained ensnared within the confines of earth release. In Iwagakure, lacking the talent for earth release made it exceedingly difficult to gain strength. As Tsuchikage, Inoki himself possessed few advanced fire and wind release techniques, rendering his vast potential largely unutilized. Had he possessed formidable wind techniques, he could have surprised the brutes of Kumogakure long ago. The earth release's hardening technique was impervious, yet feeble against lightning release. The Raikage's lightning release chakra mode was dubbed the strongest shield, faltering even against wind techniques. Inoki's manipulation of wind and fire release could only support dust release. The formidable techniques of Iwagakure, such as lava release, an amalgamation of earth and fire, and explosion release, combining earth and lightning, were overshadowed by dust release, which necessitated the fusion of earth, fire, and wind. The sole technique that did not require earth was boil release, currently exclusive to the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, who could not learn it without becoming a Jinchuriki. Without a robust foundation in fire and water release, how could one study boil release? Inoki's admiration for Johibi was partly due to her displayed talent in earth release. Countless geniuses were lost due to the inadequacy of ninjutsu. Born in Konoha, they might have had a bright future, but in Iwagakure, they would remain obscure for a lifetime. Fortunately, seeing Johibi's evident progress in earth release brought Inoki immense relief. When she swiftly comprehended wind and fire release as well, his joy knew no bounds. May the heavens bless Iwagakure. Chapter 24. March Forward. The highest secret of Iwagakure, the all-decomposing dust release, transcends the limits of bloodlines. Its immense power is directly proportional to its difficulty. Currently, dust release relies solely on acquired training. How it can be inherited like bloodline limits remains unresolved in Iwagakure. Bloodline elimination is singular. Previously, it was bloodline limits that were inherited through lineage. Whether bloodline elimination can be inherited is a mystery yet to be unraveled through practice. Yet the samples from such practice are exceedingly scarce. The early developer of dust release suffered severe injuries and lost the ability to reproduce before its inception. The only individual capable of mastering dust release and raising a family was Inoki himself. Inoki has but one son, Kodo, whose chakra attribute is purely earth. He is a quintessential earth release ninja, perhaps possessing the potential to surpass his father, who heavily relies on bloodline elimination. However, Kodo, specializing in earth release, evidently did not inherit dust release. Lacking wind and fire chakra, he has little chance of awakening dust release. The possibility of acquiring wind and fire chakra properties through later training to attempt awakening dust release is also slim. Inoki, having taught him from childhood, concluded that Kodo should abandon aspirations of dust release and instead focus on mastering earth release, which holds more promise. If even Kodo, the son of the Tsuchikage, cannot meet the requirements for dust release training, it is needless to say that other ninjas fare no better. Currently, the closest candidate to achieving the training requirements for dust release might be Old Z. Without a progressive system for wind and fire release, attempting to cultivate the properties of wind and fire chakra to the level required for synthesizing dust release becomes exceedingly arduous. Over the years, Iwagakure has produced none, with Inoki receiving invaluable teachings from the early developer, constituting a significant portion of his knowledge. Yet, there it ends. Inoki has diligently endeavored to cultivate ninjas, with the number of IWA nin surpassing 10,000, making it the largest among the 5 great ninja villages. Despite this vast number, not a single promising candidate to inherit dust release can be found. Among 10,000, the one Inoki wishes to elevate remains elusive. This is untenable. Dust release in Iwagakure, akin to magnet release in Sunigakure and lightning release chakra mode in Kumogakure, stands as the village's emblem. Behold, Iwagakure's dust release is indeed bloodline elimination. It surpasses bloodline limits. Unmatched in the ninja world, techniques like storm release, magnet release, and ice release pale in comparison. At most, they may share a table with lava and explosion releases. This emblem carries substantial value and is comprehensible to nobles and wealthy merchants alike. The synthesis of 3 chakra types is undoubtedly stronger than that of 2. With dust release in play, Iwagakure enjoys a natural advantage in promotion. Yet, with every benefit comes a drawback. The greatest disadvantage of dust release is its difficulty. Once Inoki departs from this world, the absence of dust release will undoubtedly diminish the village's prestige. The momentum gained through dust release will inevitably be partially relinquished. This issue has perpetually troubled Inoki. Practicing a single chakra property change is already challenging. Synthesizing a bloodline requires a high standard for chakra property change. Achieving mastery in any one of the 3, fire, earth, or wind, sufficient to meet the criteria for dust release is commendable. While achieving the rank of special jonin poses no significant issues, an ordinary individual may spend a lifetime without reaching this level. Dust release, however, demands all 3 and specifies fire, earth, and wind. The foundation of dust release is beyond the reach of most geniuses. Old Z, capable of mastering both fire and earth property changes, owes his success not only to his innate talent, but also to the influence of the foretales within him, allowing him to practice wind release property changes from the ground up. Whether he can meet the standards for dust release remains uncertain, and Old Z himself lacks the motivation to waste time on it. Compared to the difficulty of synthesizing a bloodline, mastering the 3 properties is trivial. The ninja world has never lacked practitioners adept at manipulating multiple chakra property changes, yet bloodline limits remain few. Do they truly believe that synthesizing bloodline limits is so simple? Sarutobi Hiruzen and his father mastered 7 property changes, honing them to perfection, yet the Sarutobi clan remains an ordinary ninja clan, not a bloodline clan. Do they not desire it? Bloodline clans possess a significantly more stable inheritance than ordinary clans, and bloodline ninjas inherently exhibit greater talent than their civilian counterparts. While the upper limits may not differ greatly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, lacking a bloodline, could still contend with the Uchiha, who wield the Sharingan. Inoki, capable of mastering bloodline elimination and flight, may boast loudly, yet in truth, he harbors uncertainty against Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, the Sarutobi clan has lately produced exceptional talents like Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ordinary Sarutobi ninjas, when faced with equally skilled bloodline ninjas, often find themselves at a disadvantage. The lower limits of bloodline clans are far superior to those of ordinary or secret technique clans. Yet, despite possessing the ninja techniques of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen remains a non-bloodline ninja utilizing combined ninjutsu. The creation of a bloodline is immensely challenging, requiring considerable fortune. Before Old Z synthesized lava release, he extensively utilized the lava chakra of the foretales, becoming intimately familiar with it. When he finally attempted to synthesize lava release, he expended a tremendous amount of thought and energy. As for the other individual who has mastered fire release property changes, the Jinchuriki of the 5 tails is currently grappling with boil release, attempting to emulate Old Z and independently synthesize it. Inoki's inability to find a successor for dust release has caused him to blow his top more than once. Both Old Z and Han are seasoned ninjas, their ninjutsu systems nearing maturity, and even Inoki finds it impossible to force them into training for dust release. Compared to the uncertain mastery of dust release, focusing on self-improvement yields swifter results. Now, Inoki has finally discovered a promising candidate to inherit dust release, and naturally, he is immensely pleased. The complexity of dust release is daunting. Without a skilled ninja to guide him, Inoki fears that the technique might vanish entirely with his passing. At the very least, he wishes to teach someone capable before he departs this world. Time passes swiftly, and the march of the ninja is equally rapid. As the sun rises and sets, the support from the land of earth arrives in the land of grass. Small, peculiar purple-colored ninja tools are carefully deployed. The two inept ninjas, previously sent back by the wasp, obediently return to the camp to breed venomous bees, preparing to create poison tools. Meanwhile, after a day and night of relentless efforts, the wasp returns to the camp with tenfold the number of venomous bees, causing the others to question their own worth. As they grapple with existential doubts, they collaborate with the rock ninjas to craft poison tools. Poison is a valuable asset. Lower-tier ninjas seldom have the opportunity to use ninjutsu, making poison and explosive tags their most formidable weapons. Unfortunately, the Rock Village's expertise in poison is lacking, while their longtime rival, the Sand Village, excels in this field. The puppet masters of the Sand Village rarely leave their puppets damaged. They are often found lifeless. In the chaos of battle, minor injuries are commonplace. Relying on chakra, light wounds have little impact on a ninja's combat capabilities. Recently, even after sustaining multiple grievous injuries, the seasoned Inuzuka Jounin managed to unleash one final burst of power, while Jiraiya, despite being burned, remains lively and formidable. However, the puppets of the Sand Village, saturated with poison, leave only two fates, unscathed or dead. Tsunade once emerged to counter the Sand Village's toxins, which at one point granted them the audacity to challenge Konoha. Their greatest asset was indeed the poison. Regrettably, the Rock Village lacks a figure like Tsunade. Even now, they remain powerless against the poison masters of the Sand Village. Ordinary poisons are manageable, but the most potent varieties render rock ninjas helpless, often leaving them to await death or sacrifice themselves heroically. Suffering from the Sand Village's toxins is agonizing. Yet wielding poison against others can be quite gratifying. As they harvest honey from the hives, the rock ninja army begins to assemble. Anoki floats in the sky, observing the clouds of earthy tones intermingled with various colors rising from the hives. The clouds converge, merging into one, drifting towards the borders of the land of grass and the land of fire. Thus, they set forth. Chapter 25. The Konoha front rock ninjas have always fought in unison. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the combat capability of individual rock ninjas ranks the lowest. Only through large-scale operations can they leverage their combined ninjutsu to confront other major villages. Anoki mobilized 7,000 rock ninjas, and with the assistance of the ninja forces within the land of grass, nearly 10,000 rock ninjas set off in a grand procession. For the first time in the history of the ninja world, a colossal army composed of tens of thousands of ninjas emerged, creating such a commotion that it would be impossible for Konoha's scouts in the land of grass not to notice. The leading swarm of bees darkens the skies, their numbers reaching the millions and spanning kilometers. Konoha scouts, having suffered defeat at the hands of this swarm, cannot ignore its approach. News is likely to have already reached them by the time the ninja bees take flight. Moreover, the ninja bees lack any stealth capabilities. The earth-shattering noise they generate travels far and wide. Konoha's ninja are likely well prepared. At the border, Konoha's ninjas wear serious expressions. In the Konoha camp, Mei Murakami has long since departed. Now, seated at the helm of the Konoha camp as the commander is Jiraiya. Despite suffering losses and retreating in disarray, which diminished his reputation, Jiraiya still stands as the most prominent figure in the Konoha border forces, owing to his strength, experience, and status. Below Jiraiya, aside from Mei Murakami, sit 3 individuals, a bearded youth, a stoic young man, and a young man in sunglasses. The bearded youth, Sarutobi Shino, is the eldest son of the 3rd Hokage. Having previously served as an elite member of the Umbu, assisting his father in managing the organization, stimulated by recent events, Sarutobi Hisashi dispatched elite members of the Sarutobi clan to the battlefield, personally leading the charge with his trusted eldest son. Sarutobi Shino possesses formidable strength. Having spent years in the Umbu, he fears no opponent, save for the shadows of the ninja world. With mastery of fire and earth techniques, as well as combined ninjutsu and summoning, he resembles a younger version of his father, Sarutobi Hisashi. The stoic young man, with a perpetually serious countenance, bears the emblem of the Uchiha clan, just like the shuriken patterns on his attire beneath the Konoha Jounin vest. He is Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan, having recently assumed the position. The Uchiha clan has endured oppression for far too long. Upon receiving an olive branch from the Hokage's faction, Fugaku seized the opportunity to showcase the Uchiha's strength and express their sincerity, even lending support to Uchiha Shursui. who is merely 4 years old and yet to start school. With the clan leader at the forefront, numerous Uchiha, eager to escape their mundane patrols, rally behind him, ready to unleash their might. As for the reported swarm, the Uchiha clan considers themselves unparalleled. Names like Senju and Kamizuru are hardly worthy of their notice. The Uchiha warriors are growing restless, needing an outlet for their pent-up energy. Their prideful nature makes them unafraid of any foe, but due to Fugaku's firm hand, they are barely held in check. Thus, the Uchiha clan leader's previously stoic expression has recently deepened with lines of frustration. Lastly, the young man in sunglasses possesses a calm demeanor, clad in the distinctive garb of the Aburame clan. Slightly younger than Uchiha Fugaku, Aburame Shibi is akin to Sarutobi Shino in status. While Shino is the head of the Sarutobi clan, Shibi is the de facto leader of the Aburame clan, gradually assuming control under the guidance of his semi-retired father. Due to the recent disturbances caused by their old rivals, the Kamizuru clan, Aburame Shibi hastily returned from leisure with Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato, bringing elite members of the Aburame clan to the border. After all, intelligence indicates that the Aburame clan's insect-repelling techniques have proven effective, and as experts in manipulating ninja insects, they have been entrusted with significant responsibilities. With 3 ninja clans, 2 proficient in fire techniques, and 1 knowledgeable in insects, the reinforcements from Konoha provide a much-needed boost to the border forces. Jiraiya, Sarutobi Shino, Uchiha Fugaku, Aburame Shibi, and Mei Murakami gather as the leaders of the Konoha Border Defense Forces. The entire border defense unit is mobilized and ready for combat. Half a day prior, the Rock Village forces seem to have stirred. Shortly thereafter, urgent reports from the Land of Grass reach the camp. A swarm is approaching, followed by the Rock Army. With the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, making his appearance. An estimated 30 million ninja bees and over 10,000 rock ninjas are on their way. Not counting the frontline forces of the Rock Village. The 5 most outstanding ninjas among the Rock Village, despite being the weakest of the elite, feel the weight of overwhelming numbers. How will they contend with this? In the Hidden Leaf Village, there exists a formidable force of 4,000 shinobi, complemented by the elite of several clans. In stark contrast, the Rock Village has deployed thrice the number of ninjas, with the Tsuchikage overseeing the operation and the Four-Tails Jinchuriki accompanying the troops, while the shinobi bees pave the way ahead. Despite the prowess of the elite shinobi, they are no match for the Tsuchikage and the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya stands against one adversary, leaving the other to be countered by the elite shinobi at the cost of their lives. Without their strongest warriors, the remaining elite shinobi struggle to withstand the Rock Village's onslaught. Each individual would need to vanquish tens of thousands of shinobi bees while contending with 3 rock shinobi. The swarm advances, revealing the Rock Village's strategy to wear down Konoha before they can fully mobilize. Yet, no one in Konoha dares to unleash such a staggering number of shinobi bees into the Land of Fire, ignoring the formidable earth release techniques of the rock shinobi. Alongside the Tsuchikage and Jinchuriki, the mere presence of the swarm poses a significant threat to Konoha. The initial goal must be to eliminate the rock forces. Sarutobi Shino speaks up, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. As the head of the Umbu, his killing intent surpasses even that of the commanding Jiraiya. His intention is clear, to eliminate the external rock forces while the elite are still plentiful, before reinforcements can arrive. No, speaks Oil Woman Shirway. Jiraiya takes the floor. The clustered rock shinobi prove challenging to counter. Their defensive capabilities surpass their offensive might, making them formidable in a defensive war. We lack sufficient lightning release shinobi to counter their wall-building tactics. The earth release technique, the endless earth flow barrier, is the Rock Village's signature combined earth release ninjutsu. Without an adequate number of powerful lightning release shinobi, a direct confrontation would deplete an immense amount of chakra, rendering success nearly impossible. Moreover, these sturdy walls are merely a ninjutsu. Unless we can breach them instantaneously and penetrate the rock shinobi's defenses, they can easily reapply the endless earth flow barrier. This would devolve into a war of attrition. Once drawn into a chakra-draining scenario, when the swarm arrives, a lack of chakra could spell even greater peril. Chapter 26. Barrier Uchiha Fugaku stirs with restlessness. The Uchiha clan excels in fire release, yet they also have ninjas skilled in lightning release. Faced with the Rock Village, all Uchiha proficient in lightning release gather and join the shinobi forces. As the front line against the Rock Village, The border defense unit already comprises a number of lightning release ninjas. The number of lightning release shinobi in Konoha is limited, with over 70% present here. Lightning release counters earth release, and with the Uchiha elite at the forefront, bolstered by lightning release ninjas, an attempt to charge forward becomes a feasible plan. The more he contemplates it, the more viable it appears. After sharing his thoughts, Jiraiya ponders briefly before nodding in agreement. He acknowledges the strength of the Uchiha clan. Without such strength, the perpetually stern-faced Uchiha would not command the respect of the Hokage's office. The Uchiha are lone wolves, lacking allies within Konoha. This solitary wolf, amidst the pack, occasionally bares its fangs at the Hokage, yet manages to maintain a secure position just beneath the Wolf King, a testament to its formidable strength. To speak frankly, aside from the long-standing rivalry with the Senju clan, every other clan in Konoha has, at one point, been bested by the Uchiha. With Jiraiya's endorsement, Uchiha Fugaku promptly assembles his clan. It is time for the Rock Village to remember the terror of the Uchiha. Unfortunately, the Rock Village does not grant Fugaku this opportunity. Eagerly, the Uchiha prepare their forces for a charge, with Sarutobi's ninjas following suit, as additional lightning release ninjas are summoned. Meanwhile, Jiraiya stays behind with the Oil Woman's ninjas to defend the village. Once all arrangements are in place, scouts return with alarming news. No need to proceed. The rock ninjas have already fled. The camp is filled with shadow clones. Not a single living soul remains. It was only the audacious and astute scout who dared to probe, risking their life to uncover the truth. The rock shinobi had left behind clones, relying on their earth release prowess to dig a tunnel and retreat through it. The Uchiha, from clan leaders to ordinary ninjas, felt as if a bucket of ice water had been doused over them. How could they have escaped? How could they simply run away? Upon returning to the camp, Uchiha Fugaku's expression hardened further. "We are in trouble," Oil Woman Shirwei suddenly states, drawing the attention of the tent's occupants toward the usually reticent youth. The shinobi bees communicate using pheromones to identify their kin. Whether they are shinobi bees or regular bees, this method of communication remains unchanged. I had initially planned to experiment with pheromones to disrupt the swarm. Shirwei gazes into the distance, toward the land of grass, where a sea of bees is approaching. Now, it seems such an approach may prove ineffective. Sarutobi Shino realizes the implication. The rock village's retreat was to avoid friendly fire. Shirwei nods slightly. The Ushiromiya clan, familiar with bees, undoubtedly employs pheromones. With pheromones, the rock forces need not retreat. As the swarm approaches, they merely apply some pheromones, and the swarm would recognize them as allies, thus refraining from attack. The rock forces' retreat indicates their inability to have the swarm identify friend from foe. Excluding the unlikely scenario where the Ushiromiya clan failed to provide pheromones, the most plausible explanation is that the pheromones proved ineffective. The Oil Woman clan had previously used this tactic against the Ushiromiya clan, and it is entirely reasonable that the Ushiromiya would take precautions against such an approach. Shirwei now regrets that this tactic was employed too early by their ancestors. Had they not utilized pheromones against the Ushiromiya clan back then, the victories achieved now would have been exponentially greater. The past cannot be altered, and Shirwei sighs inwardly. The Oil Woman clan's most effective strategy against the Ushiromiya clan is now rendered nearly useless. I will release the pheromones, yet whether they will prove effective remains uncertain. The Konoha camp mobilizes. Containers of oil are retrieved from storage and arranged around the camp. Coal and water-soaked wood are mixed with the Oil Woman's pest-repellent concoction. To face the oncoming swarm, the initial line of defense relies on smoke and fire. Supplies may be precious, but the lives of Konoha's ninjas are even more invaluable. In times of war, every bit of chakra saved counts. The Uchiha and Sarutobi clans prepare their elite forces separately. Prior to their deployment, they had made provisions against the swarm. Adept ninjas swiftly imparted secret techniques. The Uchiha clan's secret barrier technique, the Uchiha flame barrier, is both offensive and defensive, conjuring flames from the earth to incinerate any approaching enemies, wielding immense power. Every Uchiha ninja of requisite strength has mastered this technique. The Sarutobi clan's ninjas practice the four purple flames barrier, imparted by the third Hokage. Unlike the Uchiha single-user technique, the four purple flames barrier requires 4 individuals to cooperate. With slightly lower prerequisites, the Uchiha flame barrier demands mastery over chakra's transformation into fire, while the four purple flames barrier focuses on chakra quantity and teamwork. It does not necessitate an intrinsic connection. A degree of familiarity or some emergency training suffices. The four ninjas position themselves at the cardinal directions, simultaneously forming hand seals to activate the ninjutsu, creating a massive rectangular barrier that separates the inside from the outside. Upon contact, the barrier's purple flames will scorch the enemies. This is Konoha, where in the face of new challenges, suitable ninjutsu can be readily summoned. The shinobi bee army possesses the ability to fly, providing a strategic advantage in terms of maneuverability and error tolerance, especially when the rest are confined to the ground. Indulge in the art of combat whenever you desire. Depart at your whim. The advantages of a flying ninja in battle are undeniably substantial. The quintessential figure among flying ninjas is Inoki. While the prelude to his dust release may seem extensive, Inoki soars above, and even with the most pronounced of preparations, his adversaries can merely ready themselves for evasion. The venerable old man, perched high in the sky, comfortably unleashes his dust release, relentlessly bombarding the ground below, deriving immense satisfaction from his assaults. While his opponents wallow in discomfort, such tactics are indeed quite unscrupulous. Jiraiya's reports have highlighted this point emphatically. The insect ninjas, fearful of flames, will retreat, provided the insect user is absent. Under the control of an insect user, however, these insect ninjas can ascend to higher altitudes, traversing the fiery onslaught. The higher echelons of leadership convened, rifling through their arsenal, and unearthed two barrier techniques. In the face of the insect ninjas, mid-tier and lower-tier ninjas find themselves utterly powerless. To safeguard these fledgling warriors, the elite of the Konoha ninja army are compelled to deploy large-scale ninjutsu to eradicate the insect swarms. Once encircled by a swarm, the onslaught from all directions becomes nearly insurmountable. Due to the toxicity of the insect ninjas, any misstep could spell disaster, as the poison relentlessly saps the strength of the ninjas, leading to an increasing number of errors. The initial downfall of high-ranking ninjas often begins with a mere sting, and the situation can swiftly deteriorate. Thus, in response, the upper echelon of Konoha has introduced barrier techniques. The protection offered by these barriers is comprehensive. With such safeguards in place, high-ranking ninjas can attack with confidence, unencumbered by the presence of mid-tier and lower-tier ninjas under the barrier's protection. The Uchiha Fire Formation and the Four Purple Flames Formation, inherently imbued with flames, possess formidable destructive power against the insect swarms, rendering them a perfect countermeasure. With flames igniting and smoke billowing, the Konoha ninjas stand poised, as a dark cloud looms on the horizon. Chapter 27. The swarm of bees. Upon witnessing the insect swarm once more, Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Their newfound strength does not stem from mere numerical superiority, but rather from a fundamental transformation. The expressions of Uchiha Fugaku and Yamanaka Shijimi mirrored Jiraiya's. Beneath the lenses of Yamanaka Shijimi's sunglasses, a glimmer of envy lay concealed within his serious gaze. How could one not feel envy or jealousy when a long-standing rival, previously subdued, suddenly rises in power? The Aburame clan has evidently undergone an extraordinary metamorphosis in their mastery of insect techniques, shattering the limits previously imposed upon them. It is the Aburame clan, ostensibly the pioneers in refining insect species, yet it is the Swearin clan, reliant on secret techniques, that has achieved this breakthrough. As an insect user, he could sense the terrifying might of the swarm. Yamanaka Shijimi's perception stems from an insect user's acute awareness of their bugs, while Uchiha Fugaku perceives the danger of these converging insects from an alternate perspective. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is a manifestation of their in-release bloodline limit. Within Fugaku's crimson gaze, the three dark tomo gently rotate as he gazes upon the swarm, faintly sensing the chaotic and ferocious mental energy emanating from it. A singular, potent mental force flows through the tumultuous ocean, striving to unify and dominate it. Thankfully, this mental force has yet to succeed. The chaotic and immense mental energy remains unmastered by any singular will. Sarutobi Shinjiro scratched his chin. Why did he always feel a sense of dissonance? The swarm indeed exuded an oppressive aura. However, the eyes of the Umbu minister swept across his colleagues, sensing an inexplicable consensus among the three, excluding him from their unity. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the figures of Mitarashi Anko and Hyuga Hinata behind him. Anko did not evoke such feelings, while Hinata's Byakugan likely revealed something unseen. However, there was no time for inquiry now. If they survived, he would request a more advanced sensory ninjutsu from the elder. Drifting within the tumultuous sea of mental chaos is, naturally, the will of the Hornet Ninjas. Jiraiya discerned the swarm's newfound strength, but could not pinpoint the specifics of this enhancement, which is quite understandable. After sensing Inoki's approval, the Hornet Ninjas employed various means, some of which are not traditionally associated with ninjas. In a past life, the art of goo cultivation harnessed the forces of nature, commanding the principles that govern the world. Powerful goo cultivators utilized goo insects to comprehend the laws of the universe, accumulating knowledge through generations until a prodigious talent emerged, distilling similar principles, thus giving birth to a new school of thought. The slave path is a time-honored and ancient school from a previous era. Practitioners of the slave path subdue and nurture ferocious beasts and plants, forming vast armies. A slave path master derives a significant portion of their strength from the beasts they control. The finishing moves of the slave path often involve enslavement or amplification of their subjugated creatures. A single finishing move can considerably elevate the power of a beast horde, and formidable techniques can even multiply their strength exponentially. The Hornet's self-sacrificial sting draws inspiration from one of the most brutal finishing moves of the slave path. By directly sacrificing the enslaved entity, the most formidable attack is unleashed. Such techniques are often the last resort of a slave path master, seldom employed unless in dire circumstances, unless one wields a temporary army like the Hornet Ninjas, designed for rapid deployment as cannon fodder. With unrestrained creativity, the Hornet Ninjas contemplated the embryonic form of a secret technique, merging the chakra's connection to the spirit with the intricacies of the slave path. They orchestrated a synthesis among the Hornet swarm, the secret technique of the Hornet army. In terms of goo cultivation, this is a finishing move imbued with the essence of humanity, a lethal technique of the slave path. Under the influence of this finishing move, the swarm acquires the characteristics of an organized military force. The nascent secret technique, a rough amalgamation of finishing moves and ninjutsu, can be likened to the transformation of hastily conscripted soldiers into those who have undergone military training. With this added layer of military discipline, the improvement is palpable. The coordination among the insect ninjas, now devoid of pheromones, has ascended to a new level. Jiraiya perceives this transformation as an enhancement in their organizational capacity. The insects remain the same rapid breeding cannon fodder, with their overall quality relatively unchanged. The true peril lies in the heightened combat effectiveness of the swarm as a cohesive unit, especially the Hornet clones that, like queens, command the battlefield. This time, all the clones are constructed from Golden Needle Hornets, pursuing the utmost defense and survival. Their mission is to maintain their existence on the battlefield, serving as a conduit for the will of their master, a communication tower for the Hornet army. Maximizing their collective power, the Hornet Ninjas must ensure that the swarm remains under their control. These clones, serving as their eyes and ears, act as amplifiers for the swarm's might, prioritizing self-preservation over reckless charges. They harbor keen interest in the Uchiha reinforcements arriving from Konoha. Inoki's confirmation of Uchiha participation elicited a remarkable change in his expression. The movements of the IWA ninja army do not escape Konoha's notice, and likewise, Konoha's reinforcements do not go unnoticed by IWA. Among the Konoha support, the distinctive features of the Aburame clan stand out, a throng of ninjas adorned with sunglasses. In the ninja world, only the Aburame clan possesses such traits. The Uchiha, comprised of striking men and women, don flamboyant battle attire emblazoned with their clan symbols, with red and white fan insignias displayed prominently, ensuring their identities are unmistakable. With suspects in mind, further confirmation becomes straightforward. IWA effortlessly identifies the presence of the Uchiha and Aburame clans. Only the Sarutobi clan lacks distinctive markers, leading IWA to take a bit longer to ascertain their identities. Inoki harbors a profound impression of the Uchiha. When IWA was founded, the old man and his master sought an alliance with Konoha. Logically, the potential was significant. It is well known that the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, was devoted to peace. When IWA approached, Senju Hashirama would surely have welcomed them. In a moment of elation, Senju Hashirama, bolstered by the unwavering support of the mightiest faction in Konoha, found himself facing formidable opposition from other ninja clans. Even Iwagakure had the potential to ally with Konoha. However, Fate dealt a cruel hand when he encountered the second most formidable force in the shinobi world, the fearsome Uchiha Madara. Regrettably, Madara was an unwavering proponent of aggression, and he swiftly laid waste to both Hashirama and his master, leaving them in no position to negotiate for an alliance. Miraculously, Madara spared their lives, allowing the two to retreat to Iwagakure, having narrowly escaped with their lives intact. The sheer might of Madara's overwhelming presence left an indelible mark on them both. The underdeveloped ninjutsu systems that fell under the scrutiny of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, were bound to resonate with him. The techniques seemed meticulously crafted to counter the Uchiha clan, reflecting a deep-seated animosity. Having engaged in prolonged battles against the Uchiha, Tobirama's repertoire of jutsu was largely designed to neutralize the formidable strength of their clan. The very essence of the Sharingan, a hallmark of the Uchiha, demanded a level playing field, accommodating the unique abilities of each Uchiha wielder. Tobirama's most vulnerable moments were spent contending with the mightiest of the Uchiha, focusing his techniques on high-stakes confrontations, with Madara's pride serving as the hypothetical adversary. Madara revealed to Tobirama the despondent might of the Mangekyo Sharingan, shattering his pride with a single blow from a skeletal hand that seemed to encompass the very essence of despair. To rise above this desolation, and to stand tall for Iwagakure, Tobirama poured his heart and soul into his craft. Was it divine power? The ultimate genjutsu? An invincible blend of offense and defense? The indomitable assault was thwarted by a gargantuan rock titan, while the impenetrable defense crumbled under the relentless force of dust release, obliterating everything in its path, including the user. Both Inoki and Tobirama endured that fateful night, the Uchiha's ultimate power etched in their memories. Upon confirming Uchiha's involvement in the battle, the mission of the Wasp, Suzumabachi, was altered. Instead of depleting Konoha's living forces, the focus shifted to probing the Uchiha, with particular emphasis on determining the number of Sharingan in play. It was imperative to report any sightings of uniquely patterned, non-Tomo Sharingan, as the Elder would hasten to the battlefield at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 28. Konoha Ninjas? Konoha's Grenadiers. Inoki's exhortations brimmed with apprehension towards the uniquely patterned Sharingan, particularly the Mangekyo Sharingan. This trepidation was laced with a hint of eager anticipation. In essence, it was a dual sentiment, a desire to avoid encountering such a perilous entity while simultaneously yearning for the chance to engage with it, to assess the efficacy of Iwagakure's strategies against the Mangekyo, and to vent years of suppressed ire. In bygone days, the Uchiha clan's patriarch, a veritable terror of the shinobi realm, had preyed upon him, a mere 13-year-old child. Now he, a seasoned elder of 60, bore no reluctance in imparting a lesson to the young Uchiha. The reputation of the Mangekyo Sharingan was monumental. None would question the dignity of the Tsuchikage personally confronting such a power. Any Uchiha wielding the Mangekyo on the battlefield would invariably face opponents of Kage caliber or the Kage themselves. The correlation was universally acknowledged. A 3-tomo Uchiha was akin to a Jonin, while a Mangekyo Uchiha stood as a contender for Kage status. The Uchiha's eye signified strength, a guarantee of power. A 3-tomo Uchiha might rise to the rank of Kage, but could never be relegated to the status of a Chunin. The ocular prowess bred for combat conferred an overwhelming enhancement to their abilities. Gazing towards the Konoha encampment, the multitude of crimson eyes stood out vividly. The Byakugan typically displayed its characteristics plainly, yet the Sharingan remained dormant until the moment of battle. Fortunately, Uchiha warriors invariably activated their Sharingan during combat, rendering the prospect of elusive targets an impossibility. It appeared that Konoha had resolved to steadfastly defend their encampment. Observing the fierce yet stationary Konoha ninjas, Suzumabachi felt a twinge of concern. After suffering devastating losses previously, with countless ninjas perishing and millions of wasps replaced, it was only prudent for Konoha to learn from their mistakes and safeguard their forces. Sacrificing elite ninjas for mere clones or expendable wasps was a foolish trade. Konoha was not naive. Should they engage in such exchanges, they would soon find themselves bereft of shinobi. Suzumabachi had not concealed the rapid mobilization of wasps during their hive construction from Konoha's scouts. The abundance of wasps within the hives of the Land of Grass was sufficient to extinguish any notions Konoha might have of exchanging forces. The premise of such an exchange relied on value, and trading wasps for ninjas was devoid of meaning, merely squandering precious lives. A competent genin had to endure a lengthy gestation period, growing from infancy to 6 years old before entering the ninja academy, followed by several years of training before stepping onto the battlefield. Conversely, these wasps multiplied at an alarming rate, having just eradicated millions, only to burgeon again in mere days. The cost was merely a patch of grassland in the land of grass. Did Iwagakure care about the grasslands of the land of grass? Konoha, considering its own resources from the neighboring land of rivers or the land of hot water, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to generate a surplus of expendable troops without concern for the repercussions on the smaller nation. Such actions would be deemed prudent, with no hesitation. Failing to act would be foolish, and the sentiments of the smaller nation? Konoha's appropriation of resources was a mark of respect. Sacrificing the ninjas painstakingly nurtured by Konoha for the wasps bred from the resources of the land of grass would be a grievous loss. Thus, Konoha's posture of prioritizing defense against the wasps was entirely reasonable, a sentiment Suzumabachi understood well. The battles of shinobi were battles of intelligence. From the lower ranks to the seasoned veterans like Inoki, everyone emphasized this truth. Suzumabachi had grown accustomed to this principle, having witnessed too many encounters in his previous life where countermeasures were employed against established techniques. Adjustments were necessary after utilizing a technique once. Preparing for its potential counter was fundamental knowledge. The swarm tactic had proven effective upon its initial use, and it was entirely normal for a second application to be countered. Now, let us see what the foremost ninja village has prepared for me. In an instant, the swarm descended, unhesitatingly launching a self-sacrificial assault, multiple clones coordinating seamlessly, expending a staggering number of wasps in a relentless rain of stings. Fire style, great fireball technique. The Uchiha ninja were the first to respond. Over 30 of them activating their Sharingan, deftly weaving hand signs in rapid succession. In perfect synchrony, they unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each one expertly controlled to maintain an optimal distance from one another, their edges touching, leaving no gaps. The extraordinary perception of the Sharingan, combined with the Uchiha's familiarity with one another, facilitated a precise cooperation that wasted not a fragment of chakra. The great fireball technique enveloped the swarm of stings, neutralizing the chakra within, as the material of the stings proved far too flammable, vanishing without a trace. Suzumabachi's initial probing attack ended in failure, yielding no tangible results. At that moment, dozens of shadows arced through the air, descending upon the swarm. These were the ninjas from the Konoha encampment, having thrown their secret weapons into the fray. Suzumabachi had previously noted the presence of clay pots and barrels among the ninjas, which had not been present during the last assault on the Konoha encampment in the land of grass. Observing the actions of the Konoha ninjas now, it seemed they had devised a clandestine weapon targeting the swarm. As the Uchiha ninjas defended against the self-sacrificial stings, the other ninjas did not remain idle. Lifting the nearby clay pot, I stuffed it with an explosive tag and hurled it with great force. Throwing is a fundamental skill of a ninja, empowered by chakra. The strength unleashed by a child of merely 10 years surpasses that of a robust adult lacking chakra. The ferocity of this power, combined with rigorous training, ensured the projectile soared high and struck true among the swarm of bees. Boom! A massive fireball erupted, scattering sparks and igniting a multitude of ninja bees. The explosive tag detonated within the oil-filled pot, shattering it, and sending flaming oil splattering everywhere, igniting the bees in its wake. This tactic exploited the inherent fragility of the individual ninja bees. While a ninja can traverse a fiery battlefield unharmed for a brief period, the minimal chakra of the bees is utterly insufficient to withstand such flames. The Konoha ninja, adept in the art of bombardment, effectively utilized oil-filled containers, targeting the densely packed center of the swarm. As the swarm attempted to disperse, they would inevitably be obstructed by their comrades. Such strategic thinking was commendable. The Konoha ninja capitalized on the abundant resources of the Land of Fire, swiftly gathering a supply of oil to create low-grade incendiary devices for throwing. This contraption, akin to the ancient Greek fire, contained highly flammable materials. While it may not prove particularly effective against ninjas, who are as agile as monkeys in trees, effortlessly evading obvious projectiles, it is perfectly suited for the vulnerable low-level ninja insects, which cannot endure the searing flames. The oil-wielding clan's evolution towards fire resistance has its limits, and these ninja bees cannot adapt at the same accelerated pace as the parasitic insects. Although the oil pot lacks the might of the Uchiha clan's Great Fireball, it requires no chakra. One can utilize explosive tags when available, or simply toss in a flame otherwise. Moreover, does one truly believe that the Great Fireball technique is commonplace? Many ninjas go their entire lives without unleashing a single Great Fireball. To wield such a technique requires lineage from the illustrious Uchiha clan. The average ninja is fortunate to access the inferior variant, the Great Fireball technique. Thus, the oil pot truly represents the most optimal solution urgently devised by the higher-ups in Konoha. Chapter 29. The clash of probes. This method may seem uncharacteristic of a ninja, but it is effective. Utilizing oil pots maximizes the conservation of a ninja's chakra, ensuring their endurance against the relentless tide of bees, allowing them to retain strength to confront the waiting IWA ninja forces after traversing the swarm. If the ninja war were not bound by the unspoken rules governing ninja conduct, there would be those in Konoha who would even advocate for selecting young adults from the land of fire to be sent to the front lines to hurl pots. Compared to the loss of countless young lives, the lives of ninjas hold far greater value. In dire situations, the ubiquitous bandits and road thugs could serve as valuable fodder for the ninjas, providing them with experience on the battlefield. However, considering the repercussions and implications, Konoha's leadership regrettably abandoned this notion, opting instead to gather oil diligently and send it to the front lines alongside reinforcements, sparing the local bandits from a grim fate. The War of Ninjas is confined to ninjas alone. They do not massacre civilians, and civilians do not partake in the great wars of the ninja world. This has been an established convention for many years. If Konoha were to summon civilians to participate in the war, it would shatter this long-standing norm established during the Warring States period, leading to unimaginable consequences. After much deliberation, Konoha's higher-ups could not muster the resolve to act. They lacked the authority to conscript civilians. In the era of ninja villages, the agreement between the first 5 Kage and the 5 Great Lords dictated that ninjas belonged to their respective villages, while civilians belonged to the feudal lords. The Hokage's call for civilian conscription would infringe upon the authority of the fire daimyo. To break 2 rules consecutively would likely provoke retaliation from the fire daimyo. Weighing the potential harms, deploying ninja forces equipped with oil pots is far preferable to conscripting civilians as bombardiers. The former may result in the loss of a few more ninjas, while the latter's outcomes are uncertain and could threaten the very foundation of Konoha as a singular nation and village. The Bee Queen calmly mobilized her swarm, preparing for battle. While the idea of utilizing oil pots was commendable, relying solely on this strategy to confront the swarm was overly ambitious. Not only is the oil finite, but does my existence as a bugmaster not matter? As the queen bee orchestrated her movements, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze sharpened. The chaotic mental energy swirling above the swarm accelerated dramatically. Utilizing the shadow clones dispersed throughout the latter half of the swarm as nodes, the mental force grew stronger with each clone it passed. Those clones were preparing to launch their techniques. In the aftermath of the battle, Konoha's forces endeavored to reconstruct the events, analyzing the intelligence that led to their defeat on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Beyond the accounts of survivors, they also relied on experiences extracted from the minds of returning ninjas, allowing seasoned warriors to relive the conflict through their eyes. Meanwhile, intelligence operatives, risking their lives, infiltrated the battlefield now under Iwa's control, gathering remnants of information and returning it to Konoha. With a wealth of intelligence at their disposal, Konoha gained a clearer understanding of the circumstances surrounding the battle in the Land of Grass. The significant increase in combat prowess following the entrance of the bee clones had not gone unnoticed by the queen bee. Historical records of past conflicts between the Uchiagawa clan and the oil-wielding clan revealed insights into the techniques employed. On the battlefield, the queen bee utilized several techniques. The bee clone technique, a hardened technique resembling earth-release ninjutsu, and a powerful bee stinger jutsu. No matter how gifted the young genius may be, without sufficient time to mature, it is likely that they stand upon the shoulders of their predecessors, modifying inherited techniques rather than creating new ones. The principle behind the bee clones likely mirrors that of the oil-wielding clan's insect clones. The bee stinger technique, while markedly different in power, may have roots in the Uchiagawa clan's 1,000 bee stinger technique, which some elite members of the oil-wielding clan, who participated in the extermination of the Uchiagawa clan, might still recall. Furthermore, the honey bomb technique, which briefly flashed across the battlefield, was also identified. Armed with this information, The Konoha machines sprang into action. During the Second Ninja World War, they retrieved every jutsu from the Uchiagawa clan, including techniques long forgotten even by the clan itself, meticulously documented in Konoha's intelligence archives. While they might not know how to execute these techniques, they were well aware of their effects. With this intelligence in hand, Uchiha Fugaku recalled the potential techniques the Queen Bee might possess as he departed from Konoha. Intelligence is the lifeblood of a ninja. Fugaku did not believe that Konoha's higher-ups would betray him in this regard. Even if they did, they would not betray Oil Woman Shimi. Surely they would not betray Sarutobi Shinji, the beloved son of the third Hokage. With the information firmly in mind, Uchiha Fugaku ignited flames at his fingertips, raising his voice in warning while preparing himself. The Uchiha fire formation was primed for action, should the clones hidden among the swarm unleash their secret techniques. Fugaku's Uchiha fire formation would serve as the first line of defense for Konoha's encampment. His crimson Sharingan rotated slightly, his right eye glancing towards Oil Woman Shimi. The subtle shake of her head informed Fugaku that the Oil Clan's special pheromone had already been deployed, and the swarm's behavior indicated that the effect was nearly negligible. A fierce blaze of chakra erupted, merging with the chaotic mental energy and the vast physical energy drawn from the swarm, enveloping the ninja bees in a colossal cloud of chakra. The earthy-hued chakra cloud, dense and substantial, gives the impression of immovable mountains despite its ethereal, shifting form. The oil canister hurled by the leaf ninjas fails to make the slightest dent. The seemingly loose cloud reveals no vulnerabilities, allowing the liquid fire to flow only along its surface, casting a fiery sheen over the chakra cloud. Is this a defensive ninjutsu? This question was swiftly quelled in the depths of one's mind. Countless stingers surged forth once more, each initially the size of a finger, but now propelled by a chakra flame a foot long. The chakra emitted from the stingers emerging from the cloud had evidently multiplied several times, indicating a technique imbued with amplification effects. The Great Fire Technique. The Sarutobi clan, having missed their opportunity, swiftly moved forward to unleash their ancestral Great Fire Technique in response. Over 50 Sarutobi ninjas exhaled flames, converging to form a colossal wall of fire that advanced ferociously, as if intent on reducing everything in its path to ashes. While both techniques belong to the C-rank fire release, the Great Fireball Technique is the foundation of the Uchiha clan's fire arts, whereas the Great Flame Technique is a renowned specialty of the Sarutobi clan. The Great Fireball Technique, aimed at comprehensibility, allows even young Uchihas to grasp it as a fundamental fire release, whereas the Great Flame Technique pursues both accessibility and formidable power. As long as chakra is continuously infused, the Great Flame Technique remains unstoppable and can be amplified through the collaboration of multiple users. The Uchiha's Great Fireball defense relies purely on visual prowess, often regarded as mere showmanship by ordinary ninjas, while the Sarutobi clan's Great Flame Wall derives its strength from the technique itself. The relentless fire wall, with its immense force, initially held firm. However, as the chakra sustaining the stingers dwindled, they were gradually overpowered. Ultimately, with another batch of Sarutobi ninjas utilizing wind release to break through, the wind fanned the flames, and the fire wall engulfed the stingers. Chapter 30. The Military Cloud. It is entirely reasonable to be thwarted by the Uchiha on the first attempt, and to be met with an enhanced version by the Sarutobi on the second. One can only lament the inadequacy of the ordinary ninja stinger's sacrificial thrust. Unfortunately, the chakra infused within the ordinary ninja stinger lacks any attribute alterations, rendering it incapable of achieving the material transformations that the rock bee's golden needle chakra can provide. While the stingers can pierce through flesh when empowered by chakra, without it, they are merely hardened proteins, unimpressive and unburnt. Perhaps ordinary ninja bees should serve merely as expendable resources to strengthen elite ninja bees. After a moment's contemplation, the wasp took command of the chakra cloud. In a previous life, the wasp specialized in the poison path, with a secondary focus on the dream path, exploring the dreams of the ancients through the lens of the slave path. The greatest achievement of the wasp in the slave path was to utilize it as a springboard to comprehend aspects of the human path, establishing a series of human path outcomes influenced by the slave path. With more effort, it could potentially create a new school akin to how the ancients derived the void path from the law path. Regrettably, the wasp had no interest in this endeavor. The half-formed military path had yet to fully emerge, remaining merely a branch of the slave path. The chakra cloud, in essence, is a refined version of the military path combined with the chi path's lethal technique, the thousand-arm chi. The original thousand-arm chi gathers the essence of a vast army, consolidating the strength of many into the hands of a commander, facilitating both offense and defense while enhancing the army's combat prowess. Its subsequent variations are diverse, and its mastery lies in the heart of the wielder, holding infinite subtleties. At present, this manifestation is likely an upgraded version of the bee clones extracting chakra from the bodies of the ninja bees, discarding the necessity of a massive swarm. The wasp, relying on its own spiritual energy to harmonize the scattered energies of the swarm, found that its own spiritual energy was indistinguishable from that of the body of the ninja bees. Due to the overwhelming and chaotic nature of the chakra, it was easier to project it externally. Once the bee army took shape, their wills began to converge, and with the wasp as the leader, a rudimentary version of the thousand-arm chi was produced. Lacking the fluidity of effortless command, it felt akin to lifting a heavy weight, and after a brief attempt, the wasp abandoned the notion of employing high-powered secret techniques. During the trial, even with tens of thousands of bees, the chakra cloud remained manageable, but with 40 million bees, the complexity became overwhelming. Maintaining its form was a success, but executing intricate maneuvers was beyond reach. Concepts like the thousand-arm manifestation and the spirit of warfare, once powerful techniques of the wasp's past life as Ziyin Ran, required exceedingly high organizational standards from its army, regardless of species. To employ them effectively, the organizational strength would need to reach the elite level of seasoned soldiers, ideally localizing the military morale and formations from past lives. Enhancing the Army's organizational capability to the utmost before invoking the thousand-arm chi, which would yield a chakra cloud capable of executing complex military techniques. With the current inferior product, one could only resort to simplistic and forceful tactics, such as using the dense chakra cloud to absorb attacks for the protection of the swarm or enhancing offensive power by consuming chakra from the cloud. For instance, a bee clone pointed towards the leaf camp, and a column of chakra cloud, as thick as a giant tree, shot forth in the direction indicated. This direct assault, crude and straightforward, essentially involved projecting chakra with weak earth attribute transformations, failing to qualify as a technique and merely squandering chakra. However, the chaotic chakra cloud found its most suitable application in this manner. After accumulating vast amounts of chakra, the resultant power was indeed commendable. The towering wall of flames outside the leaf camp attested to this. Uchiha Fugaku pressed his right hand against the ground, unleashing formidable fire attribute chakra to maintain a technique renowned for summoning the hellfire of Azura, transforming adversaries into ash. The Uchiha Fire Barrier, a powerful combination of offense and defense, could not have earned the Uchiha name without merit. If it were not potent enough, it would merely be called the Fire Barrier. Only when it achieved a level of strength that made the Uchiha proud would it bear the title Uchiha Fire Barrier. This technique undeniably deserved such a name. Utilizing the earth as a catalyst to amplify the fire attribute chakra's properties, as the practitioner released minute quantities of chakra, the rising infernal barrier incinerated any who dared approach the perimeter of the barrier. The principle of high-temperature combustion is a fundamental characteristic of fire attribute chakra, representing the outward manifestation of flames. This foundation does not imply weakness. The Uchiha Fire Barrier has been refined and improved over generations of Uchiha fire release experts, elevating this basic characteristic to heights unimaginable by ordinary ninjas. Executed by Uchiha Fugaku, likely the strongest among the current Uchiha, the rising infernal barrier was even more formidable than the Uchiha fire release combination. The roaring flames clashed with the imposing earthy yellow cloud pillar, two techniques starkly contrasting in nature colliding. The Uchiha Fire Barrier, exquisite and intricate, employs profound sealing principles to elucidate the ultimate transformation of fire release chakra, while the earthy yellow cloud pillar is straightforward and lacking in technique, relying solely on sheer force. One represents the culmination of countless scholars' wisdom, while the other is a brutish warrior wielding a massive hammer, unleashing raw strength. The wasp harbored no concern about being defeated in this exchange. The Uchiha Fire Barrier may be robust, but withstanding the impact of the earthy yellow cloud pillar is of little consequence. As anticipated, the Uchiha fire formation soon dissipated, revealing a translucent barrier engulfed in violet flames. Uchiha Fugaku raised his right hand, standing up and taking a couple of deep breaths, his previously chaotic chakra now regaining stability. Sustaining a barrier to protect the Konoha encampment single-handedly was no easy feat. It would consume an immense amount of chakra, while the Great Fireball technique could be disregarded. The Uchiha Fire formation required a continuous supply of chakra to maintain the barrier. Uchiha Fugaku was not so depleted that he couldn't hold on for this brief period. The impression of Uchiha chakra being scarce came from the Senju, and when compared to his formidable rival, the Uchiha's chakra was indeed less. However, relative to other ninja clans, the Uchiha chakra, while not as abundant, could still be considered substantial. As one of the top 3 experts in the Konoha encampment, he needed to conserve his strength to confront the elite of the Iwagakure, making it more appropriate for others to block the widespread attacks targeting mid-level ninjas, which were clearly designed to exhaust chakra. Chapter 31. The enclosing barrier conserving chakra increased the chances of survival. On the battlefield, the collective value of 10 or 100 chunin could not compare to that of Uchiha Fugaku. The worth of human lives is not equal, aside from other factors. Without confrontations among ninjas of the same rank, it would be a gross exaggeration to claim that a top-tier jonin like Uchiha Fugaku could achieve 1,000-man slaughter. It was irresponsible to have Uchiha Fugaku expend chakra to counter the attacks that 4 Sarutobi chunin could withstand. After some time, the insect queen retracted the power infused into the earthy yellow pillars, causing them to gradually dissipate. The Konoha ninjas took turns maintaining the barrier, their chakra replenishing adequately after rest, unlike their insect counterparts who lacked such resilience. Being inherently short-lived, the expendable insect soldiers could only extract a massive amount of chakra at the cost of their lives. While the lives of expendable insect soldiers were not a primary concern, wasting them was not an option. As thoughts swirled, the insect queen once again gathered chakra. Each insect soldier erupted with potent chakra, only to lose their lives in an instant. The previously thinned chakra cloud, which had suffered during the defensive efforts and the activation of the earthy yellow pillars, was now rejuvenated by the lives of the insect soldiers, restoring it to its peak condition, even surpassing it. A sufficiently dense chakra cloud effectively shielded the elite of Konoha from inflicting widespread damage upon the insect swarm. Not long ago, after the battle between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, the insect queen had gained a thorough understanding of the destructive power at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Without mentioning the 5th-tier puppet master, it was no issue for Jiraiya and Orochimaru to unleash the destructive force of a 3rd or 4th-tier puppet master while holding back their trump cards. Such combat prowess, combined with fire techniques that countered the swarm, posed a significant threat to the insects. The last resounding victory was attributed to the initial surprise attack and the fact that Konoha's forces were countered by the swarming insects. To combat the swarm, large-scale attacks were necessary. After Jiraiya was compelled to confront Orochimaru, few ninja clans in the Konoha encampment were adept at large-scale ninjutsu. The Hyuga clan's long-range palm attacks had limited reach, while the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques, akin to a rolling meatball, turned them into easy targets when stationary. The only clan proficient in large-scale attacks, the Yamanaka clan, was inadequate alone, while the most significant results came from several elite non-ninja practitioners of fire techniques. In a scenario where a group of taijutsu specialists and combat-focused ninjas faced an overwhelming swarm, it was entirely expected for the outcome to be devastating. This time, Konoha learned from its mistakes and dispatched 2 major clans skilled in fire techniques. Without prior defenses, a coalition of fire ninjas could potentially obliterate the insect swarm in a brief moment of coordinated fire techniques, augmented by oil. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a sufficiently dense chakra cloud to defend the swarm of insects, preventing them from being entirely eradicated by Konoha's fire techniques. With the defense secured, the insect queen's attention shifted back to the 4 purple flames formation. Tentatively, she sent out a swarm of insects, which was immediately incinerated upon contact with the encroaching violet flames. The barrier thwarted the insects' approach, rendering their most lethal toxin ineffective. The dual-purpose 4 purple flames formation transformed the Konoha encampment into an impenetrable fortress, leaving the swarm with no viable options. The futile sacrifice of the insect stingers and the energy expended to enhance the chakra cloud proved ineffective. The 3 types of insects took turns testing the barrier. The ordinary insect stingers were incinerated, while the rock bee stingers could lodge into the barrier but failed to penetrate. The only option to breach the barrier The golden needle bee stingers had a 50-50 chance of success, and those that barely broke through lost their lethality. Fortunately, the four purple flames formation isolated the interior from the exterior, preventing Konoha ninjas from launching attacks from within, leaving the insect queen in a frustratingly passive state. A sentiment echoed by the Konoha ninjas inside the encampment. After some contemplation, the insect queen commanded her swarm to advance, completely encircling the Konoha encampment. Ordinarily, Konoha ninjas would not be easily surrounded due to their high mobility. Encircling a small team was simple, but surrounding an entire ninja army seemed absurd. However, Konoha was currently engaged in a defensive battle supported by the barrier, which not only protected them, but also confined them within its boundaries. Unless the barrier was removed, the ninjas' renowned mobility could not be utilized. As for removing the barrier, should Konoha ninjas dare to do so, the insect queen would not hesitate to strike. And before the Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Jiraiya could eliminate the insects, she could at least diminish Konoha's forces by a third at the outset. Over 30 million insect soldiers surrounding a Konoha encampment was more than sufficient. In the ancient past, as long as the encircling party had the patience and resources, the encircled party would inevitably succumb to starvation, creating a veritable hell on Earth. Unfortunately, this was the ninja world. Leaving aside the escape capabilities of ninjas, they also possessed the unique skill of summoning. The summoned beasts of Mount Mayaboku, the Sarutobi clan's Monkey King, and the Uchiha clan's Ninja Cats could facilitate the transfer of supplies for the Konoha ninjas. In dire straits, once reverse summoning was initiated, Jiraiya and the elites of the two clans would find it hard to remain in a desperate fight. The insect queen had no intention of playing the encirclement game, as her insect soldiers would perish within days. The chakra cloud thickened once more, with the earthy yellow becoming increasingly concentrated. This time, the insect queen expended a significant number of rock bees to imbue the chakra cloud with enhanced earth attributes. The dense yellow mist enveloped the barrier, plunging it into darkness, prompting the Konoha ninjas to light torches to illuminate the encampment. The four Sarutobi ninjas appeared visibly strained as the chakra cloud enveloped the barrier. An immense pressure assailed them from all sides. Their chakra consumption surged dramatically, and under attack, they naturally had to expend even more energy to sustain the barrier. The potency of techniques corresponded directly with chakra expenditure, a fundamental principle of ninjutsu. One Uchiha ninja smirked, and under Uchiha Fugaka's signal, flames ignited between his fingers, pressing down onto the ground. All right, 3, 2, 1. Once the Uchiha ninja confirmed readiness, the four Sarutobi ninjas focused intently on maintaining the barrier. At the moment the Uchiha ninja exhaled, the four Sarutobi ninjas propelled themselves backward with all their might. The Uchiha ninja paused briefly, and the towering flames of the Uchiha fire formation surged upward, incinerating the insect swarm. The Sarutobi ninjas nodded in gratitude. After the Uchiha ninja counted down 3, 2, 1, he left a brief moment for them to retreat. Otherwise, being scorched by the Uchiha fire formation was no trivial matter. With a cold snort, the Uchiha ninja turned away, confident in his ability to precisely incinerate any ninja bee that dared to enter the Uchiha fire formation, not granting the Sarutobi clan scoundrels any opportunity to escape. Yet, this insect manipulator was not to be underestimated. Maintaining the Uchiha fire formation, the Uchiha ninja noticed that, in that fleeting moment, the ninja bees nearly rushed in. The Sarutobi clan quickly deployed 4 ninjas to establish the 4 purple flames formation, forcing the Uchiha ninja to withdraw. Although the Uchiha fire formation was more aggressive than the 4 purple flames formation, it had the disadvantage of being vulnerable from above, allowing the swarm to ascend and infiltrate swiftly. In terms of pure defense, the 4 purple flames formation proved superior. Chapter 32. Sage Jiraiya. The earthy yellow cloud pressure pressed tightly against the barrier, with the cloud and the barrier eroding each other, chakra fluctuating violently. From a distance, a massive, cloud-like, earthy yellow disc rotated slowly on the ground, grinding something. Occasionally, fiery pillars would erupt from the disc, painting the surroundings in crimson. Both sides were evenly matched in their offensive and defensive maneuvers, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. The 4 purple flames formation, an advanced barrier technique of Konoha, was established by 4 Chunin working in unison. Until the chakra of the barrier creators was exhausted, even ordinary Jonin found it impossible to breach, as its defensive power was formidable. While the chakra cloud appeared grand, Its offensive capability was akin to a C-rank ninjutsu unleashed by a chunin, far from penetrating the defenses of the four purple flames formation. Konoha was wary of the attack range of the chakra cloud disc, without the four purple flames formation. None of Konoha's lower ninjas would survive, and considering the poisonous nature of the bees, the likelihood of Jonin succumbing was not negligible. To this day, Konoha had yet to decipher the nature of that bee venom, and those who approached Tsunade for answers were met with her ire, the strongest medical ninja of the age. Without even a sample, how could she concoct an antidote? She demanded at least some residue of the toxin to analyze its properties and effects in order to tailor a remedy. A body devoid of any residual toxins. Merely the speculation of bee venom. Was she to create a remedy based on that? Take the antidote off the shelf and leave me be, Tsunade grumbled. Yet she managed to concoct a series of antidotes, making it clear she was unsure of their efficacy. Konoha could only send the front lines to procure samples of the ninja bees, but to no avail. Without the command of the bee queen, the toxins secreted by the chakra-infused ninja bees were merely potent bee venom, incapable of replicating the effects on Konoha's ninjas. The intelligence personnel who risked their lives to capture some ninja bees found them dead within days. The best news for Konoha was that the ninja bees had a short lifespan of around 7 days. The worst news was that the venom likely relied on the insect manipulator's secret techniques, making it difficult to obtain samples without access to those techniques. With each passing day without an antidote, Konoha's ninjas faced anxiety whenever engaging with the insect manipulators. The Konoha ninjas, reluctant to engage in close combat, steadfastly defended the barrier, while the ninja bees struggled to breach it. Damn it! Despite harboring little hope, the bee queen could not restrain her frustration when the rock bees attempting subterranean infiltration collided with the barrier. The four purple flames formation had no blind spots. While there was no barrier at ground level to prevent harm, deep underground, the barrier was intact. The rock bees digging tunnels met their end as they collided, reduced to ashes by purple flames. The four purple flames formation had no gaps, while the Uchiha fire formation did, and Konoha's ninjas were acutely aware of this. The Uchiha ninja could hardly tolerate being bested by the Sarutobi ninja. Whenever the Uchiha ninja deployed the Uchiha fire formation, the other Uchiha ninjas remained vigilant, ready to unleash fireballs to incinerate any ninja bees attempting to exploit weaknesses. As for the underground, the Uchiha fire formation emanated flames from below, leaving no blind spots. Aside from relying on the chakra cloud to deplete chakra, the bee queen found herself at a loss for alternatives. Her accumulation was still insufficient, and she urgently required a powerful technique capable of breaching defenses. The bee queen outside the barrier was disgruntled, and the Konoha ninjas within the barrier were equally discontented. The Uchiha clan, priding themselves as the foremost ninja clan, found themselves constrained within the barrier, while the venerable Sarutobi clan leader, having served as Hokage for decades, enjoyed a modicum of respect from villagers who acknowledged the third Hokage's legacy, whereas the Oil Woman clan held no regard for appearances, especially when their adversaries were the very foes who had once beaten them to a pulp. Moreover, disregarding appearances, being trapped within the barrier was hardly a favorable situation, especially with Inoki of Iwagakure still at large. The semi-transparent four purple flames formation could not obscure Konoha's view of the outside, but the earthy yellow chakra cloud could. The Konoha ninjas encased within the chakra cloud relied solely on torches for illumination, as no light penetrated from outside, while the four purple flames formation could withstand the low-intensity, high-duration chakra cloud disk. It could not endure dust release techniques. Once Inoki arrived, they would be easy targets for the dust release. Although they could evade the attack, they could not withstand it. Even with Byakugan, they would not escape being disintegrated by the dust release. However, given the limited space of the camp, finding refuge would be challenging. Moreover, barrier techniques were not commonplace. Only a select few had successfully learned the secrets passed down by the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan. As the rotations increased, their condition would deteriorate, making it uncertain how long they could sustain the barrier. Such high-intensity, prolonged confrontations were taxing for ninjas. The enemy employed ninja bees, while their own side relied on ninjas. Surely, they could create a narrow opening for one to pass through? Jiraiya spoke up. Moments before, the commanding officer had returned to the tent and stepped out. Now, Jiraiya's face was adorned with red streaks crisscrossing his features, his eyes framed with red shadows, resembling someone wearing crimson spectacles. His nose had grown large and round, protruding with a cluster of flesh, akin to a toad on his face. Perched on each shoulder were cloaked toads. The green toad on the left shoulder had white eyebrows and tufts of white hair on its chin and head, resembling a small elder, while the purple toad on the right shoulder sported a purple bump on its head, reminiscent of a feminine hairstyle, with its pale green face accentuated by distinctly purple lips, giving it a strikingly feminine appearance. In this guise, Jiraiya resembled no ninja, rather. He appeared as a comedic character from a theatrical troupe, exuding a pronounced comedic flair. The Konoha ninjas, witnessing Jiraiya's transformation up close, perceived no anomaly in their commander's sudden appearance. In their perception, Jiraiya's clownish demeanor significantly heightened his threat level, marking a qualitative leap in his power. Undoubtedly, this transformation was a powerful secret technique capable of amplifying even shadow-level ninjas. Any ninja with a modicum of sensory ability could feel the tremendous chakra flowing within Jiraiya and the two toads. Not only did Jiraiya himself gain immense augmentation, but the two toads should not be underestimated either. Despite their modest stature, standing on Jiraiya's shoulders, they were not even as tall as his head. Yet, the chakra coursing through their 30-centimeter frames was exponentially more potent than the colossal toads he summoned in battle, which towered 20 meters. This was the true essence of Mount Myaboku. It supported Mount Myaboku's status as one of the three great sacred lands, home to the most formidable of beings. To their astonishment, Lord Jiraiya had indeed mastered the fabled sage mode. Uchiha Fugaku was the first to recognize this legendary secret technique. It is undeniable that among the myriad clans of Konoha, the Uchiha clan holds a profound impression of sage mode, for they have truly endured the brutal force of its power. Other clans, however, do not earn such recognition. The last ninja to master sage mode was none other than the legendary god of shinobi, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The only individual capable of prompting Hashirama to unleash sage mode upon him was his rival and dear friend, the shinobi Azura, Uchiha Madara. The strongest clan leader in history was thoroughly humiliated by his longtime adversary using sage mode, a fact indelibly etched in the memories of the Uchiha clan, who recognized it at a glance. Although they may not have encountered the phenomena directly, the Uchiha lineage has ancestral accounts of such experiences. Sarutobi Shino shouted, and 3 adept Sarutobi ninjas joined him in replacing their clansmen. Jiraiya was eager to engage, for according to records he had seen from the elder, sage mode significantly enhances a ninja's capabilities. While he did not expect to annihilate the swarm entirely, he sought to ensure his own safety. Creating a barrier required technical skill, and establishing a small portal within that barrier was an intricate task, one that only Sarutobi Shino among the supporting ninjas could accomplish. Under his deft manipulation, a portal, tall enough for a person to pass through, was opened, and Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of flames. Sage art, fire release, flame bullet. It was impossible to venture outside directly. The exterior was densely enveloped in an overwhelming quantity of subpar chakra clouds, concealing an unknown number of bees within. As a flame bullet was expelled, the mingled scents of charred remains, smoke, and sweetness wafted back, indicating the demise of countless bees. Not only did Jiraiya need to ensure his own comfort before stepping into the swarm, but allowing the bees to penetrate the barrier would also pose a risk, particularly since it was Jiraiya who had commanded the opening. After unleashing the flames, the area outside appeared significantly clearer. With determination, Jiraiya, sporting a rather comical toad-like visage, boldly stepped into the chakra cloud. As he took a step forth, the barrier instantly sealed, denying the swarm any chance of entry. The moment he entered the chakra cloud, an immense pressure surged from all directions. Sage mode endowed Jiraiya with heightened sensory perception, allowing him to feel the vast multitude of bees without the need for sensory ninjutsu. Is this the swarm you spoke of, little Jiraiya? The voice of the green toad on Jiraiya's shoulder held a note of astonishment. Fukasaku, a sage of extraordinary prowess who had lived for centuries, was no ordinary toad. He was renowned in Myaboku Mountain, a sage with unmatched strength. While Fukasaku had encountered many wonders in his long life, the sheer scale of this bee swarm was an unprecedented sight. Previously, he had heard that the Kamizuru clan caused considerable trouble for Konoha with their bees, and he had estimated their numbers to be substantial. Yet, facing them firsthand, he realized his initial estimation had fallen short. How many will we need to consume? Enough with the thoughts of eating at a time like this, Fukasaku exclaimed, exasperated. As he was jolted back into reality by Shima, his wife and the mother of the toad Jiraiya had summoned earlier. Shima, who typically managed household affairs in Miyaboka Mountain, was an adept cook, yet her culinary creations were unlikely to suit human palates. Jiraiya, for one, had no desire to sample Shima's insect-based dishes again. Bees, being insects, were akin to bulk ingredients for Shima, who viewed the swarm as a wholesale market for cooking supplies. However, the quality of these ingredients left much to be desired. Extending her long tongue, she snatched several ninja bees and frowned in distaste. What a facade of beauty, but utterly lacking within, she muttered, noting how the bees were entirely sustained by chakra, possessing poor texture and even toxicity. Having dined on the bountiful, toxin-free delicacies of Miyaboku Mountain for years, Shima was unaccustomed to the vile, toxin-laden flavor of these inferior creatures, making her feel nauseous. After several retches and rinsing her mouth with water release, she finally managed to rid herself of the unpleasant taste. The dreadful flavor of the ninja bees left a psychological scar on Shima, who wished she could somehow exchange her tongue for one that had never tasted them. By the heavens! Fukasaku bellowed in frustration. Shima, realizing her distraction, puffed her cheeks and unleashed a tempestuous gale that merged with Fukasaku's fire release, igniting a tremendous blaze. Focus on the battlefield. This is no time for distractions. Why should I not comment on the trials of a housewife preparing meals, while you, oblivious to my struggles, merely think of food? After their exchange, Shima cast a resentful gaze toward the bee swarm, lamenting the discrepancy between appearance and taste. Why must it taste so foul? I had hoped for a delightful lunch today. Lunch is inconsequential. The enemy is what matters. What do you mean lunch is unimportant? Then do not eat, you old fool. How dare you speak to me that way? I am only concerned for your well-being. Concerned? What do you mean? The two sages, positioned on either side, engaged in a lively quarrel amidst the chaos of battle. Their banter did not hinder their combat prowess. Rather, it was a testament to their decades of synergy. One utilized wind release, the other fire. Their combined techniques seamlessly executed as if choreographed. The flames surged with the wind's assistance, incinerating the daring bees that approached them. As Fukasaku and Shima wreaked havoc upon the swarm, the ninja bees would not stand idle. Jiraiya? A Hokage-level ninja? Just what we need. Here. It's merely a swarm and a few clones. What are you afraid of? The lives of mere clones and bees hold no value compared to yours. As they became increasingly agitated, the swarm launched a relentless barrage of stingers, mingled with chakra clouds, targeting Jiraiya and his two-toed companions from all angles, even employing subterranean attacks. As a stinger narrowly grazed Jiraiya's younger brother, a wave of dread washed over him. Memories of the fallen Konoha White Fang and his devastating taijutsu flooded back, a technique that struck fear into the hearts of enemies. What man could withstand such an underhanded assault? How could one so young be so merciless? While Jiraiya wished to protest, the battlefield was no place for complaints, and he doubted the enemy would heed his grievances. Faced with such an onslaught, Jiraiya felt urgency surge within him. His white hair danced with fluidity as he deftly protected the two-toed sages, ensuring that not a single attack could breach his defenses. One must commend Jiraiya's remarkable prowess. His hair acted as an impenetrable shield, akin to armor. And with a swift motion, he converted defense into offense, nearly obliterating a clone of the ninja bees. This was a clone of the indestructible, diamond-hard bee. Without the need for ninjutsu, pure brute strength surged through him, overpowering the clone with sheer force. If it weren't for my swift evasion, this clone would have surely perished after a couple more strikes. Moreover, there were two frogs engaged in a comedic dialogue. Their wit was indeed entertaining, and their prowess was formidable, with a lethal capability that surpassed even the combined might of the leaf ninja within the great camp of the Land of Grass. Their fire and wind techniques were unleashed as if devoid of chakra. One served as a shield while the other acted as a formidable offensive force. And if they continued their assault unabated, this swarm might genuinely face extinction. Let me show you this. A drop of dark purple liquid silently fell upon Jiraiya's hair, causing his expression to shift dramatically as his white locks severed at the roots. Such potent poison. The chakra-activated hair, in Jiraiya's perception, seemed to vanish almost immediately after detaching. Was this toxin designed to infect chakra, flowing along its currents? It was undoubtedly a poison tailored for ninjas. Fortunately, the sensory abilities granted by Sage Mode saved Jiraiya's life. Without that awareness, he might have been left with no choice but to gamble on an antidote. cautiously withdrawing his white hair, no longer utilizing it for offense. Jiraiya fortified his defenses. In a brief skirmish, he discerned the transmission method of the toxin, while the insect, Shofu, confirmed Jiraiya's perceptive capabilities in Sage mode. Facing such a keenly perceptive adversary, Shofu, lacking in raw strength and resorting to cunning, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. All right, tonight we shall prepare some fried vegetables. I must hurry to conclude this, as I still need to return home to prepare dinner. At the instant Sage Jiraiya proposed a ceasefire, Sage Shinzaku understood immediately. That direction, right? The child's mother employs wind, while young Jiraiya utilizes oil. Understood, I have sensed it. The two sages and Jiraiya joined their hands in prayer. Sage Technique. 5 Right Gate. Chapter 34. The Might of Sage Arts. 2 frogs, 1 individual, 3 mouths. Sage Shinzaku unleashed a stream of fire, while Sage Jiraiya emitted a column of wind, which converged with the river of burning oil pouring from Jiraiya's mouth. The mixture of wind, fire, and oil surged forward, crashing violently against all that stood in its path. The target was clear, precisely locking onto the direction with the most clones. The troublesome sensory ability. Not only was there acute awareness of nearby dangers, but long-range perception was also exceptional. The sensation of being utterly exposed before the enemy was profoundly unsettling. As the nearest clone was engulfed by the seething, boiling oil, a sense of tactical satisfaction welled within. How crucial it was to be cautious. It was not merely about the main body being resilient. This entire operation relied on clones. If the main body had engaged, it would have undoubtedly attracted Jiraiya's frog nose, leading to immediate capture. Without the advantage of concealment, the combat capability of the 8-year-old main body paled in comparison to the clones. A sneak attack from a Hokage-level ninja could easily decimate it, especially given that the main body, with its frail constitution, would crumble under a single blow from Jiraiya, begging for mercy to spare its life. There were still secrets to unveil regarding the information technique. Sage arts? What kind of unique secret technique is that? The concept of sages exists within the ninja world. The legendary ancestor of ninjas, known as the Sage of 6 Paths. Sages in the ninja realm lie between the concepts of sages and deities. The so-called sage techniques displayed by Jiraiya are indeed astonishing, representing a qualitative leap beyond ordinary ninjutsu. For instance, this 5 Right Gate, both in scope and power, far exceeds the techniques Jiraiya employed during his encounter with Old Purple. As Jiraiya readied to unleash a powerful technique, Shofu urgently mobilized chakra to suppress the confrontation, commanding the insect swarm to retreat and ascend. Futile, all utterly useless. The storm propelled the burning, boiling oil, mercilessly obliterating layers of cloud walls and disregarding the amassed quantity of Shofu's defenses, dismantling everything in its path and relentlessly pursuing the fleeing swarm and clones. The fragile insect swarm perished the moment the hot oil caught up with them. They were unworthy of even touching the oil. Their delicate bodies were incinerated by the high-temperature oil. Even the clones, fully operating with the golden release, could not withstand this. Let alone the mere imitation of the golden properties, true metal within this technique's range would surely melt. A life-terminating zone formed by the oil and fire mixture exceeding 1500 degrees Celsius. How could the mere golden needle be clones endure such an onslaught? Compared to dust release, the point-blank lethality of the 5 Right Gate was somewhat lacking, yet it far surpassed the destructive potential of dust release. If a swarm of rock ninja were to charge, Jiraiya's intervention would surely leave Inoki at a loss for words. Taking note of the term Sage arts, Shofu calmly contemplated. The power of Sage arts warranted serious consideration. This 5 Right Gate had annihilated over 10 million insect warriors, resulting in the loss of a quarter of Shofu's clones, all unable to evade due to their proximity. With such overwhelming might, it was evident that previously, the Leaf side had been pushed to the brink. Yet Jiraiya had refrained from deploying Sage arts. There must be significant limitations associated with this technique. Otherwise, Old Purple would not have been able to so easily stall or even suppress Jiraiya. Based on Jiraiya's current display of speed, strength, and perceptive abilities, it was not a matter of underestimating Old Purple. His prowess was formidable, capable of contending with Jiraiya in his normal state, but against the Sage arts, he would find it exceedingly challenging. What does Sage arts resemble? Shofu pondered carefully, recalling a similarly lethal technique. That technique was known as Dragon Sovereign's Ascendance. The individual who wielded it could dispatch a peer with a single punch, effortlessly annihilating opponents on a battlefield filled with the world's greatest warriors. In the end, the wielder's demise stemmed from sheer exhaustion, being worn down to their last breath. Though the systems and principles differ, the manifestation of all-encompassing augmentation remains consistent. Jiraiya's speed, strength, reflexes, and perceptive abilities experienced tremendous enhancement. The potency of his techniques underwent a qualitative transformation, akin to Dragon Sovereign's ascendance, which elevated the user's physical prowess across the board, albeit with far lesser efficacy, resembling a lower-tier version of Dragon Sovereign's ascendance. The five-right gate holds immense power, yet it appears to demand considerable energy. It transformed into a fire technique known as Frog Oil Flame Bomb, prefixed with Sage Arts. Indeed, it is a technique of a similar nature to Dragon Sovereign's ascendance. Sage Arts represents a state, wherein all techniques under this state can be referred to as Sage Arts. Considering the nature of the technique's power and the characteristics of the chakra system, the essence of this technique may be to induce a qualitative transformation in chakra. When chakra circulates within the body, it can elevate a ninja from mere mortality to superhuman status. The enhancement brought forth by high-quality chakra far exceeds that of ordinary chakra. The same hardening technique, when executed with golden release chakra, showcases a vastly superior potency compared to that derived from earth release chakra. Despite being utilized by the same individual, the method of chakra circulation remains unchanged, yet the resultant defensive capabilities differ tremendously, akin to the disparity between clouds and mud. Sage Arts may indeed represent a unique form of chakra, capable of exhibiting all forms of nature transformation and augmentation. Thus, it is akin to a metamorphosis from mortal being to sage-like existence. Gazing upon the two frogs perched upon Jiraiya's shoulder, it became clear that this so-called Sage Arts was intrinsically linked to Mount Myaboku, as it elucidated the presence of the frog nose upon Jiraiya's face, the bulges on his bare skin, and the reason these two frogs steadfastly remained on his shoulders, as if their feet were glued to him. Perhaps, the so-called Three Great Sage Lands earned their esteemed titles precisely because they mastered this so-called Sage Arts. Why did Jiraiya refrain from utilizing Sage Arts previously? According to the intelligence of the Rock Ninja, Jiraiya was also an orphan, raised by Konoha, and was a disciple of the third Hokage, a true scion of Konoha. His love for the village could rival that of anyone else. Why then, does such a fervent admirer of Konoha not unveil his trump card at a critical juncture to turn the tide? The battle in the Land of Grass inflicted losses on Konoha that would surely cause heartache for this storied village, the foremost among the ninja clans. The casualties among the expendable genin are one thing, but the losses among the seasoned chunin, who form the backbone of the ninja army, are particularly grievous. Determining how many genin can be mustered into the ranks, the losses among the jonin and elite jonin are even more harrowing, enough to make the upper echelons of Konoha's leadership feel as though their hearts are bleeding. Those who perished fought alongside Jiraiya, entrusting their lives to him as their commander. In the trials of life, the bonds forged in combat are profound. These comrades in arms have suffered grievously, yet Jiraiya has withheld his hidden abilities, which is not in keeping with the character of the boisterous Jiraiya. If it were the more stoic Orochimaru among the trio, it would be another matter entirely. Setting aside the possibility that Jiraiya has masqueraded as a warm-hearted soul while being a cold-blooded rogue, the answer becomes clear. It is not that he does not wish to use his powers, but rather that he is unable to do so. What distinguishes his ability to wield sage techniques between these two battles? It is time. In the conflict in the Land of Grass, the surprise attack by the Hornets left no room for preparation. When the swarm descended upon the Konoha encampment, the old man Jiraiya was forced to respond without any time to ready himself. This time, however, the march of the Hornets would require time. Konoha's defenses still stood firm, granting Jiraiya ample opportunity to prepare his sage techniques. The essence of sage techniques lies in the necessity for preparation and the cooperation of summoning beasts, demanding immense resolve and intelligence from the user. The previous lack of intelligence and hasty circumstances prevented Jiraiya from utilizing these techniques, serving as the best evidence of their challenges. Sage techniques? Inoki furrowed his brow deeply. Clearly, that Tsuchikage has heard of this name. The red patterns on his face indeed signal the legendary nature of these techniques. Jiraiya, having mastered sage techniques, unleashed a vast and complex sage ninjutsu attack of tremendous power. Listening to the reports from the Hornet clones, Inoki exhaled in relief. Thankfully, The hornet swarm had shielded Iwagakure from calamity. Otherwise, had a technique far exceeding Jiraiya's normal abilities, capable of melting gold and stone, struck the unprepared Iwa ninjas. Inoki feared he might truly vomit blood. To obliterate over 10,000 hornets and eliminate thousands of Iwa ninjas would likely require little effort. Hold him off. I shall confront him. The ninja army is entrusted to you. Delay the advance. Leaving a word for the old man Jiraiya, Inoki's speed surged. Originally advancing at the pace of the Iwa ninjas' march, the Iwagakure forces were not far from the front line, and within just over a minute of Inoki's full-speed advance, a transparent light column struck down from the position marked by the hornet, initiating dust release. Inoki unhesitatingly chose to unleash his most formidable technique as a show of respect for the legendary sage arts. Chapter 35. The indomitable Jiraiya. Inoki has never been one to concern himself greatly with appearances. The dignity of the Tsuchikage is paramount. But the essence of Iwagakure holds even greater significance. In critical moments, the old man can indeed lower himself to execute an underhanded attack against the younger generation. Who could withstand such a sudden strike from a Tsuchikage wielding the sharpest spear of dust release? It is simply that no one had previously emerged as a worthy target for such an ambush. Thus, having harnessed the power of sage techniques and displayed the legendary might that accompanies them, the unfortunate, yet fortunate Jiraiya found himself the subject of a shameless personal welcome from the Tsuchikage. Unfortunate in being ambushed by Inoki, yet fortunate in evading the attack. Bearing the weight of two sages upon his shoulders, Jiraiya was no longer a mere mortal. He was not an ordinary ninja, but one empowered by sage arts. As a dignified sage of the toads, he was indeed a cunning and agile frog. Forgive me, Inoki, for my haste. Jiraiya's scalp prickled as he dodged yet another dust release attack. That old scoundrel Inoki is truly intent on my demise. Once was not enough. Sensing the ever-looming threat, Jiraiya executed the body flicker technique at an unprecedented level. The potential of a person is boundless, much like the water within a sponge, which will inevitably seep forth when pressed. Inoki's dust release inadvertently propelled Jiraiya into a realm of self-transcendence, empowered by sage techniques. Jiraiya finally rose again after being crushed on the beach by his own disciple, standing on equal footing with them in the realm of body flicker technique. If Konoha's ninjas were bold enough to venture into the thin chakra clouds, they might witness Jiraiya using all four limbs to scramble and roll, dissipating momentarily only to reappear once more. This is not merely a matter of technique. It is Jiraiya's speed that is astonishingly swift. So much so that an ordinary person cannot perceive it, and even a ninja's dynamic vision struggles to keep pace with his movements. The phenomenon of visual persistence leaves an afterimage of Jiraiya on the retina, commonly referred to as a residual shadow. Inoki's perception would not fall prey to being misled by such shadows. His long-standing rival, the third Raikage, specializing in lightning chakra modes and excelling in taijutsu, was renowned as the strongest shield and spear. However, this does not imply that his speed is lacking. During the Second Shinobi World War, the third Raikage had already decapitated Inoki when his perception faltered. The Hornet clones, possessing the characteristics of their kin, such as acute dynamic vision, would not be hindered in their pursuit. In truth, while Jiraiya's state is formidable, his appearance leaves much to be desired. To gain further augmentation, Jiraiya's hands and feet sprouted more pronounced bulges, his fingers becoming slender and sharp, discarding his wooden sandals for a quadrupedal gait. Resembling a great frog in both form and movement. Using his perception, Inoki was relatively well off, while the Hornet clone, relying on sight, felt as though it had returned to its first life. This leaping, white-haired humanoid frog would seem entirely at home among the monstrous beings of her first existence. Quite repugnant indeed. Uncertain of whether he found this distasteful, Inoki relentlessly pursued Jiraiya with dust release, yet he could never quite touch him. The power of dust release comes with a lengthy wind-up, suitable for confrontations involving ninjutsu or large-scale assaults, but remarkably ineffective against swift, agile targets. Jiraiya is an all-around ninja, possessing no shortcomings in taijutsu or ninjutsu. He excels in barrier techniques, sealing techniques, summoning techniques, and has mastered 6 of the 7 elemental transformations of chakra, save for lightning release. Under normal circumstances, such a well-rounded ninja is a nuisance, making it challenging to identify their weaknesses. After receiving a comprehensive enhancement from sage techniques, he becomes even more terrifying, as his versatility overshadows the advantages of specialized ninjas. With Sage techniques activated, Jiraiya's abilities skyrocket, making it difficult even for characters like Inoki, with single specialized scores nearing 98 or 99, to contend with him. The current situation has unfolded purely due to the advantage of flight against a grounded opponent. The notion of being struck down by Jiraiya's chaotic fists would be utterly improbable. Empowered by Sage techniques, Jiraiya's raw strength is not inferior to that of the Sandaime Hokage in his prime. In the absence of effective means to counter dust release, he found himself at a loss. The interception by the swarm of wasp-like ninjas proved futile, as Jiraiya focused on evasion, unable to form hand seals. However, he could still unleash low-level fire techniques without seals. A single application of Sage Art fire release could effortlessly annihilate a cluster of ninja wasps. Moreover, he possessed a white-haired companion who required no hand seals, adept in both offense and defense. The hair ninjutsu, which faltered against the lethal strikes of his opponent, became mere fodder against the onslaught of dust and clouds. The two toads perched on his shoulders also posed a nuisance. Yet they had no trouble executing techniques while he struggled to form seals. With their webbed hands clasped, they summoned formidable jutsu. And had it not been for Jiraiya's swift evasion, Inoki might have found himself bisected by the high-velocity water blades expelled by the green-skinned toad. Jiraiya's extraordinary speed had no bearing on them. Their limbs seemed rooted to his shoulders, allowing them to execute attacks with pinpoint accuracy, targeting either Inoki or the swarm. One wasp clone was cleaved in two by a water blade, scattering its metallic sheen across the battlefield. Despite the hardened form of the chosen wasp clone, it could not withstand the oncoming onslaught. The gold release hardening technique, intended to be impervious, crumbled before Jiraiya's sage prowess as if it were mere paper. Attacks proved ineffective against defenses, and defenses faltered against assaults. Jiraiya's overwhelming strength imposed a dimensional shift upon the tactics employed by the wasp ninjas. Ultimately, Jiraiya was a seasoned powerhouse with over a decade of renown. Thus, it was only natural that he could effortlessly dispatch the wasp shinobi, who operated under the misguided belief of normal genius standards. What 8-year-old could truly contend with Jiraiya, even without sage techniques? He could obliterate a horde of so-called geniuses with a single jutsu. They were merely prodigies, while Jiraiya was a developed warrior. Unfulfilled potential, extinguished before it could blossom, remained nothing more than potential. The passage of time serves as the greatest barrier for prodigies to transform into true strength. In reality, there exists no matching mechanism. A 60-year-old Inoki could ambush a younger Jiraiya, while Jiraiya could still unleash his might upon a wasp ninja 30 years his junior. The reliance on wasps does not impose stringent physical requirements for the wasp user. Presently, the wasp ninja lacked the resources to truly challenge Jiraiya. An 8-year-old's physique is inherently frail. It typically takes doubling that age, around 15 or 16, for a body to reach initial maturity, with peak physical condition emerging in one's 30s, followed by a gradual decline post-40. Chapter 36. The chaotic wasp soul. An 8-year-old child remains in the realm of ninja academies or following elders in training, while wild ninjas and prematurely graduated geniuses often linger at the lower ranks. Konoha's prodigy, Hatake Kakashi, at 8, was merely a regular chunin trailing behind his captain. The ordinary 8-year-old ninja engages in learning and training. The prodigious 8-year-old ninja graduates, trains, and occasionally undertakes D-rank missions, witnessing the bloodshed of C-rank tasks. In stark contrast, the 8-year-old wasp ninja occupies a central position on the battlefield, single-handedly assaulting the Konoha encampment, challenging the border forces, and participating in high-stakes encounters against elite ninja. The insect users of the Kamizuru clan found themselves thoroughly outmatched by the Oil Clan's insect users. However, their survival in the brutal Warring States era and their subsequent rise to prominence attests to the clan's merits. The Oil Clan's parasitic insects require a host, thereby limiting their swarm size based on chakra. In contrast, the Kamizuru's ninja wasps merely required a contract, allowing them to circumvent chakra limitations to a degree, bestowing enhanced combat prowess upon their youthful users. Despite the inherent combat deficiencies of the wasps and the greater reliance on innate command ability, which the Kamizuru clan failed to exploit until the arrival of the wasp ninja, she quickly discerned this potential and established a combat system that fully harnessed this advantage, resulting in the emergence of an extraordinary young ninja. Theoretically, a gifted Kamizuru insect user, armed with this system, could potentially wield the same power as the wasp ninja at the same age, commanding swarms of tens of thousands to challenge or even eliminate elite shinobi. This system is commendable, ensuring the Kamizuru clan consistently produces special jonin, capable of standing their ground against even the strongest foes. The wasp ninja, although having perished twice, remained averse to death. Thus, her strategy was rooted in a survivalist approach, prioritizing self-preservation above all. Everything was geared towards safeguarding her life, biding time until she could reclaim her past life. In the ninja world, no one dared confront her directly, for the sake of a brighter future. She resolved that her clones would handle matters without requiring her true self to engage. A frail physical body would only hinder her clones, creating a fatal flaw in the swarm system. The proverb "a rich son does not sit in a dilapidated hall" resonates here. Even Inoki acknowledged this as a sign of self-awareness, recognizing that if superior clones exist, it is judicious for the original to remain uninvolved. Ninjas differ fundamentally from samurai. The calm adoption of the most suitable tactics to maximize one's abilities is the hallmark of a ninja's skill. When assassination is warranted, one must strike decisively. When ambushing, hesitation is not an option. Mastery of poison and traps is essential to be deemed a true ninja. Even the proud Uchiha clan, in pursuit of their objectives, have resorted to any means necessary. Uchiha males, during assassination missions, have been known to don female disguises to infiltrate their targets, even becoming courtesans to gain proximity for their lethal aims, departing unscathed after executing their plans. Such tales, purportedly from the Warring States period, serve as cautionary lessons for the younger generation. On the battlefield, the wasp ninja has reached her limits. By relying on survival instincts, she can evade Jiraiya's wrath, but she cannot prevent him from inflicting devastating blows upon her swarm. Inoki, hovering above, could scarcely hinder Jiraiya. His dust release failed to graze even a strand of Jiraiya's hair, yet unleashed a torrent of destruction upon the wasps. Of the 40 million, over 30 million perished, with the remainder succumbing to Jiraiya's relentless assault. As for the two toads affixed to Jiraiya, they were akin to living, mobile artillery. The achievements of a ninja's summoned beast are invariably credited to the ninja themselves. The wasps, too, function as summoned beasts. She cannot claim the offensive of 40 million wasps as her own. Just as Jiraiya's summoning of two toads counts as his three-man team, there is no double standard here. The disparity in raw strength is undeniably disheartening. The remaining clones gathered, likely facing a fruitless endeavor. The original remained behind, rallying the wasp forces to prepare for coordination with the Rock Ninja Brigade. The initial wave of the front lines had been abandoned. The 40 million wasps expended a portion of Konoha's chakra, drawing out Jiraiya's trump card, a trade deemed worthwhile by Inoki. However, the wasp ninja herself felt discontent. Her clones were dissatisfied, and the original was even more so. Jiraiya single-handedly decimated millions of wasps without a scratch. His triumph contrasted sharply with the frustration of the wasp ninja, who had achieved nothing after an arduous battle. The Konoha ninjas disregarded her swarm with their barriers, which she could tolerate, but Jiraiya's very presence, clad in toad-like form, was an affront to her dignity. The ninja world possesses a soul. The forbidden technique of the Leaf Village, the impure world reincarnation, is a taboo summoning art that demands human sacrifices to call forth the souls of the deceased back into the mortal realm. Moreover, during the Second Shinobi World War, the Leaf's Jonin, Dan Kato, invoked the name of the spirit transformation technique before his demise. This technique also pertains to the realm of souls, allowing the caster's spirit to detach and activate, enabling them to attack their foes regardless of distance, a terrifying forbidden art. When it comes to manipulating souls, Yugo is certainly not lacking in expertise. In terms of understanding the soul, she far surpasses many in the ninja world, even the likes of Tobarama Senju. No matter how boundless his research may be, could not casually expend countless souls in his endeavors, nor has he encountered beings composed purely of soul essence. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Yugo, who possesses profound knowledge of the soul, to develop a soul-related ninjutsu in the ninja realm. At some point, the chakra mist that enveloped the battlefield where the shadow-level combatants clashed began to subtly shift in hue. Amidst the earthy yellow, a hint of green seemed to infiltrate. This green gradually approached Jiraiya's vicinity, riding on the remnants of chakra. A closer inspection would reveal that many of the seemingly annihilated bees had actually perished before the onset of the jutsu. It appears Yugo has mastered this technique well. As Jiraiya and Inoki, engrossed in their confrontation, failed to notice, nor did Uchiha's keen eyes or Hyuga's Byakugan in the Leaf's encampment, who were anxiously observing the battle. Everything was in place. Now, let us see if you, the sage who has mastered Senjutsu, can withstand this move. Swarm Spirit. Chapter 37. The wisdom of the old toad. The so-called swarm spirit operates on a rather simple principle. The residual and faint souls of the ninja bees, having perished from excessive chakra exploitation, were influenced by chakra and became integrated into this chakra mist. Normally, such faint spiritual remnants would be of little use. Once the chakra mist is depleted, they would naturally dissipate into the ether, provided Yugo did not utilize them. However, she has now employed them. By sacrificing a portion of the ninja bees, perhaps due to the ritualistic nature of the ninja world, Yugo effortlessly offered these offerings, dedicating their lives to the chakra mist. The vitality of these offerings was meager, originating from mere cannon fodder with only a few days left to live, which would have enraged the gods in a past life. Nonetheless, it sufficed. Recalling the sensation of wielding authority, Yugo imprinted this thin vitality onto the residual souls within the chakra mist. These remnants, now infused with vitality, briefly attained a state of activation. Subsequently, she guided these activated soul remnants to coalesce around Jiraiya, releasing the constraints on the remnants, which would naturally gravitate towards the vibrant, living form of Jiraiya. What would happen to Jiraiya, now submerged in these chaotic, instinct-driven soul remnants, was something Yugo could not predict. After all, this was her first time employing such a technique, and its precise effects remained uncertain. Judging by Jiraiya's contorted expression, the outcome was likely quite effective. Indeed, the effect was more than satisfactory. Jiraiya felt as though countless bees were buzzing chaotically within his mind, their frantic and cacophonous drone echoing relentlessly, while every inch of his being felt as if it were being stung by a myriad of bees, a pain beyond measure. Not only he, but the two sages perched upon Jiraiya's shoulders were also enveloped by the swarm spirit's influence, experiencing a similar torment. The precision and potency of the two toads' techniques were adversely affected. Under the swarm spirit's onslaught, they could not concentrate their energy on their jutsu. Compounded by the need to maneuver with the two toads, Jiraiya's condition deteriorated further, the intense agony significantly hindering his movements. Despite his efforts to conceal his discomfort, Inoki, with his wealth of experience, discerned the subtle shifts in Jiraiya's actions immediately. While Jiraiya's facade might have obscured the specifics of his plight from Inoki, the latter needed only to recognize that this bothersome white-haired toad was not in a good state. Whether from pain, itchiness, or some other issue, Inoki was determined to focus solely on attacking him relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity to strike while he was down, Inoki, initially aiming to conserve chakra, reverted to his pure dust release technique, launching a barrage that left Jiraiya in utter despair. Inoki's dust release was formidable, arguably surpassing even that of his own master, as he excelled in complex ninjutsu rather than mere elemental techniques. A misstep with dust release could be excruciating. At least he could use his needle-like technique to shield himself. Even if he could not entirely evade the blows, his toad sage body remained resilient. Do not underestimate the tenacity of Jiraiya, who once survived a brutal encounter after spying on Tsunade while she bathed, enduring the breakage of 8 ribs yet emerging unscathed. However, dust release was a different beast entirely. This technique disintegrated anything it struck down to the atomic level. It was the most vicious of all ninjutsu. To be touched meant death. While a mere graze could lead to severe injury, this was no jest. Ignoring all defensive techniques, the only recourse was to evade. No medical ninjutsu could reassemble a mass of atoms into a human form. Even the most brutal of his master's 5 elemental techniques might leave behind a trace of ash. Yet a direct hit from dust release would leave nothing but remnants of limbs. Jiraiya was determined not to meet a gruesome end, steeling himself against the pain as he concentrated fully on evading the transparent beams descending from above. Illusion techniques? Jiraiya, proficient in various forms of ninjutsu, found himself at a loss against illusions. His understanding of them was limited to dispelling such effects, a common predicament for many non-ninjutsu practitioners. Fortunately, the two sages on his shoulders were masters of illusion. Fukasaku and Shima, revered as sages with prolonged lifespans, had spent centuries honing their skills. These two elder toads from Mount Myaboku had accumulated knowledge of various techniques, excelling in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu alike. While reminiscent of illusion techniques, this was distinct. Normal jinjutsu manipulates chakra to disrupt an opponent's chakra flow, inducing hallucinations. Such illusions could be countered by self-disrupting one's own chakra, something Jiraiya was certainly capable of doing. Was it akin to Uchiha's Sharingan Jinjutsu that required an external disruption of chakra? However, both Toad's chakra, fused with Jiraiya's through sage techniques, created a unified force, enabling the synthesis of Senjutsu chakra and entry into sage mode. How could one break free from such illusions? No, this was unlike Uchiha's ocular techniques. The petite green toad erupted with powerful chakra. After centuries of training, its diminutive form housed a profound reservoir of Senjutsu chakra, and once unleashed, its might was astonishing. Fukasaku attempted to break free from the illusion, but to no avail. The culmination of hundreds of years of potent Senjutsu chakra only eased its discomfort slightly, the stinging sensation still persisting. There was an effect, as chakra coursed through its body. Fukasaku distinctly felt the foreign chakra being repelled and crushed by the superior quality of Senjutsu chakra. What was the source of this foreign chakra? Through the five senses? No, this was not an illusion. The invasion of the alien chakra must inevitably have a medium. Ah, these clouds. The child's mother used wind release to disperse them. Little Jiraiya, pay attention. This is not an illusion technique, but a direct assault on the mind using high-quality in-release chakra. Indeed, after Shima blew away the chakra clouds, the intense pain that followed Deep Zaku's chakra explosion noticeably slowed down. Damn. Fortunately, this technique isn't too powerful. The quality advantage of sage chakra effectively resisted its force. Otherwise, mental injuries are the most troublesome. While I, an expert in illusion techniques, and the child's mother may manage, little Jiraiya's proficiency in in-release isn't as formidable. If he were to suffer mental trauma, it could be irreparable. The third Tsuchikage is no easy opponent, possessing the advantage of flight and wielding the formidable dust release, making him a foe to be reckoned with, even in sage mode. Chapter 38. The arrival of two allies in a fully activated sage mode. With the assistance of Shima and Deep Zaku, Jiraiya should be able to contend with the flying Inoki without issue, even if circumstances were dire. Sage mode's heightened perception guarantees his safety. However, if affected by this unknown technique, the outcome could be uncertain. In a battle of experts, every move can be fatal. Even the slightest error could cost one their life. Ninjas claim to endure all, but that does not mean they are immune to physical repercussions. Pain serves as the body's warning. A will of iron may temporarily suppress pain under the support of chakra, allowing one to maintain their combat capabilities. But if that will is stretched too thin, any relaxation might result in a flood of previous discomfort, dragging one into an abyss of despair. The agony of mental trauma is often more unbearable than physical wounds, and Deep Zaku cannot be certain how long Jiraiya can endure. After all, illusionary damage is relatively rare in the ninja world. The Uchiha clan of Konoha excels in this art, with a mere glare of their crimson eyes. They can inflict immense mental harm upon their opponents, incapacitating the weak and diminishing the strong with ease. While there may be tensions between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha, it has not escalated to the point of direct conflict with Jiraiya, a prominent member of the Hokage lineage. Thus, he has had little experience with the mental impacts of illusion techniques. Without a pair of naturally captivating eyes, illusion techniques primarily serve to ensnare foes and create openings. Most ninjas are frail, akin to glass cannons. A single kunai can easily fell over 90% of them. Once an enemy is ensnared by an illusion, the methods to eliminate them, be it kunai, shuriken, wire, or explosive tags, are plentiful, making it unnecessary to rely on the difficult task of killing through mental domination. Moreover, the complexity of illusion techniques is significant. The realm of the mind is not as straightforward as the 5 elemental jutsu. Advanced illusion techniques often involve the nature transformation of in-release, with the finest techniques primarily residing within the village of Konoha, belonging to Jiraiya's comrades. One cannot engage in friendly sparring with the intent to harm their allies. Drawing on Deep Zaku's experience to propel his chakra into high gear, Jiraiya felt a significant improvement in his condition, with the wisdom of an elder akin to a treasure. Had it not been for Deep Zaku's expertise, facing this peculiar mental-inflicting jutsu for the first time while contending with its Tsuchikage would have spelt disaster for Jiraiya. However, A moment's distraction revealed that the insect user's shadow clone had drifted far and scattered. Attempting to capture them all with a single Gomen would be a challenge. Now, Jiraiya dared not use Gomen, for Inoki's dust release would immediately strike him down. His only options were to rely on his non-hand-seal hair jutsu and proficient fire release. Attempting to retaliate with fire release while closing the distance, he found the highly alert clones retreating without hesitation. Deep Zaku's water blade and Shima's wind blade failed due to the distance, unable to claim a head from the bee clones. Ultimately, it was simply Inoki hovering above, and Jiraiya could not focus on dispatching the numerous clones. Wait, they were each standing on a chakra cloud and flying, darting about the sky. No, let us think differently. Had it not been for these troublesome clones, summoning two great sages into sage mode would have given Jiraiya the confidence to confront Inoki without falling into such an awkward predicament. Yet the reality was that a single effective technique in high-level combat had altered the positions of those clones, forcing Jiraiya to divide his attention and guard against their actions. Unable to fully confront Inoki. What to do? Inoki was cunning, and the insect user was sly. They had recognized Jiraiya's predicament. The insect user's clones deliberately distanced themselves, continuously feigning jutsu, both real and false, to distract Jiraiya, while Inoki coordinated from above. Should Jiraiya attempt to approach a clone, he would instantly face Inoki's torrential assault. Fortunately, Jiraiya was not alone. While few could intervene in this high-stakes scenario in the Konoha camp, there were still some illusionary techniques of the Sharingan. A pair of crimson eyes appeared in the depths of one of the bee clones, which had been controlling the chakra clouds and preparing to unleash a chaotic swarm. Suddenly, it redirected its attack towards another clone. Composite ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Fire Flow. A dragon's head of earth arose from the ground, opening its mouth to spew forth a torrent of mud and stone, combined with a ferocious fireball, forming a powerful composite ninjutsu that swept away the remaining bees. Uchiha Fugaku. Sarutobi Shin no Suk. The ninjas in the Konoha camp had been observing the battlefield through Byakugan, and upon realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse. They left behind Oil Woman Shimi and Mei Murakawa to guard the camp. As the two strongest in the camp, they swiftly rushed to assist. There was no other choice. Aside from the bond between Sarutobi Shin no Suk and Jiraiya, and the current harmonious relations between the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage, they could not afford to leave Jiraiya to struggle alone in battle. Without Jiraiya, how could they continue? The rock ninjas still had an old Zetsu on their side. While the Chunin and Genin could gamble their lives, betting on Inoki and old Zetsu to restrain their retaliatory actions against Konoha, the Jonin could not afford such risks. Inoki and old Zetsu would have no qualms about attacking them. They must engage in battle to help Jiraiya escape his predicament. Given the difficulty of attacking Inoki, the two tacitly chose to focus on the bee clones. By eliminating the remaining bee swarm and the insect user's clones, not only could Jiraiya concentrate on Inoki, but the Konoha camp could also free itself to counterattack Inoki. Uchiha Fugaku employed illusion techniques, bypassing the formidable physical defenses of the insect user's clones, while Sarutobi Shin no Suk unleashed his father's signature composite ninjutsu to clear out the bee swarm. With the distraction of the bee clones eliminated, Jiraiya felt a significant reduction in pressure. Previously, he had spent 30% of his focus on the bee clones and 70% on contending with Inoki. Now he needed only to allocate 10% of his mental energy to the clones, directing 90% towards Inoki. Ironically, it was now Inoki who had to be wary of Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shin no Suk. Although Uchiha Fugaku had remained inconspicuous in Konoha due to his clan's reputation, given Inoki's understanding of the Uchiha clan, it was well known that the clan, known for their combat prowess, often had a ruthless leader. It would not be surprising if Uchiha Fugaku possessed power at the level of Hokage. Sarutobi Shino, though a member of the elite Umbu, also bears the notable titles of Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son and the head of the Sarutobi clan, making him far from inconspicuous. His mastery of the combined ninjutsu clearly reflects the profound teachings of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furthermore, as the leader of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen possesses an abundance of ninjutsu resources. It would require little effort to provide his son with opportunities to achieve merit and pass down formidable forbidden techniques, leaving no room for dissent. Given the legacies of the Uchiha and Hokage, these two individuals undoubtedly wield significant power that must be regarded with caution. The tide of battle has thus been recalibrated. Chapter 39. Stalling for Time. Uchiha Fugaku possesses comprehensive proficiency in ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu, while Sarutobi Shino's skill in jinjutsu is equally commendable. The two have gleaned insights into the techniques of the wasp, and Jiraiya has shared intelligence regarding the Chaos Wasp soul. Without any unexpected new strategies, the wasp finds herself at a disadvantage against these two cautious elite jonin. They are not like the one-dimensional Inuzuka jonin, nor do they harbor a reckless desire for mutual destruction. In the face of adversity, only a fool would contemplate sacrificing themselves alongside a swarm of clones. Ranged attacks will be prioritized, with ninjutsu and jinjutsu utilized for offense, maintaining a resolute stance that denies the wasp any opportunity to employ poison. In a previous life, such precautions would have been futile. There is no need for a decisive killing move. Simply opening the portal to the purple poison heaven would allow the natural interaction of the energies within to corrupt the outside world into toxic soil, annihilating all beings lacking sufficient poison resistance. Those two agile rascals, along with the white-haired toad and their companions hidden within the barrier, would have no escape. As for the barrier itself, it too can be poisoned. The very shield meant to protect their lives could transform into a deadly prison. The wasp clones, unimpressed, dissolved back into the swarm. The infamous prowess of the Uchiha's Sharingan is indeed formidable. The main body remains unafraid during reincarnation. It is the quantity of the soul that is lost, while its quality remains intact. Uchiha Fugaku would find it a challenge to inflict damage upon the main body's spirit for another 3 millennia. The clones must remain cautious, as only a portion of the spirit energy is derived from the main body, further diluted by the infusion of a minor amount of wasp spirit energy to refine chakra, significantly weakening their mental resistance. The first clone succumbing to a jinjutsu illustrates clearly that they cannot withstand the gaze of those eyes. The 3 dark tomo swirling in the crimson irises emanate an eerie chill, exuding menace. Thus, it is prudent to scatter and delegate their will to the swarm. Uchiha Fugaku cannot possibly scrutinize each individual wasp. They must disperse to avoid clustering together, which would render them vulnerable to a single wave of fire ninjutsu. The remaining millions of wasps can be toyed with leisurely. As long as the swarm exists, the Konoha ninjas dare not dismantle the barrier. The 2 top-tier jonin cannot engage in the battle between the respective leaders, and Jiraiya must divert some attention towards them. There is but one final move to make, and once executed, the wasp will find herself out of options. That move, the wasp venom explosion, utilizing the self-detonation of the wasps to create a chakra cloud infused with potent toxins, proves highly effective in large-scale combat. Though against 1 or 2 masters, the wasp remains uncertain. Thus, it is best to conceal this technique for later use against the Konoha ninja army. Following the conclusion of the war, it is imperative to update her arsenal. The methods by which ninjas employ poison are straightforward. Poison weapons combined with toxic gas are effective for overwhelming weaker opponents, but they tend to falter in battles against skilled adversaries. The advanced art of poisoning is not something Iwagakure excels at. Rather, it is the specialty of the Suna puppet masters. One might either research chakra to create original toxins, an area where the wasp has only begun her journey, holding only a half-finished technique, or simply resurrect techniques from her past life. Lacking extraordinary characteristics, her first life's status remains intact, and the ninja world seems to harbor no aversion to the divine nature of status. Thus, it is wise to find ways to exploit this status for potential benefits. As for the insect manipulation, the hope of activating the empty cavity insect is still premature, more suitable for her later teenage years. She may first attempt to capture some locals for experimentation, and if that fails, she can resort to the second empty cavity insect, recalling that there is a formula for it that could be modified into something usable. It is essential to quickly acquire the capability to directly participate in high-level combat. While it is permissible to restrain, one cannot remain in a state of mere constraint indefinitely. Once her reputation is established, assassinations from rival ninja villages will soon follow. Within the ranks of the ninja army, all is well. However, upon returning to the village, with its vast expanse, there will inevitably be areas overlooked. Especially since the need to raise bees requires the clan's territory to be on the village's periphery, facilitating both beekeeping and potential ambushes by enemy ninjas. To manifest her worth brings the advantage of garnering attention and cultivation from above, but the downside is becoming a target for enemies who will seek to eliminate her. The strength of her main body must be enhanced. With these thoughts, the wasp directs her swarm to scatter, orbiting around the Konoha camp. Not too far, not too close. Maintaining a distance that allows for an immediate strike should Konoha drop their barrier. The Konoha shinobi, equipped with Byakugan, observe the situation with clarity and are reluctant to dismantle the barrier. The ninjas within the barrier find themselves at a loss, while the 3 Konoha shinobi outside are torn. Jiraiya remains focused on countering Inoki, his attention diverted to the encroaching wasps consuming most of his mental energy, while Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino find themselves in a quandary. The distance the wasps have spread makes engaging them quite troublesome. A single great fireball could incinerate thousands of clustered wasps, but the effectiveness diminishes against scattered ones. With the numbers dwindling to mere hundreds, or even tens, how to eliminate them? With millions of wasps remaining, would it be wise to unleash tens of thousands of great fireballs? Even elite jonin cannot endure such consumption. They are Uchiha and Sarutobi, not Senju or Uzumaki. Their chakra reserves are not comparable. Yet, these wasps persist in maintaining a distance that allows them to intervene in the battlefield. And neither Uchiha Fugaku nor Sarutobi Shino can allow them to roam freely, affecting the battle's outcome. They cannot be killed, nor can they be driven away. What to do? Sarutobi Shino produces a specially crafted smoke bomb and hurls it to the ground, releasing an insect repellent mist that quickly disperses. Nearby insects catch the scent and flee at top speed, proving the effectiveness of the Oil Woman-S product. Unfortunately, the wasps in the sky, though agitated momentarily, remain steadfast on the battlefield. The issue at hand is the wasps. Driving away the ordinary insects serves little purpose. Sarutobi Shino retrieves another smoke bomb, this time filled with a potent insecticide, releasing a pungent aroma into the air. Its effectiveness cannot be denied. Had he not previously deployed the repellent smoke bomb, the scene would have been one of carnage. However, since the premise is that the repellent bomb failed to disperse the swarm, having only succeeded in driving away surrounding insects, it signifies that the insecticide bomb too has failed, and the swarm lingers in the sky, yet to descend. With the Oil Woman clan present, they should be able to accurately assess the efficacy of the insecticide. Sarutobi Shino lacks that capability and turns to his companion. Fugaku, was it effective? Groping through the remaining insecticide bombs, Sarutobi Shino awaits Uchiha Fugaku's response. It is effective, albeit slightly. They have been weakened. Uchiha Fugaku examines the situation closely before providing his answer. Very well, as long as it is useful. Sarutobi Shino promptly hurls the remainder of the insecticide bombs into the fray. While the effects may not be immediate, they will serve to weaken the wasps, making it unnecessary to keep them as a hidden ace. Simultaneously, Uchiha Fugaku identifies his target. His hands blur momentarily, and 2 kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, are launched, one after the other. Explosion. The Uchiha clan is renowned for their precision in throwing techniques, and the kunai accurately strikes a transparent shadow. In the deafening explosion of the explosive tag, the transparent figure barely reveals itself before being obliterated into ash. The wasp bees, concealed by the rock hiding technique, had their clones exposed. Unfazed by the revelation of their clone by Uchiha Fugaku, a dozen or so ninja bees converged under his gaze, morphing into a singular clone. They made a mocking face at him before scattering, evading his impending strike. Chapter 40. Provocation. This was indeed a provocation. The wasp bees brazenly challenged Uchiha Fugaku through their actions, while the Sharingan possessed unparalleled insight, effortlessly penetrating the rock-hiding technique. Uchiha's throwing techniques were as swift as lightning. A single kunai was unavoidable, especially when paired with a high-quality explosive tag crafted by the Uchiha, effortlessly annihilating a clone. So be it. With a multitude of ninja bees forming a singular clone, how long could he persist in eliminating them? Aware that there were clones commanding the swarm, he was still at a loss against them. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes shifted, the crimson glow intensifying, provoked by their antics. Beside him, Sarutobi Shino was equally incensed, yearning to strike the impudent child on the head, wishing to knock some sense into the raucous little rascal. Having considerable experience in such matters, Sarutobi Shino was confident that a single blow would render the mischievous child immobile. The wasp bees, however, remained indifferent. With their true forms absent from the battlefield, the most they could muster was a fleeting moment of anger, with no means to retaliate against the true bodies. Conversely, if their fury led to a lapse in judgment. It would only serve as an opportunity for the Wasp Bees to claim another elite shinobi's head, one of a notably higher rank than that of the Inuzuka elite. Although such a scenario seemed unlikely, being seasoned ninjas, they could not be riled to the point of losing composure by such blatant provocations. Unless the situation escalated to the point of slaughtering a significant number of Uchiha and Sarutobi clan members, akin to their previous encounter with the Inuzuka elite. The shinobi clans placed immense value on their kin, sharing the same surname and bloodline. The loss of numerous clan members would likely incite Sarutobi Shino to rage, while Uchiha Fugaku would probably succumb to fury. The Uchiha clan held deep emotional ties, making them prone to anger, which was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing lay in their propensity to reveal vulnerabilities when agitated, while the curse was that a furious Uchiha could become significantly stronger. During the two shinobi world wars, the Uchiha clan's power surged dramatically. The Sharingan was a peculiar thing. The more intense the emotional turmoil, the easier it was to upgrade. Engaging in battle with the Uchiha clan was best done as a one-on-one confrontation. Otherwise, it was all too easy for one to find themselves overwhelmed, exhausting their strength to defeat one opponent only to face a newly empowered adversary. The moment a Uchiha's eyes turned crimson and spun rapidly, a new Tomo could emerge, greatly enhancing their power. Even more daunting than a new Tomo was the sight of a Uchiha whose eyes already bore 3 Tomo, for when the 3 Tomo aligned. The arrival of the Mangekyo Sharingan could alter the course of battle entirely. This was the formidable power that once united to end the chaos of war. Even if a newly awakened Mangekyo could not rival the ancient terror of the shinobi world, it should not be underestimated. Inoki had solemnly advised that when dealing with the Uchiha, it was best to confront them individually. Should one face an Uchiha accompanied by allies, it was imperative to eliminate the Uchiha first, as multiple Uchiha could quickly escalate to the 3 Tomo, making it preferable to confront one rather than risk the emergence of a Mangekyo by targeting the weaker members. However, during wartime, the opposing camp housed a multitude of 3 Tomo Sharingan, with Uchiha Fugaku being the strongest and most likely to awaken his eyes. According to Inoki's observations, he should be prioritized for elimination. It was best to avoid provoking him unless he revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan. At that point, the focus would shift from him to preventing the birth of a new Mangekyo, which took precedence over eliminating an already awakened one. Clones appeared and vanished in an instant, igniting the fury of both Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino. Within the barrier, Yono Shirwei listened intently as Hyuga Hizashi relayed the unfolding battle, his brow furrowed beneath his sunglasses. The situation was dire. Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino were being held at bay, and while Jiraiya engaged the 3rd Tsuchikage, that was merely a satisfactory outcome. As for Maimura Yoka, at best, she could fend off the East's deadliest. So, who would confront the formidable Aji? Scanning his surroundings, Yono Shirwei realized with dismay that if matters continued as they were, he might be the one facing Aji. Am I truly to face the Four-Tails Jinchuriki? Is this a jest? A mere oil-wielding insect user, what merit do I possess to engage in battle with a Jinchuriki? The overwhelming chakra radiating from the Four-Tails would incite restlessness among the parasitic insects, rendering their ability to consume chakra nearly ineffective against such a formidable exterior. The parasitic insects could not breach the Jinchuriki's chakra shield, their attacks rendered null and void. Furthermore, the high temperatures associated with Aji's lava-release chakra would make it exceedingly difficult for the insects to approach. No, Yono Shirwei understood his limitations. He lacked the capability to confront or even stall the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Taking on the battle against the water-stream insect user and freeing Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino to confront Aji was the task he ought to undertake. Having prepared the ordinary clansmen to deal with the invading ninja bees, Yono Shirwei positioned himself with 4 elite shinobi from the Yono clan and 11 special jonin at the barrier's edge. Release the barrier. We shall venture forth to deal with the water stream swarm, Yono Shirwei commanded. Several Uchiha ninjas had appeared by his side unbeknownst to him. We shall join you, proclaimed the lead Uchiha, his crimson 3 Tomo Sharingan glinting coldly at the flickering clones beyond the barrier. That infuriating water stream brat was challenging the entirety of the Uchiha clan. The clan leader represented the face of the shinobi clans by provoking the leader of the Uchiha. The water stream was effectively challenging the entire shinobi community. The Sarutobi clan members began to share a similar inclination to engage. For the elite shinobi recognized that the issue lay not in the strength of Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino, but rather in the tactics employed by the water stream insect user. Unless they could annihilate the entire swarm in one fell swoop, vigilance was paramount. The two clan leaders were formidable, unafraid of the swarm, and could extricate themselves from encirclement, but the shinobi behind them could not. To protect their comrades, they had to clear the swarm while also remaining mindful of the impending rock-hidden army, necessitating careful management of their resources. By leveraging the tactical situation, the wasp bees sought to ensnare the two formidable Konoha jonin in a predicament of retreat or advance. The Uchiha clan was incensed, hoping to see Uchiha Fugaku achieve notable accomplishments. Whether Uchiha Fugaku aspired to become Hokage or wished to elevate Uchiha Shursui, his military exploits were essential. The Sarutobi clan was equally displeased. Having their own Hokage was a source of immense pride. As they witnessed Sarutobi Hisashi age, the Sarutobi clan naturally preferred Sarutobi Shino, the heir to the Sarutobi bloodline, to shine brightly. Yet, how could they boast about their clan leader's prowess when they were being held up by a mere child under 10 years old? Chapter 41. The arrival of the Rock Ninja. All those emerging from the Uchiha clan possessed piercing crimson Sharingan, 3 dark tomo slowly rotating. The remaining members were not necessarily weaker. The Uchiha clan's ocular techniques reigned supreme, but that did not render the non-Sharingan wielders weak. Rather, it was due to their reverence for the Sharingan that they appeared slightly disadvantaged in equal matchups. In addition to the 6 possessing 3 tomo Sharingan, 4 Uchiha masters adept in the Uchiha fire formation remained. Yono Shirwei nodded in agreement, permitting their participation. Once outside the barrier, they had to remain vigilant not only against the swarm, but also against the formidable Inoki soaring above. Who knows if Inoki will manage to escape Jiraiya's grasp and unleash a dust release technique. Lacking sufficient strength, he cannot assist beyond the barrier and would only endanger his own life. A jonin from the Sarutobi clan, accompanied by 7 special jonin, has arrived, including Sarutobi Shino. 6 jonin from the Sarutobi clan are present. Sarutobi Taijima is the only one among them who lacks barrier techniques. His presence on the front line is attributed to his exceptional fire release skills. When Sarutobi Shino faces formidable enemies, Sarutobi Taijima serves as the commander of the fire release squad. The 4 purple flames formation, employed by the 4 jonin, is their trump card against the 4 tails Jinchuriki, capable of trapping the old Inoki for an assault. They must conserve their energy, while Sarutobi Taijima does not. Remaining within the barrier serves no purpose. It is more prudent to take a few idle special jonin to eliminate the troublesome swarm first. With 11 jonin and 18 special jonin, their power is formidable enough to dismantle several small ninja villages. With full effort, clearing the outer swarm of ninja bees in a short time is far from challenging. The ninja bees themselves pose little threat to high-level ninjas. They must coordinate with the techniques of the insect users. As long as they guard against the massing of ninja bees forming powerful insect user clones, the swarm poses no danger. This conclusion was drawn by the Hyuga ninjas' reconnaissance, along with Oil Woman Shimi and several Nara ninjas. The stronger the insect user clone, the greater the operational space. These flickering clones can only direct their actions and cannot utilize the techniques that affect Jiraiya. The only caution lies in the poison. Fire Release, Great Flame Technique. Fire Release, Dragon Flame Technique. At the moment the barrier is lifted, the leaf ninjas launch an assault on the approaching insect swarm, with dozens of shadows surging forth amidst the roaring flames. The Uchiha clan focuses on eliminating the clones, while the Sarutobi clan eradicates the relatively concentrated swarm. The Oil Woman clan avoids the position where Sarutobi Shino releases the insect bombs, unleashing a tide of black parasitic insects. Need assistance? Such a naive thought. The Queen Bee commands the remaining swarm to unleash another wave of chakra clouds, a thick yet sharp yellow mist enveloping the area. The final wave of chakra clouds, accompanied by the chaotic bee spirits, descends upon the battlefield. Must one have clones to perform techniques? They deceive you. The necessity of hand seals before casting techniques is true, and the chakra flow within is genuine. Otherwise, they could not fool the Byakugan and Sharingan of the leaf. The leaf side indeed witnessed the chakra consumption during the clones' hand seals, which led to their judgments. However, the Queen Bee aims specifically at the insight bestowed by the proud bloodline of the leaf's ocular techniques. Deception through falsehood is trivial. The true danger lies in manipulating reality. The act of clones performing techniques requires seals to assist in channeling chakra, but it does not imply that without seals, the queen bee cannot cast techniques. It merely necessitates remote manipulation by the original, akin to the original casting of bee clones from afar. Executing a few hand seals is not difficult, yielding exceptional results. Drawing from the previous experience with the chaotic bee spirits, the queen bee makes slight modifications, synchronizing the chakra clouds with the chaotic bee spirits. As the life force of the fallen ninja bees melds into the most potent spiritual waves of certain bee souls, it no longer distributes evenly among them. Consequently, the earthy yellow clouds now harbor not countless azure light points, but rather hundreds of semi-transparent azure shadows, retaining distinct features of the ninja bees. Undoubtedly, these entities, which should be referred to as bee souls, possess far greater lethality than the soul points faced by Jiraiya, significantly surpassing them. And now, they confront only the elite of the three great ninja clans. This is not to suggest that the elites of the three clans are weak. Rather, the prior experience was enjoyed by Jiraiya in his sage mode, a formidable sage who dwarfs those who cannot even match his base form. Now faced with a completed chaotic bee spirit far stronger than what made Jiraiya struggle, the queen bee, devoid of conscience, contemplates while manipulating the chakra clouds to envelop the clones with potent bee venom, mercilessly enhancing the concoction within the chakra clouds. The amount of potent bee venom on the clones is minimal, diluted within the chakra clouds. Its toxicity is significantly reduced. A little trickery may yield delightful surprises later. After all, one should not waste opportunities. Amidst the buzzing of the bees, a figure enveloped in searing molten lava charges ahead. Hinata Hayashi's pupils constrict in the leaf camp. Old Inoki has arrived. The rock ninja's main force is here. While maintaining vigilance over the battlefield, Hinata Hayashi can still perceive events 5 kilometers away. The appearance of Inoki in his line of sight signifies that he is nearing the leaf camp. Moreover, as Hinata Hayashi shifts his focus toward Inoki's direction, the advancing rock army comes into view alongside a dark swarm of bees overhead. Without Hinata Hayashi's prompting, the oil women within the 4 purple flames formation simultaneously glance toward Inoki. The keen parasitic insects are the first to detect the unmasked chakra of a tailed beast, frantically alerting their host to the imminent threat. Unfortunately, the queen bee's goal has been achieved. Oil woman Shimi is a step too late. The rock ninja army has already arrived. Thus, the queen bee directly casts chaotic bee spirits and chakra clouds, reducing their consumption to an acceptable level. No longer needing to manipulate the swarm to delay time. Sacrificing the bee swarm to weaken the elite leaf ninjas upon exiting the barrier is the optimal choice. 5 kilometers is a considerable distance. An unburdened civilian would require an hour or 2 to traverse it. Yet for a fully powered Tsuchikage-level powerhouse, it takes less than half a minute. Amidst the blazing molten meteors, Inoki descends upon the battlefield with maniacal laughter. Chapter 42. The Rui Jingu Bang and the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Inoki forcefully enters the battlefield, delivering a heavy blow to the already precarious leaf ninjas. The chaotic bee spirits are not easily endured. As the azure phantoms pass through, they ignore ninjutsu and physical form, striking only the soul. Common 5 nature transformations provide nearly no defensive effect, whether present or absent. The difference is negligible. The yang release secret techniques are slightly better, but not significantly stronger. Only the yin release techniques can effectively counter the chaotic beast spirit's onslaught, such as the Uchiha clan's ancestral Sharingan. The Sharingan grants the Uchiha clan formidable yin release chakra talents, and those wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan are among the most gifted in yin release within the Uchiha lineage. This high-quality yin release chakra affords them substantial resistance to chaotic beast spirits. Simultaneously, this group, renowned for inflicting mental trauma, excels in healing such psychic wounds. They can even utilize their unique ocular powers to combat the chaotic beast spirits. The Uchihas fare well, while the Sarutobi and Oil Woman clans fare poorly. The Sarutobi clan lacks proficiency in yin release, while the Oil Woman clan specializes in parasitic insects. Thus, facing the chaotic beast spirits, they can only clumsily evade. Upon being struck, they scream in agony, wishing only to roll on the ground. Their robust physiques and substantial chakra merely dull their suffering, ensuring they do not perish but provide no defense. The Uchiha may attempt to launch an offensive against Inoki, with Uchiha Fugaku leading the charge to support Jiraiya, who is similarly struggling against the chaotic beast spirits. Meanwhile, the Sarutobi and Oil Woman clans can only helplessly seek refuge within the mass of parasitic insects that have coalesced into a cloud. The parasitic insects are living beings, their souls feeble yet undeniably existent. Their mere presence can consume the formidable power of the swift and ruthless azure phantoms. The countless deceased parasitic insects have successfully constructed a somewhat useful defense for the ninjas. In a sense, the ninjas have achieved their objective. The entire swarm has vanished, transforming into a cloud of chakra and the chaotic souls of the restless bees. In reality, they have merely transitioned from one barrier to another, and the situation has deteriorated. Fortunately, the four purple flames formation is sufficiently robust, effectively repelling the swarm's attacks. However, the current insect wall technique is far from effective in defense. It primarily serves as a warning system. Wherever the parasitic insects begin to perish, the chaotic bee souls emerge. The oil-wielding ninjas discern the situation by sensing the insect swarm. After being tormented by the chaotic souls to the brink of despair, the only consolation for both clans is that the strength of the chaotic souls does not surpass that of the ninjas. At least, it remains within the limits that elite ninjas can withstand. As long as they are not subjected to repeated attacks, they will not devolve into madness or brain death. The chaotic souls continue the style of the insect user, slaughtering the weak while weakening the strong, proving ineffectual against the powerful. Old Purple's lava iron fist compensates for this shortcoming. Within the insect wall, Sarutobi Shino took a deep breath, biting his finger and forming the 5 hand seals of the boar, dog, bird, monkey, and horse, pressing them onto the ground. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and a robust monkey clad in tiger-striped attire, with long white hair, appeared beside him. "Uncle Monkey, I beseech you. Is the foe the Four Tails this time, Shino?" Uncle Monkey's face twitched slightly as he transformed into a long, brown staff with golden bands at both ends, which Sarutobi Shino grasped firmly, assuming a fighting stance. It is only natural for Uncle Monkey to be displeased. The indestructible body remains flesh and blood, and it is understandable to feel discomfort when clashing with high-temperature lava. Sarutobi Shino shares a deep bond with Uncle Monkey. The Sarutobi clan has a long-standing contract with the Monkey clan. Uncle Monkey grew up alongside Sarutobi Shino's father, Sarutobi Hisashi. Just as Shimura Danzo affectionately refers to Jiraiya, who grew up with his own child, as Little Jiraiya, Uncle Monkey also calls Sarutobi Shino Little Shino. He has watched Shino grow from a bare-bottomed infant into the young ninja he is today. To Shino, Uncle Monkey is akin to an elder relative, unless absolutely necessary. Shino would prefer not to have Uncle Monkey come into close contact with a mass of humanoid lava. However, given the current circumstances, he is the only one capable of stepping up. Fire release proves ineffective against lava release, and wind release is countered by fire release, relying solely on earth release. Sarutobi Shino lacks confidence in detaining Old Purple, hence he summons Uncle Monkey. Depending on the indestructible and versatile diamond staff transformed by Uncle Monkey to confront Old Purple in a physical contest, this has become his only option. Sarutobi Shino possesses some understanding of how to utilize chakra to unleash monstrous strength in conjunction with physical prowess. Throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, only his father, the third Hokage, and Tsunade among the legendary 3 surpass him in this regard. Thus, as Old Purple landed on the battlefield, he was forcefully thrust back by a continuously extending staff, while simultaneously, a gray, transparent skeletal hand with outstretched fingers swept through a portion of the chaotic souls before descending upon Old Purple. "Susanoo," Inoki muttered through clenched teeth, naming the transparent skeletal hand. Jiraiya's eyes brightened. Fugaku's action was commendable. It was indeed correct for Jiraiya to instruct Uchiha Fugaku to disregard him and assist Sarutobi Shino. However, Jiraiya never anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku had such a hidden prowess. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan members began to cheer for their clan leader, not for any other reason, but for the unique eyes of their leader. Witnessing the beautiful swirling patterns and feeling the intense, ominous aura, they recognized this as the pinnacle of the Uchiha Sharingan. Symbolizing their clan's supreme glory and unparalleled might, the Mangekyo Sharingan. A mere Jinchuriki dares to resist the clan leader endowed with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku ignored the clan members. After his strike missed, he swiftly used Susanoo to eliminate the nearby chaotic souls. Outside the barrier, the Leaf Ninjas divided into two factions, one led by the oil-wielding Sarutobi and the other by Jiraiya. The insect user evidently prioritized Jiraiya. Most of the chaotic souls were directed to disrupt Jiraiya, facilitating Inoki's actions. This also benefited Uchiha Fugaku, as others struggled against the erratic shadowy chakra manifestations, while Susanoo, as the ultimate power residing within the Mangekyo Sharingan, represented a fusion of offense and defense. It was a chakra manifestation supported by the essence of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a special chakra with the ability to convert the intangible into the tangible, specifically suited to counter the chaotic souls, which are also manifestations of shadowy chakra. Wherever the skeletal hand swept through, all azure phantoms vanished as if erased by an eraser. In just a few swift motions, Uchiha Fugaku eliminated the chaotic souls within his attack range. The ribcage of Susanoo wielded a massive skeletal fist, colliding heavily with Old Purple's lava-enveloped fist. The resulting explosion reverberated through the air, the clash of Susanoo and lava-released chakra resonating louder than the sound of ninjutsu. In the aftermath, both combatants were sent flying backward. Chapter 43, Tailed Beast Bomb vs. Susanoo. Old Purple rubbed his shoulder, glaring fiercely at Sarutobi Shino. Just moments ago, during the exchange of blows with Uchiha Fugaku, Shino had struck him hard on the shoulder with the diamond staff. Had he not dodged quickly, that staff would have aimed straight for his head. This seemingly monkey-like young man harbored a strength akin to that of a gorilla. Even though Old Purple's lava-release granite defense was formidable, the impact of the staff left his shoulder aching. The brute force penetrated through the lava-release defense, affecting his muscles. Had it struck his head, it would have certainly caused a concussion. The child of the third Hokage, his strength cannot be underestimated. Unlike the young girl from his own clan, who relied on swarms and lacked overwhelming power, this young man possesses genuine martial prowess. While he may still be somewhat lacking in a direct confrontation, his role as a supporting offensive player in the shadow-level battle is sufficient. The other contender is truly a formidable force within this realm. Diverting his gaze, he refrained from looking at those crimson eyes. The gold and red hues mingled with the pitch-black blocks of lava on Old Purple transformed into a deep red-black. The tail behind him split into four, and Old Purple, now crawling on the ground, was enveloped in a thick layer of red-black chakra, rendering his human form unrecognizable. Beneath the crescent-shaped crown, his dark face revealed three pure white patches, corresponding to his eyes and mouth. As he lifted his face, an unsettling chill washed over him, as if being scrutinized by some ferocious beast. Half-tailed beast transformation. By further harnessing the chakra of the tailed beast, he enveloped himself in its immense chakra, gaining an enhancement comparable to Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Old Purple had already experienced the might of Susanoo's assault. The unique ocular techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Jinjutsu in Mangekyo form posed a formidable threat. The ever-looming shadow of the Mangekyo Sharingan weighed heavily on Old Purple's mind, especially under Inoki's relentless reminders. In the final confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the unfortunate Nine Tails was seized by Madara and used as a mobile source of chakra to battle Hashirama. Ultimately, Madara perished, and the Nine Tails became the treasured legacy of the Hidden Leaf Village, never to leave its confines again. Madara's Mangekyo could control the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails. While Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo may not be able to control the Nine Tails, it is likely he can manage the Four Tails, whose strength pales in comparison, especially with the assistance of Sarutobi Shino. Caution is warranted. Casting a glance at the beleaguered ninjas of the Sarutobi and Yuhi clans, the elder Uchiha silently lamented the misfortune. If it were not for this band afflicted with the crimson-eyed ailment, they could have truly reaped a bountiful harvest this time. Let us see how it unfolds. A torrent of chakra surged from his hands into the ground, transforming the earth into a searing ocean of magma under the influence of his molten release. Molten release, Flower Fruit Mountain. Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino could only curse their parents for not granting them additional legs as they hastily retreated. While ninjas could gather chakra beneath their feet to run effortlessly across walls and water, traversing a sea of lava was far beyond the limits of carbon-based life forms. Among the IWA ninjas, one could fly while the other was impervious to lava. The Konoha ninjas, however, could neither fly nor withstand the molten heat. The sea of magma was merely a precursor. Moments later, the true assault of molten release, Flower Fruit Mountain commenced. Having altered the terrain, The technique built up pressure akin to a volcanic eruption, forcing the lava to burst forth. This was the true might of molten release, Flower Fruit Mountain, where reshaping the landscape to create a battlefield was merely an auxiliary function. Observing the frantically fleeing Konoha ninjas, the elder Uchiha's mouth twisted into a sinister smile, its shape morphing into a crescent. Flee! How will you evade this? Raising his gaze, a swirling mass of dark purple chakra coalesced before him, forming a small sphere imbued with an aura of destruction. The tailed beast transformation obscured its expression, yet the Konoha ninjas could discern its mocking laughter through its actions, deriding them with its sinister glee. Evade if you can. Behind you lies the grand camp of Konoha. There is no escape. The Konoha camp became a burden for Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino. In the Great Ninja War, most encounters involved powerful shinobi leading their armies, with weaker ninjas tactfully avoiding conflict with the strong, who, in turn, refrained from targeting the weak to prevent exposing vulnerabilities. The occurrence of a formidable lone warrior breaching enemy lines was a rare event. After all, chakra was finite. Should a jonin expend too much, they risked becoming vulnerable to their opponents. Yet this time, IWA ninjas unleashed a fresh wave, cornering the Konoha ninjas within their camp. With only a handful of elites remaining outside the barrier, faced with the impending cataclysm prepared by the elder Uchiha, the Konoha ninjas were left with two choices, to block or not to block. If they chose not to block, although the four purple flames formation boasted formidable defenses, none could guarantee that it would withstand the elder's assault. The infamous tailed beast bomb, a variant of the tailed beast's ultimate technique, was capable of leveling mountains and reshaping terrain, its destructive power ranking among the highest in the realm of shadows. Should the tailed beast bomb breach the four purple flames formation, the casualties among the Konoha ninjas would be catastrophic. If they chose to block, how would they do so? What could they employ to defend themselves? Jiraiya had gone to great lengths to draw Inoki away from this battlefield, ensuring he would not return. What if Inoki returned wielding dust release to breach the barrier? Enduring a dust release attack would undoubtedly result in fatalities. As the elder Uchiha consumed the rapidly spinning sphere of dark purple chakra, Sarutobi Shino formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. Composite ninja technique, explosive flame wind. The original exhaled fire, while the clone unleashed a gust of wind. The furious flames mingled with the howling winds, transforming into a fiery pillar that surged towards the elder Uchiha, clashing against the chakra cannon he emitted. It was futile, they could not withstand it. The chakra cannon overwhelmed the fiery pillar, advancing with relentless force. Secret technique, insect wall. Fire release, great fire technique. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Within the barrier, the Sarutobi ninjas hastily erected a new barrier, with those supporting the outermost layer bracing themselves for sacrifice, prepared to endure before the barrier could fully manifest. The insect of destruction relinquished its life merely to diminish even a fraction of chakra. The Sarutobi ninjas strained themselves, reddening their faces to muster as much chakra as possible for their ninjutsu. But the three great fire dragons unleashed by Uchiha Fugaku were swiftly obliterated by the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb continued its advance, revealing the stark disparity between shadow and jonin, beast and human. As the tailed beast bomb drew near, Uchiha Fugaku halted his hand seals, stepping forward to shield his comrades behind him. Two streams of blood tears cascaded down his face, the whites of his eyes tinged with crimson. Susanoo. Chapter 44. The Ten Kusanagi. A great surprise, the gray ribs sprouted a skull, and an abundance of chakra lines extended from the joints to envelop the bones, weaving into robust muscles. The originally ethereal, translucent skeletal frame enveloping only Uchiha Fugaku burgeoned into a towering giant, reaching 7 to 8 meters in height, manifesting as a being with only an upper body. Within the skinless giant, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes glistened with bloodshot veins, his face contorted in a fearsome grimace. His eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly fatigued and in need of rest. Yet in the next moment, they widened in alarm. A chilling gaze mingled with colossal chakra erupting from his form. The half-giant's muscles ignited in gray flames, swiftly forming a suit of samurai armor, while a helmet resembling a tengu's head gaped wide, swallowing the giant's head whole. Within the dark, abyssal maw, a pair of gleaming orbs sparkled. The armored half-giant raised its left arm, conjuring a circular shield that materialized before it, nullifying the once mighty tailed beast bomb, which lost all momentum against the shield. The half-giant stood proudly amidst the heavens and earth, unwavering. Tailed beast chakra. The half-giant's right hand grasped the air, capturing a gray gourd within its palm. It directed the gourd's opening towards the tailed beast bomb, unleashing a potent suction that, while ineffective against physical matter, specifically targeted chakra, drawing a substantial amount from the tailed beast bomb as if it were a dragon drinking water. The immense chakra of the tailed beast flowed into Susanoo, causing every cell within Uchiha Fugaku's body to emit a sigh of satisfaction. The furious chakra of the tailed beast transformed through the gourd into a restorative elixir, replenishing the chakra expended to sustain the half-giant Susanoo, easing even the soreness in his eyes. Yet it was insufficient. More was needed. In the right hand of Susanoo lay a divine artifact known as the Ten Kusanagi. Susanoo represented the ultimate divine power. The complete form of Susanoo was one of the most destructive techniques in the ninja realm, a 100-meter-tall war god wielding a weapon 40 to 50 meters long, capable of cleaving mountains and damming rivers with a single strike. The issue, however, lay in the immense consumption of chakra. Activating the complete form of Susanoo demanded an abundance of chakra to support its massive stature, and to maintain stability, the user's Mangekyo Sharingan must be honed to perfection. While chakra was manageable, mastering the ocular power proved challenging. The Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power derived from a unique in-release chakra, exceeding the limits of the Uchiha's ocular endurance. While utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan for combat or casting genjutsu was feasible, once the user activated the techniques born from their aspirations and ocular strength, or unleashed the divine power residing within their eyes, namely Susanoo, the excessive strain on their ocular power would lead them inexorably toward blindness. To train the ocular power meant risking vision loss. Yet without honing this power, how could one reach its pinnacle? This paradox has ensnared generations of the kaleidoscope Sharingan until a certain prodigious Uchiha, whose name has faded into history, recognized the inherent weaponry of Susanoo. On the battlefield, he seized a legendary artifact, the Six Paths ninja tools, said to be descended from the Sage of Six Paths himself, from a clan that claimed to be his descendants. Utilizing sealing techniques, he severed the connection between the ninja clan's summoning arts, compelling them to surrender the accumulated research on the Six Paths tools over the ages. Drawing inspiration from these tools, the Uchiha genius innovated a modification technique for Susanoo, giving birth to the sacred swords Tensigen and the sacred mirror Yada. While the Tensigen and Yada mirror may seem unremarkable, they endowed the Uchiha clan with the ability to enhance Susanoo's weaponry, augmenting its already formidable power with functional capabilities. The crux of the matter lies in the special version of the Tensigen wielded by Uchiha Fugaku. This was a long-lost secret technique of the Uchiha clan, specifically designed to complement the Tensigen, a technique that even the legendary Uchiha Madara was unaware of. Upon invoking this secret art, the Tensigen gained the ability to absorb chakra, replenishing its own reserves, a desperate attempt by the Uchiha clan to address the issues of the kaleidoscope. By siphoning chakra from enemies during battle, the Tensigen minimized chakra and ocular power depletion. When Uchiha Fugaku unveiled this technique, the assessment from his predecessors was that it was useful, though not particularly so. Clearly, that predecessor had never utilized the Tensigen against tailed beasts. Otherwise, it would have become an indispensable ninjutsu passed down through the Uchiha lineage. Indeed, during the Warring States period, the minds of the ninja clans were consumed with conflict, leaving little room for the folly of provoking the tailed beasts, regarded as natural disasters. With their colossal forms, immortal essence, boundless chakra, and cataclysmic tailed beast bombs, it was a perilous endeavor for the vast majority of ninjas to confront tailed beasts, while those few capable of doing so had no reason to provoke them. Prior to the advent of the Jinchuriki method of utilizing tailed beasts, engaging a tailed beast merely brought forth an unending adversary, as they could not be killed, only reborn after a brief interval. Thus, the Uchiha ancestors never discovered the treasure that were the tailed beasts, leaving the key, the Tensigen, gathering dust, initially merely seeking to conserve a modicum of ocular power. Uchiha Fugaku was struck into a frenzy by this monumental revelation, charging forth unhesitatingly against the elder Zetsu. Should he achieve a complete form of Susanoo, what fear would he have? With the ocular technique of the Eightfold Path fully unleashed, the future unfolded before Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. This ocular technique, born from Fugaku's earlier misjudgment during the Second Shinobi World War, which resulted in the loss of a dear friend and a desire to grasp the consequences of decisions, possessed the power to foresee the future. After a decade of experimentation, Uchiha Fugaku discerned the essence of this ocular technique. The Eightfold Path would analyze all known information, extrapolating potential futures, its accuracy increasing with the volume of information at hand. During the Second Shinobi World War, Fugaku's decision was flawed due to overlooking the concealed implications of certain intelligence, leading to a confrontation where he triumphed through unmatched strength, yet his friend fell, succumbing to his wounds amidst their victory. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku attained the ability to see the repercussions of decisions. His left eye, consuming little energy, could glimpse short-term futures, while his right eye, requiring significant energy, necessitated a lengthy cool-down period after each use. After employing the left eye's ocular technique, Fugaku envisioned the potential of utilizing tailed beast chakra to restore his ocular power. What was there to wait for? A glorious future with a complete Susanoo awaited him. With such overwhelming military power at his disposal, even the Hokage lineage would be compelled to invite the Uchiha clan to the negotiation table. Uchiha Fugaku did not seek the Hokage position for himself. He would not disrupt the master-disciple legacy established by the third Hokage. In exchange, he merely desired an opportunity for the next generation of Uchiha, be it Uchiha Shisui or his newborn son, Uchiha Itachi, to compete for the title of Hokage. Fugaku held unwavering confidence in the exceptional genes of the Uchiha clan. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to harvest sufficient tailed beast chakra from this conflict to support his training for a complete Susanoo. 9 tailed beasts lay before him. Excluding his own 9 tails, there was the 1 tail of the sand, the 3 tails and 6 tails of the mist, and the 4-tailed beasts from the rock and cloud villages deemed suitable. Thus, he resolved to commence with the 4 tails. Chapter 45, The Clash of Collisions. A frog's misfortune. The half-giant and the humanoid-tailed beast collided with tremendous force. The giant's right hand brandished a blade, and each swipe across the chakra layer of the humanoid-tailed beast caused 1 to 2 of the tails behind Zetsu to vanish, transforming the dense black-red chakra into a bubbling crimson hue. This was the result of chakra being siphoned by the Tensigen. After exhausting his chakra multiple times and determining that his lava release technique was ineffective against that shield, Zetsu opted to unleash a widespread volcanic storm, seeking to unveil the weaknesses of Susanoo. A complete Susanoo bore no vulnerabilities and could only be countered head-on. Yet Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was still a far cry from its full form. His Susanoo lacked a lower body, and the Tengu armor adorning it was missing its wings. Should Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo progress further and sprout legs, he would be safeguarded within its head. Alas, he could not achieve this, leaving the feat of Susanoo as its most significant weakness. Conveniently, Zetsu possessed a technique capable of unleashing a volcanic eruption from the depths of the earth. When the rock ninja army arrived, they beheld a scene such as this. Inoki floated in the air, while below, the frog-like Jiraiya bore 2 frogs, accompanied by a throng of 3 Tomo Uchiha attacking the revered Tsuchikage, and on the other side, the tailed beast Zetsu clashed with a half-giant clad in armor, all while a group of treacherous leaf ninja manipulated parasitic insects from afar. Could they endure this? Leading the rock ninja Jonin, the likes of Kuratsuchi swiftly formed hand seals. The earth, under their control, transformed into their mightiest weapon. Earthen walls, rock spears, and flying stones rained down upon the leaf ninja. The Jonin outside the barrier, particularly the special Jonin, dodged or deflected, while the 4 Sarutobi ninja within the barrier gasped for breath, the formidable defense of the 4 purple flames formation absorbing the onslaught. Dismantle the barrier. Fire release, unleash a barrage. After a great shout, Mei Murakami led the hand seals, inhaled deeply, and unleashed her most potent fire release technique, the Great Fire Dragon Technique. 3 fire dragons, slightly smaller than those cast by Uchiha Fugaku, surged toward the rock ninja forces. Their target was not the rock ninja, but the swarm hidden among them. As the commander of the Leaf's border forces, Mei Murakami possessed the requisite skill. Upon noticing the swarm interspersed within the rock ninja, she immediately deduced that these insects likely possessed the ability to differentiate friend from foe. Once combat commenced, the rock ninja bolstered by the swarm would prove significantly more troublesome. Thus, it became imperative to eliminate these insects first. Recalling the intelligence provided by surviving ninja from the grass country camp regarding the toxins carried by the swarm, paralytic toxins, petrification toxins, and metallic toxins, she understood the grave danger they posed on the battlefield. The first two toxins were manageable under normal circumstances, but a mere brush with them on the battlefield could spell death, as paralysis and rigidity invited the enemy to strike. The metallic toxin, which had required the medical ninja of the border forces to treat a certain unfortunate member of the Hyuga clan for an extended period, had been analyzed and found to contain dozens of toxic metal substances. Had they not promptly sealed his chakra to halt the blood circulation, he would have met his demise. The price he paid for survival was an arm, amputated from the shoulder, as the entire limb had succumbed to necrosis. The leading medical special Jonin clearly stated that even the presence of Lady Tsunade would struggle to remedy the devastation wrought by this metallic poisoning on the body. Delay even slightly, and one would become irreparably incapacitated. Mei Village's Yejuan had no intention of allowing her subordinates to contend with these agile and diminutive nuisances while engaged in battle. Seizing the moment before the rock ninja drew near, she promptly unleashed a torrent of fire release. While fire release might not extinguish the rock ninja, incinerating these ninja bees would pose no challenge whatsoever. Regrettably, Lord Jiraiya had to confront the third Tsuchikage. Otherwise, the sage art of the 5 right gates he had previously employed would have been the most fitting. Following the grand flames of the Sarutobi clan, an Uchiha Jonin cast a glance before forming hand seals. This was not the customary great fireball technique. Instead, the seals for the snake, dog, tiger, and rabbit were executed, culminating in the invocation of the fire release, dragon fire technique. Although classified as C rank, its might paled in comparison to the B rank great dragon fire technique. However, akin to the great fire technique, as long as the chakra supply remained uninterrupted, the dragon fire technique could persist indefinitely. As a cooperative maneuver in warfare, it surpassed the great fireball technique in suitability. Amidst the fiery torrent, an abundance of Leaf Ninja's fire release techniques intertwined with wind release techniques, such as wind release, great breakthrough, augmenting the flame's potency. The roiling inferno quickly lost its shape, coalescing into a vast, formidable wall of fire that surged toward the rock ninja forces. A solid earthen wall rose from the ground, as the Leaf's combined ninjutsu exhibited grandiosity. Yet, the rock ninja village was renowned for its mastery of cooperative ninjutsu. Earth release, vast earth flow wall. Chakra converged with the earth's encompassing nature, rising to form a monumental earthen wall that stood as a bastion before the rock ninja. The collision between the tidal wave of flames and the sturdy earthen wall resulted in a clash of techniques that bore no mutual counteraction, leading to a straightforward contest of strength. The Leaf side intensified their firepower, driving the flames upward along the mountain, while the mountain, under the rock ninja's control, either crumbled or heightened, steadfastly shielding the flames from breaching the wall. In this defensive and offensive standoff, both armies remained intact. Yet the true suffering was endured solely by Jiraiya. As Uchiha Fugaku charged forth with a fierce battle cry, Sarutobi Shinjiro, accompanied by Special Jonin, provided support for Uchiha Fugaku. When the rock ninja army approached, the Leaf ninjas dismantled the 4 purple flames formation, allowing those outside the barrier to return to their ranks. Sarutobi Shinjiro and Akimichi Shimi led their clansmen to regroup, while the Uchiha Jonin rejoined their kin, leaving Jiraiya to face Anoki, Uchiha Fugaku, and Old Ji in a fierce clash. Among the 4, Anoki floated in the air, while Uchiha Fugaku and Old Ji were protected by Susanoo and cloaked in tailed beast energy, impervious to the flames, leaving Jiraiya as the sole figure scrambling to evade the Inferno's onslaught. Chapter 46. Battlefield Offense and Defense. Jiraiya erected an earthen wall in an attempt to elevate himself above the Inferno, only for Anoki to obliterate it in an instant. What is this young fool thinking? Does he underestimate this old man, that Tsuchikage? Regardless of defense or evasion, with me present, do you still think you can employ earth release? Erecting an earthen mound to stand upon was futile, and burrowing down would only place his life into Anoki's hands. Unable to evade, he had no choice but to endure. A blue light emanated from him. While he was not particularly adept at water release techniques, fortune smiled upon him as a toad skilled in water release perched atop his shoulder. Through the sage art, 2 life techniques, the chakra of Shimizu Shima fused with Jiraiya's. enabling Shimizu to assist Jiraiya in achieving a water-nature transformation, enveloping his body in water chakra to withstand the fire release. What a stroke of misfortune. Mei Village's assessment was indeed accurate. It was the cunning Anoki who anticipated his judgment. Before the fire release battalion could assemble, Anoki had subtly directed him toward this very spot. At the onset of the Leaf's combined ninjutsu, Anoki launched a powerful dust release attack, compelling Jiraiya to retreat into the range of the Leaf's assault. As he traversed the fiery battlefield, he lamented Anoki's cunning while evading and maneuvering, resembling a toad leaping about in a boiling pot. Anoki took a moment to catch his breath. This young lad indeed possessed formidable strength, but at nearly 60, Anoki found his vitality waning in comparison to his youth. The chakra sustaining his dust release mitigated the deterioration of his physical capabilities, yet he had undeniably surpassed his prime. After 50, a ninja's strength began to wane, and at 60, he felt the weight of time. Had he been 40, Anoki would have been confident in dispatching the white-haired toad brat below. Even at 50, it was not beyond possibility to crush him. Yet now he was 60, and despite the indomitable spirit of an aging steed, the stubborn heart within could not deny the marks left by time. The aching of his old back served as a reminder that he was no longer the youthful warrior he once was. Reluctant to concede to age, Anoki nevertheless yielded to reality. Otherwise, why would he hover above as a merciless artillery piece? Once, he had been a valiant young man, wielding his rock fist to dominate the ninja world. Despite his stature, who could deny his reputation as a formidable warrior? Any objections? Behold my mighty rock fist. Think wisely before you respond. Alas, time was no longer on his side. Anoki yearned to unleash his rock fist upon foes. Yet he had to consider whether his frail back could withstand the strain. Otherwise, if his fist faltered, it would be a source of mockery. This fiery inferno posed no insurmountable challenge to Jiraiya. At most, it would cause him some inconvenience. The Leaf Ninja would not persist in a head-on confrontation, as the Rock Ninja army held an overwhelming numerical advantage. The Leaf Ninja could not outlast the Rock Ninja in terms of endurance. Engaging in a tit-for-tat exchange of cooperative ninjutsu would be akin to seeking one's own demise. A glance across the battlefield revealed that many of the traps laid by the Leaf had been deliberately targeted by the Bee Swarm, nearly dismantled. Without these traps, the Leaf's home field advantage was significantly diminished. The only path to victory for the Leaf Ninja lay in breaching the Rock Ninja ranks and leveraging their superior individual prowess, particularly the elite combat capabilities of their ninja. The number of formidable figures on both sides was relatively balanced, rendering it difficult to sway the outcome of the battle. The Bee Swarm strategy was more suited for expansive battlefields, such as those in the Land of Grass, than for clustered skirmishes, where it could only serve a supportive role. Thus, as the Leaf Ninjas surged into the Rock Ninja army, the extent of casualties inflicted by the Rock Ninjas' cooperative techniques would prove pivotal in determining the outcome of this conflict. Indeed, the Leaf forces ceased their fire release, spearheaded by lightning release ninjas and the elite of the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans. The Rock Ninja ascended the earthen wall, raining down colossal stones from their elevated position through earth release techniques. Amidst the barrage of earth release, the Rock Ninja offered the Leaf Ninja a hearty greeting from the Land of Earth. Only in the mountainous terrain of the Land of Earth could such bizarre phenomena as rock rain occur, utilizing the dynamic prowess afforded by their Sharingan. The leading Uchiha ninja adeptly dodged the descending boulders, while the Sarutobi clan faced a closer call. Luckily, they had their clan leader, Sarutobi Shinjiro, whose extendable diamond rod absorbed the brunt of the pressure. With a sufficiently strong point of attack, the Leaf Ninja did not remain idle. Anoki had set an example, and the Leaf forces followed suit. If Anoki could deploy Earth Release against Jiraiya's Earth Release defenses, then naturally, the Leaf could counter the Rock Ninja's vast Earth Flow wall with their own Earth Release techniques. There is no need to obliterate the vast earthen wall like Oyuki. It suffices to create disturbances. The Rock Ninjas should not be allowed to comfortably attack from above. Earth Release, Earth Flow cutting, under the protection of his comrades. A Sarutobi Jonin executed this technique. Originally designed to elevate and cleave the earth, the Jonin, with deft manipulation, forsook the rising aspect entirely and focused solely on cutting. Even if it meant the Rock Ninja side would attempt to seize control over the land, the Sarutobi Jonin successfully created a fissure in the expansive earth wall. Though it closed almost immediately under the Rock Ninja's control, this validated the strategy. Truly, a method befitting the Tsuchikage. Witnessing the effect, the Leaf Ninjas began to unleash Earth Release techniques incessantly. Earth Release, Rock Collapse. This technique, developed by the Rock Ninjas, causes fractured rocks to attack enemies below, particularly suited for mountainous terrain. However, once seen by the Uchiha Elder, it became his technique, a matter of course. Earth Release, Ground-Shattering Palm. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. These two techniques, one designed to split the ground and the other to transform the earth beneath one's feet into liquid mud, were typically employed to immobilize or sweep away foes. Now, they were repurposed to undermine the foundation of the Rock Ninjas' vast earthen wall. Chapter 47. Ascent. The immense earthen wall gathered the chakra of numerous Rock Ninjas, and with their adept coordination, its foundation was naturally solid. Yet, even a sturdy base could not withstand the relentless excavation efforts of the Leaf Ninjas. The frequency of the Rock Ninjas' offensive diminished as they had to allocate personnel to secure the foundation while engaging in a tug-of-war with the Leaf Ninjas around it. One side focused on stabilization, while the other concentrated on demolition. In this back and forth, many Rock Ninja forces were restrained. Despite the advantageous high ground afforded by standing atop the vast earthen wall, the Rock Ninjas needed to defend their precarious position. Should the wall collapse, the advantages of their elevated stance would swiftly revert. Losing a foothold and tumbling down was no trivial matter, as they lowered their height and expanded their foundation. When the Leaf Ninjas surged towards the wall's edge, the once imposing wall transformed into a sloping mound of earth, wide at the base and narrow at the top. Due to the tugging of Earth Release attacks, the Rock Ninjas atop began to engage in a game of rolling stones, conjuring near-spherical rocks from their earth chakra, varying in size from wheel size to those comparable to houses, which rolled down the steep slope. While the Rock Ninjas reveled in the game, the Leaf Ninjas were far from pleased. The ability to run on the wall relied on the chakra anchoring them to the ground. As the Rock Ninjas sculpted the earthen mound into a flat surface, denying the Leaf Ninjas any leverage, it became increasingly challenging for them to ascend as they would in a typical climb. With diminished agility, a careless mistake could lead to fatal consequences from the rolling stones. Watch out! A Uchiha Jonin shouted as he surged upward, drawing a kunai with his right hand and tossing shuriken with his left. The kunai shattered a hidden ninja bee lurking behind a rolling stone, while the shuriken arced through the air, slicing through another bee poised to attack. The swarm of ninja bees had already been unleashed, and the rolling stones cast by the Rock Ninjas served as cover for their advance towards the Leaf Ninjas. A rolling stone concealed several ninja bees, which could now easily launch an ambush. The Uchiha Jonin's warning proved effective, alerting the Leaf Ninjas to the lurking threat among the stones. What was once a stealthy attack had transformed into a full-on assault. The Uchiha Jonin's Sharingan was keenly perceptive, a skill not shared by ordinary Leaf Ninjas. A single small ninja bee, hidden in the shadows of the stones, could launch a close-range strike or, if unable to approach, unleash a venomous stinger. What happens when one's thigh suddenly goes numb while sprinting up a steep incline at a 70-degree angle? The fallen Leaf Ninja demonstrated the answer. Those with quick reflexes could shift to grab onto the wall, while slower ones could only hope their comrades would catch them. However, truth be told, those who reacted slowly might not fare worse than the quicker ones, for clinging to the wall while dodging descending stones proved even more difficult. Many found themselves unable to rejoice in their grip on the rock face before being struck by an incoming stone. The obstacles posed by the Rock Ninjas did not deter the desperate Leaf Ninjas. After sacrificing many, the first ninja to break through the rolling stones and reach the top of the wall finally appeared. With a pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan and a lightning-infused ninja blade in hand, a Uchiha Jonin entered a throng of formidable, yet merely Chunin-level Rock Ninjas, cutting through them like a hot knife through butter. The Rock Ninja Jonin noticed him and arrived within mere seconds. But those seconds were enough for the nearby Rock Ninjas to succumb to despair, as heavy boulders, imbued with fury, descended. The Uchiha Jonin had already harvested the lives of over a dozen Rock Ninjas, simultaneously unleashing a great fireball technique to carve a path for the ninjas behind him. The Uchiha Jonin's eyes, dark with swirling tomo, caught sight of a particularly competent Rock Ninja who, undeterred by rage, evaded his gaze. Without direct eye contact, the most potent Jinjutsu of the Sharingan could not be invoked. Yet, who could deny that one should avoid looking into the eyes of an Uchiha? The Uchiha clan was a powerhouse of the Warring States period. Strength alone could not overcome the might of the Uchiha. The lightning danced across the ninja blade. As Earth-release defenses crumbled against the might of lightning release, the Uchiha Jonin evaded the descending fist of the rock ninja, swinging his sword towards the Jonin's neck. As victory appeared imminent, the residual glint of the Sharingan caught sight of a shadow approaching. With a fierce expression, the Uchiha Jonin abruptly halted his attack, his blade clashing with a flurry of steel. After a flurry of strikes, dozens of steel needles flew through the air, none touching the Uchiha Jonin. But the peril of the rock ninja Jonin was averted. The vigilant ninja bees, under the command of their queen, had sent forth golden bees to intercept the Uchiha. The rock ninja Jonin, shaken yet relieved, smiled as he saw his comrades closing in, while the nearby ninja bees gathered. The audacious Uchiha, who had ventured deep alone, would surely meet his end here. Wait, was the direction of those bees not suspect? The Uchiha was not in that direction. Why did the rock ninja's companions approaching to encircle him wear expressions of horror? Their mouths moved silently, as if calling his name. The rock ninja lost consciousness as a crimson line appeared at his neck, his head rolling away as his body swayed. Sarutobi Shinobu leaped up, having just severed the rock ninja's head with a gust of wind. Taking a breath, he gathered fire chakra in his throat, only to witness a great fireball incinerating the encroaching ninja bees. Turning around, Sarutobi Shinobu saw a familiar figure. The Uchiha Jonin was already advancing towards the next rock ninja with his blade raised. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fire technique at the nearby rock ninjas. While brandishing his kanabo, infusing wind chakra into the weapon, he sent forth a tempest, a scorching storm that blew away the encircling rock ninjas with ease. After unleashing a few formidable area techniques, Sarutobi Shinobu ceased his bombardment. With the two Jonin having opened a breach, it became imperative for the leaf ninjas to ascend. In a short span of time, more and more leaf ninjas began to climb through the gap, and as they secured their footing, the fierce battle commenced. No longer employing large-scale techniques, the situation had changed. Conserving chakra was one aspect, while ensuring the safety of their comrades was another. Ultimately, Sarutobi Shinobu had no time to use large-scale ninjutsu to further bolster the leaf ninja's advantage. A towering figure, standing at 2 meters, loomed before him. The once affable visage now devoid of its customary smile, replaced instead by an icy intent to kill. The son of the third Tsuchikage, the Iwa Jonin known as Katsuchi, faced the son of the third Hokage, the Konoha Jonin Sarutobi Shinosuke. Chapter 48, Hide and Seek. Sharing similar backgrounds and levels of strength, Katsuchi took the initiative to confront Sarutobi Shinosuke. On the battlefield, Katsuchi was the sole Iwa ninja capable of countering Shinosuke's might. As the son of the Tsuchikage and an Iwa Jonin, he felt an unwavering sense of duty. Katsuchi raised his right hand, summoning the largest rock fist the battlefield had ever seen. Sarutobi Shinosuke brandished his kanabo, readying himself for the confrontation. In the next instant, the rock fist collided fiercely with the kanabo. Soldier against soldier, life after life ebbed away, crimson blood cascading down the mountainside like a miniature waterfall. Despite having the numerical advantage and the elevated terrain, the Iwa ninjas found themselves struggling against the Konoha shinobi who climbed up the slopes. Their disadvantage exacerbated by the prowess of the Uchiha clan. Leading the charge were the 3 Tomo Sharingan, accompanied by several of their awakened kin. As they managed to shatter a front line of Konoha shinobi, it was said that one should not meet the gaze of an Uchiha, yet in the chaos of battle, there was little opportunity to be wary of surroundings. A moment's inattention could result in a red-eyed adversary, flanked by minions, cutting down several foes before turning their gaze upon you, rendering any struggle futile as your head fell to an opponent who had once seemed your equal. While Jinjutsu may not possess overwhelming lethality, its utility in aiding allies was undeniable. The Uchiha elite wreaked havoc, while their subordinates reaped the spoils of victory. These incessantly buzzing wasps proved to be a nuisance. Where on earth was that accursed insect user hiding? Countless shinobi bees swarmed the battlefield, occasionally striking at the Konoha ninjas, forcing them to divert their attention. Though the Uchiha were few, numbering merely in the hundreds, a substantial portion of their clan, only a minority among the thousands of Iwa ninjas fell victim to the Uchiha's Jinjutsu. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of shinobi bees was sufficient to encircle every Konoha ninja, limited only by the insect user's control. which sought to minimize collateral damage by focusing on select targets. Who were the most prominent figures among Konoha's ranks? Aside from Sarutobi Shinosuke, who faced Katsuchi, and the alluring Yamakura Ye battling alongside the East Dead, it was undoubtedly the Uchiha. Thus, the Uchiha found themselves the focal point of the Hornets' attention, significantly hindering their movement. The irate Uchiha yearned to unearth the insect user and exact their vengeance. At every moment, they had to remain vigilant, as the shinobi bees swirled around them, launching incessant attacks that, while not lethal, were aggravating. Just as they were on the verge of claiming an enemy's life, a swarm of bees would execute a suicidal assault, forcing them to withdraw, truly infuriating. Regrettably, despite the combined prowess of the three Tomo Sharingan and the Byakugan infiltrating the fray, they managed only to uncover a few shadow clones, never catching a glimpse of the true insect user. These clones had cleverly employed transformation techniques, and the actual insect user's whereabouts remained uncertain. Even if present, extracting them from the throng of thousands of IWA ninjas would prove exceedingly challenging. At that moment, the Black Bee, trembling, engaged in combat with Konoha's lower-ranked shinobi, wielding kunai and explosive tags, too apprehensive to utilize their water techniques. The aura of the Konoha ninjas was daunting. Should they dare employ their water techniques, the red-eyed adversaries would undoubtedly rush forth without hesitation, eager to rend them apart. Amidst the chaos, the Black Bee and its companion were no match for the Konoha shinobi's tactics, and faced with the hostility directed at them, they could only resign themselves to their fate. Fortunately, the Dark Lord showed mercy, providing them with an array of ninja tools. Although the duo was perceived as a hindrance by their peers, they still possessed a modicum of Earth-style ninjutsu that was respectable among IWA ninjas. Armed with poison-laced weapons and an ample supply of explosive tags, with a smattering of attention from the shinobi bees, their situation remained bearable. Engaging mid-level Konoha ninjas, they exchanged blows with a semblance of balance. Positioned towards the rear, relying on their poison skills and the favor of the shinobi bees, the IWA ninjas assigned to them ensured they could encircle the few advancing Konoha shinobi without engaging directly, diverting just enough attention to safeguard their lives. The Black Bee focused intently on the battlefield. It was no wonder the Uchiha were renowned for their ocular prowess. Their bloodline was indeed formidable. Vision is humanity's most relied upon sense, and the terrifying sight granted by the Uchiha's bloodline felt akin to cheating in battle. When facing the Hyuga, the Byakugan's unparalleled reconnaissance and chakra perception left a profound impression on the Black Bee. It was not merely the branch family's Byakugan that had been artificially compromised. Instead, the comprehensive view of 360 degrees had been diminished by a solitary degree of blind spot, complicating the task of hunting. Even with this minor lapse, the extensive visual range of the Byakugan and chakra perception forced the Black Bee into a position of aggression, surrounding the Hyuga with a swarm of shinobi bees to exploit that blind spot. Truth be told, the most vexing aspect of hunting Hyuga ninjas lay in the encirclement. Capturing a humanoid radar capable of perceiving a kilometer around was a daunting endeavor. Now, on the battlefield, alongside the Uchiha were the Byakugan users. The Sharingan and Byakugan each boasted their own merits, sharing the unique ability to perceive chakra. In the shinobi world, this ability was akin to how the insect world could directly observe the paths of their prey, truly a formidable advantage. Setting aside the other capabilities of the ocular techniques, the mere ability to perceive chakra equated to an incredibly efficient, non-hand seal sensing technique. Ordinary sensory ninjas were already rare talents, meticulously selected from their villages. After identifying their sensory aptitude, they toiled tirelessly to master sensory ninjutsu, while ocular users, upon awakening their eyes, effortlessly eclipsed years of effort by ordinary sensory ninjas. The most common transformation technique employed by ninjas proved utterly ineffective against the Sharingan and Byakugan. While one could not discern the original appearance, the usage of transformation techniques was evident. That was sufficient. One after another, shadow clones were unmasked as the Black Bee, continually creating clones, stealthily distanced itself. Engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with ocular ninjas on the battlefield was no simple task. Fortunately, having analyzed the corpse of an Akimichi ninja brought back previously, the Black Bee had gleaned certain foundational techniques of yang release. While unable to employ the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, they could adjust their muscles adequately. Sporting a new hairstyle and adjusting their physique, they finally utilized a hardening technique to conceal any internal chakra fluctuations. Even when scrutinized by the Byakugan and Sharingan, they appeared merely as an ordinary, short-statured IWA ninja, possessing a smattering of basic hardening techniques, wielding kunai as they engaged in close combat with the Konoha lower-ranked shinobi, entirely concealing the insect user's silhouette that manipulated the battlefield from view. Chapter 49. Observers Beyond the Battlefield. The Black Bee's close-quarters combat skills were unremarkable, yet the hardening technique assured a degree of error tolerance, rendering their taijutsu a guise for concealing their identity. They targeted a youthful Konoha ninja, engaging in a flurry of clumsy blows, the skirmish of two fresh combatants attempting to claim one another's lives, a commonplace occurrence on the battlefield. Kunai grazed the shoulder of the Konoha youth, leaving a gash in its wake. The young ninja's expression twisted, resembling a spilled palette of emotions: fear, sorrow, anger, resentment, ultimately culminating in fervor. Abandoning all defenses, a body lunged forward, 3 burning explosive tags silently conveying the determination of a young man. Dark, purplish blood flowed from his wounds, half of his body numb and devoid of sensation. The area of numbness expanded relentlessly as he extracted the explosive tags, forcibly channeling chakra to ignite an eruption, propelling his body toward the enemy. With one last surge of spirit, the Konoha ninja embraced his foe, allowing the kunai to pierce his vital points. It must have been excruciating. Under normal circumstances, he might have cried out in agony. Yet, the poison dulled his senses, revealing a peculiar solace in his suffering. A fleeting thought of bitter amusement crossed his mind as the explosive tags detonated at close range, obliterating 2 bodies. With a lingering attachment to the mortal realm and a sense of fulfillment in dragging his murderer into the afterlife, a young life extinguished. He perished before witnessing the enemy's shattered form turn to mud, perhaps a final act of mercy from fate. In the foundational ninjutsu of the ninja arts, the substitution technique manifested as the earth-style replacement technique. While clones may indulge in reckless abandon, the true body must endure. In the early stages of a ninja's career, survival is paramount. This fundamental principle of ninjutsu is an unspoken lesson handed down by the elders. None of the techniques in the 3-body technique are offensive. They are all for survival, deception, or disguise, a silent teaching from predecessors. The wasp-like figure turned, deftly deflecting 2 incoming shurikens with her kunai, re-engaging in the fray. Disregarding the fallen Konoha ninja, she was preoccupied, her real body selecting suitable adversaries based on gathered intelligence while directing her swarm to assist the rock ninjas in combat. Without the wasp's support, the rock ninja lines would have been breached by the red-eyed plague and its minions long ago. The only commendable trait of the rock ninja was their unwavering combat spirit. After Konoha birthed the will of fire, the rock ninjas almost simultaneously forged a will of stone. Though it appeared akin to brainwashing, the deeply ingrained will of stone provided the rock ninjas with an internal fortitude, albeit lacking in overall quality. This unyielding combat spirit, akin to stone, coupled with their numerical superiority, allowed the rock ninja forces to hold their ground against the formidable cloud ninja, who excelled in lightning techniques that countered earth styles. However, the Konoha ninjas were equally resolute. The will of fire emerged before the will of stone, and the Konoha ninja who, upon realizing he was poisoned and confirming the ineffectiveness of the antidote, initiated a divine wind attack in a desperate attempt to take the enemy down with him, was not an isolated case. The rock ninja's poison weapons proved unexpectedly effective, narrowing the gap in quality. Thus, the battlefield lay in a delicate balance. The rock ninja's numerical advantage could not be fully exploited on the confined battlefield, rendering their powerful combined ninjutsu unusable. Conversely, the Konoha forces were restricted by the rock ninja's limited supply of poisoned weapons, hampering their ability to capitalize on their qualitative advantages. The situation was stalemated, with the wasp controlling her swarm to tightly restrain the Uchiha, while also keeping an eye on the Sarutobi and the Yamanaka, occasionally directing her attention to particularly noteworthy Konoha ninjas, many of whom bore characteristics reminiscent of certain clans. It comes as no surprise that the first Tsuchikage sought to instill the will of stone through brainwashing. Indeed, he was a remarkable strategist. Without the daily indoctrination of the will of stone, the rock ninjas, with their current quality, would find themselves at a disadvantage against Konoha, no matter how many they fielded. The ninja clans led the charge, unleashing a ruthless slaughter to shatter morale, only to fall into disarray, as elite forces led the remnants of the disordered troops to defeat. The lethality of poisoned weapons required blood to seal the kill, but on the battlefield, among the three primary ninja clans, aside from the Sarutobi, the Uchiha were masters of ninja tools, possessing unparalleled dynamic vision with their Sharingan and a mastery of Genjutsu that significantly reduced the difficulty of inflicting harm. The Yamanaka, weakened by the parasitic bugs within them, rarely engaged in close combat, preferring to maintain a mid-range distance, making it exceedingly difficult to breach the defenses of the parasitic bugs. The Wasp's clones concentrated around the Uchiha and Yamanaka, vigilantly preventing these harbingers of death from unleashing their full potential. The situation was dire. On the battlefield's periphery, a weary ninja squad arrived, pausing to observe from a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, deliberately avoiding the battleground where 4 shadow-level ninjas clashed. The entire elite squad concealed their presence, making it difficult for the engaged combatants to detect these lurking observers. At the forefront stood a youth clad in a green jonin vest, his spiky golden hair radiating brilliance, and his azure eyes gleaming with intelligence and competence. Jiraiya, now in sage mode, was locked in battle with the third Tsuchikage, while the giant at the Four-Tails Jinchuriki's side seemed to be the legendary Susanoo. Had Fugaku activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the youth was well acquainted with Jiraiya, who regarded him with a fatherly affection. As one of Jiraiya's disciples, he too had signed a blood pact with Mount Myaboku. He possessed an intimate understanding of the two revered elder toads, known as sages, and the challenges of summoning them. Summoning 2 great sages and entering sage mode represented Jiraiya's most formidable stance. On the other side, Fugaku Uchiha was a familiar figure. Their acquaintance was moderate. Yet Fugaku's wife was a close friend of the youth's girlfriend. As a scion of Konoha, he had perused the records of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If the accounts were accurate, activating Susanoo indicated that the Mangekyo user was fighting with all their might. Peering through a telescope at the battlefield, the youth discerned that individual strength held little sway in a large-scale conflict. Upon arriving at the battlefield and consuming soldier pills while resting to regain his strength, he began to uncover the underlying issues. The rock ninjas equipped with conventional antidotes that were ineffective or minimally effective against the poison weapons were merely a minor inconvenience. The critical factor lay in the insect swarms that restrained the elite ninja clans. The insect users assisted the rock ninja, particularly the upper echelon, diminishing the combat prowess of Konoha's elite. The Konoha forces had tailored their strategies based on intelligence gathered during the conflict, targeting the insect users, who had also learned from experience and adapted their tactics. Relying on expendable insect swarms to create openings remained a viable strategy. But as the elite insect swarms transformed into elite rock ninjas, this approach began to pose a significant threat to the upper echelon. Even the proud 3-tomo Uchiha dared not leave themselves vulnerable to the rock ninja's upper echelon. Thus, with the assistance of the swarms, the rock ninja upper echelon managed to engage the Uchiha, who excelled in one-on-one combat, resulting in an exchange ratio of nearly 2-to-1, with 2 rock ninjas falling for every Uchiha casualty. Such results were utterly unacceptable to the Uchiha. The foremost clan in the ninja world could not alter the inherent nature of their clan, as the Uchiha's limited numbers could not match the rock ninja's losses. While the rock ninjas could afford to lose dozens of upper ninjas and recover in a few years, the loss of dozens from the Uchiha would dismantle the very pillars of their clan. Drawing a parallel, it was akin to the decline of the Uchiha clan from the First Shinobi World War to the Third. If the upper ninja level could not secure dominance, the situation for the Chunin and Genin was even more dire. The rock ninjas' numbers were sufficient to overcome the higher quality Konoha ninjas. To break the stalemate, a focus on the upper echelon was essential. Chapter 50, The Surprise Attack of the Yellow Flash, the Hidden Hand Strikes. For instance, eliminating a substantial number of upper ninjas would render the elite ninja swarms incapable of holding back the elite ninja clans. The youth adjusted his telescope, directing his gaze to the most intense area of the battlefield. The Uchiha naturally clustered together, as was customary for ninja clans engaged in battle. Unless one is part of a ninja school leading a team of ninjas, the bond forged over years of shared missions among comrades pales in comparison to that of kin raised together since childhood. Their tacit understanding is simply incomparable. The Uchiha clan has rallied together, and naturally, the IWA ninjas have also formed a circle of elite warriors surrounding the Uchiha ninjas. This area is likely the most concentrated battlefield for elite shinobi, and swiftly eliminating the foes would liberate the Uchiha's combat prowess, serving as the quickest means to turn the tide of battle. The only obstacle lies in the considerable difficulty of the task. Estimating the likelihood of success, the young man shifted his focus. His binoculars turned towards another battlefield, where the conflict involving the Child of Shadows continued. Unlike Sarutobi Shino, who faced a swarm of enemies before the battle began, the fully prepared Tsuchi was gaining the upper hand due to the relatively balanced disparity in strength. The situation appeared to be roughly even, but Tsuchi's advantage was still far from translating into victory. The young man was confident that he could assist Sarutobi Shino in reversing the tide and potentially incapacitating or even eliminating Tsuchi. Unfortunately, whether it was the airborne Inoki or the tailed beast-enhanced Aji, they were not easy targets. Otherwise, targeting two elite ninjas would have been the most appropriate course of action. Hastening his pace, he realized he was already late. Aji had transformed into his tailed beast form, and attempting to seal the tailed beast chakra within him would prove quite troublesome. Moreover, Aji himself was formidable without the tailed beast transformation. His lava-release chakra mode would still be challenging to contend with. Ultimately, the easiest target for the IWA ninjas was actually the young bug user. But she was exceedingly adept at evasion. Despite the sensory abilities of the Yamashiro clan, combined with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the young man's own perception, they still failed to grasp the bug user's whereabouts. After another attempt, several sensory ninjas connected their minds through the Yamashiro clan's perception. Yet even with the analytical prowess of the Nara clan, they could not pinpoint the elusive mental fluctuations. The Uchiha ninjas who were observing closely had yet to discover the bug user's position. They could ascertain that she was at an advantage in the chaotic battlefield, capable of maintaining her calm perception. It seemed they would be unable to find the bug user after all. The blonde youth spoke up, drawing the attention of those around him. Among the elite ninjas present were seasoned jonin from the Hyuga branch family, the formidable Inazuka trio, and the elite from the Inazuka clan, renowned figures, all of whom were older than the young captain by several years. However, the youngest among them, the captain, commanded the respect and loyalty of his entire team through his remarkable strength and charismatic leadership. The key to breaking through this battlefield lies with the jonin, and I believe we can approach this from two angles. Our objective is to liberate our Uchiha comrades and then extend our front line to the locations where we suspect the bug user may be hiding. In such a fiercely contested battlefield, the IWA ninjas continuously employ earth techniques. Thus, it is improbable for the bug user to hide underground. The most likely scenario is that she has disguised herself among the Iwa's middle and lower-ranked ninjas. Our priority should be to eliminate the Iwa's chunin and exceptional genin, as they are the backbone of IWA's organization. Should we manage to kill the bug user, that would be ideal. If not, significantly reducing the number of Iwa's chunin would disrupt their organizational strength. The young man arranged his teammates accordingly. I will assist Senior Shino in incapacitating Tsuchi as quickly as possible, then rejoin the others. The jonin exchanged glances and nodded. Tsuchi is formidable. Take care, Minato. After a brief warning, the jonin team surged towards the battlefield. The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers was trivial for elite ninjas. As the jonin team entered the battlefield with a body flicker technique, the youth named Minato suddenly accelerated, distancing himself from his jonin comrades. Although I excel in wind techniques, I swiftly drew an oddly shaped three-pronged kunai from my ninja tool pouch at my waist, and as I grasped it, electric sparks flickered. I have some proficiency in lightning techniques as well. Thunder Flash, instant kill technique. As the words left my lips, the kunai sliced through the neck of an IWA ninja. Shouting an incomprehensible ninjutsu name, the blonde figure flickered across the battlefield. Unlike the shadow clone technique used by Sarutobi Fugaku and Sarutobi Shino to provoke their foes, Minato's performance relied solely on his overwhelming speed to achieve similar effects. His movement was instantaneous, and his reactions even quicker. He lingered at any given spot for no more than half a second. What can be accomplished in half a second? It is barely enough time to perform a C-rank ninjutsu, but sufficient for Minato to claim a life. From the moment he entered the battlefield, Minato danced a deadly dance of slaughter. With each step, a moment. With each moment, a kill. IWA ninjas fell one after another in his wake. A small kunai infused with lightning chakra was used to slit the throats of every IWA ninja in his path, This straightforward yet effective tactic was unimpeded. Quick. It was astonishingly fast. So fast that the IWA ninjas could not evade as Minato swung the kunai at their throats. To be precise, those IWA ninjas who were able to sense Minato's lethal intent and respond were already the elite among them. The majority of IWA ninjas, and even Konoha ninjas, remained oblivious to how their comrades were falling. Only a fleeting shadow passed by, and the only indication of a Konoha ninja's demise was the spurting blood from the enemy's neck. What does only speed is invincible mean? This is what it means. By wielding the kunai, he created a widespread area of effect. He moved so swiftly that the swarm of ninjas pursuing him found themselves either kicking up dust behind him or failing to surround him before he slipped past. No, that motion of throwing the kunai and dashing back to retrieve it was problematic. My anticipated swarm had no response whatsoever. Phasing. No, it was a space-time transfer technique. This guy is the nemesis of my swarm tactics. A group of elite ninjas charged into the fray, unable to escape the grasp of Sarutobi's keen awareness of the battlefield. Splitting into two groups, the presence of this blonde youth was magnified to over tenfold compared to the other team of Jonin. The mere sight of an enemy who countered him so effectively was distressing enough. But the feeling of seeing through the enemy's intentions, yet being powerless to stop them, was even more agonizing. The blonde youth's target was clear. He was heading straight for Tsuchi. He cut through the ranks like a scythe, reaching Tsuchi's side, while the explosive Sarutobi Shino desperately clung to Tsuchi in a bid to restrain him. There was no time left. The blonde youth was but a moment away from closing the distance to Tsuchi, and Sarutobi's body momentarily stiffened as Tsuchi's rock fist struck him. Chapter 51. Cursed Poison. Sarutobi Shino stared intently at Tsuchi. He could have blocked that attack. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As a top-tier Jonin, Tsuchi maintained control over his surroundings. Although Minato's surprise attack was astonishingly swift, if he could enter the battlefield without Tsuchi noticing, Inoki could easily have Tsuchi remade. Spotting a Konoha expert breaking through Iwa's encirclement and heading directly toward him, Tsuchi realized he could not evade. As he circulated his chakra to harden his defense, he gathered all his strength for a powerful rock fist. In a desperate bid to relieve the pressure, he aimed to inflict significant damage on the approaching enemy, a perfectly reasonable strategy. Yet the outcome of his strike exceeded Tsuchi's expectations. Despite having prepared to block, Sarutobi Shino's abnormal pause caused him to absorb the full force of the rock fist. If not for his transformed Sarademon extending an arm to shield him, this punch could have cost Sarutobi Shino his life. Tsuchi grinned wickedly as he raised his fist once more. The young lad with yellow hair is not an insignificant figure. The Rock Ninja's intelligence has recorded his identity. It is indeed the Wave Wind Minato, disciple of Jiraiya and grand student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, are you here to kill me or to rescue your master? The technique of Rock Fist is fully unleashed, with stones extending from his right arm to his chest, sacrificing agility for protection of vital areas. It is true that lightning release counters earth release, but this countering has its prerequisites. It is a contest of the mastery of chakra nature transformation. A mere genin cannot simply break through the defenses of a jonin with a newly learned lightning technique. After taking a lightning kunai from Wave Wind Minato, Huangtu felt assured. Minato's proficiency in lightning release is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to Huangtu's earth release. Had Sarutobi Shinjiro been there to withstand the front line, while Minato awaited the perfect moment to strike, Huangtu might indeed have lost his life today. But Sarutobi Shinjiro faltered. With just one punch, he had at least incapacitated Sarutobi Shinjiro's arm, broken 3 or 4 ribs, and injured his internal organs, rendering him nearly incapable of fighting. Did you not see that the staff in his hand had transformed back into a monkey? The monkey demon swung his fist, and the formidable bodies collided with a thunderous crash, the disparity in size amplifying the sound of the impact as air was forcefully compressed. The monkey demon intercepted Huangtu, leaving Sarutobi Shinjiro without protection. In the face of a severely wounded enemy leader, everyone knows what must be done. Take advantage of their weakness. The available rock ninjas unleashed a torrent of ninjutsu upon the coughing Sarutobi Shinjiro, hurling explosive kunai as if they were worthless. Wave Wind Minato could no longer afford to strike at Huangtu. He swiftly dashed to lift Sarutobi Shinjiro and then vanished with the monkey, leaving behind a tiny trident kunai. The inscription on the trident's handle, the sword of enduring love, caused Huangtu to furrow his brow. Would a ninja inscribe meaningless words on their tools? Considering Minato's chaotic naming of techniques, Huangtu was no longer certain. In the next moment, Huangtu stomped heavily, causing a series of trident kunai to erupt from the ground. His massive form agilely maneuvered, evading the sudden appearance of Minato's thunderous instant kill technique. Apologies, but Huangtu could not quite remember the unique name of Minato's ninjutsu. However, he recognized Minato's instant body technique, having seen it recorded before. Flying Thunder God technique. He enunciated slowly, recalling the technique that had once stirred bloodshed during the First Shinobi World War. This signature ninjutsu of the Second Hokage, renowned for its unparalleled speed during the Warring States period, had facilitated the Second Hokage's mobility across battlefields. To think that Konoha had produced another adept of the Flying Thunder God technique. This space-time ninjutsu granted its user extraordinary maneuverability, allowing for both offensive and evasive actions, thus rendering it one of the most unscrupulous techniques. To be honest, seeing Wave Wind Minato teleport Sarutobi Shinjiro off the battlefield left Huangtu curious about how the second Hokage had met his end during the waning days of the First Shinobi World War. What means had the Cloud Ninjas employed to claim the life of the second Hokage, given such dubious mobility? Huangtu was troubled, pondering how to confront an adversary capable of vanishing at will. Wave Wind Minato could effortlessly engage him, while simultaneously targeting the Rock Ninja's elite. The Wasps were also troubled. Having just detected Huangtu's peril, they quickly assessed the situation and activated a previously prepared hidden technique. The Curse Poison technique, employing toxins combined with poisonous chakra, transformed the poison into a latent form, controlled by the caster, which could erupt at a critical moment. A treacherous ninjutsu. Before the Rock Ninjas reached the battlefield, the Wasps had infused the toxins carried by their clones into the chakra clouds, planting the seeds of curse poison within the enemy. It was challenging to eliminate these Jonin. Rather than risking a wasteful final strike, it was wiser to lay a hidden trap. Due to the widespread dispersal of the toxin and the chakra used for casting being derived from the Golden Needle Wasp rather than the Poison Wasp, the initial toxicity of the curse poison was weak, capable of being neutralized by the human body. It required time to parasitize, absorb nutrients from the host, and erode the host's chakra to strengthen itself. To ensure secrecy, the curse poison's growth was deliberately slow, highly latent, and could be detonated at the caster's will. Unfortunately, as a normal ninja without the red-eye disease, Sarutobi Shinjiro was struck by the wasp's soul, leaving him with the seeds of curse poison. Upon realizing that Wave Wind Minato's target was Huangtu, and having failed to intercept, the wasps decisively activated the curse poison. The curse poison technique was not flawless. Its development had overly prioritized secrecy, leading to a variance in the quality of the seeds planted. Without sufficient nutrients to thrive, the curse poison could not claim Sarutobi Shinjiro's life, but it could easily suppress or even incapacitate him in the short term, granting Huangtu the time needed to contend with Wave Wind Minato. Huangtu's opportunity to severely wound Sarutobi Shinjiro was an unexpected boon, leveling the battlefield once more. With Wave Wind Minato replacing Sarutobi Shinjiro's position, leveraging his mobility to maintain the advantage. It was far better than allowing Sarutobi Shinjiro and Wave Wind Minato to join forces against Huangtu. The release of two formidable individuals close to, or even equivalent to Kaguya, could rapidly lead to the collapse of the Rock Ninja's situation. However, preserving Huangtu came at a cost. The wasps discreetly noted the reverse summoning technique on themselves and began preparing more clones. Precisely detonating the curse poison was beyond the capability of the clones. The actions of the main body had become too conspicuous, and those with white eyes and red-eye disease were likely becoming suspicious. They had probably detected the chakra fluctuations indicating the curse poison's detonation. Their focus shifted in that direction. This was problematic, especially with those Jonin who had entered alongside the yellow-haired boy. She had seen them, each armed with a trident kunai, ready to support the yellow-haired boy at a moment's notice. They could not be allowed to draw the yellow-haired boy over. Such a thought was foolish. Chapter 52, Leaving the Battlefield? As she fled, it was the reverse summoning technique. To watch the carefully locked-on body of the insect user vanish in a cloud of white smoke was disheartening. The Uchiha ninja's expression darkened as he turned and raced out of the purple chakra cloud to report this news to his comrades. The Konoha ninjas fell silent, unsure of how to console the Uchiha. The insect user was cautious, adept at concealing herself. To uncover the insect user's true form, the Konoha ninjas paid a heavy price. clearing out most rock ninjas within the insect user's operational range while enduring the resistance of the rock jonin. A group of jonin protected the clans of the mountain and the hyuga, allowing them to fully utilize their sensory abilities and Byakugan to lock onto all rock ninjas within a certain area, methodically eliminating them one by one, until they finally forced the insect user's true form to reveal itself. During this process, the Konoha ninjas, having approached the insect user's body without concealment, naturally faced a furious counterattack from the insect user. Apart from the three types of ninjas, the lethal poisonous bees the insect user unleashed were terrifyingly potent. The corrosive toxin carried by their stingers could bypass nearly all defenses, and even the oil-wielding ninja, with the highest toxin resistance, could not survive more than 3 seconds before succumbing to death, along with the parasites within. Such brutality, annihilating all the surrounding rock ninjas, was the gravest error made by Konoha. The insect master targeted the later elite ninja, preventing Namake's Minato from teleporting through the coordinates carried by the team members. Without this top-tier powerhouse capable of rapid breakthroughs, the Uchiha ninja, filled with rage, led the charge, prompting the Leaf Village ninjas to eliminate the surrounding rock ninjas, providing cover for the insect master. Ultimately, they only encountered the insect master's shadow clones, isolating him after blocking the arriving rock ninja reinforcements. With no worries left, the insect master unleashed a swarm of poisonous ninja bees to create clones. Following a self-detonation of the poisonous bees, the resulting purple toxic gas swiftly eliminated the surrounding lower and mid-level leaf ninjas, along with a few unfortunate elite ninjas. Summoning tens of thousands of toxic bees, the insect master commanded the swarm to form a chakra cloud outside the 4 purple flames formation, using it to fend off the leaf ninjas' ninjutsu, while elite rock ninjas coordinated to rescue him. Under the dual assault, the leading Uchiha ninja displayed terrifying strength, disregarding all attacks and killing 3 elite rock ninjas before, battered and bruised, he charged into the chakra cloud, cutting through the protective swarm. Just as he was about to seize the insect master, a reverse summoning technique was executed, and the once catchable prey slipped away. It was evident, even to the slightest thought, that the Uchiha ninja's state was decidedly abnormal. Through the Byakugan, it was clear that his injuries were fatal to any regular ninja. Upon exiting the chakra cloud, he bore wounds, yet they had mysteriously vanished. No medical ninjutsu, no matter how powerful, could achieve such a feat. The Uchiha clan was not known for their medical capabilities. Such expertise belonged to the Senju clan. It was likely a secret technique with a hefty price. After all these years, no one had heard of the Uchiha employing such a method, suggesting it was a forbidden technique not meant for regular use. As for the cost, the tightly shut left eye of the Uchiha ninja spoke volumes. While ninjas from the mountains closed their eyes to focus on perception, Uchiha ninjas never closed their Sharingan on the battlefield. It was most likely the price of a forbidden technique, a lost Sharingan. The loss of one Sharingan would undoubtedly diminish the power of a 3-tomo Uchiha. If he managed to capture or kill the insect master, it would be a worthwhile trade. But if the eye was sacrificed and the insect master escaped, the loss would weigh heavily on the Uchiha clan, leaving the somber-faced elite ninja despondent. Unfortunately, the battlefield offered no time for sorrow. The insect master had fled, leaving behind clones, and until those clones were eradicated, the situation for the leaf ninjas not only remained dire, but grew more tense with the appearance of thousands of toxic bees. The advantage gained by Namake's Minato was swiftly reversed. In a vast, dark palace dominated by deep purple hues, the walls and ceiling were adorned with grotesque depictions of poisonous creatures. Crystal lamps, shaped like toxic entities, flickered with a sickly green flame, illuminating the palace. Before a grand throne deep within the palace, a woman with cascading purple hair was clad in armor made of purple exoskeleton, her 9-segmented scorpion tail swaying slowly, its sharp stinger glinting ominously. Her purple, crystal-like eyes gradually sparkled to life, transforming from lifeless to vibrant and spirited. Stretching her body, her joints crackled. A long-lost power surged within her. If the strength of the 8-year-old girl standing beside the throne was considered a 1, then the bee clones, depending on the situation, could multiply to hundreds, making the power of the vessel currently possessed by Kfong unfathomable. This power did not originate from the vessel itself, but from the entirety of the world in which she now resided. The so-called 5 Kage and Jinchuriki were mere insignificant insects in the face of such might. easily extinguished with a breath. Suspended above the ninja world. This small realm was approximately a sphere with a radius of 150 kilometers, inhabited by myriad beings. The immense power of the universe was at the command of the scorpion woman standing before the throne. How could a minuscule human body contend with the strength of an entire world? The deities of Chuefeng's first life could achieve it. Reborn as the son of the Great Mother, merging with the omniscient and omnipotent being, bestowing upon her the name Omiabella. The vast divine kingdom established by this ancient god rivaled the heavens. With full power unleashed, Omiabella could effortlessly annihilate and reshape the biosphere of a planet. And with a little effort, tear the planet apart. This small world, at most a minor asteroid, was but a trivial matter to the Earth Mother. The top-tier Gu immortal of Chuefeng's second life was no exception. The Immortals' cavern world was standard for immortals, rising amidst the tides of a new era, carrying the destiny. Whether as a king's forerunner or not, the Gu immortal named Xianyan held the potential to reach the pinnacle of the Gu world. In her prime, the poison scorpion lady was merely a hair's breadth from the summit. Throughout the history of the Gu world over millions of years, she could rank among the top 15. And in contemporary times, she was easily in the top 5. Had she not encountered the barriers of the top 3, she might not have been forced to use her final trump card to leave the Gu world, leading to her reincarnation. In the current chakra system, the ninjas had yet to see any potential capable of countering a small world, but the legendary sage of 6 paths might possess power that threatened the purple poison heaven. Alas, the poison scorpion lady had indeed perished. Omiabella was left with an unfilled status. The heavenly spirit within the purple poison heaven was merely Xianyan's obsession. Even though the newly revived Kefeng could command this heavenly spirit's shell and master the cave sky, the heavenly spirit could hardly interfere with the mortal realm without a suitable medium. With a wave of her hand, the heavenly spirit summoned a round mirror. The battlefield scene materialized within. Utilizing the remaining clones left on the battlefield and relying on the heavenly spirit's power, Kefeng could still remotely influence the battlefield, commanding the swarm and clones. The prerequisite was to have remaining clones. The Leaf Ninjas were intent on hunting these clones, and she needed to act swiftly. Chapter 53. The enigmatic 6 paths. The heavenly spirit lacked a soul, merely a singular obsession fused with the might of the cave sky, making contemplation exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the Gu cultivation system offered specialized methods to assist in thought. The immense primordial energy within the small world infused various Gu insects, generating countless thoughts that wove into a will transmitted through invisible connections to the clones on the battlefield. Such a plethora of battle intent should suffice. The indomitable battle intent produced through the collaboration of several Gu insects possessed remarkable persistence. Before this batch of battle intent was exhausted, it would constantly merge with the swarm, forming new clones. Thoughts, much like souls, would likely fall within the realm of release. It was uncertain whether the Uchiha had any means to counteract this battle intent. Observing the battlefield through the mirror, Kefeng decided against further interference. The heavenly spirit could not exit the cave sky, situated thousands of miles above the surface, above the battlefield. To act, she would need to cross a distance of tens of thousands of miles. It was not that she could not. It was merely that such an act would create too great a spectacle. While the ninjas might not perceive the cave sky's portal opening beyond the atmosphere, they would undoubtedly witness a meteor streaking across the sky, landing precisely on the battlefield. If this meteor were to annihilate the Leaf Ninjas and leave no Rock Ninjas alive, the intensity of the Ninja World War would escalate to a terrifying level, including the current Third Ninja World War. The participating ninja villages aimed to redistribute the benefits within the ninja world. The 4 major ninja villages gradually grew stronger, dissatisfied with the Leaf Village monopolizing too many resources, thus challenging the Leaf Village's strongest position in the ninja world. In response, the Leaf Village aimed to assert its dominance, proving that it remained powerful and still the strongest in the ninja world, safeguarding its vested interests. The mechanical deity of the sparrow was capable of easily annihilating a contingent of the Leaf Village's shinobi. However, unless it simultaneously eradicated the Rock Village, the connection between the external assault and the Rock Hidden would be glaringly evident. The 4 major ninja villages would then face a dilemma: to bow before the Rock Village or to take a gamble and unite to eliminate it first. The outcome was uncertain. The Ninja World War had transformed from a mere struggle for interest into a battle for survival, leading to a radical shift in the ninjas' attitudes. Presently, it appeared that no threat to the capabilities of the purple poison heaven had emerged from the ninja domain. Yet, prior to its initial awakening, the first incarnation of the sparrow resided in an unremarkable technological society, at most steeped in some mystic legends. On the surface of the ninja realm, there existed a supernatural force known as chakra. Prior to her reincarnation, Xiangran had noticed, albeit briefly, the presence of individuals on the moon, drawn by her sensitivity to lunar phenomena. This group also utilized chakra, implying that at least in the past, the ninja world had capabilities for lunar exploration, possibly even colonization. Predominantly through the application of chakra, it suggested that there might have once existed a magnificent civilization based on chakra. Were the Six Paths ninja tools from the Cloud Village remnants of this civilization? Could the Uchiha's Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, and the legendary Rinnegan be products of genetic engineering from this lost civilization? The so-called legends surrounding the eyes could be attributed to the indigenous people's exploration of chakra techniques inherited from this civilization, which would naturally be dwarfed by the advanced genetic engineering of the civilization itself. Only after a prolonged period of accumulation did geniuses such as the second Hokage emerge, capable of rivaling the instinctual prowess of the Sharingan in chakra utilization. If this were true, then the island-dwelling natives might regard the military constructing supply bases with aircraft and cargo ships as divine beings. The ancient myth of the six-path sage could well represent an individual who possessed the remnants of a destroyed civilization. Alternatively, the sage of the six paths might simply be the very legacy itself, a crystallization of the civilization that birthed chakra. After the civilization's demise, the sage of the six paths reshaped the ecological wasteland left behind through chakra, living on as a deity in the eyes of survivors who had lost all historical and cultural connection. Chakra endowed ninjas with the power to breathe fire, summon water, and command the winds and rains, rendering them akin to living deities in ancient times. The original Six Paths sage distributed chakra among his followers, and this extraordinary energy subsequently spread through bloodlines. Ninjas have transformed from mere followers of the Six Paths sage into contemporary mercenary groups, undergoing countless evolutions along the way. The sparrow was uncertain of the specific transformations that had occurred, as the ninja world lacked a tradition of recording history. The Warring States period spanned many years, and the surviving ninjas were nothing more than pure assassins, too preoccupied with survival to record their experiences. Everything concerning the Sage of the Six Paths was shrouded in the mists of history, leaving only a myriad of myths whose authenticity remained indeterminate. With no access to the temporal Tao's divine insect to observe the past, the information was neither accurate nor sufficient. This hypothesis regarding the lost civilization was the most plausible judgment the sparrow could arrive at, based on hurriedly gathered information prior to her reincarnation, including materials from the Shimizu clan's archives and the library of the Rock Village Ninja School. Given that chakra possesses the power to enhance the essence of life, and considering the legends of lunar migration and the Six Paths Sage, the sparrow estimated that the chakra system's lower limit could allow for activities in outer space, potentially possessing the capacity to reshape planetary ecology over sufficient time. Even the fully realized Xiangran, upon making her assessments, would first opt to remain concealed, discerning the situation before making decisions. Now transformed into the Shimizu clan sparrow, she needed to exercise even greater caution. Having experienced two antiquated piggy banks, the homeland and the insect world, she had inevitably been assimilated by her environment. She had become a seasoned coin, one that would not feel secure without a stash of contingency plans. In the ninja world, where exclusion was not a factor as it was in the insect world, divine statuses could be leveraged. Even without extraordinary traits, one could devise methods to create resurrection contingencies based on such statuses. The insect world possessed numerous resurrection techniques. Xiangran's reincarnation as the Shimizu clan sparrow employed a rebirth technique developed within the insect cultivation system. With ample time at her disposal, why not prepare those resurrection techniques that required preconditions? Although the chakra system lacked documented cases of resurrection, Xiangran had witnessed the history of the second Hokage of the Leaf Village, who had once summoned the dead onto the battlefield. The ability to resurrect the deceased demonstrated that chakra could indeed interact with life and death. With diligent effort, was it not conceivable to advance further? If one could summon the dead from the Pure Land, how far could resurrection be from reality? Chakra held immense potential. Resurrection through divine status and techniques necessitated consideration of context. For instance, the ninja realm lacked a spirit world and possessed only the Pure Land, with chakra being its sole extraordinary trait. Many conventional resurrection methods from her homeland were rendered ineffective, but chakra was a local specialty, eliminating the need for such concerns. The impure world reincarnation technique belonged to the hidden secrets of the Leaf Village, and the research materials of the second Hokage were classified beyond measure. In the absence of divine intervention from the Purple Poison Heaven, it would be challenging for Zhang Ran to obtain them. Should she enlist personnel from the Purple Poison Heaven? The Purple Poison Heaven was not solely inhabited by beasts. Having previously summoned scorpions from the Purple Poison Heaven, it was evident that beings from the insect world could operate within the ninja realm. Consequently, could she not rouse those mushroom-headed beings who had consumed her and were buried on her territory? With a wave of her hand, she summoned a corpse, contemplating while examining it. Chapter 54. The Fussy Caged Bird. After some reflection, the sparrow ultimately refrained from conscripting reinforcements into the ninja realm. It was not a matter of strength or loyalty. The mushroom-headed beings nurtured within her cave were part of the anomalous races from the insect world. Apart from their mushroom tops, their appearances bore little distinction from humans. Addressing the aesthetic issue posed no challenge. Within the insect cultivation realm, there existed a technique known as transformation. Practitioners of this art could manipulate the insect spirits to metamorphose into fierce birds, mighty beasts, or even plants. Transforming the mushroom-headed beings was straightforward and did not require chakra, thus evading detection by the ninja world's methods. There were no issues with their strength. Within the cave, the mushroom-headed tribes harbored several sixth transformation insect immortals, with fifth transformation insect masters in abundance. In the cave, they could only survive under the protection of immortals, but upon entering the ninja realm, each one would be a formidable contender capable of matching the 5 great ninja villages' leaders. As for loyalty, the sparrow's swarm followed the principles of the insect cultivation system's slavery path. The slave insects, such as those that could control wolves, tigers, and bears, included a type known as the slave insect, which could dominate human subjects. The designation of the anomalous race included the character for person, indicating that the slave insect was equally effective on mushroom-headed beings. Regardless of their original thoughts, once a 5th transformation slave insect was employed, their loyalty would be maximized, rendering them willing to commit suicide without hesitation. The sparrow's decision to forego this option stemmed from the fact that the combat prowess of the mushroom-headed beings relied entirely on their insect spirits. It was prudent to retain some advantages. While ninja techniques were crucial, they could be developed gradually. Until she was adequately prepared, the insect cultivation system could not be revealed. Chakra was a novel phenomenon, with promising prospects worthy of investment. Yet currently, the insect cultivation system remained the foundation of the sparrow's existence. Having abandoned the notion of dispatching mushroom-headed beings, the sparrow turned her attention to the corpse before her. It was a body belonging to a member of the Hyuga clan. Confronting the Sharingan on the battlefield had only intensified her intrigue toward ocular techniques. After all, within the hypothesis of a lost civilization, the Byakugan, like the Sharingan, likely originated from this vanished chakra civilization. In the moment of the Hyuga ninja's demise, the cursed seal of the caged bird on his forehead sealed his Byakugan. As she lifted his eyelid, the pure white eyes revealed intricate dark blue patterns within. When the sparrow attempted to extract the Byakugan, it shattered like a glass marble forcefully struck against the ground. The absence of white eyes is inconsequential. A single 3-turned flesh and bone entity can descend, and even a mere skeletal remnant can regenerate flesh and blood. In the hollow eye sockets of the corpse, a pair of white eyes soon reemerges. However, these regenerated white eyes are merely ordinary white spheres. They can be removed, yet when compared to the pallid eyes of cataract sufferers, the only distinction lies in their remarkable vision, so exceptional that one could become a pilot. As for abilities such as X-ray vision and 360-degree sight, none are present, and infusing chakra proves futile. After exhaustive examination, Keifeng reluctantly resorted to utilizing another type of insect, the living dead goo. True to its name, the living dead goo is a formidable insect capable of reversing life and death. While it cannot alter the inevitability of death, as long as the individual's strength does not exceed the living dead goo's limitations, it can ensure the preservation of both soul and body, allowing the deceased to return to the realm of the living. Coincidentally, the reason this Hyuga ninja was selected as the inaugural test subject by Keifeng is that he had previously been a subject of Chuefeng's own experimentation, where chakra was used to ensnare the soul. His spirit remains dormant within his lifeless body. Whether the living dead Gu possesses utility in the ninja world remains uncertain. But within the confines of the purple poison realm, it can undoubtedly exert its power, pulling this ninja back from the shadows of death. His heart beats once more. Blood surges through his limbs, and the recently revived Hyuga ninja, still dazed, unwittingly consumes a slave Gu from Keifeng. Compared to the slave Gu, the familial concept instilled in the ninja clan from childhood is trivial. The will of Konoha and Iwagakure is but a jest. Even the Hyuga clan's curse seal, which manipulates life and death, finds itself astonished before the slave Gu, which, upon its victim's capture, compels body, soul, and spirit to submit entirely to its master. The Hyuga ninja spills forth everything he knows, from the techniques of the Hyuga gentle fist to the legendary secrets he has learned. Yet, before he has even disclosed half, Keifeng interrupts him. What to do with the captured soul? Naturally, it is time to search. Thanks to a certain anonymous ghostly demon lord's minute contributions, the soul-searching methods within the world of Gu have proliferated widely, with each individual possessing a copy. The information the Hyuga ninja provides has long been imprinted in Chuefeng's mind. What captures Chuefeng's attention, however, is the grotesque dark blue mark upon the ninja's forehead. Upon the fusion of soul and body, the previously smooth forehead once again reveals the mark of the caged bird. The genius ninja who developed this curse seal indeed possesses remarkable talent. The caged bird is not inscribed upon the flesh, but rather upon the soul. Why had this gone unnoticed? There was no sensation during the soul search. Consequently, Keifeng meticulously transfers the Hyuga ninja's soul across numerous bodies, finally comprehending the caged bird. The creator's intention behind the caged bird was remarkably simple: to keep a relentless focus on the white eyes. The caged bird is irrevocably linked to the white eyes, targeting the genes of the white eyes and the ocular powers that manifest upon their awakening. Once the caged bird is inscribed, it binds with the white eye genes and, upon the opening of the white eyes, becomes etched within their ocular power. As long as one possesses the ability to utilize the white eyes, there is no escape from the caged bird's grip. Conversely, should one have no connection to the white eyes, the caged bird remains aloof, not even glancing in their direction. Keifeng has an ample supply of corpses. The ninja clans of Konoha, Uchiha, and Sarutobi have convened, fiercely protecting their kin's remains. Once a life has been lost, they swiftly remove the body, preventing Keifeng from claiming it. However, he has access to the remains of other clans, such as the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi. With the Hyuga ninja's soul in hand, Keifeng proceeds to dress him in various bodies like one would adorn a doll, experimenting with the forms of ninja and commoners alike, even trying out the peculiar mushroom folk from another realm. Yet, the caged bird displays no interest, remaining as indifferent as ever. Once the Hyuga ninja's essence is encased within his own body, regardless of whether it is the original, the caged bird transforms from aloof to eager, immediately asserting its dominance upon sensing the familiar essence. Its sensitivity is astonishing. The only non-Hyuga ninja to trigger the caged bird is a special jonin from Konoha, whose lineage has been verified to possess a faint trace of Hyuga blood. According to the memories retrieved from the Hyuga ninja's mind, it is likely that an ancestor of his had been a member of the Hyuga clan who lacked ninja talents. This minuscule remnant of white-eye genes, devoid of any distinctive characteristics, is detected by the caged bird, which swiftly brands it, affirming that the individual possesses Hyuga blood. Those without white-eye heritage can only invoke the caged bird through the transplantation of white eyes. After the Hyuga ninja's resurrection in his own body, he loses the ability to awaken his white eyes, feeling as though he has returned to a state prior to their activation. These dormant white eyes are similarly ensnared by the caged bird, and any body implanted with unawakened white eyes falls under the caged bird's jurisdiction, automatically manifesting the curse seal. Chapter 55. The acquisition of white eyes and the emergence of radiance. The caged bird sacrifices versatility, honing its targeting specificity towards the white eyes to an extreme degree. The creator's intent behind this curse seal was utterly pure, never contemplating the possibility of its application on non-Hyuga ninjas. Thus, the effectiveness of the caged bird curse seal is confined solely to those associated with the Hyuga clan, or more precisely, with the white eyes. Consequently, The protective efficacy of the caged bird seal is maximized, inexorably binding it to the white eyes. The chakra required for sealing the white eyes is entirely derived from the deceased individual, rendering it unbreakable. Conversely, some trivial additional functions exist, such as the capability to actively activate the caged bird to punish those marked by it, which necessitates external triggering through seals, a mechanism that can be obstructed. The caged bird exists partly within the soul and partly within the body, primarily residing in the brain. By extracting a Hyuga skeleton and consuming a flesh and bone entity, Keifeng successfully acquires a Hyuga body that is free from the caged bird's influence. Once the soul is infused, and with the Hyuga ninja's experience to guide him, there is a high probability of obtaining a pair of unrestricted white eyes in the future. While the complications have exceeded initial expectations, the priority remains to ascertain existence before contemplating methods to expedite the acquisition of more white eyes and ultimately trace back to the primordial powers of the Hyuga clan. As Keifeng suspected, the Hyuga bloodline indeed harbors secrets. The White Eye lineage is but a fragment, a degraded remnant. The original White Eye bloodline has undergone continuous degeneration throughout its transmission, culminating in the contemporary form of the White Eyes. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, amidst centuries of conflict, the White Eye bloodline has not evolved through the brutal process of natural selection. Rather, it has regressed, demonstrating that something is amiss, entirely contradicting the theory of survival of the fittest. It resembles the progeny of humans and giants, the half-giants who, devoid of new giant bloodlines, experience a steady decline in their lineage, transforming into a race that, while taller than ordinary humans, is far inferior to their original ancestors. The ancestral beings of the White Eyes were likely a unique species, more potent than ordinary humans within the ninja realm, yet not reproductively isolated from humanity. Their unions with humans produced descendants who became the forebears of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga ancestors further intermarried with humans, propagating their lineage. The powerful original White Eye bloodline has gradually diluted through generations, which rationalizes the Hyuga clan's preference for internal marriages, occasionally selecting formidable ninjas for marriage or adoption, all in an effort to preserve the purity of their bloodline, as a pure lineage indeed bestows strength. Reflecting upon the Uchiha clan, it seems that the Taketorai share a similar penchant, while the Inuzuka, Sarutobi, and other secretive ninja clans place less emphasis on lineage. They appear more like products of genetic engineering based upon the human foundation of the ninja world. Given this foundation, there exists no reproductive isolation. However, due to their engineered, rather than naturally evolved, lineage, they exhibit instability and a propensity for regression, leading to a tendency for intermarriage within these clans. Nevertheless, since the ninja world possesses such potent bloodlines, the priority of bloodlines, aside from the paths of wisdom and faith, must also be elevated. The realm of the cave must undergo adjustments. After departing from the Gu world, the cave inexplicably acquired a plethora of functionalities, complicating its operations considerably. For instance, if the Shoten desires the cave to produce resources from the bloodline, it must undergo continuous adjustments. The previous efforts to modify the cave to yield resources for the paths of wisdom and faith resulted in a considerable waste of time for Shoten. Originally, the cave functioned like a branch office under the Gu World's headquarters, responsible solely for its own operations. Now, however, the Zidu cave has effectively separated from the headquarters, requiring it to independently manage all interrelated processes that the headquarters previously handled. This newfound freedom has come at the cost of increased responsibilities. In the Gu world, the failure to introduce new resources merely resulted in a financial loss. However, failing to adjust resource production after leaving the Gu world could lead to the collapse of the cave. To investigate the ninja world and develop proficiency in the paths of exploration and wisdom, a significant portion of the Zidu cave has been sacrificed, and not long ago. Great effort was expended to carve out a section of wood path resources to refine the Tianyuan Baohuang Lian, which guarantees the supply of celestial essence, leading to yet another collapse. It was only with great difficulty that it has returned to its current size, still far from the maximum dimensions manageable under Shoten's mastery of the heavenly path. Fortunately, the fragments from the collapsed cave were not wasted. Utilizing these remnants, Shoten constructed a rudimentary divine realm. With the ancient divine status combined with this embryonic divine realm, another trump card has been added. The ability to wield mid to low-tier extraordinary powers through the ancient divine status is secondary. The capacity to craft resurrection contingencies around the embryonic divine realm is of utmost importance. A glance into the mirror confirmed Shoten's thoughts. Not only must resurrection contingencies be established, but a multitude should be prepared promptly. Had it not been for his cautious nature, this half-finished resurrection plan might have been called into action, even if not required. It would expose some hidden trump cards, such as transforming into a great bear on the spot. In an instant, a significant portion of the perspective in the mirror became obscured, signifying that Shoten's clone had been nearly obliterated. It wasn't the combined effort of the Konoha ninjas, but rather the work of a single individual. Alongside Shoten's clone, numerous Iwa ninjas also met their demise. Upon replaying the scene, Shoten felt fortunate for having obstructed several actions of the enemy carrying trident kunai, having witnessed the fleeting golden flash on the battlefield from a first-person perspective. Although uncertain whether this space-time ninjutsu could disregard the swarm encircling his true form, Shoten had no desire to risk his life to find out. The resurrection contingency is a last resort, a reassuring trump card. It is best left and used if possible. Shoten firmly etched the image of the golden-haired youth in the mirror into his memory. This ninja is exceedingly dangerous. The mirror swiftly replayed the sequence, facilitating an overview of the battlefield. Shoten's clones were widely dispersed, primarily surrounding the elite Iwa ninjas, assisting them against the Konoha ninjas. Moreover, as the pinnacle of battlefield power, the clash between Namake's Minato and Tsuchi was also a focal point for Shoten. Thus, he clearly observed Minato seizing the initiative through the Flying Thunder God technique and Body Flicker technique, gradually leading Tsuchi closer to the battlefield of the elite ninjas. Before erupting into action, after throwing kunai, the Flying Thunder God technique flashed, and the lightning release kunai, alongside the blue orb-shaped, non-Hanseal jutsu, breached defenses, rendering the elite Iwa ninjas seemingly no different from ordinary Iwa ninjas in the face of Minato's prowess. A kunai slicing through a neck or body would spell death. As the enraged Tsuchi charged forward, only to be thwarted by the combined efforts of Uchiha and Sarutobi elite ninjas. Minato had already eradicated nearly 30 of the surrounding B clones, simultaneously claiming the lives of over 20 elite Iwa ninjas. Chapter 56, An Inexorable Speed. The new Iwa camp. The offensive and defensive battle at the border of the Land of Fire has reached a temporary conclusion, with the Iwa ninjas constructing a large camp along the border of the grassland. Sitting in the camp, Inoki had a plaster on his waist. The confrontation with Jiraiya proving somewhat taxing on his aging back, he could distinctly hear the lamentations of his lumbar vertebrae after the battle. Everyone gathered to observe how the youth named Namake's Minato would handle the situation. The atmosphere among the seated ninjas was grave. Konoha's foundation is too profound. Everyone is well aware of Jiraiya's reputation as an old-school powerhouse. The sudden emergence of Uchiha Fugaku, bearing the title of Uchiha clan leader, was somewhat expected given his capability, but Namake's Minato's prowess seems to defy reason. In the center of the camp stood a scorpion, seemingly sculpted from the purest crystal, exuding a dreamlike rainbow mist. Within the mist, ethereal images materialized. The scene of the golden-haired youth slicing through the battlefield with an air of invincibility, rescuing Sarutobi Shin, and dragging Tsuchi while slaying elite Iwa ninjas was vividly reenacted. It was astonishingly swift. How could a person be so fast? An Iwa elite ninja exclaimed. Having witnessed Minato's instantaneous assault firsthand and returned alive, other ninjas felt the terror of seeing comrades dismembered before their very eyes, yet to convey the visceral experience. Nothing compared to the projection released by Shoten's conjured scorpion. Utilizing the extraordinary ability of a first-generation biologist, Shoten endowed this dream-scorching scorpion with the capability to manipulate chakra, resulting in the creation of the present illusory dream mist. This can be used as a form of genjutsu or to project scenes from dreams. Thus, a first-person perspective of the slaughter, woven from the residual wills of all clones, emerged. Just as the elite Iwa ninja had stated, it was indeed exceedingly swift. So swift that even when standing within the image, one could not discern Minato's movements, no matter how intently they focused. An Iwa elite ninja, standing in the position of a target about to be slain by Minato, prepared in advance to defend. However, it was a futile effort. Kunai were too slow to react, and any jutsu requiring hand seals would be rendered ineffective. Only those who had mastered the no-hand seal techniques could hope to defend against such speed. Considering Minato's mastery of lightning release and the Iwa ninja's expertise in earth release. Aside from Tsuchi, few ninjas could employ no-hand seal earth techniques to counter Minato's lightning release kunai. In addition to the lightning release kunai, Minato also wielded the no-hand seal technique known as Rasengan, renowned for its ability to breach defenses. The Eastern Death's preparation for defense ultimately proved fatal. In this battle, over 50 elite Iwa ninjas perished, comprising one-third of the total elite ninjas on the battlefield, including the formidable Eastern Death, ranked among the top 10 elite Iwa ninjas. Minato alone claimed 40 lives, effectively dismantling the Iwa ninjas' encirclement of the Konoha elite, liberating them from their plight. The retreat order was not as swift as that of Inoki. Yet the fighting spirit transmitted by the Hornet, armed with the blood left by its very essence, summoned a wave of toxic bees and dozens of giant scorpions. Hastily infused with chakra at the level of elite Jonin, to launch a suicide attack as a rear guard. In the aftermath, Minato Namake's achievements could at least double. Without flattery or disparagement, Minato's speed surpassed the response capabilities of an ordinary Jonin. One after another, these Jonin stepped forward only to retreat with ashen faces after being utterly defeated. Against Minato, they met their demise in a single strike. After every Jonin had had their turn, the Hornet advanced a step. Under its command, the illusionary Dream Scorpion possessed the ability to slow down images. Once slowed, Minato's speed finally dropped from incomprehensible to a level where a Jonin could observe it. However, it was futile. There was no way to counter him. Facing him would yield the same outcome as it did for Rin. My demise was not unjust. Confronting him would result in no difference. After a prolonged observation, the consensus among the rock shinobi elite was clear. They had no means to contend with him. Stop glaring. Do you have a solution for this kid? Someone snapped. If you can't handle it, don't just stand there staring. A remark from Old Z directed the ire of Inoki solely upon himself. What? Is your gaze superior? Old Z retorted without hesitation. Am I not right? I know your ninjutsu system well. If you had a way to deal with that kid, you wouldn't be sitting here. You should have thought of a way to eliminate him long ago. Inoki's super lightweight rock technique could at best ensure his own survival against Minato, but capturing the speedster before a Jonin could even react was utterly beyond him. Unlike Jiraiya, who wielded a myriad of ninjutsu and taijutsu under Sage Mode, or Fugaku Uchiha, who combined jinjutsu and fire techniques with defensive and offensive prowess, Minato's tactics were strikingly simple. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that rendered them exceedingly difficult to counter. Minato's strategy revolved around speed, instantaneous movement, space-time, ninjutsu executed with such swiftness that one could hardly react before he was upon them. Then, with chakra-enhanced kunai or ninjutsu executed without hand seals, he launched a rapid assault, fast enough that one could hardly mount a defense before the attack landed, and before the victim had even drawn their last breath. Minato had already moved on to the next unfortunate target. Theoretically, as long as one could match Minato's speed, his lightning-fast tactics would be easily manageable. However, theory remained theory. Minato's velocity was simply beyond the bounds of reason. Truthfully, upon witnessing Minato, the Hornet's biological instincts stirred. How could this boy react so swiftly? It led to a profound suspicion that Minato might indeed be a product of genetic engineering. Such neural reflexes were undoubtedly abnormal. He wasn't a being of pure lightning. How could his reflexes transmit so fast? To maintain such speed while still being able to react was a feat that rivaled even the famed Sharingan. Speaking of which, wasn't he the last user of the Flying Thunder God, the second Hokage? A rock Jonin suddenly brought up the origins of the Flying Thunder God, causing all the rock shinobi to turn their gaze towards Inoki. After all, the esteemed third Tsuchikage was the only one who had lived through that era. What are you looking at me for? Inoki's expression darkened as he struggled to recall memories from decades past. It was clear that while Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique was equally swift, he rarely utilized rapid consecutive teleportation due to the considerable chakra cost. Most of the time, Tobirama employed it in critical moments to shift the tide of battle or deliver a decisive blow. Moreover, he never devised a counter to the Flying Thunder God before meeting his end alongside the second Mizukage. Afterward, Inoki focused on cultivating Iwagakure and chose to strengthen his own forces rather than developing targeted ninjutsu. Perhaps I should give it a try. Observing Inoki's helplessness, Old Z scoffed. While he could not match Minato's speed, could Minato's kunai break through the tailed beast's defenses? Inoki glanced at Old Z, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Before he could voice his thoughts, a thunderous explosion erupted from the outside camp. Enemy attack. Chapter 57. The mark announcing the arrival of death. The higher-ups of the rock shinobi burst from their tents. Inoki soared into the air and beheld the disarray of the distant camp, along with the blond young man clad in a Konoha vest standing amidst the chaos. Damn it! With a swift tug, a translucent cube materialized. Dust release was about to be unleashed, intending to reduce that detestable blonde to atoms. Yet, before Inoki could act, the blonde youth vanished from his sight. Fuming, Inoki approached the tent. A dozen corpses of rock shinobi lay strewn within. What happened? How did he get in here? He muttered, though deep down, Inoki already had an inkling. Sure enough, upon inspection, one of the fallen rock shinobi bore the inscription of the love of ninjas sword on his clothing. This boy was also a master of sealing techniques. In a mere encounter on the battlefield, he had inscribed a mark upon them, a testament to Minato's exceptional prowess in sealing arts. Before Inoki could relay this information, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from the opposite side of the tent. By the time Inoki arrived on the scene, Old Z, in his tailed beast form, had smashed a fist into the ground, seething with rage. Beside him lay the lifeless bodies of rock shinobi. One had a gaping hole, clearly made by a Rasengan, while others had been killed by explosive tags, with nearby comrades also suffering severe injuries. Minato had come and gone again, silently arriving and departing, leaving behind a handful of explosive tags and a Rasengan as gifts. The rock shinobi had lost 3 elite jonin. These were the pillars of the rock shinobi. Throughout the war thus far, how many elite jonin had Iwagakure lost? In the span of just over a day since Minato arrived at the battlefield, the losses inflicted upon Iwagakure surpassed those of other Konoha shinobi over several months combined. Search. Everyone, check one another, especially those who had close contact with that blonde brat. We must find that damned mark. That Tsuchikige's orders and the reasons behind them swiftly spread throughout the camp. Given the stakes involved in the survival of the rock shinobi, everyone was naturally eager to comply. The critical factor was that the rock shinobi had already discovered the presence of the mark. And with Minato still brimming with chakra and energy, he seized the opportunity to strike twice more. The rock shinobi witnessed a Konoha ninja, the blonde, suddenly appear beside their comrades, effortlessly dispatching them before vanishing once again. That Tsuchikage and Old Z could only seethe with impotent rage. The public slaying of 2 elite jonin, along with several specially designated jonin, escalated the atmosphere of panic within the Iwagakure camp to a peak. The elite jonin, far superior to ordinary ninjas, had been instantaneously killed. What hope did mere Chunin and Jinin have for survival? Had it not been for Inoki and Old Z still present in the camp, the Iwagakure might have already descended into chaos. Soon, a pile of clothing inscribed with the love of ninja's sword was cast into an open area within the Iwagakure camp. Old Z stood beside the garments, his expression grave, a fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, ready to unleash a scorching blow. Even knowing the odds were slim, given the speed and neural reflexes displayed by that blonde brat, the likelihood of landing a hit was minimal. Yet he was determined to deliver a fierce blow to that scoundrel. However, what shall be done about the skin marked with the seal? When clothes bearing such imprints can be removed, a vast void opened among the rock ninjas, in the center of which stood a sorrowful-faced rock ninja. Just moments ago, a companion inspecting his clothing had discovered, with terror, a line of the sword of shinobi love etched upon the nape of his neck. In the next instant, all his nearby comrades, including the friend who had just assisted him, fled from his presence as if he were a harbinger of plague. No, as if he were a reaper of death, poised to strike at any moment. And what had he done? Was it merely a fleeting touch? Did he desire to be caressed by that grim reaper with golden hair? As the golden-haired figure passed by, casually slaying a nearby elite jonin, the rock ninja had felt a moment of relief, thinking himself insignificant in the eyes of such a formidable foe. As for the sensation at the back of his neck, he dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. In the chaos of battle, who could survive a touch to such a vital spot? Little did he know, the golden-haired one spared his life only to leave him in deeper despair. Excise it. The rock ninja's face contorted in fear, his trembling teeth barely forming the words. What? The surrounding rock ninjas, having distanced themselves, couldn't quite grasp his plea. I said excise it. Remove that flesh. The rock ninja, on the brink of collapse, shouted in desperation. Rather than waiting for the golden-haired one to claim his life at an unknown moment, he preferred to take a gamble and sever that tainted flesh. The question remained, who would dare risk the approach of the golden-haired one to carry out such a grim task? The rock ninja's pleading gaze swept over his comrades. Yet all either hesitated or averted their eyes. No one was willing to step forward. Again and again, he scanned the faces of his companions. And just as he was about to lose hope, a figure broke through the crowd. I shall do it. The robust form of the Earth Ninja stepped forward. First, he formed hand seals to cloak himself in a sturdy armor of rock before advancing. Protecting his own life was paramount before aiding a comrade. The rock ninjas hiding away had little chance of saving themselves when the golden-haired one arrived, and it was only natural they would hesitate to assist. Thus, it fell to him, the Earth Ninja, who could withstand the golden-haired one's attacks, to aid his fellow ninja. Furthermore, confirming whether the mark embedded in flesh could indeed be removed was crucial intelligence that needed verification. Fully equipped, the Earth Ninja approached, drawing a kunai. Swiftly and accurately slicing away a substantial piece of flesh from the nape of the rock ninja's neck, quickly applying a coagulating agent. Seems my timing is less than fortuitous. A hand gripped a rapidly spinning sphere of blue chakra, pressing it against the rock helmet atop the Earth Ninja's head. Konoha's Minato. The terrifying spiral force emanating from above sent the Earth Ninja reeling, his mind clouded by the shock. In the next moment, Minato sensed something amiss. The Earth Ninja, whose expression twisted in discomfort, suddenly transformed into an exceedingly viscous mud, attempting to creep up his arm. In an instant, Minato increased his chakra infusion, causing the chakra sphere in his hand to swell in size, the immense centrifugal force flinging off all the clinging mud. With a swift motion, he hurled a kunai through the chest of the advancing rock ninja, paying no heed to those rock ninjas lingering at a distance, and vanished from sight. With the rock ninjas having retreated, what was the point of remaining? Minato's arrival had been swift, and his departure even swifter, leaving the Earth Ninja grasping at nothing as he surged forth from the ground. Knowing Minato's capability of marking others with seals, the Earth Ninja wisely opted not to risk himself. Instead, he created Earth clones to defend while he remained hidden underground, hoping to catch Minato off guard. The overwhelming pressure from Minato had left the panicked rock ninjas paralyzed with fear of the sword of shinobi love's mark, completely forgetting the existence of the clone technique. Yet, ultimately, he failed to seize Minato. Crouching low, he traversed the body of the rock ninja, the four characters etched into the severed flesh still visible, while the exposed bones at the nape gleamed a ghostly white. Ultimately, he did not perish with those four characters. Chapter 58. Mutual torment. Though Minato claimed only a few lives, he targeted the elite. Those rock ninjas left with marks on the battlefield were at least of a competent level among the Chunin. Rock ninjas were not lacking in the lower ranks. But Minato's focus on eliminating mid to high-level ninjas struck a severe blow to the rock village. What was happening in Konoha? Inoki had maintained relations with Konoha for nearly 50 years and had engaged with Hiruzen Sarutobi for 3 to 4 decades, understanding the latter's governing philosophy of prioritizing stability. This philosophy was sound. As the foremost shinobi village and the greatest beneficiary of the village-nation system, Konoha was the most eager for stability. Only through stability could Konoha continuously draw sustenance from the land of fire and its neighboring smaller nations, allowing it to thrive. Minato's actions against the Jonin were not extraordinary. It was quite normal to eliminate a few mid-level ninjas amidst the chaos of battle. However, to descend upon the rock village's main camp and slay rock ninjas of the Chunin rank was a transgression bordering on the unacceptable. Were they growing anxious? Upon reflection, compared to the Second Shinobi World War, where White Fang perished due to internal political strife, and Hiruzen's Tobirama class either fell from grace or teetered on the brink of decline, the only powerhouse of the new generation was Minato. With the 4 great ninja villages seemingly gearing up to besiege Konoha, it was only natural for Konoha to feel a sense of urgency. In terms of crossing boundaries, Konoha had no equal during the First Shinobi World War. The new baseline for Konoha's disregard for limits was the absence of any limits. They had previously engaged in battles where they slaughtered shinobi, resurrected them with impure world reincarnation, and then masked their lifeless forms with illusions to infiltrate the camps of other ninja villages, a tactic they had employed more than once. As a disciple of Senju Tobirama, if Hiruzen felt cornered, Would he not recall his mentor's teachings and employ the strategies of the First Shinobi World War to inflict suffering upon the 4 great ninja villages? Inoki had no intention of gambling. The goal of the Rock Village was to secure a greater share of missions to alleviate the pressure of an excess of shinobi amid scarce resources. The Shinobi World War was the most brutal form of training, where many talented ninjas could perish due to sheer misfortune when encountering opponents of a higher caliber. It was more feasible to train ninjas through missions, resulting in fewer casualties. If they could secure missions from the Land of Grass and the Land of Waterfalls, Inoki would be satisfied. The missions from the Land of Fire were Konoha's bottom line. But if Konoha were willing to share missions from the Land of Frost and the Land of Birds, a handshake of reconciliation with Konoha followed by a knife in the back of the Cloud Village or the Sand Village was entirely possible. To achieve this goal, Konoha needed to feel further pressure to convey to Hiruzen that a fully unleashed Minato would not intimidate the rock ninjas. Chunin, you shall become the water flow's swallow bee. Your upcoming missions will be arduous. I shall provide my full support. Do your utmost to make Konoha sense the pressure. At the borders of the Land of Fire, 2 great camps stood facing each other across the boundary line. At present, the barriers erected above the camps bore the weight of all. Konoha teetered on the edge of their limits, while the Rock Village no longer feigned restraint. Old Z, from a considerable distance, unleashed a tailed beast bomb that nearly toppled Konoha's camp. In response, Uchiha Fugaku retaliated with the long-range technique of Susanoo, the 8-span mirror. The war escalated further. Konoha's Umbu and Jonin teams exerted great effort to locate the Rock Village's supply lines, aiming to annihilate them or, if that proved impossible, to find ways to implant flying Thunder God seals or to ambush isolated rock ninjas. Once the Uchiha's Sharingan activated, they would mark a lone rock ninja with a flying Thunder God seal, erasing their memories with Jinjutsu, sending an unwitting rock ninja back to their camp bearing the seal. By employing various strategies, once the mark is embedded within the Iwagakure encampment, a golden-haired figure will soon emerge to lead an assault, carelessly tossing valuable items in every direction. The exquisite explosive tags produced by the Uchiha clan are not only powerful and durable, but also command a high price in the arms market, certainly qualifying as precious commodities. Were it not for the elite members of the Uchiha clan carrying a substantial stockpile of these explosive tags, even the renowned taskmaster, Minato Namikaze, would not dare to frivolously scatter Uchiha brand explosive tags, indulging in the thrill of wastefulness. The IWA ninja, who were left reeling from the explosions, could hardly comprehend Minato Namikaze's joy. Consequently, the IWA ninja produced their latest ninja tool, the poison gas bomb. At a critical moment, they shouted for Iwagakure, proclaiming that the will of stone would endure eternally. Even an ordinary Iwagakure Chunin could activate the poison gas bomb, potentially dragging a Konoha Jonin down with them. Considering the antidote leaves released alongside the smoke bombs from above, keeping one in their mouth to crush before triggering the gas bomb could ensure immunity to toxins for 30 minutes, perhaps even preserving a life. Simultaneously, Konoha ninja, contemplating a retreat, were astonished to discover that every vital node of the IWA supply lines was now adorned with towering beehives, where the ninja bees indiscriminately attacked all passing ninja except for Iwagakure's supply troops. Disguising themselves as the IWA supply units proved futile, as these bees evidently possessed a unique recognition method. Subsequently, the queen bee would dispatch clones daily to command the swarm to conduct thorough searches for Konoha ninja at the front lines. After a sweep, they would encircle the Konoha encampment. As dawn broke, the sunrise was a sight to behold. One clone would lead a wave of bees to check in at the Konoha encampment. Lunchtime offered a delightful meal, courtesy of the Tsuchikage, prompting another clone to make a round. As night fell, with the stars twinkling beautifully, a clone would venture to the Konoha encampment to invite them to admire the night sky together. For 24 hours, the queen bee operated tirelessly, having fully absorbed Minato Namikaze's philosophy of coming and going at will, striking whenever the opportunity arose. While Minato could appear at any corner of the battlefield, the queen bee's clones could likewise emerge with her swarm anywhere within the operational range of either faction's ninja. In contrast to Minato's elusive presence, the queen bee was rather gentle, for at least her movements made noise. To address this issue, she began to combine reverse summoning and summoning techniques, successfully resolving the bug that restricted her from entering the Konoha encampment. The ninja bees infiltrated from underground, amalgamating into clones and summoning bee swarms, or employing ninja scorpions to burrow underground, executing reverse summoning. This adeptly replicated Minato Namake's actions within the Konoha encampment. Due to the efforts of both a nearly uncatchable opponent and one who could hardly be found as the most frequently checked location, both encampments finally reached their limits. Iwagakure established a sensory barrier, with a dedicated sensory team stationed around the clock. Should a new chakra signature suddenly appear in the encampment, it would signify Minato Namake's arrival, prompting all IWA ninja to be on high alert against the imminent appearance of the golden-haired figure. Meanwhile, the Konoha side deployed the venerable Hyuga clan as human surveillance instruments, taking turns to monitor the encampment. Upon discovering any underground tunneling, they would annihilate it. The Sarutobi clan stood ready to activate the 4 purple flame formation to protect the encampment. Both Konoha and Iwagakure ninja found themselves thoroughly exhausted in this predicament. However, with the protective barrier surrounding Konoha, aside from the Sarutobi and Hyuga clans, they could at least enjoy a sound night's sleep. The IWA ninja, deprived of rest, saw Inoki trade for the queen bee's techniques and began distributing nourishing supplements to his troops. The stalemate persisted until one day, Konoha ninja noticed a discrepancy in the direction of the approaching swarm. This swarm was unmistakably coming from the land of fire. Chapter 59. The grain route of the long beehive. A crisis had arisen. Their home had been infiltrated. A group of Konoha ninja bolted from the barrier, with Jiraiya employing his sage art to forge a path, while the Uchiha collectively unleashed their fire techniques for defense, swiftly cutting through the swarm and charging into the land of fire. They scoured the border repeatedly, demolishing 4 large beehives, 2 of which were empty and 2 full. The empty ones had already reached the Konoha encampment, while the filled ones were presumably prepared for the following day. The beehives within the land of grass were brazenly visible, while those in the land of fire were meticulously concealed, buried underground, sealed within rock walls, and one even hollowed out of a massive tree that required 2 people to embrace. Were it not for the Hyuga ninja's assistance, finding them would have proven exceedingly difficult. After a thorough inspection, the Konoha ninja returned to their encampment, exterminated a swarm of ninja bees, and dismantled the barrier before re-entering. The following morning, as dawn broke, the bee swarm arrived simultaneously from the north and south, delivering their morning greetings. The northern approach was indeed from the land of grass, but the southern approach was within the territory of the land of fire. A group of Konoha ninja had tirelessly scoured the land of fire all day, only to find nothing. The swarm had been active for months, and the Konoha ninja were well aware of what these little creatures could achieve in large numbers. The beehives established within the land of fire had a profound impact on the front line. One must ponder why they were able to promptly discern that the critical locations of the Iwagakure supply routes had been fortified with beehives. It was simply a matter of disrupting Iwa's grain routes. This was among the oldest crafts of the ninja, before formally becoming a ninja army. They primarily engaged in intelligence gathering, intercepting messengers, and sabotaging logistics during warfare. Even in the era of ninja villages, these ancient skills remained relevant. For instance, masters of bridge construction in the ninja world often held significant status and garnered respect in civilian life, primarily because ninja excelled at dismantling bridges. The Kamizuru Bridge in the Land of Grass serves as an exemplary case. The daimyo both cherished and loathed it, cherished for its strategic location that facilitated commerce and increased revenue, and loathed because, during conflicts or wars between Iwagakure and Konoha, the immediate reaction of Konoha ninja was to demolish the bridge at the first sign of IWA ninja. In 10 encounters between IWA and Konoha, the Kamizuru Bridge had been destroyed at least 5 times, necessitating repairs at the daimyo's expense. Repairing a bridge incurs costs, and constructing a high-quality bridge capable of supporting a bustling trade route demands an even greater financial outlay. Given the revenue generated by the Kamizuru Bridge, the daimyo, aware that it would likely be demolished again in a few years, still begrudgingly invested in its construction for a decade or 2 of utility. Konoha ninja found themselves in a similarly precarious position. While ninja could traverse water, and mid-level ninja could employ ninjutsu to create temporary bridges. The sheer volume of supplies required by a large army necessitated the use of constructed bridges for transport. Other methods could only serve as stopgaps. How many comrades could be saved by dismantling the Kamizuru Bridge? By demolishing it, the IWA ninja would face starvation and be forced to retreat. while the daimyo of the Land of Grass would bear the financial burden of repairs, and Konoha ninja would return home with a sense of accomplishment. Thus, the decision to destroy or not to destroy the bridge was emblematic of Konoha ninja's resolve. The new tactics devised by Iwagakure posed a significant threat to mid-level ninja, compelling Konoha to mobilize two clans in response, hastily concluding their battle with the son of the third Reikage, and forcing Minato Namikaze, having repelled the Kumogakure forces, to assemble a squad of 3 Chunin to stealthily dismantle bridges rather than confront them head-on with his Jonin allies. While Iwagakure took precautions against Konoha severing their supply lines, Konoha certainly harbored fears of Iwagakure disrupting theirs, realizing that enormous beehives, teeming with aggressive and venomous ninja wasps, could sprout along their critical supply routes. No Konoha ninja could remain at ease. The exhilaration of severing the grain route was matched only by the grim countenance upon discovering the potential for such a disruption. The members of the Hyuga clan in the camp could forego their shifts. The defense against the swarming bees would be entrusted to other sensory ninjas. The paramount task for the Hyuga's prized assets was to utilize their unparalleled Byakugan to unearth the formidable, thunderous entities buried within the Land of Fire. Furthermore, the Oil Woman ninjas must take responsibility for locating the insects, regardless of their reluctance. Under the looming threat of a disrupted supply line, the Konoha ninjas were compelled to abandon the safety of their barriers, safeguarding the Hyuga and Oil Woman ninjas as they sought the beehives. The tens of thousands of wasps, ungoverned by insect masters, represented a considerable threat. Thus, every team's strength could not afford to be inadequate, lest they perish in a counterattack after failing to destroy the hive. The dispersed elite of Konoha naturally fell into the sights of the wasps, becoming the latest targets of their predation. So, Konoha ninjas have left the main camp to search for beehives? Upon hearing this, Inoki immediately understood the implications, fearing a cutoff from their supply routes, akin to why he was steadfastly assaulting Konoha's main camp instead of circumventing it. Circumventing was easy, but returning would prove challenging. Spreading out a map, Inoki thoughtfully marked several locations within the Land of Fire. He aimed to establish beehives at these points. Subsequently, the Konoha ninjas became agitated. Inoki had not frequented the Land of Fire in recent years, his activities predominantly taking place in the Land of Earth and its neighboring smaller nations. However, the high-precision map painstakingly compiled by Iwagakure spies sufficed for him to make informed decisions. Inoki identified 7 locations, 4 of which were situated along Konoha's 3 supply routes. Following the highest directives of its Tsuchikage, the wasps dispatched clones carrying war wasp queens to infiltrate the Land of Fire. After establishing the queen, Konoha ninjas were horrified to discover their worst fears realized. The supply routes had indeed sprouted beehives. A hapless supply team collided directly with one. Their provisions for the army transformed into sustenance for the swarm. The giant hive, swollen to twice the size of a typical one, devoured the specialized ninja tools supplied to Konoha's front lines, manifesting wasps with a dark hue and metallic sheen. After a strenuous battle, Konoha ninjas ultimately eradicated the enhanced wasp swarm fed by their own provisions. The patrol team was assigned an additional task to monitor the supply routes and rapidly relayed the message back, requesting an adequate number of fire-style ninjas for the supply team. Furthermore, they hoped the medical team and the Oil Woman clan could collaborate to develop potent insecticides, or, if all else failed, effective vermicides. While the Konoha ninjas sought the beehives and safeguarded the supply routes, Inoki leisurely sipped honey tea in his camp. The troublesome yellow-haired youth from Konoha posed a challenge. Yet with the potential for reciprocal retaliation, both sides found their situations deteriorating, leading to a stalemate. Iwagakure needed only to contend with Konoha, while remaining vigilant against Kumogakure. With Han at their side, maintaining their defensive lines was not an issue. Meanwhile, Konoha was embroiled in a two-front conflict, recently repelled by the yellow-haired youth. Kumogakure sensed an opportunity, and reports of Kirigakure's activities in the Land of Whirlpools indicated that traces of their infiltration had also emerged within the Land of Fire. Could Konoha withstand a two-front war, and what of a 3- or 4-front conflict? Chapter 60. Inoki's military guidance and subsequent sabotage on the side of Sunagakure. Although the young Raza lacked the overarching perspective and understanding characteristic of a Kage, he had nonetheless secured the position of Kazekage among the fierce desert warriors through his commendable combat prowess. His formidable magnetic sand technique, while not as hard-hitting as the previous Kazekage sand iron technique due to material differences, still wielded significant destructive power. Raza's ascent to Kazekage during the critical absence of the third Kazekage was not due to familial ties, but rather his tangible strength. Regrettably, while he possessed strength, he had yet to reach a level of superiority, and his past achievements were insufficient to command respect. Ultimately, the third Kazekage had regarded him as a successor to be nurtured, being the grandson of the first Kazekage and initially trained as an aide to the prodigious puppet master, Sasori. However, Sasori, the legitimate heir schooled by the Kazekage, had mysteriously vanished alongside the third Kazekage amidst the vast sands, leaving Raza, the backup, thrust into the role of Kazekage. Unfortunately, he was the most acceptable candidate available to Sunigakure, had it not been for the revered Chiyo's presence. The village would have disbanded on the spot. To solidify his precarious position, Raza needed to establish his credibility in this war. The fourth Kazekage, desperate for military achievements, was willing to take risks. Raza, willing to leverage the range advantage of his magnetic sand against Konoha ninjas, found an ally in Orochimaru, who was not one to shy away from fierce confrontations. Raza initiated an offensive, and Orochimaru followed suit without hesitation. Raza's magnetic sand was devastating, and Orochimaru's serpentine attacks were equally formidable. Unleashing the serpent array, he released thousands of venomous snakes, subsequently summoning a colossal python for a chaotic clash with Sunigakure. In summary, the conflict between Sunigakure and Konoha had escalated into a frenzied melee, with both sides teetering on the brink of disregarding all unspoken rules. The battlefield had transformed into a veritable meat grinder, and as Kumogakure and Kirigakure prepared to enter the fray, Konoha faced a decision. Should they negotiate with Sunigakure, who had implicated them in the disappearance of the third Kazekage, or engage with Iwagakure, which had not yet crossed any lines, but was capable of wielding the most significant military pressure against Konoha? Alternatively, should they stubbornly refuse to yield, risking the depletion of Konoha's resources in an attempt to replicate the glories of the First Shinobi War, where they had faced four foes at once? The Kazekage personally breached the lines, while Iwagakure merely sent out Jinchuriki, with Inoki himself only having exchanged blows with a few qualified opponents. His demands were not high. Iwagakure was accustomed to being content, though they frequently clashed with Konoha, reflecting on the First Shinobi War, which had decimated the second Hokage due to Kumogakure's actions. And recalling the second Shinobi War against Sunigakure, Inoki could not help but feel Iwagakure was the superior ally. Inoki pondered that if he were in Sarutobi Hiruzen's position, he would prefer negotiating with a well-understood old rival rather than a young upstart desperate for accomplishments. An inexperienced youth, eager for recognition, would inevitably demand exorbitant prices. Thus, the prospect of negotiating with a seasoned adversary seemed far more reasonable. Inoki's demands would surely fall within the limits set by Sarutobi, presenting a figure that, while uncomfortable, was nonetheless acceptable. Should Sarutobi refuse to yield, that was of little consequence, having held the title of the foremost shinobi for nearly 50 years. A bit of pride was permissible, as long as the interests were sufficient. Inoki would not mind granting his old rival a stepping stone to maintain the dignity of the first shinobi village. Of course, Inoki was also prepared for Konoha's refusal to concede. In that event, he would launch a full-scale attack when Kumogakure and Kirigakure entered the fray, using force to compel Konoha to the negotiation table. However, this would result in significant losses for Iwagakure, albeit potentially lowering Konoha's resistance, possibly yielding greater benefits. The downside, however, was the potential for a counterattack from Konoha, necessitating further preparations, such as further weakening Konoha's border forces. Before the yellow-haired youth could disrupt his pleasant demeanor, Inoki summoned the Wasps, cheerfully gathering his juniors to analyze maps and intelligence, seeking out critical points along Konoha's logistical lines. This is indeed a technical endeavor. Sabotaging logistics is a skill intrinsic to the ninja way, and they will undoubtedly conceal their supply lines with utmost diligence. Unless faced with an unavoidable obstacle like the Kamizuru Bridge, most ninjas ensure their supply routes are meticulously hidden, employing multiple layers of deception to prevent enemy capture. Inoki earnestly imparts decades of accumulated experience to the younger generation. Juefeng, our intelligence indicates that there are leaf ninjas operating in this vicinity, with evidence of significant material transport. What do you estimate they are transporting? The leaf has dispatched personnel to safeguard the supply routes, while Iwagakure can easily follow their trail, as it is far simpler than conducting an independent investigation. no matter how thoroughly the leaf clears their traces. They cannot eradicate the swarm of ninja bees scattered within a few kilometers. By following the guidance of these ninja bees and avoiding the leaf's ambushes, the Iwagakure can pinpoint their targets with precision. Once the supply routes are identified, it falls to the higher-ups to ascertain their authenticity. The type and quantity of materials being transported, whether they are substantial supplies or mere decoys, are determined by the commander, who will then devise operations based on the estimated value and difficulty of sabotage. This route connects to the main road leading to the leaf, passing through several grain production points within the Land of Fire. Not long ago, a portion of the grain sent by the leaf was intercepted, yet some still reach the leaf's main camp, sufficient for the short term. Thus, the leaf is unlikely to be overly eager in transporting provisions. With a slight movement of his fingers, Juefeng's gaze sharpened, her fingertip resting on a specific location. I recall this place is a black market within the Land of Fire, controlled by the Nico clan. Indeed, the Nico clan is a vassal of the Uchiha clan under their protection, and the Uchiha's primary source of income from arms trade is managed by the Nico clan, specifically ninja tools and explosive tags. The Uchiha's combat style relies on the throwing of ninja tools, but due to the swarm dynamics, their recovery efficiency has diminished, necessitating replenishment. Indeed, the Uchiha clan ranks as the second largest merchant of explosive tags after the 5 great shinobi villages. Whenever a great ninja war erupts, the Uchiha ceases the sale of explosive tags, causing a shortage in the high-end market. Inoki nodded, tracing a line on the map. This is a medicinal herb production site within the Land of Fire. He then tapped several more locations. These places are also rich in medicinal herbs. Juefeng suddenly grasped the implications. Given their proximity to this route, it is plausible that they are transporting medicinal materials. I recall that a comrade fell to the hands of Namikaze Minato, losing his gas bombs. The leaf has developed an antidote, which suggests the need for transporting medicinal herbs. Does it not? Inoki smiled, nodding in agreement. This girl is much easier to teach than a stubborn old man. It is gratifying to witness her growth. And though she is not yet perfect, he can still guide her in filling the gaps in her knowledge, providing a wealth of emotional value to the old man. Let us surprise them. Inoki suppressed a smile, his expression turning serious. This was no longer the inconspicuous guidance of a teacher to a student, but the commanding presence of a Iwagakure's highest commander issuing orders to a member of the IWA Ninja Army. Yes, Juefeng studied the map for a moment and indicated a location. Recently, an underground cavern was discovered here. I will deploy a specialized queen bee to produce ninja bees within it. Additionally, this mountain is rife with venomous insects and miasma. I will position another queen bee to utilize the environment for the evolution of the ninja bees into venomous variants. Furthermore, there is a large lake nearby. Should we deploy a group of aquatic ninja bees for underwater operations? Aquatic bees? I shall reserve that idea for now. Inoki pondered, ultimately deciding against it. The first use of such ninja bees yields the best results. After their initial deployment, the leaf would surely prepare defenses against them in the future. Quality tools should be employed for the purpose of taking lives rather than merely seizing supplies. Very well, I shall prepare the toxins. If they are indeed medicinal herbs, we shall use poison to contaminate them. A swarm of ninja bees was summoned, each forming a clone and departing with the necessary items. Once the clones left, the atmosphere of hierarchy dissipated, and the teacher-like demeanor of Inoki returned as he continued to collaborate with Juefeng, poring over the map in search of strategic points for the deployment of nests that would compel the leaf ninjas to take action. At that moment, an urgent intelligence report arrived at the Iwagakure camp. Chapter 61. The return of the ninja hero to the battlefield. The urgent report reached the Iwagakure camp and was promptly delivered to Inoki. Juefeng stepped aside, granting him the space to read the intelligence. Inoki was quite pleased. What a considerate child she is. Has the reckless force of Kumogakure stirred? Or has Kurogakure finally succumbed to the temptation of large-scale incursions into the Land of Fire? With a swift glance at the report, Inoki's expression grew grave as he beckoned. Come here and take a look. At his summons, Juefeng approached, joining Inoki in scrutinizing the letter. The third Hokage has appeared on the battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure. The opening line was akin to a thunderclap. Since the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War, Hiruzen Sarutobi had seldom ventured beyond Konoha. During the Second Great Ninja War, as the legendary Sannin rose to prominence, Sarutobi had only made annual visits to meet with the Fire Daimyo. rarely leaving the village. How long has it been since Sarutobi last took action openly? Over the past several decades, what transformations have transpired in Sarutobi's strength? While many speculate that he has nearly reached the peak of his decline, as long as he refrains from engaging in battle, no one can ascertain the true measure of his power. After all, Inoki, who is a decade older than Sarutobi, still inflicts considerable pain, and his dust release can claim lives in an instant. Given Inoki's example, everyone maintains a healthy skepticism regarding the Hokage's combat prowess. The foundation of Konoha is immeasurably deeper and thicker than that of Iwagakure. Even if Sarutobi has not faced significant battles and has aged, they still strive to estimate his capabilities as high as possible. Overestimating Sarutobi might merely result in an awkward and hesitant initial engagement, while underestimating him could lead to being struck down by the old monkey's staff. The truth of the matter proves that Inoki's cautious approach and decision to refrain from crossing the line have been astute. Sarutobi has indeed grasped Inoki's intent. However, the cornered Hokage chose not negotiation, but rather to decisively crush Sunagakure. With the loss of the third Kazekage and the scorpion of the red sand, Sunagakure's hard power and logistical support have plummeted to a nadir, embroiled in conflict with the wind daimyo. Aside from the fourth Kazekage, only a single elderly woman in her 50s and a blazing release ninja capable of intervening in the battlefield of the Kage remain to fend off Kirigakure's invasion at the shores of the Land of Wind. Although Inoki is perplexed by Kirigakure's strategy of launching a roundabout assault on the Land of Wind, much like he was baffled during the First Great Ninja War when Kirigakure traversed half the ninja realm to strike at Iwagakure in the northwest, Sunagakure, already in a vulnerable position, has become the weakest link in the assault against Konoha, further weakened by Kirigakure's erratic tactics. Driven to desperation, Sarutobi resolved to act decisively, leading his elite Umbu swiftly to the battlefield before Kirigakure and Kumogakure could launch their large-scale invasion. Consequently, the Scorpion was left in tatters. With the 5-release Great Cannon, Sarutobi annihilated the escorting ninja surrounding the Scorpion, while the Scorpion itself, protected by golden sand, barely withstood Sarutobi's formidable technique, nearly succumbing on the spot. The elite ninja of Sunagakure fought desperately to retrieve the Kazekage, leaving behind a multitude of corpses, as Sarutobi's staff was both thick and heavy, averaging 1.5 strikes per Sunagakure ninja before their skulls were shattered. Chiyo elevated the average level, and as the foremost puppeteer master of Sunagakure, she demonstrated that experience indeed has its advantages. The synergy among 10 puppets, representing the highest quality of Sunagakure's craftsmanship, afforded them considerable time, observing the battlefield from afar. Iwagakure noted that several puppets appeared to be utterly shattered, leaving uncertainty regarding their repair. Should they remain in disrepair for an extended period, Chiyo's combat efficacy would inevitably diminish. With the severely wounded Kazekage, the elder devoid of his puppets, and the grievously depleted Jonin, had it not been for Sunagakure's decisive deployment of the One-Tail, which risked being ensnared by its indiscriminate assault on Konoha, Sunagakure would have faced utter defeat, and the survival of these battered remnants would have been in jeopardy. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also cornered. Inoki mused. Although he had always considered Sarutobi Hiruzen an inadequate leader, lacking the decisiveness often required in critical moments, this time, driven to desperation, Hiruzen exhibited remarkable decisiveness and extraordinary initiative. With a few swift motions, he nearly incapacitated an enemy leader. While the surprise attack and his fixation on Orochimaru contributed to his initial advantage, it nonetheless underscored Sarutobi Hiruzen's formidable strength. The 5 elemental Great Bomb technique signified that his chakra reserves remained substantial, and wielding the Kanabo to shatter Sunagakure's elite and Chiyo's puppets indicated that his physical stamina had not waned. Konoha had effectively leveraged brute strength to alter the dynamics of the conflict. What are your thoughts, Shoten? A moment of contemplation ensued. Sunagakure is on the brink of chaos. Inoki observed keenly. Why so? First and foremost, the ascension of the 4th Kazekage was a reluctant decision, as you once said, Lord Tsuchikage. He lacked public support and had few loyalists. The annihilation of the Hokage's retinue was undoubtedly a blow to the Kazekage's credibility. The majority of the elite tasked with rescuing the Kazekage were likely his most devoted followers, and thus, they were the first to perish in defense of their leader. Indeed, Inoki nodded in agreement. That young Raza has undoubtedly lost more than half of his foundational support due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. How could a Kazekage, already lacking in authority and suffering such losses, maintain control over Sunagakure? This time, they had even lost the one tail on the battlefield. Konoha's failure to capture the beast could have been fortuitous. However, should they succeed in capturing it, Sunagakure would face significant losses trying to reclaim it. Sunagakure would be compelled to pay a hefty war indemnity and a ransom for the tailed beast, leaving an already precarious Kazekage even more vulnerable. You mentioned that the fourth Kazekage was the only candidate Sunagakure could begrudgingly accept. Regardless of whether he steps down or not, turmoil is inevitable. Unless the feudal Lord of the Wind increases military funding and covers the war reparations while providing sufficient military resources, it is unlikely he will allocate such funds. Indeed, the feudal Lord of the Wind is unlikely to provide financial support. Inoki stroked a tuft of white beard, reflecting somberly. Sunagakure's strength was once formidable. During the Second Shinobi World War, their attempt to challenge Konoha's dominance failed, but that did not signify their decline. Was it not entirely normal to lose to Konoha? Yet, in a twist of fate, Sunagakure, which once seemed poised to rival Konoha, found itself relegated to the lower echelons of the 5 great shinobi villages. In such a scenario, the other villages would naturally seek to exploit their misfortune. Had it not been for the conflict with Konoha, Inoki might have already begun mobilizing forces to extract further concessions from the weakened Sunagakure. Moreover, it is rumored that a certain Scorch Release user has recently been wreaking havoc on Kirigakure, earning significant accolades. Inoki's tone was laced with irony, his eyes devoid of warmth. A precarious Kazekage juxtaposed with a celebrated hero. How would the narrative of Sunagakure unfold? Having hinted at Shoten, Inoki turned his focus away from Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen's direct intervention had severely crippled Sunagakure's military, and with Konoha's forces now freed, it was evident that they had been pushed to a critical juncture. The intricacies of Kirigakure remained elusive to Inoki, but based on his understanding of his old adversaries, it was highly probable that Kumogakure would take action. However, they would likely only seek to contain the situation. At least until Konoha and Iwagakure revealed signs of weakness, Kumogakure would refrain from launching a large-scale offensive. Instead, they might capitalize on Konoha's opportunity to strike at Sunagakure. Preparations must be made, for a fierce battle looms ahead. Deplete your reserves. I shall replenish them later. Regardless of the war's trajectory, once Sunagakure falls, Iwagakure, still embroiled in conflict with Konoha, will undoubtedly become Konoha's primary target. Therefore, the forthcoming battle must be fought with utmost dedication. Chapter 62. Konoha occupies the most advantageous territory, holds the largest share of missions, and enjoys generous military allocations from a prosperous nation. Thus, maintaining the global balance and safeguarding Konoha's position secures the greatest benefits for them. The stable structure among the 5 great villages is not one Konoha would willingly disrupt. Eventually, Iwagakure and Konoha will find themselves at the negotiating table. However, that time is not now. Present negotiations would favor Iwagakure too greatly, forcing Konoha to concede excessive interests. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to deliver a thunderous blow to Sunagakure, subsequently leveraging a victorious momentum to engage Iwagakure, determining the terms of their negotiating power through the outcomes of war. Inoki could easily surmise Konoha's intentions. After the initial battle, Konoha sought to employ infiltration tactics, capitalizing on the unparalleled advantages of Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. However, upon realizing that their infiltration did not dismantle Iwagakure's forces, but rather faced a counteroffensive, Konoha naturally recalled the lessons learned from the earlier skirmish. In that confrontation, they at least fought against Iwagakure's shinobi, not a horde of insatiable insect shinobi. Faced with either insect shinobi or Iwagakure's adept combined jutsu, it was indeed a dilemma. Once Inoki had conveyed his orders, Shoten expressed no objections, obediently beginning to amass forces for the Queen Bee. While they would indeed deplete their resources, it would only be the surface-level assets. Recently, with ample supplies, the normally cultivated insect shinobi, possessing a lifespan of about a year, included a select few that had absorbed the vitality of numerous expendable insect shinobi to gain sufficient chakra for metamorphosis, now classified as elite. Utilizing chakra nature transformation, they obtained the unique ability to perform combined jutsu as special expendable insect shinobi. They also crafted unique potions from medical knowledge acquired from Konoha's medical shinobi, combined with Iwagakure's own medical expertise. Furthermore, they established a summoning contract with a certain scorpion-like beast clan. Lastly, there was an inexhaustible supply of insect shinobi residing within the countless hives scattered along the borders of the Fire Country. Presenting such a bounty would suffice to satisfy the old man. After reviewing the list provided by Shoten, Inoki smiled. Konoha was contemplating a grand confrontation. But why should they play into the enemy's hands? Prior to the battle, it would be prudent to exhaust Konoha's resources. Thus, a dark swarm of bees boldly crossed the border, entering the land of fire with great fanfare. The feudal lords situated near the Fire Country's borders were taken aback, and messages poured into Konoha like a torrential rain, with several influential lords even reaching out to the nobles of the Land of Earth, seeking assistance in contacting the Tsuchikage, urging caution to mitigate any fallout that might affect their own vulnerable yet affluent interests. Fortunately, it did not take long for those civilians, driven by necessity, to take risks, to realize that these swarms were only intent on pursuing shinobi, ignoring those without chakra entirely. Truly fearsome little creatures. A rock ninja gazed at the swarm of bees filling the sky, as well as the violet translucent barrier enveloped by the swarm, and sighed. It was rumored that the latest version of the bee swarm drew inspiration from the Oil Woman clan's parasitic insects. Recently, a member of the Oil Woman clan had fallen into the hands of Lord Hornet, and the means by which he accomplished this remained a mystery. Nevertheless, a new batch of ninja bees had emerged, capable of consuming chakra. The significance of this ability to devour chakra was evident from the quaking barrier surrounding the Konoha camp. In the past, the bee swarm had also besieged the Konoha camp, which had remained steadfast under its barrier. However, since the introduction of the new batch of ninja bees, the barrier's rotation had accelerated nearly threefold, and there had even been instances of ninja bees breaching the barrier and infiltrating the camp, resulting in heavy casualties among the lower-ranking ninjas. A single ninja bee that landed on the barrier would be incinerated after absorbing a trivial amount of chakra. Yet when a swarm consisting of hundreds of thousands took a single sip, the cumulative effect was overwhelming for the ninjas tasked with maintaining the barrier. Most of those supporting the Four Purple Flames formation were of the Sarutobi clan, lacking any special bloodline, and they could not compare to those from the clans renowned for their chakra manipulation. We must move on. Our mission is of utmost importance. A small team from Iwagakure boldly crossed the border, and instead of being attacked, the surrounding ninja bees took on a protective stance, indicating that Iwagakure's bee swarm had evolved to distinguish friend from foe. Upon returning from the camp, Minato Namikaze brought unsettling news. On the battlefield, he had noticed that once he swiftly eliminated a certain number of insect user clones, the swarm exhibited signs of agitation, unable to accurately identify friend from foe. This clarified why insect user clones were scattered across the battlefield. Much like how he left behind Kunai for instantaneous movement, the insect users employed clones to control the swarm. Shinobi, you possess the greatest understanding of insects among us. Examine this corpse and see if you can deduce how Iwagakure differentiates between friend and foe using their ninja bees. He unsealed a scroll, revealing several corpses clad in Iwagakure attire. Subsequently, he retrieved several shattered vials. I discovered these vials while searching their bodies, based on the evidence. They shattered upon death. I suspect the contents of these vials relate to how Iwagakure enables their ninja bees to identify friends and foes. Otherwise, there would be no need for such secrecy. It was highly probable that Iwagakure's methods produced a widespread effect, for he had observed that after a Konoha team clashed closely with a squad that was not under attack by the ninja bees, the bees' aggression toward them diminished. Conversely, once they distanced themselves from the Iwagakure team, the bees swiftly resumed their attacks. This indicated that on the battlefield during a large-scale conflict, the efficacy of this strategy would drastically decline, providing a sense of relief to the Konoha ninjas. If it remained effective during a full-scale battle, the insect users would not be limited by the number they could control, and an endless sea of bees would quickly overwhelm Konoha's lower-ranking ninjas. At that point, Konoha's only recourse would be to disregard the consequences and utterly shatter the rules established through 2 great ninja wars and countless skirmishes, relying on their elite ninjas to inflict devastating casualties upon Iwagakure's lower ranks, resulting in mutual destruction. Should that occur, the purpose of initiating a large-scale battle would become moot. It must be some sort of scent. No, it resembles a unique chakra. Oil Woman Shinobi observed as small insects crawled from her sleeve, burrowing into the Iwagakure corpses for a meticulous examination. We should investigate further. I can attempt to decipher the scent, But the suspected chakra fluctuations, she shook her head slightly. Her meaning clear, it was beyond her capabilities, and she recommended seeking a more skilled expert. Let us give it a try. The fact that Iwagakure was willing to present such evidence implied they were unafraid of having their methods unraveled. The bee swarms spread across the Fire Country's borders, providing significant advantages for Iwagakure's large-scale infiltration operations. In this context, devising a means for Iwagakure to engage in the large-scale battle that Konoha yearned for had become a conundrum for the higher-ups in Konoha. Chapter 63. The Secret Potion. Unless Konoha could decipher Iwagakure's techniques and maneuver freely beneath the cover of the swarm, the tables would turn, leaving Iwagakure as the sole contender for a comprehensive war. To achieve this, the tireless Minato Namikaze embarked on yet another mission. Killing a rock ninja would trigger an unknown mechanism that destroyed the vials, so Minato attempted to capture one alive, successfully acquiring a vial. Minato confirmed it contained a form of secret medicine, summoning a toad to test it. The toad appeared distressed and nauseated, showing no signs of poisoning or death. Contemplating bringing the secret medicine back for further study, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return to camp, only to find the empty shattered vials in his equipment pouch, mocking his miscalculations. After several attempts, Minato determined that the vial could not be separated from the Iwagakure ninja by more than 5 meters. If it exceeded that distance, it would shatter like the vials on the deceased Iwagakure ninja, causing the contents to evaporate rapidly. Thus, capturing both the ninja and the vial and bringing them back to camp posed no significant challenge for Minato. After several setbacks, a complete vial containing the secret medicine finally appeared on the table in the Konoha camp. It was peculiar that, during a meeting of Konoha's high-ranking officers, a common rock ninja lay unconscious beside them. After testing the captured bandit with the medicine, Konoha's ninjas commenced their final experiment. A wandering ninja was brought forth. Without granting him a chance to speak, Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyes, and the wandering ninja, afflicted with acute red-eye disease and sporting Tomo in his eyes, obediently stepped forward to gulp down the contents of the vial. 3 seconds later, the wandering ninja, experiencing violent chakra fluctuations, looked up in terror, his body trembling violently, his exposed skin turning bright red, and his eyes returning to their original black and white hues. The secret medicine had taken effect, curing his acute red-eye disease. Thankfully, Konoha ninjas had refrained from experimenting on themselves. Upon subduing the wandering ninja and inspecting him, they discovered that the surging chakra within him had damaged his meridians. Thus, while he had been healed, his strength would diminish. However, the Iwagakure ninja who had also consumed the secret medicine appeared unaffected. Aside from emanating a certain chakra signature visible to those with chakra perception abilities. When he refined his chakra, it flowed smoothly and obediently through his veins. Could the medicine bind to individuals? Konoha ninjas were not lacking in knowledge of pharmacology and had seen records of personalized prescriptions. However, creating tailored prescriptions for hundreds or thousands of individuals, all of which could only be consumed by the individual, suggested either Iwagakure had gone mad or there were deeper secrets at play. At this juncture, it was time for the Uchiha and the masters from the mountains to engage in a close examination with the Iwagakure ninjas' minds to unearth the undisclosed mysteries. After a panel of experts convened, Uchiha confirmed that the potion could be consumed by others and that Iwagakure lacked the means to share the secret potion among comrades. Furthermore, the mountain experts identified the cause of the shattered vials. The issue lay not with the vials themselves, but with the secret medicine within. Upon meeting certain conditions, the medicine would evaporate, while the shattering of the vial was merely a consequence. In conclusion, the renowned healers from both clans reached an agreement and determined that for Iwagakure to utilize the secret medicine, a drop of blood must be added to it. Upon doing so, the colorless potion would turn red, which was likely Iwagakure's method of ensuring the medicine could not be stolen. Upon hearing this conclusion, Minato Namikaze stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, we must obtain the colorless secret medicine? It went without saying that this task would undoubtedly fall to him. No one else could infiltrate the Iwagakure camp, which was nestled beneath a swarm of bees, with its Tsuchikage station nearby. In reality, due to the perception barrier that would alert them to any sudden influx of chakra, Minato's only feasible option was to infiltrate. In the pursuit of obtaining the original secret medicine personally dispensed by any of the 3 Tsuchikage, Orochimaru, or Inoki, under the condition of being discovered upon entering the enemy camp, one finds the task exceedingly formidable. Yet, for the sake of the village, it is imperative to take a leap of faith and attempt it. Chapter 64. The arrival of reinforcements and the commencement of the great battle as anticipated. The upper echelons of Iwagakure personally administered the medicine, specifically to counteract Minato Namake's. After several unsuccessful attempts, dire news reached the rear guard of Konoha. The urgently dispatched secret medicine had failed to be deciphered, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to drag the inebriated Tsunade from the gambling den, persuading her to lead the efforts in the laboratory to unravel the formula. True to her renown as the foremost medical ninja, Tsunade swiftly deciphered the general composition of the secret medicine, only to encounter an impasse. The crux of the secret medicine did not lie in its ingredients, but rather in a unique configuration technique that involved a certain special energy, altering the properties of the potion and bestowing it with binding capabilities. In essence, through the blood of the IWA ninja. The medicinal properties contain the physical energy of the IWA ninja, thereby ensuring perfect compatibility within their bodies, maximizing the efficacy of the medicine. Due to the peculiar nature of this secret medicine, each returned batch was accompanied by an IWA ninja. Tsunade, upon experimentation, grasped the principle behind the mutual usage of the secret medicine among the IWA ninjas. After its application, residual effects of the medicine would remain. Although insufficient to sustain its effects, it could serve as a catalyst for harmonizing with other medicines before being completely metabolized by the human body, a process estimated to take 3 days. By consuming a vial of one's own secret medicine, one could freely utilize others' medicines for the subsequent 3 days without adverse effects. However, if one failed to consume their own medicine within that time frame, they would be unable to take any other's medicine thereafter. While this information might seem trivial, it elucidated the principle behind the secret medicine and indicated the availability of an original batch, allowing for the use of IWA ninja medicines for the next 3 days. Yet, it was of little utility, as Minato Namake's still had not acquired the first original secret medicine. Tsunade's research had confirmed the impracticality of replicating the secret medicine. Even the village's most proficient medical ninja had failed, leaving little hope for the remaining clans to succeed. At this moment, the pressure mounted solely upon Minato Namake's. He was the village's sole hope of acquiring the secret medicine. With steely resolve, he ventured into the Iwagakure camp multiple times, engaging in one-on-one duels, nearly being thwarted by Inoki and his companions. After a grueling half-month, Minato finally found liberation, not through the acquisition of the secret medicine, but rather through the proactive initiation of a large-scale battle by Iwagakure. During this period, Konoha focused on deciphering the secret medicine while the IWA ninjas concentrated on sabotaging Konoha's supply lines. Numerous IWA ninjas infiltrated the Land of Fire, emboldened by their numbers, launching reckless assaults on Konoha's supply routes. IWA ninjas excelled in Earth-style collaborative attacks. Several of them could easily inflict irreparable damage on a road with a simple C-rank Earth technique. The chaotic movements of the IWA ninjas turned the border roads of the Land of Fire into utter disarray, severely undermining Konoha's logistical capabilities. Compounded by the interception of supplies by the IWA ninjas and their swarm, Konoha's frontline faced a critical shortage of resources, teetering on the brink of disaster. Under normal circumstances, Konoha ninjas would requisition supplies, but this was the Land of Fire. In smaller nations, Konoha ninjas could act with impunity, but here, in the heart of their homeland, they had to maintain a semblance of dignity and harmony among the populace. Otherwise, their reputation would suffer, leading civilians to refrain from posting missions. After all, the wealth of noble merchants paled in comparison to the collective resources of the common folk, who, though individually meager, could pool their resources to hire ninjas to eradicate nearby bandits and beasts. What could be done? Following a discussion among the Konoha ninjas, who were experiencing the first taste of war on their homeland, they resolved to dip into their own pockets to procure supplies from the surrounding areas. With the affluent Uchiha and Sarutobi clans, along with Jiraiya, contributing significantly. At the border, especially where the flames of war had encroached, the available supplies were pathetically scarce. After barely replenishing their stocks, the resource crisis for Konoha's border troops remained unresolved. They could only await the arrival of reinforcements, which would bring much-needed supplies. Jiraiya, however, had a rather dubious solution. He could summon resources from Miyaboka Mountain via summoning jutsu, Yet the thought of partaking in Miyaboku's infamous insect feast was far from appealing. Most Konoha ninjas, having encountered it once, had found it intolerable, with only a few possessing a taste for the bizarre. Thus, they could do nothing but wait for reinforcements. The reinforcements, laden with supplies, would arrive under the protection of a formidable force, impervious to Iwa ninja ambushes. Jiraiya reassured his subordinates, reiterating that the village had triumphed over Sunagakure, pushing the front lines into the land of wind, and that allies engaged against the sand ninjas would soon arrive to vanquish the Iwa forces. The news of the Hokage himself inflicting a crushing blow upon the Kazekage and pursuing the sand ninjas into their territory served as a potent morale booster for the beleaguered Konoha front lines. However, as Jiraiya repeated this message, a degree of desensitization developed among the Konoha ninjas. Jiraiya found himself at a loss. The Iwa ninjas clearly had the upper hand, and any observer could discern the dire situation. Konoha ninjas found it increasingly difficult to leave the camp without the guidance of high-ranking ninjas, essential for maintaining the logistical lifeline critical to the army's survival. Each foray resulted in comrades being lost forever outside the camp, never to return. As time passed, the morale of the Konoha ninjas waned. While the clan ninjas could endure, those of commoner descent exhibited signs of war fatigue. Jiraiya continued his attempts to uplift spirits when a warning was issued by the rotating Hyuga sentinels. Lord Jiraiya, a considerable number of Iwa ninjas are approaching rapidly. The Iwa forces had gathered, exuding a powerful chakra signature, preparing to unleash a collaborative ninjutsu. Jiraiya felt the ground tremble beneath him. Prepare for the impact. Outside the Konoha camp, Inoki led a multitude of Iwa ninjas, their hands pressed against the earth. Rise from the depths. Earth-style, Doton, Doryu-domo. An immense surge of chakra from the Iwa ninja legion coursed into the ground, causing the earth to swell. The Konoha camp, shielded by the four purple flames formation, was lifted skyward by the force of an erupting volcano. Leave the rest to me, Inoki declared, bowing down as he took control from Inoki. The earth-style, Doton, Doryu-domo was a commendable technique, albeit lacking in brute force. It was primarily designed to unearth hidden foes, facilitating the retrieval of fallen comrades. Its original intent was functional, not destructive, hence its limited power. No matter, I shall compensate for that. With a volcano manifesting, how could there be no magma? Enveloped in a crimson-black chakra, Inoki transformed, unleashing a torrent of chakra into the ground. Tail beast transformation. Lava release. Hoka no Kuni. With a roar, the erupting magma sent the entire Konoha camp soaring into the air. Konoha ninjas, the battle you yearn for has arrived. Chapter 65. The swarm battle. The great battle could commence, yet the timing was dictated by the Iwa ninjas. Konoha awaited reinforcements while Iwa planned to strike first, taking advantage of Konoha's dwindling supplies to inflict a heavy blow on their border forces. A bothersome disturbance has arisen at the border of Konoha. Even in the face of utter defeat, the Leaf Village forces can safeguard the most essential core of their ranks, but they can preserve only this small contingent. While Konoha has managed to inflict severe damage upon the Sand Shinobi and bolster their strength to assist the Firegrass border, the Rock Shinobi can undoubtedly obliterate the Leaf forces, elevating their morale to its zenith before confronting the Leaf reinforcements. Sacrificing the Leaf border forces not only enhances the might of Iwagakure, but also undermines the rising spirit of Konoha, which has surged following their victory over the Sand. The timing of Iwagakure's actions is impeccable, striking at Konoha's most vulnerable moment. In a few days, reinforcements will arrive, and prior to that, the morale of Konoha has yet to plummet due to the brazen incursions of the Rock Shinobi across the border. Having surveyed the heavens from the grand camp of Konoha, the loss of their foothold has compelled the dissolution of the four purple flames formation. Huang Tu and Old Z exchanged glances, bursting into laughter as they beckoned the Rock Shinobi to retreat hastily. The Rock Shinobi vanished underground, evading sight. A grand battle is imminent. However, before the engagement between Konoha and the Rock Shinobi unfolds, Konoha must first contend with another conflict. A tidal wave of ninja bees surged from all directions. This time, the queen bee provided no commands. She merely designated a target for the swarms, restraining them from attacking entities devoid of chakra. This batch of ninja bees lacked the ability to recognize chemical agents and was prepared for the early stages of war. Prior to the commencement of the great battle, these creatures, which would otherwise never see the light of day again, were deployed en masse onto the battlefield to deplete Konoha's living forces. As for their exact numbers, even the queen bee herself was unsure. She merely sought a suitable site to bury a bee mother and left it at that. Such days persisted for over 6 months. Eventually, the rock shinobi began to select locations to house the bee mothers based on her stipulations, releasing an amount so substantial that the queen bee herself lost count. The Konoha camp annihilated millions of ninja bees daily, surpassing 10 digits in total extermination during this period. Yet, every day, even more ninja bees replenished their ranks. Following the completion of their upgrade and the implementation of enemy recognition skills, the ninja bees scattered across the battlefield were of a new generation, while the older generation remained dormant, awaiting their awakening. Now, they have been roused. Millions, billions. The converging hordes of ninja bees loomed like clouds descending from the heavens, obscuring the light and enveloping the entire battlefield. Breakthrough. Jiraiya's roar was rendered inconsequential amidst the buzzing of the swarming bees, and the fiery techniques of Konoha lost their former potency. The Konoha fire teams exerted their utmost, but the rock shinobi's assault upon the Grand Camp disrupted Konoha's organizational integrity, leaving the ninjas unable to coordinate their jutsu and reducing them to fighting as individuals. While fire techniques were indeed effective against these initial versions of the bee swarms, without a controller, the bees had lost their capacity to perform techniques. Yet at this moment, the swarms demonstrated the sheer brutality of overwhelming numbers. A sea of flames? Let it come. Could a single formidable fire technique incinerate tens of thousands of ninja bees amidst such dense swarms? What then of the subsequent hundreds of thousands? With rich battlefield experience, Jiraiya sensed the impending crisis. They must break through. It was the only option. Otherwise, the few thousand Konoha ninjas he led would certainly perish here. Are there any shinobi from the Yamashiro clan? However, amidst the chaos of battle, it was impossible to relay commands. Konoha ninjas continued to fall to the relentless assault of the swarms. Bereft of techniques, the swarms still possessed venom. Jiraiya struggled to regroup with Hinata Hisashi. Fortunate that this branch family head was not far from him. With the superior vision of a Jonin and the insight of the Byakugan, they managed to hold their ground. With the Byakugan, Jiraiya located a Yamashiro clan ninja, rescuing the one in the best condition. Together with Hinata Hisashi, they shielded this precious messenger and began to organize a breakout. Jiraiya felt a heavy weight on his heart. Under such circumstances, the survival probability for Genin was nil. And for Chunin, the hope of survival was bleak. It was yet another disastrous defeat akin to that of the Land of Grass. The sole consolation was that the Uchiha, Sarutobi, and Yamanaka clans resided together as a united force, likely capable of safeguarding some of the lower-ranking ninjas. The Uchiha clan's fire techniques and fire formation. The Sarutobi clan's great fire combination and 4 purple flames formation, and the Yamanaka clan's swarms of parasitic insects bore the brunt of the greatest pressure, their grand displays aiding Jiraiya in locating them. The losses were not insignificant. When Jiraiya found them, each clan was protecting a considerable number of injured. They needed to break through swiftly. As for the wounded, Jiraiya turned to his arriving disciple. Minato, do your utmost to relocate the injured to the previously prepared concealed locations. The blonde youth nodded, and in the next moment, he vanished with several of the injured. Gathering the scattered ninjas, Jiraiya led the charge, while Minato tended to the wounded. With reinforcements like Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Shinji, they exerted every effort to flee the swarm. Yet only less than 1/5 of Konoha's border defense forces survived. This count included the injured relocated by Minato. Otherwise, the numbers would have been even grimmer. It seemed we would no longer need to engage in battle. Old Z gazed from a distance at the Konoha camp engulfed by the sea of bees. What is the situation? Anoki floated beside Old Z, his height surpassing hers by 10 centimeters. Jiraiya has led a breakout with no more than 400 people. However, Minato managed to evacuate some of the injured, so the final count of Konoha ninjas escaping the swarm should be between 500 and 600. That man again. The elder's expression twisted with frustration, his irritation towards this troublesome Konoha prodigy evident. Flying Thunder God. Flying Thunder God. Minato had indelibly etched this technique into Anoki and the entire Iwagakure's memory over the course of several months. Enough. The deaths of thousands of ninjas are sufficient to inflict pain upon that old monkey. First, let us deal with these ninja bees. Anoki glanced at the swarm. Observing how Konoha ninjas desperately unleashed jutsu and detonated explosive tags, The cloud of bees showed no signs of diminishing. Occasionally, flashes of red light and plumes of black smoke emerged, but it seemed a futile endeavor. If this swarm remained unresolved, allowing them to continue their activities for the remaining days would be enough to wreak havoc on the livelihood of the firegrass border, all of which would fall upon Iwagakure. The queen bee stepped forward and bit her finger. Summoning technique. A leaden metal plate materialized amidst the white smoke, covered in mysterious symbols. With barely a whisper, the queen bee hurled the plate into the swarm. A twisted light enveloped the bees, sending chills down the spines of the nearby rock shinobi. Then, the swarm vanished, leaving behind a crystalline stone. Chapter 66. The Advance, picking up the gemstone from the ground. The vitality of billions of ninja bees had condensed into this small life stone, its vast quantity compensating for its quality, which was still acceptable. After all, the foundation was too poor. Even with the queen bee's exceptional craftsmanship, a lack of resources prevented further refinement of this life force. Nevertheless, having this life stone was better than having none. With it, many things could be set in motion. Is this the technique of the Purple Poison Valley? Inoki could feel his aging body yearning for the gemstone. The three most renowned holy sites of the summoning beasts possess some extraordinary techniques, which are not secrets within the ninja world. It now appears that the summoning beast faction known as the Purple Poison Valley also harbors a unique heritage. This involves a technique for extracting life force chakra to forge the precious life stones, necessitating the sacrifice of numerous living beings to condense such a rare treasure. As she toyed with the life stone, the queen bee was not surprised by Oyama's slight lapse in composure. The primary function of the life stone is to prolong life. Oyama's vitality was waning, both frail and resilient, akin to a half-burnt candle, its final flicker of life stubbornly diminished by the high-quality essence. This phenomenon is intriguing and likely inextricably linked to chakra. As the most primal desire of living beings, Oyama's body instinctively yearned for the life stone, seeking to replenish its vitality. He valiantly suppressed his impulses, turning away from the gem. Such a precious treasure should be kept safe. Exposing it might lead to loss or theft, which would be unfortunate. Resisting the urge, Oyama had not yet descended to the level of coveting the treasures of his cherished juniors, setting aside the possibility of hidden traps behind that bizarre allure. Even if it were harmless, it should be obtained through an exchange. Casting a sidelong glance at the seemingly unperturbed old purple and the earth, Oyama turned around with fierce determination. It was time to step into the land of fire. Those words ignited a fervent spark in the eyes of old purple and the earth. Entering the land of fire. What a marvelous proclamation. This was not a covert infiltration by spies, nor a mission for completion. It was not a tactical engagement. The IWA ninja army would boldly annihilate the Konoha border forces, crossing the frontier into the land of fire. This was the finest opportunity for IWA to demonstrate its prowess. Naturally, once IWA entered the land of fire, Konoha would retaliate with unrelenting force. To maintain the status of the foremost ninja village, Konoha would spare no effort in targeting IWA. After 2 consecutive failures, Konoha could not afford another defeat. Should Konoha falter, the ever-watchful Kumogakure and Kirigakure would seize the moment to pounce on the weakened tiger, and even Sunagakure, which seemed subdued by Konoha, would be quick to retaliate. This time, IWA would inevitably face Konoha's full counterattack. Oyama did not intend to push Konoha to its limits. He had no plans to win this time. The main forces of IWA had held the front line long enough, and that foolish old black next door would soon lose his composure. Though he appeared brash, he was, in fact, quite cunning. Beneath his developed muscles lay an equally astute mind. His brutish demeanor was merely a facade. While the main forces engaged Konoha in a life-and-death struggle, the old black would lead his men to plunder their home, which would surely infuriate Oyama. Just one battle with Konoha, and only one, Oyama reiterated. Preserving strength was paramount. After this encounter, negotiations would commence immediately. The impetus for this battle stemmed from the fact that the previous 2 pivotal wars were won through the power of the swarm. Originally, Oyama had intended for the IWA army to engage after the swarm had weakened Konoha's border forces. But the overwhelming numbers of the swarm had unexpectedly inundated Konoha's defenses. The IWA army had grown too reckless. The trials of the battlefield had birthed a cadre of talents, yet the swarm's dominance in the most arduous battles had fostered an overconfidence within IWA. Such arrogance was detrimental. It was necessary to tighten the reins on the younger generation and make them recognize their limitations. With the swarm handling the distractions, casualties would be minimized, and it would provide Konoha a face-saving opportunity for negotiation. The foolish offspring remained unchanged. Old Purple frowned, clearly grasping some aspects, but not entirely accepting them. Fortunately, the queen bee appeared contemplative, receptive to the ideas presented, which was promising. Perhaps the old man could retire in 10 years? By then, the queen bee would be 19, capable of taking the reins of IWA, right? The thought of a decade until retirement, at which point he would be 70, left Oyama feeling helpless. Alas, this was not the time to contemplate retirement. It was time to assemble the troops and set forth. With a commanding voice, the IWA camp swiftly mobilized. And half a day later, they formed a regimented line, crossing the borders of the Land of Fire. IWA had officially entered the Land of Fire. Decades later, the flames of war would ignite once more upon the soil of the Land of Fire. Chapter 67. The Clash of Tailed Beasts following a devastating defeat at the front lines. News of the IWA ninja army's collective entry into the Land of Fire reached Konoha in rapid succession. The insect summoner, without question, had surpassed the Tsuchikage and Jinchuriki, becoming the true dominator of the battlefield in the Konoha versus IWA confrontation. This was exceedingly troublesome. The sheer number of swarming insects, vast enough to obscure the sky, rendered any flaws irrelevant. Their quantity alone was sufficient to overpower all opposition. Much like the locust plagues that periodically ravage the Wind Country, where the only counter to such overwhelming numbers is an equal force, the effectiveness of one or two powerful ninja is severely limited against such overwhelming numerical superiority. Preserving one's life is not difficult. The challenge lies in dismantling these relentless insects. In the face of such absolute numerical violence, only a commensurate force can adequately respond. Teacher Tobirama's explosive tags? Sarutobi Hiruzen, in addition to being the Hokage, held the title of Master of Ninja Techniques, and with a little thought, he could conceive of a suitable technique. However, there was a lack of funds. The two advisors simultaneously dismissed the Hokage's proposal. Is that even a technique? Each detonating tag costs money. Are you willing to sacrifice your finances just to smash the swarm? The oil girl had a forbidden technique, the poison jar technique. Shimizu Danzo proposed an idea. This technique enables rapid reproduction of insects by consuming vast amounts of corpses and establishing a barrier for swift breeding. However, the poison jar technique requires preparation time. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected his old comrade, stating that the preparation time would allow the swarm to disperse long before it could be executed. With several proposals dismissed, the four core figures wielding power in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the hexagonal warrior, Shimizu Danzo, proficient in both wind release and sealing techniques, Mito Gate, the master of barriers, and Nara Shikaku, the foremost medical ninja and current leading expert in poison, exchanged glances, realizing they were at an impasse. Let Kushina take the field. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, feeling a cold splash of water douse the fervor he had felt after repelling Sunigakure. Without sufficiently powerful jutsu, or a substantial number of ninjas, they could only rely on a few ninjas with immense chakra reserves to counter the swarm. The first Hokage had nearly limitless chakra. For him, this vast sea of insects would have been mere child's play. The first lady, a princess of the Uzumaki clan, the initial Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, may not have possessed chakra levels to rival her husband, but she certainly surpassed the four of them. Following the passing of the first Hokage couple, the last available ninja in Konoha with sufficient chakra to negate the swarm's numerical advantage was the second Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina. Thus, Konoha's Jonin, Uzumaki Kushina, received an urgent summons from the Hokage Tower, joining the supporting forces to rush to the front lines. Accompanying Kushina Uzumaki were Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, the frontline commander of the Wind Country, just returned. Scarcely had time to catch his breath before being dispatched to the northeast of the Fire Country to respond to the provocations of the Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, the Hokage, as the head of the Konoha spies, set off southeast to counter the infiltration of the Hidden Mist. As for the Hokage, he needed to attend to paperwork with two advisors before heading to the Wind Country to finalize the treaty to formally end the war and establish an alliance with the recently healed 4th Kazekage. The manpower in Konoha was truly dwindling. Mito Minyen, in conjunction with the barrier, could still unleash a powerful burst at home ground, while Nara Shikamaru fared even worse. his physical capabilities waning, relying solely on his formidable poison to maintain appearances. A shortage of skilled shinobi was evident, with a growing number of children barely in their teens appearing in the ranks of the Konoha ninja army, not just a few, but a significant multitude. The situation had become so dire that the future generation was compelled to enter the battlefield, marking the most critical juncture for Konoha since the First Shinobi World War. The root of this calamity was undoubtedly Iwagakure, specifically the formidable Johibi. Through 2 large-scale offensives and numerous smaller skirmishes, she had eliminated over 5,000 Konoha ninjas, surpassing half of the total losses Konoha had sustained thus far. In the underground exchange, Konoha had issued a staggering bounty of 100 million for the head of the user of the water flow insect. Consequently, after leaving behind a multitude of shadow clones, Johibi's true form prudently withdrew from the battlefield. Konoha's counterattack was no jest. Even the mighty Inoki could not guarantee the protection of a fragile child. The old man handed over a scroll, indicating that once the technique within was mastered alongside the light heavy stone technique, they could step onto the battlefield. The technique recorded within was known as dustless confusion, a cherished secret of the second Tsuchikage, who was renowned for wielding this ability to remain unseen. When activated, the user would enter an invisible state, rendering both their physical form and chakra undetectable. Once mastered, this skill combined with the flight capability of the light heavy stone technique would provide the necessary stealth and mobility to compensate for the inherent frailty of the insect user. However, until then, Johibi's true form should remain concealed in a secure location. Konoha's Umbu would stop at nothing to initiate an assassination. Upon arriving at the Purple Poison Valley, Johibi soon discovered the approaching Konoha forces. It became evident that when maintaining formation, Konoha ninjas were quite formidable. A barrage of combined fire-style techniques easily obliterated a flock of insect ninjas, while the special earth bees caused minor disturbances before being repelled. The true threat came only from the toxic gas of the self-destructing poison bees, which Konoha swiftly countered with their wind-style ninjutsu, effectively dispersing the gas without much effort. "They're coming. You 3, be cautious," Kushina Uzumaki admonished the trio behind her. As a Jinchuriki, her circle of friends was limited, with only these 3, her boyfriend, Minato Namikaze, serving as a guiding jonin among them. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, and Rin Noara, 2 boys and a girl. With Kakashi holding a few years of experience while Obito and Rin had only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Don't think about making a name for yourselves. Your foremost priority is to protect yourselves. Regardless of whether it was Minato Namikaze, their teacher, or Kushina Uzumaki, their mentor, the adversaries on the battlefield would be the upper echelon of Iwagakure, and the clashes between the powerful would preclude them from assisting their juniors. Sensing the surge of ferocious chakra, Kushina's expression sharpened as she distanced herself from her comrades. A violent tide of crimson chakra surged forth, and a vaguely fox-like humanoid creature replaced the red-haired girl, its 6 crimson tails swaying slowly behind it. Dark violet chakra swiftly coalesced at what seemed to be its mouth. Tailed beast bomb. 2 chakra spheres, launched from different directions, collided with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a rising mushroom cloud, heralding the commencement of war. Chapter 68. Ceasefire at the border of the Fire Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes and donning the Hokage hat, entered a tent where Inoki, similarly attired, awaited. After exchanging a few pleasantries, both parties hastily signed the ceasefire agreement, establishing a truce between Konoha and Iwagakure. Continuing hostilities were untenable. After a prolonged conflict, Iwagakure had been forced back to its original state. Johibi's swarm could suppress lower-ranking ninjas and assist in battles at the jonin level. And when employing her shadow clones to unleash secret techniques, even elite-level shinobi had to divert some attention. But that was the limit. Cornered, Konoha unleashed its top-tier strength. With the sage transformation of Jiraiya confronting Inoki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Kushina Uzumaki, facing the 4 tails Jinchuriki, and Fugaku Uchiha engaging in a one-on-one battle against the formidable Inoki, while Minato and Sarutobi Shin nosedived into the fray, relying on jonin to support the swarm at the cost of their lives. The swarm could narrow the gap between Iwagakure's jonin and Konoha's, but they couldn't withstand the onslaught of Hokage-level ninjas. Even with Johibi's prior preparations and the division of the life stone to create amulets, she could not prevent Minato's explosive power. Frustrated by the newfound resilience of the Iwagakure jonin, who could even withstand fatal wounds. Minato abandoned his knife attack and opted for the Rasengan as his method of assault, striking with the Rasengan. The rapidly spinning chakra sphere tore through the arm of the Iwagakure Jonin, sending it flying, while half of the chest was obliterated. Thanks to the continuous life force supplied by the Life Stone, the Iwagakure Jonin managed to cling to life, but their combat effectiveness was severely impaired. The techniques of Iwagakure could save lives, but could not mend extensive wounds, nor could they restore flesh and blood. Once this was confirmed, Minato switched back to his kunai, infusing it with wind-style chakra, severing hands and feet, decapitating and bisecting. The scene was gruesome, yielding remarkable results. The cries of the Iwagakure Jonin, who could not succumb to death, inflicted a tremendous blow to the morale of the Iwagakure forces. At the Jonin level, they could not withstand Minato's prowess. Only Inoki was holding his ground in the exchanges at the Kage tier. While Inoki was exceptionally strong, with impeccable physical defenses, Fugaku Uchiha wielded the Sharingan, a hereditary weapon of death, and his Genjutsu could bypass Inoki's defenses, making it a strenuous battle for him. The situation for the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was even more dire, as Konoha's unique philosophy on training Jinchuriki meant that Kushina Uzumaki was never intended to be a war weapon. The young girl aimed merely to keep the Nine Tails contained, ensuring it could not escape. Thus, while she could partially utilize the tailed beast chakra, she was not adept at employing it in combat. Her true strength lay in suppressing the tailed beast's power, focusing her skills primarily on sealing techniques aimed at tailed beasts. Suppressing a tailed beast was not much different from restraining a Jinchuriki. The chakra chains behind Kushina rattled and danced, as they sought to ensnare the jumping monkey-like figure of the Four Tails. The chakra of the Four Tails stood powerless against the restraining chakra of the adamantine sealing chains. In truth, this technique held considerable dominance over any entity possessing chakra, leaving the Four Tails utterly subdued. As a Jinchuriki capable of wielding the power of tailed beasts, the chakra of the Four Tails serves as a crucial pillar in Inoki's battle strategy. Without this formidable support, Inoki's strength would diminish by at least 30%, rendering him unable to employ several high-powered jutsu that require vast amounts of chakra. Devoid of his ultimate techniques, he would find himself relying solely on basic attacks and minor skills against adversaries of equal caliber, leaving him defensively poised but offensively impotent. The fact that Inoki managed to avoid being ensnared by Kushina like a caterpillar is a testament to his considerable effort. When faced with overwhelming disadvantages at the top echelons and the collapse of the upper ranks, no amount of determination from the middle and lower tiers could alter the course within a world governed by the extraordinary. No matter how significant the advantages of Chunin or Jinin might be, a single shinobi of the Jonin rank could easily neutralize the disadvantages posed by dozens or even hundreds of lower-tier ninjas. The moment the elite IWA shinobi crumbled, defeat for the IWA village became inevitable. Despite being prepared, Inoki felt a pang of sorrow as he accounted for the losses after retreating to the fortified defenses. While the losses among lower-tier ninjas were within acceptable limits, the casualties and disabilities among the Jonin were heart-wrenching. Those maimed Jonin, missing limbs, would have to settle for healing and partial retirement. The loss of a hand severely handicaps a ninja, although there exist alternative methods for performing jutsu. The predominance of hand seals in the ninja world underscores the matter. One-handed seals are exceptionally challenging, and using feet or eyes for seals is similarly arduous, not easily mastered and lacking the potential of two-handed seals. Those without legs fared somewhat better. After receiving prosthetics, they could handle less demanding tasks. But executing high-difficulty missions, as in their prime, was out of the question. Fortunately, the reliable Shiranui had orchestrated a large-scale attack with the ninja bees on Konoha's logistics, forcing them to withdraw some military strength and preventing a pursuit that would have made retreating much more difficult. Originally, Inoki had planned to launch another defensive campaign within the Land of Fire, pressuring Konoha into negotiations. However, the continuous stream of news dashed that ambition. After being compelled to capitulate to Konoha, Sunagakure sought to recuperate its losses by attempting to raid Iwagakure's stronghold while Iwa's main forces were away, only to collide head-on with a similar raiding party from Kumogakure. The newly healed 4th Kazekage personally led the charge, hoping to assert some dominance, but was swiftly taught a lesson by the 3rd Reikage, who showcased the folly of youthful arrogance. In summary, the 4th Kazekage fell once again. Kumogakure pursued relentlessly, chasing all the way to the Land of Wind, and just as it seemed they would catch up to Sunigakure, the latter, driven to desperation, mounted a counteroffensive led by Chiyo's clan. A cornered rabbit will bite, especially the fierce denizens of the desert. The foolish old black returned after suffering a stinging defeat. Victory was not impossible, but it would come at a steep cost. The enemy was determined to engage in a mutually destructive showdown, weighing the potential gains against losses. The third Raikage chose to retreat with the spoils in hand. The clash between Sunigakure and Kumobikure in the Land of Earth could not remain hidden from Iwagakure. And urgent reports arrived indicating that Inoki was no longer inclined to engage Konoha in further conflict. What if the foolish old black launched a surprise counterattack? Coincidentally, Konoha's situation was also dire. The newly recruited young brother proved useless. After a failed attempt to rob Kumobikure, he appeared on the verge of collapse. The Mist Village formally invaded, led by the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, a formidable force with many veterans from the Warring States period. Known for their deadly techniques like the corpse bone path, ice release, and the secret technique of water transformation. On the other side, the third Raikage son, the future fourth Raikage, arrived with the 8 tails Jinchuriki. Inoki feared a repeat of the third Raikage's home invasion, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally concerned about a potential raid amid Konoha's vulnerability. Compared to Sunigakure and Iwagakure, Konoha remained the wealthiest among all ninja villages. Reluctantly, both sides had to alter their plans, seeking to conclude the war swiftly and return their main forces home for defense. Thus, a conflict that was supposed to persist for a considerable duration came to an abrupt end. Chapter 69. 2 years later, the door swung open, and Shiranui raised her head. Inoki floated in, his lips curling into an unmistakable smile. Calmly glancing around, he observed the Iwa Jonin, ignoring the subtle changes in the Earth Shadow's expressions. Though she could perceive that the old man had joyful news to share, his demeanor clearly indicated he wished for her to inquire. Indeed, Shiranui was now a Jonin, a proud member of Iwa's esteemed Jonin class, and additionally, as a disciple of the third Tsuchikage, her status within the Jonin class was elevated. Shortly after the war's conclusion, Inoki had formally taken Shiranui as his apprentice. Of course, her ascension to Jonin status and her esteemed position within the Jonin class were solely due to her own efforts. After all, Shiranui had played a pivotal role in Iwagakure's success during the Third Shinobi World War, rightfully sharing half of the credit for their remarkable achievements. Furthermore, throughout these 2 years, Shiranui's presence had significantly bolstered Iwagakure's logistics. While lacking Konoha's medical ninjutsu reserves, the pharmaceutical sector of Iwa had seen a meteoric rise under the guidance of the Elder. Without the need for medical ninjas, the special medicines carried during missions could resolve most issues. Shiranui's contributions were substantial, earning her the gratitude of all Iwa ninjas utilizing various special medicines. Reputation is built gradually, piece by piece. At 11 years old, Shiranui was widely recognized as a future powerhouse capable of shouldering Iwagakure's legacy. Surveying her surroundings, Inoki's smile faltered. The more familiar she became, the less endearing she appeared. Since the renovation of the Iwagakure hospital, the young girl had spent excessive time in the laboratory, producing numerous valuable inventions, yet the moments shared with the old man grew increasingly scarce. Particularly after she had nearly mastered his earth release techniques, she became ever more engrossed in her experiments. This intensity reminded Inoki of his own teacher, who had often immersed himself in ninjutsu experiments. The Iwagakure ninjutsu system had been gradually perfected through the relentless efforts of his mentor. While his teacher focused on earth release, Shiranui excelled at manipulating external substances. Her expertise lay in various secret medicines, peculiar summoning beasts, and even human modifications. Minato Namikaze was dead. Oh, he was dead, so what? Absently stirring a beaker, Shiranui's gaze drifted off, her mind wandering until she suddenly snapped back to reality. Huh, who died? Minato Namikaze is dead? The Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? The one whose orders allowed for the abandonment of missions upon his sighting? Needless to say, hearing Shiranui mention her orders made Inoki's brow twitch twice. It was undoubtedly intentional. He should never have accepted that small piece of the Life Stone, nor utilized the technique known as the Life's Tribute. Had it not been for the Life's Tribute restoring his physical condition, would this young girl dare to act so presumptuously? Did she not fear that he might demonstrate a sudden spike in blood pressure, collapse, and force her to beg him not to die? Aside from him, who else among the Namikaze would warrant such mention? He truly is dead. Shiranui shook her head, setting down the beaker and rubbing her face to regain focus. Over the past 2 years, with her increasing research achievements, the extensive data of Iwagakure had been made available to her. Shiranui was certain that, compared to her past 2 lives penchant for manipulating concepts, chakra leaned more towards the accumulation of energy. Techniques such as space transfer are considerably challenging within the chakra system, while sealing space and prohibiting spatial transfer present even greater difficulties. If space transfer were so easily managed, Minato Namikaze, whose combat system revolved around the flying thunder god technique, would have long since perished. With his remarkable speed in taking lives, it is no surprise that countless individuals in the ninja world sought to eliminate him. In a mere instant, he could claim a soul. During the Third Great Ninja War, if we say that Juefeng swept away mid-tier ninjas, earning the title of MVP on the battlefield for lower ranks, then Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, was the one who claimed the most high-ranking lives, surpassing all others among the 5 great ninja villages in the number of elite ninja he dispatched. His achievements in a single war eclipsed even those of Orochimaru, a seasoned veteran who had fought through 2 wars, thus securing the esteemed position of Hokage. This feat is only rivaled by Juefeng's own extraordinary accomplishments. While Juefeng spent 2 years secluded in a laboratory, indulging in personal interests, the animosity accrued during the war necessitated caution against assassination attempts. After the war, Minato continued to undertake numerous missions, and rather than facing assassination, he compelled the 4 great ninja villages to issue orders allowing them to forego their tasks upon encountering him, disregarding the first rule of ninja conduct. This demonstrated the impotence of the 4 villages against him. Indeed, if they had the means to stop him, they should have done so when he was racking up kills on the battlefield, with no way to deal with him. Who could possibly have succeeded in eliminating this esteemed Hokage? Recently, there were no pressing matters requiring the Hokage to leave the village. And with over a month until the year-end meeting at the daimyo's estate, it can be said that this miraculous figure remained within Konoha, where he met his demise at the hands of the fastest ninja in the world, the 4th Hokage. Such a fate is not that of a mere mortal, but rather that of a deity. Did he succumb to illness? This seems to be Juefeng's prevailing theory. Her current focus and training revolves around chakra, and her profound research into it reveals its vast potential. Unlike the fragile paths reliant on environmental factors, the chakra system possesses high universality and versatility. With sufficient chakra, she could indeed recreate the powers of her previous lives. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Upon confirming that the upper limits of chakra were not low, Juefeng shifted her research emphasis from recreating the bug cultivation system in the ninja world to integrating the bug cultivation system with the chakra system. She successfully replicated the mundane stage, creating a space within her abdomen that continuously accumulates chakra, thus resolving the issue of insufficient chakra. This space, originally termed Kongqiao in the bug cultivation system, has now been renamed Dantian by Juefeng. After departing from the bug realm, the automatic restoration of true essence was lost, necessitating Juefeng to manually refine chakra for storage. Consequently, she opted for a name that aptly reflects its distinction from the bug cultivation system's Kongqiao. As the chakra within the Dantian accumulated, Juefeng became increasingly convinced that the training methods employed in the ninja world were fundamentally flawed. They lacked a crucial organ capable of continuously accumulating chakra. Without such an organ, ninjas could only refine chakra during combat, and once the battle concluded, the absence of chakra would render them no different from ordinary individuals. While ninjas possess robust physiques, they remain susceptible to illness, and certain bloodline clans may suffer from incurable bloodline diseases due to their body's inability to withstand the immense power of their bloodline limits. Minato's reflexes could very well be a product influenced by a secret bloodline technique, leading to the conclusion that his untimely death from illness might not be entirely implausible. Yet, it was indeed a death in battle. Inoki casually provided the answer. Observing the astonished expression of his disciple, Inoki burst into laughter. Yes, you heard correctly. Minato Namikaze perished in combat, and it was in the village of Konoha that he met his end. On the 10th of October, the Nine-Tails rampaged through Konoha, breaching the core of the Uchiha clan's territory and unleashing its tailed beast bomb upon the village. Fortunately, Minato arrived just in time, employing the flying thunder god technique to divert the attack. Inoki clicked his tongue, clearly disappointed by the failure to strike with the tailed beast bomb. Uchiha Fugaku fought valiantly, activating Susanoo to contend with the Nine Tails, reaching a level beyond what he had previously exhibited on the battlefield. He had no choice. The gigantic Sharingan of the Nine Tails loomed large in its eyes. The old man's gaze was filled with intrigue. The Sharingan? Juefeng repeated, instantly grasping the implication. The Uchiha clan's relationship with the ruling faction of Konoha, represented by Tobirama Senju, was fraught with tension. The circumstances of the Third Great Ninja War forced the Uchiha clan and the Hokage lineage to grudgingly cooperate. Following their united efforts in the war, they accepted the Hokage's overtures for reconciliation, such as the fourth Hokage, who bore no significant animosity towards the Uchiha and even shared bonds of camaraderie with them. However, when the Nine Tails rampaged with its Sharingan visible, it undone 2 years of attempts at collaboration between the Uchiha and the Hokage. The Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, manifested a characteristic of being under an illusion cast by the Sharingan. This incident raised doubts about the Uchiha clan's innocence. Despite the Nine Tails attack on their territory, it seemed designed to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Juefeng blinked, her mind racing. Could it be a descendant of Uchiha Madara? The very thought elicited an instinctive rebuttal from Inoki. Who could tolerate the whims of such a capricious madman? He recalled vividly how he and his master were mercilessly beaten by Madara when they sought an alliance. Even in the event of a declaration of war, there were protocols against harming envoys. Iwagakure had approached with the intention of forming an alliance, adopting a humble demeanor, fully prepared for rejection. If necessary, they could accept being subordinate allies, given Konoha's overwhelming strength. But even in that state of humility, they faced the ruthless beating from Uchiha Madara, a memory that lingered for 50 years. The notion of a woman who could bear Madara's offspring, having faced the cold ruthlessness of the ninja world, was beyond Inoki's imagination. Yet, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely implausible. There was a period when Madara left Konoha, during which the Uchiha clan, having abandoned their allegiance to him, might have witnessed him fathering descendants before returning to wreak havoc on Konoha. In the absence of any external Sharingan, it seemed likely that Madara's lineage was the only source. After all, he was the first Uchiha to control the Nine Tails, and it was entirely reasonable for remnants of Madara's legacy to play a role in this calamity. Thus, could it be that a descendant of Uchiha Madara, seeing the Uchiha clan's inclination to reconcile with the Hokage lineage, utilized the remnants of Madara's plans to seize control of the Nine Tails, attempting to replicate their ancestor's destructive path against Konoha? The ultimate goal would be to obliterate Konoha. If that failed, they would seek to create an irreparable rift between the Hokage lineage and the Uchiha clan, even explaining the circumstances of Minato's demise. After all, the last brother of Madara, Uchiha Izuna, perished beneath the flying thunder god of Tobirama Senju, and it would not be surprising if Minato fell victim to a trap laid by the very techniques Madara devised against Tobirama. The notion that the descendants of Uchiha Madara orchestrated the Nine Tails turmoil may initially seem absurd. However, upon deeper reflection, it becomes increasingly plausible, with all doubts readily clarified. Inoki swiftly cast a glance at his disciple, who promptly covered her mouth. The very reason this theory holds merit is precisely why it must remain confidential. The estrangement between the Uchiha clan and Konoha is a narrative that many find agreeable. The chaos of the Nine Tails attack resulted in Konoha losing its promising fourth Hokage, the fully developed Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and suffered substantial casualties among its mid to high-ranking shinobi, casting doubt on the village's security. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be advantageous to the 4 major shinobi villages outside Konoha, and an estranged Uchiha would only exacerbate this favorable situation. Speculation suggesting that this might mend relations between Konoha and the Uchiha must not escape. The Uchiha, at odds with Konoha, represent the most advantageous faction should Konoha, weakened by the Nine Tails assault, engage in conflict with the Uchiha clan. It would find itself seated alongside the beleaguered Sunigakure. The loss of 2 Hokage-level shinobi during peacetime is an unbearable blow, especially considering they are both young and capable of ensuring Konoha's legacy for decades to come. In a single night, Konoha's flourishing prospects vanished, and the leading village, just emerging from the shadows of the Third Great Ninja War, plummeted into despair. The magnitude of the Nine Tails incident was too significant to conceal. Inoki received the news, and it would not be long before the Third Raikage and Fourth Kazekage were informed. With the Fourth Mizukage being farther from the continent, potentially receiving the news a few days later. Konoha's response was inadequate, with the fourth great ninja war looming ominously. Onoki prepared to exploit this opportunity, ready to strike while the iron was hot. Understanding his old rival, the third Raikage, Onoki anticipated no hesitation in his decision. In order to free themselves from the noose Konoha had tightened around Sunagakure, the fourth Kazekage would not falter in betraying an ally. What a pity, mused his disciple, Suzumabachi. Onoki chuckled in disbelief, well aware of what his apprentice lamented. She still harbored thoughts of testing the abilities of the late Minato Namikaze. Not a single person in Iwagakure was indifferent to the legacy of Minato, especially those who had witnessed his prowess on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. Naturally, his disciple was no exception. A unique set of special ninja insects, referred to as gu, was developed after analyzing Minato's vulnerabilities during his encounters with the future Fourth Raikage. 3 distinct types of these specially crafted insects, utilizing secret techniques to absorb chakra, could grant non-bloodline shinobi enhanced physical attributes, steel-like muscles, iron-like bones, and bronze-like skin, culminating in a significant transformation of their physical defenses, particularly in conjunction with Iwagakure's established hardening techniques. Specifically tailored for countering Minato's Rasengan. A cadre of bolstered upper ninjas, brimming with confidence, eagerly awaited the opportunity to confront their inner shadows in a grand battle. Yet that man perished. Aside from his own daughter, the youthful subordinates under him harbored a mixture of relief and regret. Enough of this, Onoki thought, casting a disgruntled glance at his disciple as he drifted towards the door. Come forth and join me for a meeting. Chapter 71. A brief assembly in the Iwagakure conference room. Several middle-aged rock ninjas were seated around a long rectangular table. The youngest among them was Suzumabachi, standing beside Onoki, while the 2 eldest, with their hair now gray, were well into their twilight years. The individuals gathered here comprised Onoki's advisory council, akin to noble strategists. A group of fewer than 10 who assisted Onoki, the Tsuchikage, in overseeing the operations of Iwagakure while analyzing the shifting dynamics of the ninja world. To be part of Onoki's council, one need not possess overwhelming strength, but rather astute intellect. Consequently, their status and power were entirely reliant on Onoki. Without his backing, their intellectual contributions would lack the necessary weight. Without Onoki, they could only excel among the ranks of Chunin or, at best, Jounin, and would not be able to influence Iwagakure's operations or the broader ninja landscape. Being wise individuals, they understood the source of their authority, and Onoki felt at ease utilizing their talents. Before summoning the upper ninjas of Iwagakure, Onoki deemed it essential to convene a preliminary meeting. The years following the Ninja World War witnessed a surge in missions, as nobles and wealthy merchants brandished their coin, flocking to the 5 great ninja villages to post tasks. During wartime, ninja villages could only sustain their most basic operations. Military expenditures could not be paused, and there was no capacity to accept missions, relying solely on the meager military funds provided by the daimyo. Once the war concluded, the villages found themselves financially destitute, struggling to recover. Those victorious could expect some recompense, while the defeated were left to scrimp and save, making every coin count. In such times, a frenzied pursuit of missions was imperative for financial recovery. Unfortunately, the losses Iwagakure suffered during this war primarily impacted its upper-tier ninjas, resulting in a significant reduction in manpower for the lucrative A and S rank missions. Upper ninjas in Iwagakure found themselves working tirelessly to seize the wealth that awaited them. Iwagakure had indeed fought valiantly. They decimated the forces along the borders of Konoha, penetrated the Land of Fire, pushing Konoha to deploy its finest, including the 4th Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, one of the legendary Sannin, the head of the Uchiha clan, and the leader of the Sarutobi clan, alongside renowned elite from other clans. The damage inflicted upon Konoha surpassed the cumulative losses sustained by the latter in battles against Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, securing the most favorable terms for a ceasefire, which bolstered even the standing of the Tsuchikage among the daimyo. The Iwagakure's might was re-established, and as a natural consequence, the task allocations from surrounding smaller nations gravitated towards them. Following the devastating performance of Sunagakure, which had lost a significant share of task allocations to Konoha, even missions from the Wind Country began to flow towards Iwagakure, further exacerbating Sunagakure's already precarious situation. An influx of tasks left Iwagakure's already strained resources even more stretched. Suzumabachi had managed to develop techniques for limb regeneration, salvaging the careers of many unfortunate souls who had suffered amputations at the hands of Minato on the battlefield. With the addition of newly promoted upper ninjas empowered by the secret techniques of the three Gu, the Iwagakure still found itself understaffed and could only watch as some missions drifted towards Konoha. Now that Konoha had been severely weakened, with the repercussions of the Nine-Tails turmoil instilling fear in the hearts of cautious nobles and wealthy merchants, the flow of tasks to Konoha would undoubtedly dwindle. Without question, the Iwagakure was on the cusp of a lucrative resurgence. The pressing question remained: should they summon their busy Chunin and Jounin back for a confrontation with Konoha? The advisory council adeptly enumerated the pros and cons, leaving the decision in Onoki's capable hands. To engage or to negotiate Suzumabachi? The council understood the unspoken challenge. Those present had accompanied Onoki for at least a decade, and that Tsuchikage was assessing his successor. Should Suzumabachi demonstrate sufficient aptitude, she would soon find herself surrounded by eager supporters. Those who had served in the Tsuchikage's advisory council understood how comfortable that position could be. Any parent with a promising child would wish for them to follow in their footsteps. The more astute among them began to ponder which of their daughters exhibited exceptional potential. Would a female Tsuchikage be more inclined to favor female advisors? Previously, it had not occurred to me that the position of shadow could be occupied by someone other than a male. I truly ought to have recognized this. I believe it is crucial to act without hesitation, like the wasps. Our manpower is insufficient. In fact, a portion of our border patrol is currently maintained with the assistance of my hive. The real issue lies not merely in quantity, but rather in the lack of elite personnel, which is the most pressing concern for the rock shinobi. To conserve manpower, we have constructed massive beehives along the borders of the land of Earth, where trained rock shinobi command swarms of bees to patrol, allowing one individual to accomplish the work of dozens. The freed-up personnel can then be devoted entirely to our missions. As we continue to develop in an orderly manner, a multitude of tasks will soon cultivate new Chunin and Jounin. Our focus should be on effectively managing these tasks. Upon reviewing the intelligence, I uncovered information regarding the Uchiha clan. For years, the Uchiha have clashed with the higher-ups of Konoha, yearning to see one of their own ascend to the position of Hokage. This fervent desire underscores their strong sense of belonging to Konoha. Their opposition is directed solely at the leadership, not the village itself. It is only when the Uchiha cease to aspire to the Hokage title that they would have truly forsaken Konoha. Following the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha lost their foothold within Konoha, yet having endured the baptism of the Third Shinobi World War, the Uchiha now stand at their pinnacle. With Konoha suffering significant losses, the more perilous the situation becomes, the less likely they are to dismiss this vital force. Under immense external pressure, the disunited leadership of Konoha and the Uchiha may find themselves compelled to cooperate for the sake of the village. Without this external threat, Konoha and the Uchiha would likely find themselves at odds. Hasn't Iwagakure made some moves? Let them act first. We merely need to observe. Konoha still possesses a solid foundation, and their top-tier combatants maintain an absolute advantage. With the likes of Tobirama and the remaining three, though they have lost a Kimichi Tokufu, they still represent formidable strength. I retrieved another piece of intelligence, this time regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. During the Nine-Tails incident, this venerable former Hokage single-handedly thrust the creature back, showcasing astonishing explosive power. Akimichi Tokufu engaged in close combat with the Nine-Tails, while the Third Shinobi World War saw Shimura Danzo lead the charge against Kirigakure, demonstrating unparalleled wind release techniques. The remaining two from Tobirama's squad are likely not far behind in strength. While the elder Sarutobi may have slipped from his peak, he still retains the capacity to fight fiercely when necessary. In times of despair, the mournful shall prevail. Konoha, on the verge of desperation, should let Iwagakure provoke them. Chapter 72. The desire to become a yellow sparrow. Scheming for the Uchiha, the staff deliberated and concurred with the assessment of the Wasp. In the Third Shinobi World War, Iwagakure ultimately faltered due to its upper echelons. The destructive capabilities of Konoha's top-tier shinobi left a profound impression on Iwagakure. My assessment is that Konoha will endure the upcoming challenges, as we at Iwagakure remain inactive. Sunagakure has suffered significant losses and will rely on Konoha's strength for protection. They will only take advantage of Konoha when it is on the brink of defeat. Both Kumogakure and Kirigakure have also weakened during the Third Shinobi World War. If these two were to ally, they might inflict one more severe blow upon Konoha. Setting aside whatever thoughts Kirigakure may have, Kumogakure has already prepared to engage Konoha. If Kumogakure chooses to strike, we must also be ready. Once Kumogakure pushes Konoha to their limits, we can then intervene. What will our intervention entail? The assembled members exchanged knowing glances, sharing a mutual understanding. What else could we do but assist Konoha in combating Kumogakure? Of course, we are all bound by our duty to complete missions. Engaging in commerce is a matter of professional ethics. Given Konoha's dire straits, they must be mentally prepared for opportunistic assaults. If we impose slightly more stringent conditions, the leaders of Konoha would likely acquiesce. By joining forces with Konoha, conceding a portion of our interests, we could collectively carve into Kumogakure's resources, which is certainly preferable to facing Iwagakure after being thoroughly exhausted by Kumogakure. Additionally, we must remain vigilant regarding the Uchiha. The wasp took a sip of water, redirecting the conversation back to the Uchiha. The foremost clan of shinobi, the Uchiha, is a veritable feast, especially beneficial for Iwagakure. The Uchiha excel in elite individual combat, which could effectively compensate for Iwagakure's deficiency in high-end military strength. Konoha and the Uchiha are destined to part ways. Uchiha Madara instigated the Nine Tails assault, while the Uchiha have rebelled during the Second Hokage's era, marking their third uprising. More crucially, the members of Tobirama's squad have aged, with the legendary Sannin surpassing Uchiha Fugaku in years. Following the demise of Namikaze Minato, Konoha's direct line of Hokage has found itself in a precarious position, lacking a clear successor. Konoha will inevitably find itself embroiled in a continuous state of warfare. And the battlefield is where the Uchiha clan's strength flourishes. Should the Uchiha produce a few prodigies, will the Hokage lineage still retain its position? One of the aides examined the documents. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Shisui are the only two Uchiha geniuses acceptable to the Hokage lineage. Uchiha Obito perished on the battlefield against the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. His body never recovered, while Uchiha Shisui is still quite young. With one Uchiha lost, and the other too young to make a mark, any additional Uchiha genius emerging would only escalate tensions between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha clan. One faction is entrenched in the present, while the other possesses the promise of the future. It would be extraordinary if these already disunited parties did not engage in a fierce struggle for dominance over Konoha. Inoki, understanding Konoha's leadership, concurred with this insight. The Uchiha clan cannot surpass Konoha. They have demonstrated this over the span of 50 years. Therefore, could we not exploit the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha to procure some Uchiha bloodline, cultivating our own Uchiha within Iwagakure? The prospect of having Iwagakure's own Uchiha is indeed enticing. Adult shinobi would not be suitable. That would only sow division. The Uchiha's pride and familial loyalty would naturally forge a new Uchiha clan within Iwagakure, disrupting the existing stable order. The Uchiha's sense of belonging to Iwagakure would also be considerably lower than those who grew up within Konoha. What Iwagakure seeks is merely the Uchiha bloodline, not the entire clan. A cadre of young Uchiha arriving in Iwagakure would require a guardian to instill the village's values in them, wouldn't they? Confirming their shared thoughts through glances, the members realized they were aligned in their intentions. If we were to receive advance notice of the village's plans regarding the Uchiha, could we seize the opportunity to secure a chance to nurture these young Uchiha? The children in our households might enjoy an advantageous position, and in the future, our homes could boast the presence of Sharingan. We need not seek the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even a few three-tomo would suffice to satisfy our ambitions. This proposal met with no resistance. Even Inoki, who harbored animosity toward Konoha's Uchiha, would yearn to secure a suitable partner for his little granddaughter. One who bears the Uchiha name. Remember that kaleidoscopic lad on the battlefield? He recently welcomed his second child, who is slightly younger than the one from the Black Earth. As an heir of the esteemed kaleidoscope lineage, this little one will undoubtedly attract the keen attention of Konoha, whether for recruitment or eradication. The likelihood of them retrieving the child is slim, but one can never be too sure. Inoki mused that if he could boast of a great-grandchild from the Kaleidoscope clan, it would bring him joy even in his dreams. During a brief assembly, Iwagakure's subsequent strategy was established: abstain from warfare. Focus on assimilating the spoils of the Third Great Ninja War, and when the external conflicts settle, lend assistance to Konoha in vanquishing their perennial rival, Iwagakure, thereby reaping the rewards. Understanding the stronghold of the Nico clan, once Konoha had secured its borders, it was imperative to cultivate a sense of friendship and goodwill with the Uchiha clan, enough to foster bonds of trust that would allow for the safeguarding of their young. In doing so, the Uchiha, who are currently at a disadvantage, would receive substantial material support in exchange for the opportunity to protect their children, ideally acquiring some of their ninjutsu knowledge in the process. Given that the Uchiha and Konoha's upper echelons are relatively equal in power, it would be prudent to escalate the aid. Should the Uchiha manage to turn the tide, Konoha could take advantage of the ensuing chaos to retrieve a few of their young, and if circumstances allow, perhaps even a few from the Hyuga clan. What? Why would the Uchiha's resurgence lead to chaos in Konoha? Considering the Uchiha's situation, is there any path to resurgence other than a violent coup? As the meeting concluded, Inoki cast a discreet glance at his disciple, Joho, and upon noticing her barely perceptible nod, maintained his composure. Thus it was decided, and the responsibility for refining the plan was delegated to them. The esteemed Tsuchikage established the general direction, leaving the specifics to his subordinates. For it would be impossible for the busy Tsuchikage to fulfill all tasks single-handedly. With the master leading the way, the elder and younger departed the office. It was only natural that given Joho's value and her frail physique, once they left the clandestine laboratory beneath Iwagakure's hospital, she would be accompanied by protective forces to thwart any assassination attempts. The Tsuchikage's willingness to ensure her safe return went unchallenged. Within a peculiar barrier designed for the cultivation of the three curse techniques, the master and disciple discovered their target. A rather bizarre individual? Is this the one who has been surveilling Iwagakure? After much deliberation, Inoki decided against expelling this eerily pale, nudity-clad being from the realm of humanity. In the ninja world, where chakra and biological energy reign, there are often beings that defy conventional appearance, though they may not resemble humans. Most of these anthropomorphic beings are not subject to reproductive isolation, leading society to generally regard them as human. As for this particular individual, perhaps their peculiar form was a consequence of honing their ninjutsu. Inoki pondered, considering the formidable abilities that allowed this entity to elude even the modified barriers designed to guard against Minato's keen perception, stealing information right under the nose of the Tsuchikage. It was evident that this entity was not alone. Since the inception of the three curse techniques, Joho had sensed the presence of something lurking within the laboratory. Unable to rely on chakra perception, she utilized the extraordinary capabilities granted by the domain of Earth to detect that the ground concealed life forms. After a failed attempt to capture the intruders, these creatures became wary, carefully testing the limits of Joho's sensing abilities. The moment she appeared, they would swiftly retreat, their speed rivaling that of the Earth Dragon hiding technique, which merely trailed behind in the dust. The only intelligence Joho was able to gather was that these beings did not resemble animals and felt more akin to plants. With this insight, traps were updated, ultimately leading to the successful capture of one of these peculiar beings. As one foot struck the ground, the earth beneath trembled slightly, and the sensed aura fled rapidly. One had escaped. The other lurking creature had hidden itself quite far away, or perhaps another capture could have been possible. Inoki furrowed his brow. Having spent a lifetime of 60 years in the ninja profession, the Tsuchikage possessed profound knowledge of the intricacies of ninja warfare. In the clash of ninjas, information is paramount. When disparities in strength exist, one can afford to disregard intelligence. However, in encounters of equal standing, once an opponent grasps the intelligence, the outcome is often unfavorable. Thus, what Inoki admired most about Joho was her ability to embody the essence of caution at such a young age. In the world of ninjas, can one afford to be reckless? Such prudence is a hallmark of an exceptional ninja. No great ninja village overlooks the importance of confidentiality, especially Kirigakure, which venerates assassination and is nearly fanatical about secrecy. While Iwagakure does not reach such extremes, it does not imply that Inoki would accept the complete leakage of his village's intelligence. Even after Joho initiated her assault, Inoki could not glean a single clue about the infiltrator, only sensing that something indefinable was amiss beneath the earth through his mastery of earth release. The thought of countless hidden entities lurking within the village, undetectable even to the Tsuchikage, chilled him to the bone. Akin to being struck by the ice release techniques of the Yuki clan, it is imperative to unearth these beings. A phrase escaped his clenched teeth. as a mix of fear, greed, and desire surged within him. If the Tsuchikage could not detect them, what of the Kazekage, Reikage, Mizukage, or even the Hokage? Can the things that evade my grasp be captured by the likes of that foolish boy, the old black man, or the old monkey? If Iwagakure possessed a cadre of such beings, the annual cost of espionage could be significantly reduced. The Tsuchikage grasped the implications of the force behind these bizarre beings. Should he possess such a valuable asset, he would not hesitate to delve into espionage, particularly with the old black man and the old monkey, who would certainly deploy multiple peculiar beings to monitor every detail, even down to what underwear they wore. This force must be identified, drained of all intelligence, and ultimately annihilated. In the depths of his heart, the Tsuchikage condemned this unknown force to death. To dare to spy on Iwagakure is to invite destruction, and to create such specialized spies warrants a thorough investigation, leaving no possibility for resurgence. Of course, the most pressing matter at hand is to unearth the hidden peculiar beings within Iwagakure. As for how to accomplish this, Inoki naturally turned his gaze toward his disciple. The Tsuchikage's eyes conveyed a singular message. It is entrusted to you. Proceed with haste. Without hesitation, he leveraged his disciple's intellect. While other elite ninjas might negotiate conditions and compensation, his disciple required none of that. With abundant funding already secured, what need is there for a salary? Moreover, the honey industry she managed was flourishing, and the sight of her liberally spending large sums to assign tasks to the elite ninjas demonstrated that she was undoubtedly a wealthy matron. With the arrangements in place, Inoki departed, fully confident in his disciple's research capabilities. In a matter of days, the Tsuchikage's office would be graced with good news. There was no surprise. For over the past 2 years, Inoki had grown accustomed to the delightful surprises Joho had to offer. Yet this time, Inoki was caught off guard. What? As Demon gazed at the report in his hands, a pie chart formed in his mind. 3 parts shock, 3 parts fear, 3 parts fury, and a staggering 91 parts ecstasy. After scrutinizing it repeatedly to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he abandoned the document and swiftly made his way to the laboratory of the Wasp. A ghastly figure, pallid and adorned with dark incantations, raised a hand, and a sapling sprouted from his palm. It was unmistakable. This was the wood release, the very power that enabled Senju Hashirama to bring peace to a tumultuous world. Those who have not lived through the era of the God of Ninjas find it difficult to comprehend Demon's fervor. Anyone who has experienced the transition from the Warring States period to the era of the hidden villages would scoff at the so-called demigod status of Hanzo. Hanzo's reputation was built on formidable strength combined with clever propaganda, while Hashirama was dubbed the god of the ninja world because his might was simply beyond mortal comprehension. Before conceding that he was unworthy of humanity or that the being birthed from life could produce offspring akin to beasts, the figures of the Warring States resolutely elevated Hashirama to divine status, effectively exiling him from the realm of mankind in a clandestine manner. You should ascend to godhood. If a god desires peace, we shall undoubtedly heed divine proclamations. We are all good-hearted individuals who cherish tranquility. Should anyone disrupt this peace, we shall join forces to eliminate him. Remember, the legendary demon of the ninja world would only deepen his impression of the god who vanquished the demon. Armed with such a treasure-possessing wood-release powers, Iwagakure held the promise of wielding the strength of the ninja god. Plans involving the Sharingan were still in the works. Yet the wood release had arrived unbidden. Even Demon felt as though he were dreaming. Could it be that Konoha was not behind this? Suppressing the fire within, Demon solemnly inquired. The reputation of wood release was monumental. Convention dictates that only Konoha could access such a power. If Konoha had infiltrators of this caliber, all of Iwagakure's plans would be rendered obsolete. Regardless of the circumstances, I must first ally with the foolish old black and the gold-digging lad to annihilate Konoha. Holding such a card was terrifying. We must strike while they are at their weakest, for once Konoha regains its strength and formulates targeted strategies with intelligence, the 4 great ninja villages would perish without ever understanding how. I cannot be certain. The intelligence I gathered reveals that they simultaneously monitor the 5 great ninja villages and the hidden waterfall and hidden rain, with their orders coming from someone who identifies as Uchiha Obito, donning a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan and space-time ninjutsu, always masked and clad in a long robe. The occasionally visible skin and hands do not appear aged, suggesting youth. Chapter 74. The False Obito, the vegetative first Hokage masked? Cloaked? This must be an imposter. Demon unhesitatingly dismissed the identity of Obito. Absurd. Given Uchiha Obito's temperament, one would find it nearly impossible to persuade him to don a mask for subterfuge. A mere fool who dared to offer Obito a mask would likely find themselves spun through the air in a 360-degree rotation. The Ninja World-S Demon, also known as the Battlefield Rose, refers to this figure adorned in flamboyant crimson armor, whose martial movements during combat resemble a dance, akin to a rose flaunting its colors. A masked individual who would dare to claim the title of Uchiha Obito could only fool the naive youth. Anyone who has encountered that arrogant figure, even just once, would never mistake them. Upon extracting Uchiha Obito's image from this creature known as White Zetsu, Demon instantly recognized without needing to examine the details pointed out by the Wasp. At best, this was merely a brash youth masquerading under the name of a predecessor, lacking the essence. The imposing aura of Uchiha Obito, who gazes down upon the world, declaring them all inconsequential, was entirely absent from this counterfeit. The Ninja World-S Demon has traversed battlefields for decades, undefeated and unmatched. Only one being has ever stood against him. All who opposed him have succumbed to defeat. Having crossed countless battlefields, drenched in blood, he has ascended to unparalleled heights, capable of silencing even the most battle-hardened demon with a mere glance. This was the indelible mark left by time upon the Ninja World-S Demon, etched deeply into Uchiha Obito's very being, a legacy that can never be erased. This so-called Obito bore none of those marks. He was simply a tiresome imposter, a jester cloaked in the mantle of a predecessor. Suddenly, Demon burst into laughter, doubled over with mirth, clutching his belly as tears streamed down his face. A recent conjecture from his disciple flashed through his mind. If this so-called Obito were indeed a descendant of Uchiha Obito, then upon reaching the Pure Land, he must share this jest with Master Mu. No, he would ensure this tale of the jester was spread throughout the Pure Land, for all to witness the misfortune of the Uchiha clan, producing nothing but a foolish impostor masquerading under the name of a predecessor. The mere thought that such a fool could be a descendant of Uchiha Obito, even if only a possibility, brought Demon solace amidst decades of anxiety over Iwagakure's lack of succession. The possibility of Konoha lurking behind cannot be dismissed. Should it not be Konoha, the barrier must be hastily arranged. After a moment of mirth, Demon composed himself, acknowledging the possibility that Uchiha Obito was merely a ruse orchestrated by Konoha. Simultaneously, the existence of Uchiha Obito aligned with the shadowy figure behind the Nine-Tails incident. Even if he were merely a lackluster being, daring to stir trouble under the guise of a predecessor, possessing the Sharingan and space-time ninjutsu transformed him from an ordinary fool into one capable of instigating the Nine-Tails incident. With the Sharingan coupled with space-time ninjutsu, and the tactical overlap born from a lineage adept at gathering intelligence, the potential to uncover the whereabouts of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and orchestrate the Nine-Tails incident, leading to the demise of the fourth Hokage, became conceivable. If the Nine-Tails incident could be engineered, then so could the Four Tails and Five Tails incidents. How delightful it would be to witness Konoha's downfall while remaining oblivious to the impending doom that might also befall oneself. The Wasp produced a stack of leaden talismans. Place these talismans within the barrier team. By modifying it to detect life rather than chakra, we can track these creatures. It is said they are experimental products derived from the cells of the first Hokage, exhibiting extraordinary vitality, making escape impossible. Wood release is the bloodline limit of Senju Hashirama, distinct from the ubiquitous Sharingan of the Uchiha clan and the Byakugan possessed by the Hyuga clan. Wood release is uniquely tied to the Senju. If these creatures wield wood release, they are inextricably linked to Senju Hashirama. After Hashirama's death, his body was meticulously interred by Konoha, and now only they possess cells from Hashirama's body. However, if Uchiha Obito's lineage has preserved Hashirama's cells, it would not be unusual. Only a god can defeat a demon, and only a demon can draw blood from a god. As for whether Konoha or Uchiha Obito's descendants are responsible for creating these creatures, Demon could not ascertain. Regardless of whether it is a long-standing adversary or an unknown figure suspected to be a descendant of the Ninja World-S Demon, driving these creatures from Iwagakure is of utmost importance. Having acquired what he sought, Demon turned to leave, his 60-year-old frame still brimming with vigor. After dismissing the elder, the Wasp returned to his research, fascinated by this peculiar being. According to the memories he possessed, This creature was a product of Hashirama's cells. Thus, its cells should align with those of the first Hokage, a clone manifestation. So, when a person's cellular structure possesses a cell wall and chloroplasts, exhibiting characteristics of both animal and plant cells, what shall we call this being? Thus, it is indeed justifiable for the elder to expel Senju Hashirama from humanity, as he is truly not of the same species as ordinary humans. The failure of Konoha's wood-release experiments stemmed from the fact that their volunteers were all regular humans, rather than a literal plant human like the first Hokage. How fascinating, truly fascinating. The vitality within the cells of a plant human is exceedingly robust, far surpassing that of an ordinary ninja. A typical ninja possesses approximately 130 trillion cells, 2 to 3 times that of a normal human, granting them a physical prowess superior to that of Earth's inhabitants. The cells of a plant human, in terms of vitality, create a qualitative gap compared to those of ordinary ninjas. The cells of the aberrant being are the most formidable that the world of ninjas has ever encountered, far exceeding the value of those from the Uchiha or Hyuga clans. Fortunately, these artificial beings are incapable of fully harnessing this power. The weak consciousness of the aberrant does not match its formidable physique. With its inferior combat awareness, it could only manage a stalemate against a chunin, while a competent jonin could potentially face off against a fully powered Kaguya, with a chance of victory not entirely out of reach. Deep within the dark strands of brown hair, a totem resembling an eye manifested, revealing a pure white eye amidst the flesh's writhing. A gaze enveloped the aberrant before him, delving into the examination of its cells and chakra. Although the microscope in the laboratory was commendable, it could not rival the Byakugan in studies related to chakra. Chapter 75. The dawn of cultivation. What the microscope could perceive, the Byakugan could behold. What the microscope could not, the Byakugan still could. With the Byakugan, the research of the aberrant took flight, soaring to new heights. This ability is far more practical than any microscope. After inspecting the chakra, and confirming once more that no hidden manipulations were left on the aberrant, the researcher began to gather more materials for study. With a living aberrant at hand, how could one not produce more? As one who once wielded the title of mother, overseeing the dominion of life, the researcher possessed profound insights into species propagation. The plant-like attributes of the aberrant were evident, and under the manipulation of her curse mark, it exhibited abilities such as spore duplication, seamless transformation, and the capacity to burrow into the earth and decompose. The standard ninja's shadow clone is a construct of chakra, limited by duration. Once chakra is depleted or subjected to excessive strain, it reverts to its original form, while the shadow clone lacks a physical form altogether. In contrast, the aberrant spore clone is an entirely new entity devoid of independent will. By supplying ample nutrients, one could cultivate a spore into a full-fledged aberrant. The simplicity of this process is astounding, devoid of any significant challenge. Creating a human through body alchemy is an endeavor reserved for the ancient alchemists of the demigod realm, while the harvest priest of biological propagation could accomplish it with a mere gesture. The difficulty level of these two methods is astronomically different. By sowing spores, one could swiftly generate pale-skinned aberrants, and before they could open their eyes, the spreading curse controlled every cell within them. Casting aside the exhausted aberrants, the researcher concentrated, summoning a faint white light at her fingertips, meticulously crafting an unusual symbol in the air. As chakra was expended, a ghastly crimson skull phantom emerged. Blood skull. A secret technique. The crimson skull opened its maw, its jaws clashing with a crisp sound. The newly formed aberrant's body fissured, with a liquid, whether it be sap or blood, gushing forth, drawn into the air by an unseen pull, flowing into the mouth of the crimson skull. The blood skull technique, a remnant of the goo world, is a cruel insect that devours the blood of kin to enhance the practitioner's cultivation. Within the context of the ninja world's chakra system, it is a peculiar technique that consumes vast amounts of blood from similar beings to piece together bloodline information. This technique is of little use for the majority, as the blood of 9 out of 10 ninjas holds little information to be completed. For the few that could be, the sacrifice of an entire clan would yield a single drop of ancestral blood. What use is a single drop? Attempting to implant it in one's body in hopes of drawing closer to one's ancestors? The outcome remains uncertain, yet the sacrifice is monumental. For the Hyuga clan, notorious for bloodline degeneration, to acquire an ancient Byakugan hidden within the researcher's hair, they would first need to eliminate a significant portion of their branch family as material. Perform the blood skull technique to obtain a drop of ancient Hyuga blood, and then utilize that drop to generate an ancient Hyuga body. Ultimately, they would require this lifeless body to undergo the training necessary to awaken the Byakugan, thereby obtaining a pair of powerful ancient Byakugan. Setting aside whether the main family could bear the decision to eliminate half of the branch, they would also need to overcome the challenges of body cloning and the resurrection of the dead, a technological capability that neither the Hyuga, Uchiha, nor Take-Torai clans possess. As for the Senju, perhaps there was a chance when the second Hokage was still alive, but the current Senju seems to have succumbed to slumber, dreaming of swifter paths. The only individual with the materials, technology, and ability to employ this secret technique is the researcher herself. She possesses the materials. The bodies of fallen ninjas collected from the battlefield require only a small amount of bodily tissue as a catalyst to create a complete shell through life alchemy. She has the technology to imbue a shell with life, fragmenting a sliver of consciousness to direct its actions, using it as a living clone, essentially an enhanced version of the B-clone technique. In truth, even if the blood skull technique were shared, it would be difficult for an ordinary ninja to master it without the researcher's improvements. The Byakugan has analyzed the operational principles of the blood skull insect, presenting them as cryptic symbols of the world, ultimately transforming them into a chakra-driven technique, with an inherent logic and methodology entirely distinct from the long-standing and perfected ninjutsu systems of the ninja world. Ninjas skilled in sealing techniques might discern some insights, but those who rely solely on hand signs cannot hope to learn without rigorous study of the symbolism involved. As for how to study this symbolism, the researcher must first take it upon herself to compile a textbook integrating the sealing symbols of the ninja world, lest there be no place for aspiring learners to study. Moments later, the Crimson Skull, having consumed all the liquid, closed its mouth, expelling a small clump of white liquid, brimming with overwhelming vitality that stood out vividly within the researcher's perception. The total vitality contained within this minuscule mass surpassed that of an entire aberrant body. Setting aside the resource-intensive process of creating enhanced aberrants, this vitality holds countless possibilities. When crafted into ointments, the current medical supplies of Iwagakure could eliminate at least half of their inventory. In concocting the Life Stone, this pure and immense vitality would undoubtedly yield a Life Stone far superior to the inferior ones produced from chaotic vitality requiring multiple refinements. The enhanced Life Stone would have broader applications, yielding significantly better results. After slight processing, it could be transformed into a supplement, serving as a remedy for aging ninjas to regain vitality, or as a potent medicine for young adults to mend internal injuries, or even to aid ninjas in reaching their limits, enhancing their physical prowess, truly a remedy tailored to various ailments. Not to mention their inherent infiltration capabilities in the realm of espionage, these aberrants are invaluable treasures in the domain of raw materials. An in-depth study could greatly benefit even the 5 great ninja villages, significantly enhancing their overall strength. It is indeed imperative to establish a well-structured industry for the breeding of aberrant beings. This year, a new type of fertilizer and the accompanying earth-reforming ninjutsu have been introduced. Under the support of the noble class, the Tsuchikage is embroiled in a fervent land reform movement in Iwagakure. The breeding of enhanced aberrants can be conducted on a modest scale, as excessive numbers would overwhelm the land of the Earth country, and the new fertilizer requires raw materials. In pursuit of sufficient resources, the Tsuchikage has personally approached the daimyo of the bird country, seeking collaboration to develop guano as a raw material for fertilizer. The land reform is still in its infancy, thus it is prudent to focus on the extensive breeding of ordinary aberrants. Naturally, both the village and the Earth country must consider the future of their lands. Breeding ordinary aberrants would not impede the large-scale cultivation of enhanced aberrants by the sparrow bee in the realm of Zaidakuten, which, being semi-divine, is not lacking in fertile ground and can nurture as many as it desires. Chapter 76. The Underground Training Ground of the Tsuchikage's Building in Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage serves as the leader of a ninja village, embodying its martial prowess, which forms the cornerstone of the Tsuchikage's esteemed position. The ability to ascend to the role of Tsuchikage hinges on martial strength, overshadowing achievements and wisdom. Upon attaining this title, an array of responsibilities ensues. and the village ensures that the Tsuchikage has access to a training ground for continuous practice to maintain their prowess. Beyond warfare, ninjas frequently undertake missions. The experiences garnered from these endeavors hone their skills, and the accolades earned can be exchanged for resources to enhance their capabilities, in addition to earning commissions to sustain their livelihood. However, for those recognized as formidable within the 5 great ninja villages, akin to the Tsuchikage, routine missions may merely serve to maintain their status, rarely presenting opportunities for self-transcendence. The Tsuchikage, by virtue of their position and duties, cannot continuously engage in missions like a jonin, as administrative responsibilities consume much of their time, making it a rare privilege to carve out moments for training and preserving their combat effectiveness. After Minato Namikaze ascended as the 4th Hokage, he ceased to undertake missions, once the foremost taskmaster of Konoha. Similarly, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with the aid of the members of Team Tobirama, has only intervened once during the 3rd Great Ninja War over the span of several decades. On the other hand, Inoki, upon departing from Iwagakure, primarily engaged in periodic meetings with the Tsuchikage, except during times of war when his leadership was required. As for missions, he hasn't undertaken any in decades. This underground training ground, situated behind the Tsuchikage's building, has been the site of his most frequent endeavors. Constructed during the era of the first Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, by Inoki's grandfather, it was further enhanced under the guidance of his master, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, ultimately evolving into a facility that sufficiently meets the daily training needs of its Tsuchikage. At this moment, Inoki hovers in the air, his robust figure resembling a mountain below. Opposite him, the Sparrow Bee has finally shed her laboratory attire, donning the garb of a ninja. At 28 years of age, Inoki stands at over 2 meters tall, while the 12-year-old Sparrow Bee barely reaches his waist. This is an uneven contest. The disparity of 16 years in physical development is daunting, particularly given that the 28-year-old shows no inclination to hold back. His imposing 200-plus kilogram frame, though seemingly cumbersome, possesses explosive power. As he raises his arm, the fist and half of his forearm are enveloped in a thick layer of rock. This is a technique passed down from Inoki, Earth Release, Rock Fist. The Tsuchikage's son is inherently robust, endowed with a strength beyond ordinary comprehension. Enhanced by the Earth Release, Rock Fist, the devastation wrought by his raw power is magnified. No matter how resilient human knuckles may become, they cannot rival the fortitude of solid rock. The sharply defined stones resemble natural weapons. The stalwart figure swings down mercilessly, aiming to strike the girl's crown, threatening to shatter her delicate skull and scatter its contents across the ground. This is an examination. The future Tsuchikage cannot remain ensconced in a laboratory forever. She must possess the merit and strength to command respect. The Sparrow Bee has amassed considerable achievements during the Great Ninja War, yet her power falls short of compelling Iwagakure. The inherent vulnerability of her insect-based form is a significant liability. The bees she commands through the water flow, bee manipulation cannot serve as protectors like the oil women as parasitic insects. The Sparrow Bee's tactics during the Third Great Ninja War, relying on a strategy of concealing her true form within swarms, render her a competent jonin. Yet this style of combat is unbefitting of a Tsuchikage. A Tsuchikage may conceal their form and engage in stealthy assassinations, but they must possess the capability to stand forth when it matters most. To rise before the masses, bearing the weight of all, is the path to becoming a true champion worthy of the title of Tsuchikage. For more than 2 years, Inoki has been diligently mentoring the Sparrow Bee, hoping to help her compensate for her shortcomings, particularly in physical combat. As a veteran of the Warring States period, Inoki embodies the heart of a 2-meter warrior in his less-than-average stature of 1 meter and 3. While ninjutsu is crucial, taijutsu holds equal importance. A battle-hardened warrior from the Warring States era places the utmost faith in the strength of their own fists. Taijutsu is an essential discipline for ninjas of that time. In contrast, today's youth live in a remarkably peaceful era. They often fixate on ninjutsu, but when the day comes that they fight from dawn till dusk, exhausting their chakra to the point where they cannot muster a single technique, they will understand the value of taijutsu. Inoki is resolute, and the Sparrow Bee is eager to learn. The frailty of her true form is merely a disguise. In truth, after completing the sequence of the moon's dual paths, she possesses an astonishing physical strength, albeit lacking a suitable reason to reveal it. Now, that reason has arrived. The high-quality life stones, forged from white zetsu as raw materials, have enabled her to master the secret techniques of the yang release from the Valley of Purple Poison, enhancing her physical strength, energy, and vitality significantly. A silver-white fist meets Inoki's rock fist. Is the rock truly so hard? Let us see how it fares against metal. The sound echoes crisply as the Sparrow B's feet dance lightly upon the ground, dissipating the force. A direct confrontation with no damage incurred is a feat that even most jonin, lacking proficiency in taijutsu, would find impossible. The information regarding the successful synthesis of her Kekkei Genkai is known to Inoki, prompting him to strike once more without hesitation. For a 12-year-old girl, normally just emerging from the ninja academy, to withstand a genuine rock fist from the formidable Inoki is nothing short of astonishing, yet still insufficient. The Sparrow Bee gained fame in the Third Great Ninja War, leading to numerous spies targeting her, particularly from the roots of Konoha. The foremost among them is Danzo Shimura, a top-tier intelligence expert in the ninja world. After Orochimaru infiltrated the roots, the two most adept at orchestrating intelligence networks within Konoha joined forces to weave an intricate web that spanned the ninja world, given Danzo as penchant for action. Should he discover traces of the Sparrow Bee's activities, he would likely take matters into his own hands to eliminate the threat. Even if Danzo's strength has waned, he still retains the combat prowess of a Hokage during the Third Great Ninja War. Thus, as the Sparrow Bee departs from Iwagakure, she must be capable of defending herself against its Suchikage-level ambush. Inoki's heavy rock fist strikes again, yet it does not yield the same results as before. A broad, powerful palm intercepts his mighty blow. Shadows enveloped the yellow earth. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the yellow earth encountered a being that compelled him to look up. In a mere moment, the petite junior sister roared, her fair skin sprouting short brown fur as her slender form expanded like a balloon. As he charged toward her, a terrifying giant bear, towering nearly 4 meters, awaited him. The rugged visage of the bear twisted into a menacing grin, and as its massive paw thrust forward, an overwhelming force surged through its arm, transforming the ground beneath into a quagmire, propelling the yellow earth far back. In the next instant, the bear's brown fur shimmered with a metallic luster, charging ferociously toward him. Chapter 77. The Art of Transformation. The colossal bear's body resembled a running hill, fierce, savage, and unstoppable. Empowered by golden chakra enveloping its form, its resilient hide surpassed the heavy armor of warriors from the land of iron. The bristles along its back hardened, and the tips of its brown fur glinted like cold steel, each strand akin to a sharp, unyielding needle. One could only imagine the advantage this behemoth would possess in close-quarter combat. A mere collision, irrespective of the bear's boundless brute strength, would leave a person riddled with holes akin to a flower watering can. With a thunderous crash, the bear lunged, creating a massive crater. Yet the yellow earth had vanished without a trace. Was it the Earth Dragon concealment technique? The bear's mouth curled into a grin as the ground morphed into sludge, instantly engulfing its enormous form. Burrowing underground, the Earth Dragon concealment technique was formidable. The chakra of earth coursed through its body, transforming the surrounding soil into gravel, allowing the ninja to move swiftly beneath the surface while maintaining awareness of the terrain above. This technique was unparalleled for ambush or escape. Unfortunately, upon acquiring the white zetsu, the wasp had mastered the ephemeral technique, enabling her to merge with the earth and vegetation for rapid movement. With this secret art, her underground navigation became even more advanced. Drawing from her extraordinary ability to traverse underground and referencing numerous earth-moving ninjutsu, including the Earth Dragon concealment technique, she incorporated the mysteries of the ephemeral technique, achieving a profound unity with the earth, forests, waterways, mountains, and minerals, allowing her to traverse seamlessly through diverse natural materials. In her bare form, endowed with the Earth's formidable perception, the wasp was utterly confident in her ability to capture the yellow earth. Her movements underground surpassed his in speed, freedom, and agility, with the feedback from the ground ensuring that every action he took was within her control. In this multifaceted amalgamation, any expert in earth manipulation would find themselves outclassed by the wasp, and the yellow earth was no exception. Had this been a genuine confrontation rather than a test, any adversary daring to engage in an underground ambush before the wasp might find their survival contingent upon their ability to draw nutrients and air from the soil, akin to her. For, in the blink of an eye, This presumptuous individual would find it impossible to resurface from the earth, which would become a grave, sealing off all paths to escape, rendering the labor of entombment unnecessary. In mere moments, the yellow earth was driven upward. Experiencing for the first time the sensation of the very earth he commanded becoming his adversary. Did this secret technique also amplify ninjutsu? The yellow earth scratched his head. The celestial arts of the purple poison valley? No, it was not the amplification of ninjutsu's power, but rather the transformation of its essence. A glimmer of excitement ignited in the honest eyes of the burly man. In the bear's transformed state, the potency of his earth ninjutsu underwent a qualitative shift. With immense strength, enhanced earth manipulation, and the ability to execute earth techniques without seals, the wasp's bear transformation showcased 4 abilities, 3 of which perfectly aligned with the yellow earth's combat style, while the 4th remained equally valuable. The yellow earth felt a stirring within him. Mastering this secret technique would lead to a transformative leap in his capabilities. Did he desire it? Perhaps he was mistaken. But he discerned a fox-like smile upon the bear's visage. Indeed, he wanted it. The yellow earth candidly acknowledged this. Ninjas revered martial prowess, and a technique capable of catalyzing a fundamental shift in a ninja's strength was an irresistible temptation. Firstly, let it be known that this was a highly advanced yang manipulation technique, akin to the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique, fundamentally altering the physical form through yang manipulation. The bear's immense body rapidly shrank to the height of an ordinary brown bear, and the oppressive aura diminished significantly. Initially, upon successful cultivation, the transformed animal's physical attributes would not significantly surpass that of a typical ninja beast, nor would it enhance the potency of ninjutsu. The talking brown bear raised its right paw, striking down heavily upon the yellow earth. In that moment, he sensed the disparity, as the bear's paw struck his outstretched arm. The distinction between the brown bear and the giant bear became starkly evident. It was not weak, yet in comparison to the earlier charge of the giant bear, which had instinctively compelled the yellow earth to evade rather than absorb its might, there was no basis for comparison. The power of advanced ninjutsu lies in the transformation of chakra's form and essence, and the art of transformation is no exception. After mastering the foundational form, integrating a ninja's understanding of chakra's nature transformation leads to further evolution, creating a marked distinction from ordinary beasts. When perfected, the transformation technique's effects would transcend mere technique-induced changes, resulting in a physical form distinct from that of a human. The wasp did not speak falsely. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the transformation technique, aside from retaining a human guise and lacking reproductive isolation from humanity, it was fundamentally a different species altogether. Regarding the primary function of chakra, the wasp speculated it was intended for the evolution of life, yet how to harness chakra for such evolution remained a mystery to her. Ninjas had engaged with chakra for millennia, but had never considered using it for life evolution. The closest approximation was human enhancement. The wasp could peruse most of the rock-hidden village's ninjutsu knowledge, with the only mention of life evolution pertaining to the synthesis of bloodline limits. Synthesis of bloodline limits allowed bloodline chakra to permeate throughout, altering genetic information and embedding it in the DNA, resulting in a lineage of bloodline families with a prodigious birth rate far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas, thus illustrating chakra's role in propelling human evolution. Moreover, the wasp's examination of Inoki's body corroborated this theory. The elder, having meticulously completed the process of chakra permeation over decades, exhibited physical qualities far exceeding those of a typical ninja. Despite his belief that he was aging, he could potentially endure for another 20 years. The earth-released chakra catalyzed the old man's transformation. It was not that he had evolved too late. Having completed the bloodline chakra permeation in his 50s, he could very well live to 120 years if circumstances permitted. Regrettably, the old man was merely an anomaly. The ninja world was oblivious to this reality. Otherwise, figures as formidable as the Warring States dual heroes would have undergone transformation. Disregarding the untimely demise of Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama would not have perished prematurely. After all, the vast vitality of the subpar clones cultivated from his cells illustrated the problem well. Upon delving deeper, considering the emergence of bloodline diseases within bloodline clans, the wasp concluded that Senju Hashirama succumbed to the wood-release bloodline disease. Chakra, when blindly propelling life evolution without proper guidance, could lead to overly violent transformations that exceeded the human body's capacity, resulting in discomfort or even death for those unable to manage the uncontrolled evolution. The essence of bloodline illness is fundamentally as such, in an effort to control chakra and guide the evolution of life. The character known as Keifeng pioneered the art of metamorphosis. Chapter 78. The Trade of White Zetsu. The techniques of the ninja world do not serve as a reference. As always, this life is unfeasible, just as in the previous one. After careful consideration, Keifeng selected the mythological creature form from the first generation as the direction for evolution. To mitigate the difficulties, a thorough analysis of the variations within the Gu cultivation system was conducted, thereby establishing a foundation for the metamorphosis technique. The results of previous studies on the Autumn Path Clan's Yang release secret arts were also available, providing a localized reference. The mythological creature form is a power that Keifeng could only access after achieving demigod status in the first generation, having acquired divinity. Demigods of the fourth and third sequences exhibit incomplete mythological creature forms, often emerging only in dire circumstances. It is only upon reaching the second sequence of demigod status that one can gain a complete mythological creature form, a perilous power falling into the hands of its possessor. The metamorphosis technique emulates the process by which the divine path of the potion system gradually constructs a complete mythological creature form after acquiring divinity. The ultimate goal is to cultivate a mythological creature form belonging to the chakra system, evolving ordinary beasts into ethereal beings with various extraordinary abilities, as well as transforming human forms in tandem. Upon establishing the prototype of the metamorphosis technique, Keifeng experienced an inexplicable sense of déjà vu, only realizing its significance one day after witnessing the irate departure of Old Purple following a quarrel with Ohyuki. The foundation of the metamorphosis technique was satisfactory. However, in its later stages, the initially completed mythological creature form resembled a miniature-tailed beast, possessing a unique chakra intertwined with the essence of life. Would it not be prudent to reference the Jinchuriki and tailed beasts? The final product of the metamorphosis technique appears to be a physical transformation, yet in reality, it is predominantly a metamorphosis of chakra. A powerful chakra generates an unconscious chakra entity akin to a miniature-tailed beast, serving both as a tool for ninjas to harness chakra to propel their life evolution and as an organ for storing chakra necessary for evolution. Demonstrating a transformation in combat may seem to amplify one's power dramatically, but compared to the true value of the metamorphosis technique, it is a squandered opportunity. With such a reservoir of chakra, would it not be more advantageous to accumulate it and await evolution? Keifeng provided a cursory explanation, concealing the true nature of the metamorphosis technique, merely treating it as a secret transmission from the spirit realm of the Purple Poison Valley to Huangtu and Ohyuki. As for life evolution, it is best to let them experience it for themselves. Of course, a secret transmission from a spirit realm is not easily shared. The price for imparting such secrets requires Ohyuki to assist the Purple Poison Valley in collecting the remains of ninja beasts, as the valley needs to research the genes of these creatures to advance the metamorphosis technique. Furthermore, the Purple Poison Valley hinted that if possible, it would be preferable to trade using the corpses of bloodline ninjas, with complete bodies being ideal, though partial body tissues would suffice. The benefits would be substantial, as the Purple Poison Valley possesses profound resources, rivaling those of the three Holy Lands. As for why their reputation is not prominent, Ohyuki provided the answer. The advancement of the Purple Poison Valley's techniques necessitates the study of the bodies of other summoned beast clans, along with the research of bloodline ninjas. Once exposed, they would likely face the collective ire of the entire ninja world, as both the summoned beast clans and bloodline ninja clans would unite to eradicate this audacious spirit realm. Thus, the Purple Poison Valley can only remain concealed, discreetly signing contracts with inconspicuous contractors to assist in collecting corpses, quietly advancing their research. The decision to reveal the metamorphosis technique, a fundamental secret art, was due to the immense value of the peculiar individual, White Zetsu, prompting the Purple Poison Valley to invest heavily and seek a stake in the White Zetsu breeding ground soon to be established in Iwagakure. The sincerity of the Purple Poison Valley is evident. The practice of the metamorphosis technique requires templates, in addition to the scorpion and wasp obtained by Keifeng as a contractor. Templates of the rock bear and firebird that align with Iwagakure were also provided. If the collaboration proceeds smoothly, the accumulated knowledge of the other metamorphosis techniques in the Purple Poison Valley can also be discussed. K-Phone. After conducting research, as long as I can present my findings. Who would know if I am merely painting grand illusions for the old man? A plan in motion. Ohyuki may not be well versed in biology, but he has a grasp of earth release and some understanding of fire release. Among the scrolls brought forth by K-Phone, which bore both new and old inscriptions, the content regarding earth release closely aligns with Iwagakure's understanding. While the accumulation of fire release knowledge in Iwagakure is minimal, yet he can discern some aspects. After K-Phone presented her cultivation insights, Ohyuki meticulously perused them and did not decline. Accepting was the best possible outcome, given the significance of ninjutsu, as the Tsuchikage. Ohyuki bears the responsibility for his subordinates. The Purple Poison Valley's reputation is not well known, and their intentions are uncertain. It is imperative to ensure that their ninjutsu harbors no hidden dangers. The Purple Poison Valley provided the principles and research directions of their techniques, and discussions regarding trade can wait until verification is complete. Ohyuki departed, taking his son along. In comparison to the formidable powers demonstrated by K-Phone and the transactions with the Purple Poison Valley, her exit from the village became a trivial matter. She has proven her capability to safeguard herself within the ninja world, and naturally, Ohyuki would not confine his disciple within the village indefinitely. The safety of the village is indeed assured, yet it is founded upon the military protection of IWA ninjas, particularly under the aegis of Ohyuki as Tsuchikage. As the foremost candidate for Tsuchikage in Ohyuki's mind, K-Phone cannot remain sheltered under his protection forever. One day, Ohyuki will age and eventually pass away. When that time comes, it will be K-Phone's turn to envelop Iwagakure beneath her wings. The young girl is not lacking in caution and prudence. Following the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, she entered the battlefield, transitioning from obscurity to renown. The Konoha ninjas, after a year-long pursuit, were only able to draw near Chuefeng's true form through one Uchiha who employed forbidden techniques. The price was the loss of one eye, and he did not even touch a strand of her hair. Truly tragic. The duration of the technique allows one to ignore all damage. Such a formidable forbidden art comes at the cost of an eye that is unlikely to ever return. Now, the young girl has remedied the shortcomings of her original form, concealing her swarm and altering her appearance, merely presenting herself as an ordinary IWA ninja tasked with executing missions. With her remarkable ability to utilize earth release without hand signs, combined with her potent life perception, the likelihood of mishaps is virtually non-existent. Thus, Ohyuki confidently allowed his previously closely guarded disciple to proceed to the task hall. As previously agreed, upon passing Huangtu's practical test, K-Phone may freely enter and exit Iwagakure. Ohyuki, a robust and decisive Tsuchikage, would certainly not go back on his word. As for the criteria for passing the test, the interpretation rests solely with the Tsuchikage, a minor ploy from the elder. One could say that the approval for the young girl to leave the village is tacitly granted. However, the matter of breeding white zetsu requires careful contemplation on how to expedite its implementation. K-Phone's report and the trade with the Purple Poison Valley illustrate the immense potential of this endeavor, necessitating utmost secrecy to prevent other villages from encroaching upon it. Especially Konoha. White zetsu is a creation of Konoha. The secret must be safeguarded to prevent them from discovering that Iwagakure can now produce white zetsu. Conversely, if white zetsu were not a Konoha creation, the secrecy must be preserved to ensure that Konoha does not catch even a whisper of the truth. Given that they already possess the legacy of Hashirama Senju, coupled with the white zetsu utilizing wood release, what more could they desire? Even the slightest chance of Konoha regaining the power of wood release is unacceptable. One deity of the ninja world from Konoha is sufficient. The emergence of another is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 79. Departing the village, Ohyuki convened a small meeting with his advisory team to select trustworthy ninjas to plan the breeding of white zetsu, a matter unrelated to K-Phone. After prolonged research, one inevitably feels a bit stifled. Venturing out to observe the local customs and seek some amusement is also quite delightful. The overall quality of Iwagakure's upper ninjas ranks among the lowest of the 5 great ninja villages, yet after over 2 years of effort, K-Phone has finally managed to elevate it somewhat. The skills of the rock ninja remain unchanged. Rather, it can be said that the developmental direction desired by the hornet contradicts the conventional evolution of a ninja. The initial vocational skills of a ninja were primarily focused on intelligence gathering, sabotage behind enemy lines, reconnaissance, and assassination. Gradually, The role expanded to include escorting important figures, safeguarding resources, participating in group warfare, and the medical profession, which only began to fully detach from part-time status due to the secure environment of the village era. Research and development have yet to completely separate from part-time roles, often being relegated to the interests of the powerful or remaining inconspicuous. The specialized archaeologist that Hornet aspires to be simply does not exist. Even the Warring States period of decades past is being forgotten. Ninjas are pragmatic, valuing the present over the past. To uncover the ancient history of the Sage of Six Paths era, and even before that, one must rely on personal effort. A thorough inspection of resource reserves is in order. Standard ninja tools carried by an ordinary ninja can serve as consumables to enhance the potency of ninjutsu in critical moments. Acceptable. It is essential, albeit not mandatory, to carry inconspicuous medicines and food pills. Acceptable. A miniature beehive filled with ordinary ninja bees has been included in the Rock Hidden Ninjas Technique Directory due to Hornet incorporating some revised bee manipulation techniques. Now, many Rock Hidden Ninjas with release talent can somewhat master the art of bee control, carrying a special tool for storing ninja bees. Using a small quantity of ninja bees will not reveal their identity. Acceptable. Under the exquisite mastery of yang release, Hornet's form elevates, her skeletal structure changes, and her chestnut hair is dyed dark from the roots, cascading down her back in long, glossy strands, tied into a ponytail. Donning a prepared rock-hidden style of red clothing and a brown vest with fishnet undergarments, the petite girl transforms into a young woman standing at 160 centimeters. Viewed from any angle, she appears to be a typical, unremarkable young rock ninja. Beneath the surface disguise, the true preparations have long been completed. 3 high-quality lifestones are at her disposal. When thrown, they can merge with any natural material, earth, steel, or water, to construct 18 cores for magical puppets capable of overwhelming jounin. Countless potions and poisons are prepared. A legion of ninja bees, numbering 50,000, each standing 1 meter tall, possess strength at the level of Chunin, all mastering the Kenjutsu of Gold Release and Toxic Chakra. This includes 5 Jounin-level ninja bees and 50 specially enhanced ninja bees excelling in toxicity, speed, and bloodline abilities, all augmented by a corresponding legion ninjutsu. Capable of sweeping through any ninja organization outside the 5 great villages, including Rain Hidden, Waterfall Hidden, and the Land of Iron, without encountering significant opposition. Annihilating the armies of the 5 great villages, unless led by a shadow-level powerhouse, would be a trivial task. Of course, after several refinements. The ability to swiftly create a formidable army of ninja bees from a war mother nest remains indispensable, with the reverse summoning talisman that automatically activates in a crisis being of utmost importance. With all preparations complete, Hornet joyfully determines her destination. First, she intends to venture into the Land of Grass to examine the box said to originate from the Sage of Six Paths era, then weave through the Land of Fire, passing through the small nations of Waterfall, Frost, Rice, and Iron, ultimately aiming for the ruins of the Land of Whirlpool before infiltrating the Land of Water. Among the tasks assigned by the Elder, there is one that involves gathering intelligence on the Land of Water. Recently, the Land of Water has been quite tumultuous. Taking advantage of the Ninetales incident in Konoha, numerous mist ninjas have infiltrated the Land of Fire, indicating a desire to wage war against Konoha. With one from Cloud Hidden and another from Mist Hidden, alongside the beleaguered Konoha, 3 of the 5 great ninja villages find themselves in a state of minor conflict. Cloud Hidden is manageable, but the unpredictable thought process of the Mist Hidden leader, Inoki, raises concerns. To prevent a sudden escalation into the 4th Great Ninja War. 2 years after the 3rd Great Ninja War, Inoki deems it necessary to send someone to investigate. Hornet's objective in the Land of Water is to acquire the bloodline limits of the Land of Water, including the 3 elemental release techniques: liquid release, boiling release, and ice release. However, the value of the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku far surpasses that of ordinary elemental release bloodlines. The cells of White Zetsu exhibit strong compatibility with the Uchiha bloodline, and the information derived from them can partially supplement the missing aspects of the Hyuga bloodline. Several non-elemental bloodlines appear to originate from the same source. Thus, considering the non-elemental bloodline that Hornet seeks, which is closely tied to the Shikatsumiyaku that has maintained amicable relations with the Hyuga clan, it is likely that it too descends from this same lineage. Hornet is inclined to believe this is the case. Otherwise, the stark contrast between the combative Kagaya clan and the conservative Hyuga clan would seem implausible, especially if they were once united generations ago. Regarding the Uchiha and Senju clans, both of which share a common ancestry, their fierce enmity can be likened to that of noble families feuding over inheritances, where blood ties can often lead to greater animosity than conflicts with outsiders. A single division of family assets can create a rift that may never heal between brothers raised together. And perhaps the Uchiha and Senju clans parted ways in a similar manner. Eventually, their shared past was submerged in history, and the origins of their conflict were forgotten, leading to a perpetual rivalry, as only they possessed the power to match one another. The intertwined emotions of love and hate between bloodline clans have nothing to do with Hornet. She simply covets every bloodline ninja's body that she does not possess. Infiltrating Mist Hidden to attempt to acquire the physical tissues of the Kagaya clan is her primary objective, while the question of whether Mist Hidden is preparing to instigate a great ninja war is secondary. After all, the Elder has not placed high hopes on her as a newcomer undertaking her first infiltration mission. Success is not of great importance. Anoki's only requirement is for Hornet to return alive. If the mission fails, it will merely be regarded as a learning experience. The purpose of this mission is to allow Hornet, a candidate for the Tsuchikage position, to understand the circumstances that ninja encounter during missions and to gain insight into the daily operations of ordinary ninjas, preventing her from becoming aloof and disconnected. The truly adept infiltrators from Rock Hidden have long since departed. They are the main force in gathering intelligence. Hornet is merely there to experience life, ensuring that the future Tsuchikage remains grounded. Thus, her undertaking of private tasks poses no threat to Rock Hidden's situation. She boldly pursues her own endeavors and, if time permits, can also complete her assigned mission. The Elder believes that gathering intelligence is challenging for a young girl with no prior experience. Yet Hornet perceives intelligence collection as not particularly difficult. Unlike the espionage methods commonly employed by ninjas, she possesses numerous techniques for gathering information that go far beyond conventional ninja knowledge, rendering her nearly impervious to detection. It is expected that she will surprise the Elder. Stepping out of the gates of Rock Hidden and traversing the steep mountain path, the young woman swiftly accelerates into a run, her arms swinging behind her in a standard ninja gait. Chapter 80. The Diligent and Eager Grass Ninja continuing forward. Hornet swiftly traverses the territory of the Land of Earth and crosses the border into the Land of Grass. The Grass Ninja possess commendable strength, yet they have historically occupied a lower tier in the hierarchy of disdain from the 5 great ninja villages. This is due to the unique duality of their bones. If one were to claim their bones are hard, it would be noted that at the onset of the Great Ninja War, the Grass Hidden Village was among the first to bow their heads. In contrast, the neighboring Rain Hidden Village genuinely participated as a combatant in the Great Ninja War. And even after depleting a generation of elites, they still hold their heads high when regarding the Grass Hidden's subservience. Conversely, if one were to assert that their bones are soft, it would be said that the greatest reputation of the Grass Ninja lies in their diligence and eagerness to learn. What do they learn? They learn from the techniques of other ninja organizations, especially those from the 5 great ninja villages. The Grass Ninja excel in deciphering and assimilating the techniques of foreign nations. This is presented as a commendation. Yet it serves as a veiled criticism of their lack of original techniques, resorting to thievery. Is ninjutsu truly so easily learned? The only clan throughout history that has earnestly studied the ninjutsu of others is the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Regrettably, the Hidden Grass Village lacks any innate power embedded in their DNA, rendering them incapable of donning the noble crimson eyes, nor can they effortlessly acquire the skill of ninjutsu, no matter how extreme their emotions may be. Their methods of learning are rather unconventional, and they harbor a certain degree of unfriendliness towards their instructors, an unfriendliness that surpasses even that of the Cloud Village. Like the Grass Ninja, the Cloud Ninja also share a passion for ninjutsu and are eager to learn. However, their approach to education involves a burly figure cloaked in lightning, swaggering into your home with a band of followers. If you remain silent, he assumes your acquiescence to their solicitation, thereby seizing your ancestral secret techniques. Should you speak up, it is surely a sign of dissent against the esteemed Cloud Village, and depending on the fervor of your words and your gestures, the Cloud Ninja will determine the form of recompense you shall receive, be it a slap or a complimentary full-body electric therapy massage, all while assessing whether your descendants are worthy of their attention. In contrast, The grass ninja's learning method involves stealthily inviting instructors to their village, preparing a dedicated underground villa with all accommodations covered, ensuring that the teachers feel the warmth of grass ninja hospitality, genuine sincerity, and a steadfast desire for knowledge. To guarantee that they can consult their mentors at any time, the instructors are encouraged to remain in the villa, with the duration of their stay to be discussed later. However, it seems the grass ninja's intellect may be somewhat lacking, as they perpetually struggle to complete their studies, or perhaps their mentors fall ill unexpectedly. The grass ninja can only harbor regrets and gratitude, respecting their teacher's pursuit of freedom by providing them with a ceremonial cleansing in the unique flames of the grass ninja before allowing them to drift away, granting them the utmost liberty. In their quest for knowledge, the grass ninja have endured the iron fists of the great ninja villages multiple times, relying on their resilient physique and adeptness at bowing in apology while paying tribute to avoid retribution. After several encounters and a change in leadership, the grass ninja have finally learned to refrain from overtly attacking. However, in the shadows, they still seize opportunities, particularly during times of conflict, making it difficult to ascertain whether a missing ninja has succumbed to death or has fallen into the hands of the grass ninja. Accompanying their growing proficiency in negotiating apologies and paying tribute, their skills in deception, ambush, and cleanup have also flourished, to the point where even Konoha and Iwagakure find it challenging to catch them in the act. Unable to grasp any incriminating evidence, one cannot simply hand over such a resourceful pawn to their adversaries, as that would be quite distasteful. The secrets of ninjutsu are closely guarded within each ninja village, and it is only natural for the grass ninja to be scorned for their intentions towards pilfering techniques. The Konoha clan, particularly, would be incensed if the truth about the bloodline limit experiments conducted by the grass ninja were to surface. However, the grass ninja's actions, while deemed contemptible, are merely their means of survival and growth. As for the annoyance of the great ninja villages, they are cautious around the grass ninja, aware that these seemingly subservient individuals may harbor ulterior motives, potentially using the grass ninja as a means to impart lessons in social practices to their juniors. The case of the Konoha ninja is different. They are drawn to a record unearthed from the archives of the Iwagakure, which, if not mere folklore, suggests that their objective holds significant importance, perhaps even threatening the very essence of the grass ninja's existence. If the grass ninja were to catch wind of such pursuits, it would not bode well for them. The legendary Paradise Box, said to grant wishes, once brought the grass ninja village to the brink of world domination. Though this claim is often dismissed as mere exaggeration, the grass ninja village was established during the era of the country village system. While the legend of the Paradise Box dates back to the time of the Sage of Six Paths, a millennium apart, if there were indeed a faction that nearly achieved world domination, it would more likely be the ninja clans that founded the grass ninja village rather than the village itself. The notion that these inconsequential clans from the land of grass could have ever threatened global supremacy is laughable. If Konoha were to claim possession of a tool powerful enough to nearly conquer the world, such assertions would carry more weight. Given that the Fire Country was once home to some of the most formidable and ruthless ninja clans. Ultimately, the grass ninja's claim to such a legacy is tenuous at best, hinging on the idea of nearly achieving domination. The world they reference certainly cannot be limited to the land of grass alone. The choice to pursue the Paradise Box as her primary target was, for the majority, due to its proximity and convenience, an opportunity too tempting to ignore. However, the core focus remains on excavating the ruins of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools and the Kagaya clan in the land of water, both of which are ancient clans renowned during the Warring States period, whose findings are likely to be more credible than the hearsay found in the nooks and crannies of the land of grass. Thus, as the tale unfolds, we find ourselves questioning why the one searching for the box ultimately emerged with two individuals instead. With keen eyes, the grass ninja village was abuzz with activity. A multitude of ninjas scouring the vicinity of the grass ninja hospital. Their target was a frail red-haired woman clinging tightly to a small red-haired girl, her exposed arms riddled with wounds not inflicted by blades or blunt force, but rather by the teeth of a beastly assailant. The multitude of bite marks painted a grim picture of her suffering at the hands of savage beings. The mother and daughter possessed a vibrant life force, so palpable that the moment the figure draped in a cloak of dust and shadows entered the grass ninja village, it was immediately discernible. This extraordinary vitality shone like a lighthouse on a moonless night, guiding the way to a humble structure bearing the sign of a hospital, where upon entering, a grass ninja was discovered gnawing at the arm of a red-haired woman. Initially, the figure mistook this encounter for a reunion with old adversaries, a horde of vampires under the command of Lilith from a past life. After swiftly dealing with the grass ninja who evoked such unwelcome memories, the figure silenced the woman and guided her underground towards another source of life energy. Upon seeing the woman, realization dawned. The vibrant red hair was a hallmark of the Uzumaki clan, and since the fall of the Uzumaki village, its remnants have wandered the ninja world. Once a clan strong enough to establish a village and a nation, they had lost their homeland, scattering their kin throughout the realm. Though not all red-haired individuals belong to the Uzumaki clan, those with such hair often exhibit vitality far exceeding that of ordinary folk, indicating a strong likelihood of their lineage. This woman, despite her weakened state, stood out among the grass ninja, suggesting that had the Uzumaki clan still thrived, she would have been a prodigy, perhaps destined to become a celebrated kunoichi in the ninja world. Regrettably, the Uzumaki clan has perished, and with it, the village of Iwagakure has vanished as well. The women who fell into the hands of the ignorant grass ninjas were treated as mere vessels of blood, their life force exploited through a vampiric means to heal injuries. The vitality contained within a woman's blood, originally a testament to her extraordinary gifts, ultimately became the source of her misfortune. Two distinct sources of life force were evident. One belonged to the Uzumaki clan, while the other was likely also of Uzumaki descent. Indeed, the wasp found a Uzumaki girl, a mother and daughter pair, strikingly similar in appearance, their blood bond unmistakable. Grasping the little Uzumaki, the wasp departed from the grass ninja village, elated to have liberated the mother and daughter duo. The location of the paradise box was not within the confines of the grass ninja village. As she passed through the heart of the village, the wasp apprehended the higher-ups of the grass ninja one by one, employing a technique to ensure they could only speak the truth. After extracting the necessary information, she erased their memories, maintaining a veil of silence throughout the process, leaving no one the wiser. Ultimately, from the mind of a grass ninja with knowledge of the paradise box, she uncovered its location within the overseas prison of Kirigakure. Ostensibly a public prison, it was where ninjas from various countries, guilty of heinous crimes against the principles of ninjutsu, were dispatched. However, since the exposure of the grass ninjas' practices, the influx of foreign ninjas had dwindled significantly. Unless the crimes of a ninja became public knowledge, no village would risk sending their ninjas to Kirigakure. Thus, a plethora of ninjas from various organizations had instead enriched the grass ninja's arsenal of techniques. Isolated overseas, Kirigakure lay across from the land of grass, necessitating the grass ninja to allocate some of their elite forces to maintain its operations. The undertakings of the grass ninja, however small, were numerous. With their cohesion already lacking, the grass ninja were further divided across two distant locations, a fragmentation that was all too natural. Ignoring the chaos of the grass ninja village, the wasp took the Uzumaki mother and daughter underground once more. It was best to leave now. As for the grass ninja village, it could be left to the two women. Hatred is a potent emotion, propelling one forward. The 20-year-old woman had long surpassed her prime for training. After years as a mere vessel, her potential had diminished significantly. Having a target for revenge would aid her in her arduous training. If she were to falter, at least she had her daughter. The little girl, around 3 or 4 years of age, was at the crucial stage of laying her foundations, promising a bright future. The scarcity of powerful rock ninjas weighed heavily on the wasp's mind. Moments later, at the site of a dilapidated village ruin, the mother and daughter sipped soup, their eyes furtively assessing the wasp. Each time their gazes met, they would flinch, akin to a large hamster protecting a smaller one. The mother's eyes reflected a mix of relief and vigilance, while the daughter's fearful gaze was tinged with curiosity. A 4-year-old child of a ninja clan already possessed the ability to remember. Little Shikurin clearly recalled her mother's plight. The way the adults looked at her mother was not that of a person, but rather akin to how a child gazes upon a treat purchased by an adult. This was the closest resemblance to understanding within Shikurin's impoverished awareness. Once, an adult had looked at her with that same gaze, almost as if to bite her like they had her mother, but her mother had intervened, suffering another bite mark on her arm as a consequence. Her mother always wore long sleeves, yet those wretched individuals continually rolled up her sleeves, exposing her scarred arms. Shikurin was aware of the change in her mother. She felt it deeply, sensing the unsettling transformation occurring within her. Until one day, an elderly man, who bore a similar change to her mother, closed his eyes and never opened them again. His family sealed him in a wooden box and buried him underground. Would her mother also be placed in a wooden box? Would she never see her mother again? The mother who fought to protect Shikurin and always smiled for her sake. Fear consumed Shikurin, yet she felt powerless. She could only watch her mother gradually approach the fate of being sealed in a box and buried in the earth. Until today, when her mother suddenly emerged from underground. And then Shikurin was lifted by an unseen force. Before she could react, she, her mother, and the unseen force were whisked away to a dark place. And when they finally saw the light again, they found themselves on a grassy field. The unseen entity transformed into a big sister who led them into a broken house. Though the house was in disrepair, Shikurin felt it was far superior to their previous dwelling. The big sister kindled a fire and produced a pot from an unknown source. Pouring in water and a liquid from a small bottle. Once boiled, a fragrant soup emerged. This was the most delicious soup Shikurin had ever tasted. With a single sip, her entire body felt enveloped in warmth, akin to being submerged in warm water. Her mother's demeanor appeared to lighten as well, drinking the soup, resembling a small flame in winter, becoming warm and vibrant. No matter what, being able to leave home and savor such delightful soup was truly a blessing. Chapter 82. The Ruins of the Land of Waterfalls. The discovery of a pair of Uzumaki mother and daughter by the Grass Ninja Village was an unexpected surprise. The remnants of the Uzumaki clan, scattered throughout the ninja world, had forsaken their surname, integrating into Konoha while preserving their lineage. Iwagakure and Konoha were merely allies. At the founding of Konoha, the Uzumaki clan chose to establish Iwagakure, missing the opportune moment to join Konoha. After the village was severely damaged and dismantled, the Uzumaki clan could no longer rejoin Konoha as ninjas. The political landscape and distribution of interests within Konoha had become too refined to accommodate them. Consequently, the Uzumaki clan opted for dissolution, fragmenting into individual ninja families that joined Konoha. Many of these ninja families from Konoha were remnants of the former clan, with notable names. Yet tracing back a few generations, they too had been part of the Uzumaki lineage. Unlike these smaller clans, the Uzumaki possessed distinct characteristics and profound heritage, retaining a certain degree of unity. Following the ascension of the Uzumaki princess as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the Uzumaki descendants residing in Konoha began gravitating toward her. After a tumultuous period, it was conceivable that, years or decades hence, the Uzumaki clan, centered around the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, might once again grace the stage of the ninja world. To be frank, it was quite common to encounter traces of Uzumaki descendants beyond the confines of Konoha. But finding a mother and daughter pair with such rich bloodlines was indeed a rarity. Coincidentally, the next destination in the Wasp's plan was the Land of Waterfalls, and the presence of these richly blooded Uzumaki descendants might yield unforeseen advantages. The daughter needed no consideration. As a mother, Akiko had departed the Land of Waterfalls at an age not much older than Shikurin was now, her memories of her homeland having become obscured by the suffering of displacement. Upon hearing the Wasp's intent to travel to the Land of Waterfalls, she strained to recall the remnants of fragmented memories, seeking to unearth what this unknown ninja might require. To protect her daughter, she racked her brain, delving into unwelcome recollections, all in an effort to prove her worth and pray that this powerful individual, who had so easily whisked them away from the Grass Ninja Village, would not bring harm to her child. Mother and daughter the Wasp did not converse with Akiko, instead guiding Shikurin in her ninja training on the journey to the Land of Waterfalls. The beleaguered Uzumaki mother and daughter were highly vigilant, so the Wasp chose to instruct them in harnessing their power. For there is no greater sense of security than that which comes from holding power in one's own hands. The Wasp's motivation for training stemmed from an insatiable thirst for strength. Under the extraordinary might, those devoid of power are but mere ants. Having personally witnessed the awakening of the primordial creator, the remnants of the old world are reborn through its destruction. Positioned among the ancient gods, she is compelled to confront the primordial sun god, who, in a sense, is akin to her father. Just a step away from attaining supremacy, she is thwarted by the revered ones and suffers a humiliating blockade. The repeated encounters with death have inscribed an insatiable thirst for power deep within the soul of the Wasp, who yearns to grow stronger, to surpass all others. She imparts this conviction to the young Shorin, who embraces it wholeheartedly. If only she could effortlessly crush the detestable grass ninjas like her elder sister. Would they still dare to bite their mother? Would they still cast disdainful glances at them? She aspires to be as formidable as her sister, strong enough to protect her mother and herself. The spirited determination of the little girl is commendable, and Akiko's performance is equally impressive, although her body still requires recuperation. Preventing her from formally beginning her training, she attentively listens during Wasp's lessons to Shorin. The adage that a woman is frail yet fierce for the sake of her offspring rings true. For Shorin, Akiko will stop at nothing to seize power. The daughter aims to safeguard her mother, while the mother seeks to shield her daughter. Their mutual resolve serves as the perfect impetus for one another. A ninja accompanied by two burdens, they traverse the underbelly, yet they advance at a commendable pace akin to a typical ninja squad as they reach the land of whirlpools. The denizens of this realm have long departed the once safe haven, transforming the once prosperous island into a chaotic gathering of pirates, ronin, and wandering ninjas. Akiko and Shorin, their crimson hair dyed black, blend into the tumultuous remnants of the land of whirlpools, where some might recognize the traits of the Uzumaki clan. Should anyone suspect them of being the remnants of the Uzumaki, trouble would surely ensue as they sought to reclaim the treasures left behind by their ancestors. Wasp remains indifferent to the rabble, focused solely on Kirigakure, as a key stronghold in the assault against Konoha. The ruins of the land of whirlpools are rife with mist ninjas, and Konoha's scouts are likely present as well, with both parties concentrating on one another. It is advisable for Wasp, as an Iwagakure ninja, to refrain from engaging unless absolutely necessary. She is here for archaeological pursuits, not to engage in bloodshed or orchestrate massacres. Revealing their presence now would invite needless trouble. It would be prudent to conduct herself as a conventional ninja would. Wasp is acutely aware of her own fortune. Despite her considerable strength, she often encounters those even more powerful. It is exasperating to be sought out while comfortably at home, leading to an untimely demise. Kirigakure, after all, possesses two-tailed beasts and a multitude of ninja. It is wise to tread cautiously. After a disguise, Wasp conjures two white zetsu, using hand seals to transform them into clones, donning samurai armor. Accompanied by a retinue of samurai, she presents herself as a noble scion coming to admire the ancient ruins alongside her attendants and daughter. Nobility is not lacking in talent, nor is it devoid of arrogant fools and peculiar individuals. Wasp embodies the latter, intrigued by the renowned Uzumaki clan, wishing to explore their legacy and delve into history. Though the bandits, who know only violence, may not comprehend the significance of a village long destroyed, the nobility still regards this esteemed gentleman with respect. After all, while one may not discern the true nobility of the gentleman, the formidable stature of his two bodyguards is undeniable. Recently, a lustful bandit chief brazenly demanded that the gentleman surrender his attendant, even threatening to abduct him for ransom, only to have his head severed in an instant. Even those who instigated the bandit were taken aback. This individual, a competent chunin who carved out his territory through sheer force, held a respectable position in the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Yet, he was effortlessly dispatched by the gentleman's protector. A formidable opponent indeed. The ruins of the land of whirlpools also host several wandering warriors adept in chakra manipulation, whose swordsmanship pales in comparison to the swift and precise strike of the bodyguards. The display of martial prowess by the two samurai left the onlookers, who hold positions of authority in the underworld, visibly impressed and amiable. The nobleman is thus seen off to the ruins of Uzumaki village, generously provided with maps and introductions to knowledgeable guides of the terrain. Oh, the gentleman's poise captivates us all, leaving us in awe, and we graciously offer him what he requires. This is not merely the result of two sword-wielding warriors projecting a menacing aura, nor is it due to the chill of a blade resting against one's throat. Certainly not. Chapter 83, Gazing into the Past. The Ruins of Uzumaki Village. A brutal genocide, decades of tumult, countless searches for treasure. The ancestral homeland of the Uzumaki clan, once vibrant, now bears no resemblance to its former self. Akiko scans her surroundings, unable to find a single trace that reflects the vague images in her memory. Time and again, she has been uprooted, yet nothing drives home her status as a stray more than witnessing the ruins of Uzumaki village. Will Iwagakure become a new home for her and Shorin? Akiko cannot say. The sole task she can undertake is to diligently record all the ninja knowledge Wasp casually imparts. For if this Iwagakure ninja does not intend to return them home, then gaining power will grant her the means to struggle for survival alongside her daughter. Wasp moves with ease through the ruins, equally acknowledging each dilapidated structure bearing the hallmarks of the Uzumaki clan. The two samurai bodyguards obediently execute her commands, alternating between excavation and cleanup. They undoubtedly appear as noble scions, likely from a family of great renown. Otherwise, those two samurai would not so readily submit to her whims. Samurai, particularly those of notable strength, place great importance on their dignity as it pertains to their path. It is likely that these two warriors are her own subordinates, trained by her, rather than mercenaries hired with gold. The distinction in status and influence between subordinates and hired hands is significant, directing the two samurai to scurry about. Wasp openly surveys the ruins of Uzumaki village. It is no surprise that this is the birthplace of the foremost sealing arts family in the ninja world. The origin of Konoha's sealing techniques. Traces of sealing techniques and barriers are evident throughout Uzumaki village. The ninja village that attacked Uzumaki village paid a heavy price for their assault. The Uzumaki clan, fortified by their home advantage, were not to be trifled with. Rather, they were akin to hedgehogs, bristling with defenses. Their defensive counterattacks were second to none. Kirigakure's absence from the Second Great Ninja War was not unconnected to the immense pressure they faced as the primary force in the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki undoubtedly dealt significant damage to Kirigakure, perhaps fracturing their bones and forcing them to retreat and lick their wounds, rendering them ineffectual in the Second Great Ninja War. The pervasive sealing techniques and barriers throughout Uzumaki village played a significant role in this. As a talisman silently slips from her sleeve, it activates, infusing Wasp's Byakugan with renewed power. This is a divine incarnation of the purple poison in the celestial realm, mimicking the mythological creature of destruction, the demonic wolf. As envisioned by her ancient rival, and crafting a talisman that simulates its extraordinary abilities, devoid of the historical fog that once shrouded her homeland's unique traits. This power is significantly diminished, lacking the ability to cloak her in the past. At best, it enhances the ocular prowess of her Byakugan, adjusting her perception and granting her a preferential view. What truly matters is the extraordinary power and faint divinity that this talisman embodies. The original strength of the Byakugan is far superior to the degraded version possessed by the Hyuga clan. With the aid of the talisman, the Byakugan is temporarily granted a divine quality, during which its power is elevated, tracing back to the ancient, lost abilities. Under the specialization of the talisman, this power solidifies into a vision that pierces through history. The records of the Whirlpool village serve as an anchor, and following Akiko's past, the view of the Sparrow Bee splits into two realms. One perspective is a dual-eyed vision, observing the present ruins of the Whirlpool village, while the other is the Byakugan's sight, witnessing the raging fires of the past. The present is clear, while the past remains hazy. In the dimness, indistinct figures release vague jutsu, cloaking themselves as they depart, concealing one another in various hidden places. Their features and forms are obscured, yet their actions are visible, revealing what they are unearthing, which suffices. In contrast, locating secret chambers becomes significantly easier. After a thorough exploration, the areas that felt off to the Sparrow Bee became focal points for observation. However, upon adjusting her vision, she confirmed with regret that most locations had already been claimed by others. Despite the meticulous arrangements within the Whirlpool village, they could not deter intruders from digging relentlessly. Moreover, numerous individuals with clear objectives and knowledge of how to unlock the mechanisms of secret chambers had stealthily infiltrated, taking whatever could be salvaged. After a lengthy search, the Sparrow Bee, appearing somewhat bored, led her companions away from the ruins of the Whirlpool village. Finding an open space, she coughed twice, and silently, two individuals emerged, producing sealing scrolls to release their seals, revealing a plethora of supplies. One of the newcomers skillfully erected an opulent tent while the other began preparing ingredients, releasing an enticing aroma. Many who observed from the shadows cursed the avaricious nobles in their hearts. When the two samurai departed earlier, some had contemplated binding the young lord, but now they were drenched in cold sweat. Had they acted then, the two hidden ninja guards would undoubtedly have emerged to claim a bounty of heads. Is fishing truly enjoyable? We are merely honest individuals, making a living through oppression, smuggling, and pillaging. It hardly warrants your effort to fish. Is this fellow attempting to amuse himself at our expense? Archaeology is but a pretext. Seeking thrills is the true intent, isn't it? Just wait. We shall cooperate with you. Alas, none of the 4 guards were to be trifled with. When the 2 ninjas emerged, not a single hero from the land of water noticed. Who could say if other guards lurked in the shadows? It would be best to facilitate the departure of this troublemaker before matters escalated. The conflict between the Mist and Leaf villages was intensifying, and soon this place might transform into a battlefield, compelling the heroes to retreat far away. While this thrill-seeking young lord would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. Nobles, such thrill-seekers may crave excitement, but when their lives are at stake, they are always the first to flee. After relishing a sumptuous feast, the young lord retreated to rest with his concubine, while the 4 guards took up positions in each direction, guarding the tent. No one noticed that upon entering the tent, the shadow cast by the light seemed to shift momentarily. While the young lord slept inside, the sparrow bee, accompanied by Akiko, was digging beneath the whirlpool village. Again, she marveled at the utility of white zetsu. With a single transformation technique, she effortlessly surpassed all existing transformation jutsu within the ninja world, mimicking appearance, aura, and chakra so perfectly that even the closest acquaintances could not discern the difference, leaving 2 white zetsu in disguise. Not even the Mist or Leaf ninjas mingling among the onlookers could detect that she had slipped into the whirlpool village. By the following day, when the young lord emerged from the tent, embracing his weary concubine, all that the sparrow bee desired was already in her possession. After 2 leisurely days, the young lord was quite displeased. The quality of the robbers in this place was lacking. With such treasures around, why were the thieves so inept, devoid of any excitement? The ninjas from the Mist and Leaf, hidden among the crowd, rolled their eyes. Indeed, there were many treasures. But if only they hadn't been buried just the night before. Your guards are clearly deceiving you. The treasures weren't buried properly. Even a fool could sense something amiss. Look at those robbers. Their faces are filled with despair. How could they not feel despondent? Pushed out by their leader, given grand titles, only to be sent to their doom, all to satisfy this noble. Yet, the noble showed no gratitude and criticized them for not performing well enough. Must everyone present themselves for slaughter, only to have your guards execute them one by one to feel satisfied? Our service has truly been exceptional. Ask the heroes who have previously been our clients how we handled them. Fortunately, the bored young lord finally decided against continuing the charade and waved his hand to purchase the finest ship on the island to return home. The heroes no longer needed to strain their minds to cater to the noble. The ship journeyed toward the land of fire, with the young lord, his concubine, daughter, and guards aboard, while the disguised sparrow bee blended into the crowd, watching the vessel sail away. The white zetsu clones would escort the Uzumaki mother and daughter back to the land of earth. Next, they would set their sights on the land of water. Chapter 84. The land of water in blood missed the land of water, an overseas nation, an island nation. As a solitary island nation, the distance from the mainland serves as its greatest defense. Having fought 3 great ninja world wars, it was always the Mist that attacked others when the tide turned. They would simply retreat into the sea, never genuinely facing an assault on their homeland. Relying on their natural defenses, the Mist could shut their doors, leaving other ninja villages with no viable options. After all, one cannot expect a band of land-dwelling ducks to confront the Mist on the water, right? Engaging the Mist, masters of water ninjutsu, on the sea would be akin to signing their own death warrants. The effectiveness of water ninjutsu greatly depends on the terrain. The presence or absence of water creates entirely different scenarios. On the water's surface, a Mist specialist in water ninjutsu would have no trouble dispatching other ninja villages' average jounin who lack such proficiency. Strolling upon the soil of the land of water, the sparrow bee effortlessly circumvented the sentries that the Mist had stationed along the borders. By merely altering the talisman and modifying the Byakugan's ocular specialization, she could shift its vision from peering into history to reading the heart and memories. Every Mist ninja in the land of Whirlpool served as a source of intelligence for her. As she moved through the crowd, she casually perused their memories, extracting the information she needed. Ninjas without formidable shadow techniques lacked even the qualification to sense their memories being scrutinized. Unfortunately, Mist ninjas were not known for their prowess in Jinjutsu, and few understood shadow techniques. The sparrow bee encountered no difficulty in identifying a suitable route and smoothly entered the land of water. Experiencing life, normal ninjas lack the ability to read memories. But they possess genjutsu and interrogation techniques. Without the need for stealthy subterfuge, she strolled boldly before the guards, feeling quite respectful of the mist standing among the 5 great ninja villages. The Mizukage of the Mist truly cultivates talent. The deeper she ventured into the land of water. Approaching the Mist Village, the more mist ninjas she encountered. Hence, even though she was still a considerable distance from the mist, she had gathered a fair amount of information about their situation. The second Mizukage's arduous journey to the land of Earth to join forces with the second Tsuchikage in death was indeed remarkable, but compared to his successor, this warmonger, who fought purely for the thrill of battle without considering personal gain, could still be regarded as a relatively normal individual. The third Mizukage devised a uniquely challenging graduation exam for the Mist Ninja Academy, mandating that graduating students engage in a tense and exhilarating survival game, where they must eliminate a fellow student to graduate. Every year, the number of graduates from the Mist Hidden Village is alarmingly low. A single examination can have the cohort. Countless aspiring ninjas find their dreams extinguished within the confines of the Ninja Academy. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha was pushed to its limits before it began to draft students from the academy into the battlefield. In stark contrast, Mist Hidden Village faced a calamity even before its students could step beyond the gates of their school, with half of them perishing at the hands of their own. The actions of the third Mizukage led to Mist becoming the village with the least sense of camaraderie among its ninjas. After all, when one grows up knowing that their peers are potential adversaries in a life-and-death struggle, it is nearly impossible not to guard against them. This grim atmosphere persisted until a young ninja, through an exceptionally unhinged method, dismantled the graduation examination of the deranged Mizukage. The child, known as Zabuza Momochi, displayed ruthlessness even at the tender age of 9, setting a record as the sole graduate of his year by eliminating all his classmates. This devastating act rendered the graduation exams of Mist Hidden Academy unsustainable. With one Zabuza emerging each year, the village would soon find itself devoid of ninjas. Years later, the third Mizukage passed away. This was not unexpected. Though he held the title of the third Mizukage, he was a figure who had participated in the first 5 Kage summit alongside the first Hokage. Besides the third Mizukage, all others present were the first and second Kages of their respective villages. To put it another way, the third Mizukage, despite his title, was of the same generation as the second Kages, and older than even the eldest of the third Kages, Inoki. At the age of 70 or 80, his death was entirely anticipated. With the demise of the third Mizukage, the fourth Mizukage took the reins. The initial years of his tenure were marked by diligence and dedication, earning him the admiration of the Mist ninjas. However, the position of Mizukage seemed to be cursed. After a few years, the fourth Mizukage, unable to bear the weight of his responsibilities, began to exhibit signs of mental instability, much like his predecessor. He launched a vigorous campaign against the Mist's ninja clans, which was understandable given that both Mist and Konoha were part of the Ninja Clan Alliance. To prevent the clans from becoming overly powerful and monopolizing resources, the leader of such an alliance must stand in solidarity with the common ninja and support them. This strategy was mirrored in Konoha, where the third Hokage's 2 disciples hailed from common backgrounds, and the fourth Hokage maintained close ties with the Uchiha clan while himself being of common ninja descent. Konoha aimed for balance, suppressing the clans to elevate the commoners, while the fourth Mizukage's approach diverged significantly. In contrast to the fourth Kazekage of Sunigakure, who seemed almost destined for greatness, the fourth Mizukage strategies bore a distinctly warring state's flavor, employing tactics designed to eradicate the clans entirely. Indeed, in a village where the ninja clans constituted the majority, the fourth Mizukage initiated a comprehensive extermination campaign against them. The conflict between Konoha and Mist did not involve the Yuki clan, as this lineage, known for its ice-release bloodline, had been extinguished. From the youngest to the oldest, the eradication was thorough. It remains uncertain whether any remnants of their lineage exist outside the village, but within Mist Hidden, they have undoubtedly vanished. The fourth Mizukage, without a flicker of hesitation, annihilated a clan that had once been a continuous source of exceptional ninjas, leaving no seed behind. The Yuki clan was thus rendered extinct. Yet the fourth Mizukage's campaign did not stop there. He aimed to target other ninja clans as well. In the present Mist Hidden village, bloodlines had become perceived as sources of evil, with those possessing such abilities deemed inherently guilty. Under the Mizukige's support, common ninjas began to ruthlessly persecute the clans that once held dominion over the village's resources. This atmosphere of persecution originated in mist and gradually spread across the land of water, potentially transforming the entire nation into a battleground for common ninjas against bloodline users. It became evident that one should never attempt to comprehend the motivations of mist through the lens of conventional reasoning. The thought processes of the unhinged are beyond the grasp of the sane. While it may be easy to obliterate a bloodline, the creation of a new one is a formidable challenge. The total destruction of any bloodline clan represents a significant loss of potential for Mist's future. Furthermore, involving commoners in the persecution of bloodline users equates to sacrificing their lives for intelligence on the clans. In their vulnerability, the commoners serve only to expose themselves to the wrath of the bloodline ninjas, ultimately leading to a landscape where the land of water becomes a battlefield of chaos. In such circumstances, how could the fourth Mizukage dare provoke Konoha? After much contemplation, it became apparent that the fourth Mizukage was indeed unhinged. Chapter 85. The unfortunate Mizukage surrounded by numerous mountains. The mist-hidden village is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, a defensive measure akin to the rocky outcrops encircling the village. This misty environment provides the perfect backdrop for the renowned mist techniques and their accompanying silent assassination methods. Mist ninjas navigate through the thick fog, akin to reapers stealthily claiming lives. With a raised eyebrow, the figure known as Juefeng considered the situation. The dustless mist concealment technique effectively cloaks one's presence, chakra, and aura, representing the pinnacle of stealth ninjutsu. However, the practitioner remains tangible and interacts with the surrounding environment. Moving through the fog of mist-hidden village inevitably disturbs the mist itself. While such disturbances can evade the notice of most, they would certainly not escape the keen eyes of mist ninjas, who rely on these very techniques for their livelihood. Thus, a standard infiltration was necessary. Traditional ninja tactics involved the use of drugs, sealing techniques to suppress chakra, and disguising oneself as a merchant to enter the ninja village. Juefeng opted for a more cunning approach, randomly selecting a fortunate mist ninja and adopting their identity to infiltrate the village. In the shadowy depths of a mire, a group of mist ninjas struggled. Their masked faces signified their identities as members of the assassination unit, directly under the fourth Mizukage. A pallid fluid coursed over them. As Juefeng pressed a hand coated in this substance against the neck of one of the mist ninja assassins, the fluid morphed instantly, transforming Juefeng's appearance to mirror that of the mist ninja. Not only did he replicate the physical form, but he also matched the aura and chakra without any discernible difference. This transformation technique was a unique skill of White Zetsu. The effectiveness of this transformation was remarkable. White Zetsu's production line had unveiled a new product, a liquid that, when applied to the skin, granted the user the abilities of the transformation technique and the mayfly technique, significantly enhancing physical capabilities and chakra reserves. Those with the requisite knowledge could even utilize wood-release ninjutsu, making this a coveted item for the Rock Village's ninja to possess. Now cloaked in the guise of a mist assassin, Juefeng, alongside the clones, traversed the dedicated pathways of the assassination unit, entering mist hidden without encountering any hindrance. The places traversed are the closely guarded secrets of the hidden mist, a far cry from the comfortable identity of merchants. The intelligence casually obtained is of a caliber that even colleagues who have lurked for a decade or two might find elusive. Moreover, with disdain, this journey not only allows the wasp to acquire the information needed by the Great Wildwood, but also compensates for the intelligence deficiencies caused by the isolationist policies of the Hidden Mist over decades. The Hidden Mist's assassination team, the Wasp clones, advanced and halted in front of a towering edifice, under which a striking blue water emblem was prominently displayed. The Water Shadow Building, the very heart of the Hidden Mist. There is no other place where one could acquire first-hand secrets of the Hidden Mist. The reason the Wasp has fixated on this assassination team is that they have accepted a mission, one that requires the team leader to personally meet the Water Shadow and report on the completion of their task regarding the surveillance of the Kagaya clan, which has relocated outside the village. So it is. Seated behind a desk, the fourth Water Shadow, Yakura, clasped his hands, elbows resting on the surface. Yakura, whose name means Yuzu Citrus, is slightly above 1 meter 40, sporting a youthful face despite being in his 30s with a wife and children. As the water shadow and the Jinchuriki of the three tails, he exercises absolute control over the hidden mist through brutal and bloody means. Yet his demeanor is gentle and exudes gentlemanly grace, hardly reminiscent of one who would unleash a blood mist and plunge the land of water into a hell of slaughter. The Kagaya clan is poised to instigate a rebellion against the village. Continue monitoring the Kagaya clan. Report immediately upon any signs of insurrection, Yakura commanded, while the leader of the Wasp clones, feigning submission, knelt before him. Yes, Lord Water Shadow. Upon finishing, he rose and departed. The Lord Water Shadow is burdened with myriad affairs. As a mere leader of an assassination team, it is only fitting that he leaves without disturbing Yakura's official duties. Yakura furrowed his brow, sensing an unseen gaze upon him. Yet, in his perception, aside from several waiting Umbu and the leader of the assassination unit turned away from him, there were no others present. That fleeting sensation of being watched did not emanate from any of them. Was it an illusion? Or perhaps a secret technique concealed within the ninja clans? As he processed his duties, he pondered. Unbeknownst to him, within the recently departed leader of the assassination team, a Byakugan was attuned, quietly unraveling the greatest secret of the hidden mist. So it is, waiting outside the Water Shadow building. The gaze beneath the wasp's mask was one of pity. Who could have anticipated that the foremost strength of the hidden mist, the leader of all mist ninjas, who ought to lead the hidden mist towards greatness as the fourth Water Shadow, had long become a puppet in the hands of another? Through the Byakugan's vision, the wasp clearly discerned the presence of the in-release power within Yakura, a distinctly identifiable Sharingan ability. Both Yakura and the three tails within him were under the control of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Was the third Water Shadow's graduation examination based on the same rationale as the fourth Water Shadow's blood mist policy? The descendant of Uchiha Madara chose the hidden mist as a shell, manipulating the Water Shadow to procure the resources necessary for cultivation. If so, the plight of the hidden mist is indeed tragic. One of the 5 great ninja villages, with 2 generations of leaders serving as mere puppets, tugged at the strings by their puppeteer, whimsically tormenting the hidden mist. Within Yakura's memories, the wasp vividly recalled that figure, the masked Uchiha Madara, who appeared within the memories of White Zetsu. With merely a gaze, Yakura, alongside the three tails, was ensnared. Is the Sharingan truly so formidable? He possesses only the 3 tomo. Or rather, it should be the Manjikyu, merely maintaining the form of 3 tomo. The Water Shadow, in all his glory, was incapacitated before even eliciting his opponent's full strength. How powerful is the Manjikyu? Why did Uchiha Fugaku not take down Old Purple in a single strike? As he meticulously recalled the details within Yakura's memories, the wasp discerned discrepancies. Uchiha Madara's Jinjutsu first ensnared the 3 tails, subsequently using it to control Yakura. What madness! Jinjutsu that also breeds traitors? The wasp lamented. It can only be said that misfortune knows no bounds. Yakura, lacking a suitable vessel, made the fateful decision to become the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, digging his own grave from which he could not escape. Although Yakura, not being the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, may have been somewhat weaker, he still possessed strength on par with the shadows, capable of contending with Uchiha Madara, or at the very least, signaling for aid to the hidden mist. Heaven knows that within the 3 tails lurked a controlling method left by another. By becoming the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails, Yakura inadvertently dug a deep pit for himself, falling in and unable to climb out. Such a tragic fate. Chapter 86. The shadows behind Akatsuki, soon to be obsolete resources a second passed, and the time to lament the tragic life of the Water Shadow came to an end. The hidden mist is the shell of the Uchiha, and the omnipresent White Zetsu underground is entirely expected. They serve as the eyes and ears of the Uchiha, surveilling all that transpires within the hidden mist, aiding the Uchiha in mastering both internal and external affairs. The Land of Water is a splendid locale. The vast ocean between the island and the continent serves as a natural barrier to information, ensuring that no matter how much the Uchiha stirs up the hidden mist, news will not escape. However, within Yakura, those who follow Uchiha Madara are cloaked in red clouds on a black background. Is it Akatsuki? The Uchiha, having seized control of the hidden mist, extends its tendrils outward, targeting the hidden rain. Akatsuki is a particularly unique ninja organization, especially in its objectives. While all other ninja organizations pursue wealth, status, and fame, Akatsuki strives for peace. Pursuing peace is not inherently wrong. The Hidden Leaf has long sought peace. The issue lies in Akatsuki's peculiar approach. They aim to bring peace to the Land of Rain, constructing a hopeful bridge towards world peace through communication among people. In simpler terms, they hope to persuade Iwagakure, Sunigakure, and Konoha to cease using the Land of Rain as a battleground through mere dialogue. Thus, they were met with harsh reality. During the Third Great Ninja War, as the Hidden Leaf faced enemies on all sides, they relied on Hanzo, leading the Hidden Rain, to share the burden. How could they allow these chaotic ninja organizations to disrupt their efforts? If they are not to fight in the Land of Rain, might they go to the Land of Fire instead? When the Hidden Leaf took the field, the Hidden Rain, swayed by their persuasion, followed suit, leading to a chaotic massacre. Akatsuki was bewildered, while both the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Rain were left dumbfounded. Akatsuki was perplexed as to why the revered hero of the Land of Rain would turn against them, while the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Rain were left to curse in frustration. The leader of Akatsuki is a formidable ninja at the level of the 5 great ninja villages, a commendable strength within a ninja organization, while the suspected deputy of the Uzumaki clan appears even stronger. Additionally, there is a female ninja possessing secret techniques, straddling the line between elite and upper ninja. These 3 comprise the core of Akatsuki. According to intelligence, the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Rain moved to capture the female ninja, laying an ambush to resolve the situation with minimal cost. The ambush succeeded, resulting in heavy casualties for Akatsuki. The leader, compelled by the life of the captured female ninja, took his own life. Everything proceeded as planned, but the enraged deputy surprised Hanzo, who led the encirclement. I knew you were stronger than the leader, but you are far too powerful. You are a shadow-level combatant. Why did you not mention this sooner? With shadow-level strength at our disposal, we could have resolved everything through dialogue. The disgruntled Hanzo was left with a bellyful of curses, having gained an unexpected enemy of shadow-level strength. While Hanzo could retreat to the Hidden Leaf for protection, he found himself isolated, with his power diminishing day by day, forced to remain in the Hidden Rain, oblivious to the world. It appears that the effects of the Konoha beating have taken hold. After licking their wounds, the Akatsuki organization no longer loudly proclaims their peace slogans, but instead behaves like a conventional ninja organization, acting as mercenaries. Quanfeng is aware of the Akatsuki's recent favorable reputation in the underground market, prompting the elder to consider hiring them a few times to test their capabilities as a proxy. If the Akatsuki indeed has ties to Uchiha Madara, then caution is imperative in their deployment. The assassination team, like their original counterparts, is taking a moment to regroup and resupply. Under the cover of her shadow clones, Quanfeng discreetly employs a summoning technique, relaying vital intelligence back to her base. I must say, the thrill of infiltrating enemy territory and seizing opportunities to convey information is undeniably exhilarating. Imposing certain limitations on her own abilities transforms the endeavor into a veritable game of espionage, and Quanfeng immerses herself in this challenge, diligently seeking her target. The abundance of white zetsu necessitates careful awareness when using them, as she must ensure the area is devoid of any zetsu before proceeding with her plans. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the restroom is persistently monitored by zetsu, forcing Quanfeng to seek alternative locales to replace the mist shinobi, leaving behind a nail embedded in the mist. Fortunately, she does not have to locate the ninja clan herself. She blends into the mist's assassination unit, a guise that both protects and constrains her movements. Without shedding this disguise, it would be difficult to justify why a member of an assassination team, unbidden by orders, would approach members of the ninja clan. The Mizukage building, a political hub of the mist, still bears traces of the ninja clan. Though the controlled 4th Mizukage harbors blatant malice towards the ninja clan, their roots in the mist run deep, allowing them to retain a modicum of power, albeit waning, which still serves to counterbalance the 4th Mizukage. Quanfeng spots an isolated figure, a member of the secretive Ghost Lantern clan, kin to the 2nd Mizukage. Unfortunately, due to the 2nd Mizukage's strict confidentiality policies, all knowledge of him was erased upon his death, and decades have passed, with many having forgotten the Ghost Lantern clan's connection to the Mizukage. As the grandchild of the 2nd Tsuchikage, who perished alongside the 2nd Mizukage, Quanfeng seizes the opportunity to exploit the animosity of common ninja towards the clan, inciting a conflict between the Ghost Lantern ninja and ordinary ninjas, all the while enjoying the internal strife within the mist and collecting the underground blood of the Ghost Lantern. Ghost Lantern Blood, acquired. Material Collection 1. After some inquiries, Quanfeng regrettably learns that a female ninja possessing dual bloodlines resides in the courtyard of the Mist's Elders. This material must be left for her clones to manage. The fourth Mizukige's orders leave no room for respite. Once the team leader gives the command to regroup after resupplying, Quanfeng obediently assembles with her comrades, setting off towards the Kagaya clan's domain. Following their exodus from the mist, a fraction of the more rational Kagaya clan members chose to depart, aligning themselves with the Hyuga clan under the banner of the Take-Torai clan, where they have found a semblance of stability with the Hyuga's assistance. The remaining members, primarily unhinged war maniacs more deranged than the second Mizukige, are consumed solely by thoughts of violence. One clan against an entire village, yet they carry an air of invincibility. How did they survive the Warring States period? Under the scrutiny of Byakugan, the Kagaya clan's ideology is crystal clear. They genuinely believe they can vanquish the mist, with no inkling of potential failure. The Uchiha clan, proud as they are, understand the necessity of stockpiling arms and establishing intelligence networks to contend with Konoha's higher-ups. Quanfeng is left speechless. It is known that ninja warfare is predicated on intelligence, employing every conceivable tactic in battle. How could this band of brutes possibly carve a path through the battlefield of the Warring States? Yet, the era of warfare has faded. With the demise of the Snow Clan, the Ghost Lantern clan has grown wary. The Kagaya clan's expulsion from the mist has not afforded them the wisdom to learn from their past mistakes. With over 100 Ghost Lantern ninjas, even though the mist is beleaguered by the Uchiha, it remains one of the 5 great shinobi villages, capable of fielding thousands of ninja. Without delving into the disparity in numbers, the current clan leader of the Kagaya, the strongest among them, falls significantly short in comparison to Yagura, another soon-to-be obsolete material. Quanfeng makes an accurate assessment. Chapter 87. After kidnapping, its experimentation time, a familiar scene unfolds. Still standing at a distance. Still watching a throng of individuals frantically searching for something. The only difference lies in the fact that the individuals beside her have transformed from a pair of red-haired mother and daughter into a small boy with white hair. Moreover, while the Uzumaki mother and daughter are powerless, this 5 or 6-year-old child possesses formidable strength, likely at the Chunin level, making it a trivial matter to easily overpower the Uzumaki duo. After all, he is regarded as a weapon by the Kagaya clan. It baffles Quanfeng as to why this precious bloodline awakener is not nurtured properly, but rather confined as an instrument of war. Furthermore, with a clan leader and multiple jonin among the Kagaya, is it not absurd for a Chunin to serve as a weapon? Is there something amiss with the soil of the Land of Water? Abandoning her thoughts, Quanfeng chooses to free herself from the convoluted logic of the Land of Water's many gifted ninjas and feels a sense of relief. As long as she delivers the intelligence to the Elder, the ensuing headaches will not be hers to bear. With a year of carefree existence behind her, she feels the world has opened up before her. Grabbing the weapon-laden child, Quanfeng turns and departs. The documentation regarding the Kagaya clan is woefully scant. Aside from their research on their own bloodlines, the only valuable materials pertain to myths and legends associated with the Hyuga clan. Within the entire Kagaya clan, the most valuable asset is the child she holds in her grasp. Having acquired what she came for, what more is there to linger for? As for the mist, discovering the absence of a surveillance assassination team targeting the Kagaya and the ensuing conflict or bloodshed with the clan preparing for rebellion, that bears no relevance to Chuanfeng's infiltration as an IWA ninja. Quanfeng is eager to transition into research mode, fully utilizing the materials in her possession. In a relatively prosperous town within the Land of Water, at the most luxurious inn, a server knocks on the door of a small courtyard while carrying a tray of food. A small figure emerges, accepting the platter from the server's hands. Komaru, it's you again. Is your sister still busy? The 5 or 6-year-old child nods, steadily balancing the tray before turning to re-enter the house, even using his foot to push the door closed. I'll do it. The server quickly extends a hand to assist in closing the door. Thank you. The child's tender voice resonates from behind the door. Although it is a note of gratitude, the server feels no trace of the liveliness typical of children. Instead, it carries an unfathomable depth, akin to a bottomless pool. Really, how does Komaru's sister raise him? The server muses, leaning against the counter with the innkeeper, sharing her concerns. A month prior, a young girl had reserved the entire standalone courtyard of the inn, bringing along the child. Initially, The girl would take the child out for excursions, resembling a typical sister taking her brother on a trip. However, as time progressed, her appearances grew increasingly infrequent, and in recent days, she has become entirely absent. Were it not for the consistent quantity of food ordered by the child named Kamizuru, the server would genuinely worry about the well-being of Miss Kwanfeng. After all, she hadn't left the house in 10 days. And keeping a young child cooped up indoors is hardly beneficial. The server's concern is palpable. Despite Kamaru's perpetually stoic demeanor, his unchanging expression renders the rosy-cheeked child even more endearing. The innkeeper, seated at the counter, stifles a laugh. Indeed, the child is adorable, and she finds herself wanting to pinch that cherubic face. It is only the nature of their sibling relationship that causes her gaze to falter. Having served as the innkeeper for over a decade, she has seen much and learned even more. The young girl was unperturbed when the child first arrived. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the cold-blooded ninjas, and in fact, many ninjas did not exude such an icy demeanor. What kind of identity could a child with such a ninja-like aura possess? The innkeeper had already formed a conclusion in her mind. The ninja had been confined to his room for 10 days. Could he have encountered trouble? The innkeeper silently lamented. The only thing that could compel a ninja to hide away for 10 days was the presence of another ninja. The mere thought of a confrontation between two ninjas in her sent a wave of dread through her. Unbeknownst to her, among the violent ninjas, there occasionally emerged peculiar individuals who were more inclined towards research. When engrossed in their studies, it was not uncommon for them to remain indoors for an extended period, even a year without stepping outside. After delivering the meal, Junmaru found that the child, Swearin, was still meticulously arranging the various vials before her. Having spent over a month together, Junmaru had come to understand this peculiar lady who had taken him from his clan. For instance, in such a state of focus, she would absolutely not pause to eat. Initially, Junmaru worried for her, but now he felt no such concern. After all, it was futile to fret over someone who could derive sustenance from the very earth itself. After finishing his meal, Junmaru opened a small box and consumed the contents of a porcelain vial in one gulp. The bloodline illness deemed incurable by his clan was merely a fascinating research material in Suerin's eyes. After downing the potion, a wave of comfort and relaxation washed over him. Once he had dutifully taken his medicine, the obedient child pulled a book from the shelf, his brass necklace emitting a faint glow. With this necklace, Junmaru, who had never learned to read, could understand the words within the books. Swearin had once remarked that the meaning of life could not be bestowed by others. It must be sought through one's own experiences, by seeing, listening, learning, and searching for the reason for one's existence in this world. Thus, unaware of his purpose, Junmaru diligently read, striving to learn and heed Suerin's teachings, first to comprehend the world before seeking the reason for his own being. While the necklace occupied Junmaru's attention in his quest for knowledge, Suerin immersed herself in the mysteries of life. Indeed, as she delved into the histories of the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Kagaya clans, she discovered a common ancestral source. This source, upon its initial divergence, gave rise to two bloodlines. One branch eventually led to the Uchiha and Senju, while the other branched into the Hyuga and Kagaya. As for the Uzumaki, they were a subsidiary of the Senju. Over the course of a month, thousands of clones and hundreds of iterations of blood techniques yielded 4 small vials in Suerin's possession. Initially, there had been 5. However, upon tracing back, the blood of the Uzumaki merged into that of the Senju, reducing the count to 4. The liquids contained within these vials represented the most ancient bloodline material traceable by Suerin. It was indeed peculiar. The bloodline of the Hyuga and Kagaya grew stronger the further it was traced, while the strength of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines did not exhibit a marked increase. The Senju were somewhat understandable. Suerin utilized the white Zetsu cells, which, though purported to be products of Hashirama Senju's cells, were of dubious origin. It was uncertain whether they truly belonged to Hashirama, making it nearly impossible to trace anything significant. More likely, they were products of human modification, only resembling normal bloodlines after merging with Uzumaki blood. The Uchiha presented an intriguing case. Despite having undergone generations of degeneration akin to the Hyuga and Kagaya, their regression was significantly less pronounced. It was as if their bloodline received periodic rejuvenation. Was this possible? Indeed. Suerin swiftly combined this hypothesis with her recent findings. The phenomenon of atavism was real, as exemplified by Junmaru. His bloodline had undergone an atavistic change, its strength nearing that of the ancient Kaguya. However, due to the absence of certain genetic information during this regression, and aside from the skeletal structure that served as the bloodline vessel, the rest of his body did not receive the corresponding enhancements, resulting in a systemic imbalance. This imbalance manifested externally as the incurable bloodline illness. Conversely, the Uchiha had never exhibited such issues. Their atavism appeared flawless. The disorganized records of Kaguya and the documents unearthed from the Uzumaki village indicated that periodically, a powerful Uchiha would emerge, countered by a formidable member of the Senju clan. Was this not an example of atavism? Because they possessed a physique akin to their ancient ancestors, who had not undergone degeneration, their foundational attributes far surpassed those of ordinary clan members. Not only was atavism periodic, but it also appeared to occur in tandem. A quintessential example was Uchiha Madara, whose strength was so formidable that he seemed to exist on a different level from other Uchiha, never having been reported to suffer from any bloodline illness. In contrast, his counterpart from the Senju clan, Hashirama Senju, might have experienced an excess of atavism. Ideally, atavistic individuals should have been evenly matched, yet Madara, adorned with the nine tails, was ultimately bested by Hashirama, an outcome that likely contributed to Hashirama's demise. Regardless of the circumstances, the atavism of the Uchiha and Senju, which defied the natural order, must harbor some underlying issue. Unraveling this conundrum could potentially unveil a facet of the deeper mysteries surrounding chakra. Once the experiments were completed, it would be essential to find a genuine Senju bloodline for verification. With the next course of action determined, Suerin continued to focus intently on her experiments, meticulously blending the ancient blood of the four great ninja clans, ensuring that no distractions would impede her pursuit of the bloodline closest to that ancestral source. Chapter 88. The ancient shell. Suerin scrutinized her reflection in the mirror. Her features remained unchanged, and her form was still that of her own. Yet, her skin had paled, transforming from a rosy, fair complexion to a ghostly hue, drained of vitality from prolonged exposure to darkness. More striking than the change in her skin was the small white horn that emerged from the left side of her forehead, matching the color of her skin. Was this the manifestation of the ancestors of the four great ninja clans? A surge of chakra coursed through every vein in her body, an endless source of power. In her normal state, her fundamental attributes surpassed even the transformation into a giant bear, rivaling the preliminary forms of mythical creatures conceived in her imagination. For indeed, this was the mythology native to the ninja world. As chakra flowed throughout her body, she felt a primal instinct stirring within her. Let us experiment. With a mere thought, the veins around Suerin's eyes bulged, and the familiar black and white, three-dimensional vision materialized. The Byakugan, the once dark orbs of the girl in the mirror, had transformed into pure white. The proud bloodline of the Hyuga clan now apparent in the eyes of outsiders, and it was exponentially more potent, tenfold, even 100-fold. The vistas within 100 miles unfolded before her, as if viewing the intricate patterns of her own palm. With a gentle blink, her pure white eyeballs transformed into a vivid scarlet, three dark tomo swirling within. The three tomo Sharingan. But it was more than that. A scarlet flame, as red as blood, erupted into existence, and a phantom skeletal arm emerged from the flames. Susanoo, the ultimate divine power of the Uchiha clan. A technique only the Mangekyo Sharingan could wield. No need for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Suerin unleashed Susanoo with her three tomo Sharingan. And she did so to the extent that the three-stage Susanoo, once wielded by Uchiha Fugaku on the battlefield, did not impose significant strain upon her. At least, she would need to advance further before it would exert any pressure on her eyes. The essence of the kaleidoscope is a byproduct of the Uchiha clan's regression in their relentless pursuit of ancestral power. Through the most extreme and frenzied emotional outbursts, they stimulate the dark nature of their bloodline. If the strength of their lineage suffices, a qualitative transformation can occur, culminating in the creation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, due to this forced metamorphosis, the degraded eyes of the Uchiha are ill-equipped to bear such power, leading to irreversible damage with each use of the kaleidoscope's abilities until the eyes ultimately succumb to blindness. The two forms of ocular techniques represent the power of the eyes, while another aspect pertains to the body. The figure of Juha raised her palm, fingers curling as she deftly manipulated the growth of her bones. Ivory claws piercing through her skin, with skeletal veins manifesting as well. The moment the bone claws emerged, her skin had already healed, rendering indistinguishable whether this was the inherent power of the Kagaya clan or a manifestation of the vitality from the Senju and Uzumaki sage body. With a firm step, vibrant chakra surged into the earth beneath her, causing a sapling to breach the surface. Would release. Only after employing 4 potent bloodline techniques did Juha cease her actions. By tracing back to the origins of the 4 great shinobi clans and merging with their foundational bloodlines, she reaped immense benefits. Her form was further enhanced, and upon completion, she mastered 4 bloodline limits, each still possessing significant potential for exploration. Yet, this also raised certain questions. For instance, if the origins of the 4 great shinobi clans are so formidable, could the progenitor truly be dead? The regression of these clans has been so severe that Juha's attempts to trace their bloodlines yield only non-existent entities, especially considering that the vessel she utilized was merely a substitute, a robust yet counterfeit imitation in the presence of the true ancestral bloodlines. This counterfeit vessel, as long as chakra is abundant, would not have a lifespan shorter than a millennium. Hence, the legendary sage of 6 paths, who transmitted chakra, is likely the true progenitor of the 4 clans. Would he truly perish in the passage of time? If he did not die, why would he remain apathetic to the turmoil within the shinobi world? The Uchiha and Senju are his bloodline descendants. Did he simply observe as his progeny fell into conflict and strife across generations? If he is indeed deceased, how did his demise occur? The sage of 6 paths could die, and so too could this imitation. When the Kagaya clan instigates rebellion, it might be prudent to investigate. One must observe whether there will be signs at the moment of the extinction of this bloodline descendant of the sage. Of course, only a clone would be dispatched. A gentleman does not position himself beneath a precarious wall, although hope is faint, considering Kagaya had recently separated from the Taketorai clan. There remains the possibility of another branch surviving. Yet, what if the Sage of 6 Paths were to manifest and assist Kagaya? The presence of the original would become a reckless gamble, given the shinobi clan's attitudes towards the dissemination of bloodline limits. Juha holds little faith in the sage's perception of her replicated lineage. Thus, reliance on the convenient and useful white Zetsu clone remains paramount. Sending a disposable clone forth to gather benefits for her true self embodies the proper utilization of such clones. She communicated with the solitary Tsuchikage awaiting her apprentice's return, citing the rationale of observing Kagaya's rebellion and investigating Uchiha Madara, requesting the Tsuchikage to exercise his authority to issue a remote task for her disciple. What else could Inoki do? Orders issued from afar are not always heeded. He cannot traverse vast distances from the land of earth to drag his wayward disciple back from a hidden corner of the land of water. He had no time for such endeavors. Aside from grumbling while issuing a task to his disciple and accepting another in her stead, Inoki was left with little recourse. At this moment, Inoki found himself empathizing with Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Land of Fire. Among Hiruzen's 3 disciples, one had gone rogue, another was half-heartedly absent, and the last had recently defected. Inoki once found amusement in this, relishing the further weakening of the leaf's power aligned with the Hokage. As the political landscape grew increasingly unstable, however, it wasn't long before the previously reliable disciple began to stir trouble. While it was one thing to remain in the land of water without permission, it was quite another, considering that Jiraiya from the leaf had initially gone missing for years without a trace. This was troubling. His disciple could not follow the example of the old monkey's disciples. He awaited her return to assume the mantle of Tsuchikage. If his disciple were to become a second Jiraiya, Inoki gasped in horror. He had not noticed until now. But upon reflection, he was alarmed to discover that his disciple had amassed the medical expertise of Tsunade, the insatiable research drive of Orochimaru, and the reckless autonomy of Jiraiya. The commonality among the 3 was their undeniable talent and prestige, yet a profound disinterest in becoming Hokage, forcing the old monkey to return to his position, while Orochimaru had simply fled. If Juha were to emulate their example, Inoki felt darkness clouding his vision and hastily penned a letter to Juha, instructing her to return immediately after completing her tasks and to cease any frivolous pursuits. You are destined to be Tsuchikage. What does it mean to linger away for extended periods? Hurry back. While Inoki was writing, an even more exasperating event transpired in the distant land of water. On the night of Kagaya's instigation of war, 2 figures lingered at the edge of the battlefield, unperturbed as they critiqued the Kagaya clan. One was Juha's disguised white Zetsu clone, and the other was a distinctive ninja, with pale skin, purple eyeshadow, and a pair of golden slit pupils. It was none other than Orochimaru, the former elite shinobi of the Leaf and now an S-rank rogue ninja. Chapter 89. Yearning for flesh and mind from the outset. The Kagaya clan's rebellion bore no chance of success. A group specializing in body techniques, lacking any substantial destructive capacity, had no hope of breaching the defenses of the hidden mist under its vigilant watch. Junmaru silently observed as unfamiliar clansmen rushed towards the mist ninjas, only to perish along the way. To be honest, having been confined since childhood, only seeing others during mealtimes, Junmaru felt no profound connection to these relatives he scarcely recognized. So, what was this unfamiliar emotion surging within him now? Was it sorrow? Sorrow at the meaningless deaths of those sharing his bloodline? Sorrow for their arrogance, their unwarranted self-confidence? Juha was right. The child's resolve solidified. Power alone is insufficient. To seize one's destiny, one must learn and wield wisdom to control that power. Even he, a mere 5-year-old, could discern after a month of reading that Kagaya stood no chance. Yet these adults in their 20s and 30s charged forth blindly, brimming with overconfidence. The demise of the Kagaya clan imparted a lesson to Junmaru. As he contemplated the meaning of life, Juha was confronting Orochimaru. Thankfully, for safety's sake, this clone had been enhanced. The sole consolation lay in this fact. After inquiring with Junmaru and confirming his desire to witness the fall of his clan, Juha modified the white Zetsu. Infusing it with a subpar life stone, she ensured that the amplified white Zetsu, brimming with vitality, could protect a child of considerable combat capability on the battlefield's periphery until its life force was expended. Moreover, Juha could remotely channel power. The celestial spirit within the realm of purple poison currently equated to a dual-path sequence 2, and when combined with the ancient divine status and the divine realm's transformation, it could reach the level of a sequence 1 archangel or even the angelic king. This represented the pinnacle of divine pathways in this world, and bestowing sequence 4 power upon the clone in a short time posed no challenge at all. Certainly, if the sage of the 6 paths truly took an interest in Kagaya's annihilation of her clan and noticed the bestowed gifts, this avatar would serve as a pawn to test the sage. Whether Kinshiki would survive hinged upon fate. Having made his choice, he must bear the consequences. Despite being merely a child, the audience selected by Joho was situated within the Kagaya clan's territory, providing a vantage point to witness the entirety of the conflict unfold from its inception to conclusion, while also allowing for Kinshiki to receive lessons based on the Mist Village's arrangements. Indeed, it proved to be an excellent location. Proving this point, Orochimaru, who shared the same intent as when he first arrived at the Kagaya territory alongside Joho, chose to infiltrate the area, naturally fixating upon the object Joho had previously taken, Kinshiki, who stood beside Joho, gazing through a telescope at the battlefield. Orochimaru, a seasoned powerhouse of the ninja world, recognized that a standard white Zetsu clone might not be a worthy opponent for Joho. With a multitude of techniques and an unconventional combat style, his modified body could withstand considerable damage, while its serpentine flexibility allowed for extraordinary martial arts maneuvers, easily catching an unsuspecting opponent off guard. As Orochimaru attempted to eliminate this unidentified passerby to seize the promising Kagaya child nearby, he reminisced about old classmates. With toxins rendered ineffective and accelerated regeneration at his disposal, Orochimaru noted that this combat style bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade's. As he felt a powerful punch whoosh past his ear, soon followed by a kick to his chest, he pondered the differences. Tsunade's extraordinary strength was underpinned by a significant degree of technique, rooted in precise chakra manipulation, while the female ninja across from him demonstrated some skill, albeit limited. Her strength was derived from an exceptionally high purity of numerical power, employing her technique solely to exploit the advantages against weaker foes. Regrettably for him, Orochimaru was precisely the opponent she could not overpower with brute force alone. Thus, she resorted to utilizing her techniques. A kick landed squarely on his chest, with the skin and sternum unaffected, yet the tremendous force wreaked havoc upon his internal organs, shattering his spine in the process. Was this akin to the Hyuga's gentle fist, delivering internal strikes? As he discerned the nature of her attack, the mortally wounded Orochimaru opened his mouth, a pale hand emerging to widen his jaws. A slime-covered Orochimaru crawled out from his own mouth, leaving only a tattered remnant of human skin behind. The Great Snake Substitution Technique, unique to Orochimaru, required no hand seals. All damage would transfer to the external substitute, rendering it nearly flawless aside from chakra expenditure and providing exceptional life-saving capabilities. He was, indeed, akin to Tsunade in this regard. Without hesitation, Orochimaru distanced himself. Although confrontations between him and Tsunade were rare, he was aware that Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, often provoked Tsunade, which could inadvertently entangle Orochimaru in the ensuing turmoil. Having grown up together, they knew each other intimately. It was always prudent to create distance. However, due to his proximity to the battlefield of the Mist and Kaguya, Orochimaru could not afford to deploy any overly conspicuous ninjutsu. His lack of fear towards the Mist did not equate to a desire to provoke them. Clearly, the woman across from him shared similar sentiments, expertly controlling her power to avoid collateral damage. Otherwise, according to Orochimaru's estimations, the wind generated by her punches could easily demolish nearby walls, and her trajectory would have resulted in crashing through several structures, causing a significant ruckus. She also needed to protect the child beside her, rendering pursuit inconvenient. A ninja of considerable strength, one who silently posed a threat to Orochimaru while protecting a Kaguya child as they observed the massacre of the Kaguya clan, piqued Orochimaru's interest. Such formidable physique, was it related to Kaguya? At the moment Orochimaru found himself intrigued by Joho, she too was equally fascinated by him. Orochimaru coveted her body, while she yearned for his intellect. What invaluable ninjutsu knowledge resided within the mind of a rogue ninja who had defected from Konoha due to human experimentation. As a high-ranking member of Konoha, a descendant of the Hokage, the repository of ninjutsu knowledge was nearly wide open to Orochimaru. Throughout the ninja world, only his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, likely possessed more comprehensive ninjutsu knowledge than Orochimaru himself. Such a treasure trove of ninjutsu knowledge was truly tantalizing. After previously exploring the Mist Village and acquiring a plethora of water release techniques, he had not anticipated receiving such a substantial gift before departing. Indeed, remaining within the land of water proved to be fortuitous. Unfortunately, this white Zetsu body was merely a pure enhancement, not a modified version, lacking the Byakugan. To unlock this grand gift, he would need to await the arrival of his true self. Leaving a mark to prevent escape was prudent. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the clone activated a contingency plan, blinking an eye. In the brief moment that the eyelid obscured the pupil, a flash of crimson flickered. Orochimaru instinctively shuddered, sensing something had targeted him. Maintaining a composed expression, he swiftly examined his body. No changes were apparent, yet that sensation was unmistakable. The female ninja across from him had undoubtedly executed some action. Chapter 90. The prince truly defected. Orochimaru, of course, could not ascertain the truth. Given the vast knowledge of ninjutsu Orochimaru possessed, Joho refrained from employing any techniques this time. In the blink of an eye, the divine spirit completed a process of bestowing and reclaiming gifts. The Moonpath Sequence 4 Witch King, Master of Darkness, Moon, and the Arcane. Adept in various spells within the realms of moonlight and shadow, particularly skilled in curses. Following localization, the Witch King also acquired sealing abilities, rendering him even more terrifying. Once a target fell within the Witch King's gaze, a connection was forged. This connection served as a medium for casting curses, enabling Joho to easily curse Orochimaru. A minor curse devoid of any lethal intent. Its purpose was merely to locate him. A ninja like Orochimaru, whose entire power relied on chakra, would find it perfectly normal to remain unaware of a technique that bore no chakra whatsoever. With this curse in place, as long as Orochimaru remained in the ninja world, Joho would be able to track him through the curse's lock. However, this farce must soon reach its conclusion. The Kaguya clan suffered grievous losses, prompting Yagura to take matters into his own hands, wielding a large iron rod with a hook to confront the Kaguya clan head-on. A shadow, a Jinchuriki, capable of suppressing ninjas specialized in physical combat solely through taijutsu, without relying on ninjutsu or tailed beast chakra. How could they possibly contend with that? Moreover, as the battle prolonged, Yagura began to harness the chakra of the three tails, shifting from a two-handed grip on the rod to a single-handed grip, freeing his other hand to deliver rapid strikes upon his foes. Wherever Yagura's palm landed, vast expanses of hard coral would sprout, immobilizing the muscles and joints of the afflicted, rendering them nearly paralyzed. Once ensnared, a Kagaya ninja's combat effectiveness would plummet by at least half. And those unfortunate enough to be struck in critical areas would find themselves utterly incapacitated, left vulnerable to slaughter. The unique properties of tailed beast chakra indicated that the fourth Mizukage was indeed a competent Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's soft voice echoed. Maintaining a suitable distance, he aligned himself with Joho, both gazing toward the battlefield. At this moment on the battlefield, the Mizukage, accompanied by the Umbu, is mercilessly slaughtering the Kagaya clan, in the direction of the hidden mist. Some shinobi are observing, while underground, the white Zetsu, acting as an informant for Uchiha Obito, is lurking. It is not unusual for a rogue ninja from Konoha and a shinobi from Iwagakure to be spectating. Jibi sneers, but chooses not to engage. Orochimaru, undeterred, gazes regretfully at the fallen Kagaya, genuinely saddened by the complete annihilation of their clan, as he had hoped that the fourth Mizukage would spare at least one seed for the future. His true intention for coming to the land of water was to abduct a few children to train them as his own subordinates. Having just defected from Konoha, all his subordinates, including his disciples, remained behind, leaving him isolated. He had prepared wealth and territory, but found it challenging to procure competent followers. Despite possessing means, resources, and a reputation that drew countless wandering ninjas to his side, the untrained and unruly rogues he encountered were of little use, barely qualifying even as experimental fodder. In desperation, Orochimaru ventured into the land of water, hoping to find suitable candidates in this village, which boasted a shinobi population second only to Konoha. As a master of intelligence, second only to Shimura Danzo, he was not oblivious to the chaos in the hidden mist. He believed that whether through cunning or deceit, it would not be difficult for him to acquire several children. However, he encountered the Kagaya rebellion, with young and even child Kagaya rushing to the front lines alongside their elders. The fourth Mizukage was unrelenting, delivering fatal blows to all Kagaya members. What could he do? He could not simply charge in and snatch them before the Mizukage's eyes. Orochimaru, while unafraid of the hidden mist, certainly did not wish to provoke it further. One persistent Jiraiya was already bothersome enough, and the addition of an assassination unit from the hidden mist would render his experiments impossible. Watching valuable resources being wasted by the ignorant hidden mist truly pained him. Orochimaru did not consider himself a good person, nor could he fathom the Mizukage's madness in exterminating his own bloodline without leaving behind a legacy. How did he ascend to power? Have the standards for a Kage diminished so? Why then did his father hold such high expectations? If it were not for his father abandoning him for Minato, he would not have resorted to using the villagers for experiments. Was it that rogue ninjas were difficult to capture, or had the war prisoners in the prisons run out? Was it merely an effort to sever ties and create an unhealable rift between himself and Konoha? He merely disagreed with his teacher's ideology. While this fourth Mizukage annihilated his own clan, two clans, in fact, as he contemplated, Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Kimimaro. With the Kagaya clan gone, the value of this young man immediately surged. The urge to abduct him stirred within him. He was curious about the Mizukage's motivations behind such actions. Jibi suddenly spoke, his calm gaze sweeping across the battlefield, and Orochimaru felt an unsettling sensation of being seen through. Was it a dojutsu? A single glance reminded him of a previous experience. His instincts were correct. It was indeed a dojutsu. The Kagaya rebellion concluded, and Jibi, having failed to locate the Sage of Six Paths, dispatched a clone bearing the Byakugan to present Orochimaru with a treasure trove of forbidden techniques. As the two clones exchanged information, Orochimaru felt completely exposed. Konoha was undeniably formidable. Their defection was executed with utmost decisiveness. Although Orochimaru had been branded an S-rank rogue ninja, the shinobi world remained skeptical about the authenticity of his defection. Even with Jiraiya relentlessly pursuing him and dismantling two of his hidden bases, doubts lingered, transitioning from mere suspicion to cautious belief. Orochimaru's stature in Konoha had been too elevated. Prior to Minato's rise, he was a strong candidate for the position of fourth Hokage, and following the Ninetales incident, he was deemed the most likely candidate for fifth Hokage. Why did the prince rebel? Had Jibi not accessed Orochimaru's memories, he would have found it hard to believe in the genuineness of his defection. Given that his defection was indeed real, many explanations could now be offered. The reason was simple. He had been manipulated by Jinjutsu, casually casting a formidable lightning jutsu. Jibi reveled in the subtle shift of expressions on Orochimaru's face. The man who appeared unfazed in the face of calamity was internally tumultuous. Chapter 91. Who was manipulated by Jinjutsu? Oh, it was the Mizukage. Orochimaru prided himself on being worldly and knowledgeable of countless classified pieces of information. Yet this shocking revelation left him momentarily stunned. In the brief instant of distraction, the larger and smaller figures before him vanished without a trace. All that needed to be seen had been observed, and the treasure trove had been opened. The matters of the land of water were concluded. Orochimaru found Jibi intriguing, a person of talent who might prove useful in the future, leaving a lasting impression. He knew that Jibi had already gathered information about his current stronghold in the land of rice, and with the curse mark on him, escape would be impossible. In the future, he could assign tasks to him, with the reward being secrets regarding the bloodlines among the shinobi clans. This was an irresistible temptation for Orochimaru. Jibi could not only exploit his labor without compensation, but could also set off a thunderous occasion. He wondered how Orochimaru would react upon creating a highly realistic replica of the Sage of Six Paths. If there was no reaction, it would suggest that the Sage of Six Paths was either truly absent or indifferent to such matters, allowing Jibi to proceed without hesitation. As for Uchiha Obito, who manipulated the Mizukage, Jibi initially had an interest in confronting him, but that was just a gift Orochimaru had recently provided. Konoha held an abundance of hidden records within the shinobi world, such as the Sage Mode of the Three Great Sanctuaries, and the legendary Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. In Jibi's memories, the man clad in a black and red cloud cloak following Uchiha Obito, with the purple circles in his eye sockets, bore a striking resemblance to the ultimate dojutsu that existed solely in myth. Acquiring those eyes would undoubtedly bring Jibi closer to his goals. Compared to the Rinnegan, Obito's importance would diminish, especially since he was related to the wielder of the Rinnegan, allowing Jibi to achieve two objectives in one stroke. The plan was flawlessly devised. Thus, Jibi, with no attempt to conceal her ulterior motives, was dispatched to the battlefield of Kumogakure by Inoki. Following more than a year of warfare, Konoha appeared weary, and Inoki seized the opportunity to dispatch shinobi forces to attack Kumogakure while negotiating terms with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Either agreed to suppress Kumogakure together, or he would seek out Raza for negotiations. Upon returning to Iwagakure, Jibi showcased her enhanced abilities, promptly conscripted by the Elder into the vanguard as the highest commander. The only demand was simple: to strike hard and mercilessly, ideally breaking the spine of the Kumogakure generation. By the way, it was said that Kumogakure possessed a set of genuine Six Paths ninja tools. The task was guaranteed to be accomplished. Watching Jibi transition from lethargy to a bloodthirsty demeanor, Inoki began to question the wisdom of appointing her as Tsuchikage. Was it truly reliable to have a Tsuchikage whose mind was preoccupied with archaeology and research? Although Jibi was undoubtedly capable, there lingered a concern that she might become negligent due to her focus on research. Perhaps it would be wise to cultivate a backup candidate? Not necessarily to replace Jibi as Tsuchikage, but rather someone who could take over should she abandon her post. Just a couple of days ago, wasn't there a report from the Ninja Academy about a young prodigy named Deidara? Inoki was searching for a contingency, while Jibi was preparing for a